Super Devouring System Chapter 4712 to Chapter 4789. In my opinion, we should call this alliance the Human Race Federation. I believe all the human forces and sects, as well as the races that still have feelings for the original One Luo Federation, will gather here. The last person to speak was an almighty Federation elder from the headquarters of the myriad Luo Federation. This person was not a human, but he had the bloodline of a ferocious beast. Furthermore, he had already returned to his ancestral roots. He had been in the myriad Luo Federation for tens of thousands of years and had already entered the almighty realm. He had red hair and a red beard, and he looked mighty and extraordinary. At this moment, the red-haired powerful figure was halfway through his sentence when he snorted. His face immediately became gloomy and displeased. He continued, for example, Xianxia, the master of Sky River, who was conferred the title by the undying dynasty of your human race's technology camp. He has quite a number of forces around him, the Dark Turtle clan from the second universe, the Demon Man clan from the first universe, and his own Sky River army is also very large. He even created a victorious return army in the Death Star region, and he has quite a number of battleships. No matter how strong Xianxia is, he can only fight those below the undying emperor level. Although so many years have passed, and his strength must have improved, he can only reach the undying emperor level at most. Even if we include his incomparable talent and the various secret treasures in his hands, his individual combat power is only at the undying emperor level at most. If this person refuses to gather, then he will. The fact that they have gathered here shows that they are disloyal. How can they remain? At this point, the red-haired powerful figure's face became even more gloomy. To be honest, I have long disliked that kid. He is the master of Sky River, who was conferred the title by the dynasty, and the Wan Luo Federation has already given him face. Now, after entering this primeval world fragment, he actually didn't gather with us. Instead, he mingled with the Devilman race and the Nether Turtle race and hid in an extremely distant area. Clearly, he's made his stand clear and doesn't want to work with us. In my opinion, if he is sensible and takes the initiative to gather here after the establishment of the Human Federation, it will be fine. Seeing that the Sky River army and the victorious return army under his command are not bad, and he also brought the Demon Man clan and the Dark Turtle clan, we will not be calculated with him. However, if this kid does not know how to appreciate kindness and still do things his own way, I suggest that after the establishment of the Human Federation, we immediately send troops to suppress him. Since it is the Human Federation, all the forces of the current human race should gather here. With him as an example, I believe that some of the small forces of the human race who are still wavering will gather here one after another. During this critical period, it is time to add fuel to the fire and help them make a decision. What's more, although that kid surnamed Ye's cultivation is not strong, and there are no powerful existences in his camp, the treasures in his hands are truly extraordinary. Whether it's the Medicine King Cauldron or those great battles in the starry sky, their power is extremely extraordinary. It is a waste to leave them in his hands. Now that the situation is dangerous, these treasures should make a greater contribution to the Human Federation. I wonder, what do you think of these words and ideas? After saying that, the red-haired powerful figure turned to look at the others, and his gaze finally fell on the Imperial Preceptor, Dr. After all, Xianxia was the master of Sky River, conferred by the Immortal Dynasty. The final decision of this matter was naturally up to the dynasty. He was not the only one. In fact, everyone's gazes were gathered on the Imperial Preceptor, Dr. They were quietly waiting for his final decision. This matter is very difficult for me. Dr. fell into deep thought. After a while, he sighed faintly, and a troubled expression appeared on his face. Although what I said just now is indeed reasonable, the current situation is like this. As a member of the human clan, Star Master Yi indeed shouldn't be in a different camp from us, but after all, he is a well-known powerful figure of the human race. His reputation in the three main dimensions of the starry sky is not to be underestimated, especially in the Immortal Dynasty. Even if his ideas are wrong, I can't bear to attack him. But at this point, Dr. suddenly changed the topic. After pausing for a while, he sighed and said again, but if the three of us form the Human Federation, then this matter can't be decided by me alone. There are a total of 11 powerful figures present. All of them are core members of the Human Federation. They have the right to vote on any matter, big or small. So, as to how Star Master Yi should be dealt with, in my opinion, how about we all vote together? Hearing this, although the other 10 people did not speak and their expressions did not change, they could not help but secretly despise Dier. Was there any need to say what the result would be if they voted together? Dier's suggestion was clearly to pull everyone together to bear the consequences of this matter. After all, Yi Xian's reputation in the human race was still very high. If he were to make a move against him and something serious happened, he would definitely be blamed for all the consequences after this incident, since he was the only one who had expressed his stance. Now that they had all voted together, there was naturally no need to worry about this. The Imperial Preceptor is right. In my opinion, let's vote, then let's vote. After a short silence, Tai Hong Tian, the most powerful figure in the Federation headquarters, who had reached primordial age level 8, nodded and finally made the decision. Beside him, the leader of the cultivators' camp, who was also the primordial age level 6 elder with long eyebrows from Tianju Palace, also nodded. Since the leaders of the 3 major forces had agreed, there was nothing else to discuss about this matter. Immediately, after pondering for a while, everyone made a decision. In the end, out of the 11 people, except for the Imperial Preceptor, Dr. who did not raise his hand, the other 10 people all agreed to attack Yi Xian. Of course, that was because Yi Xian did not know how to appreciate favors. After the Human Federation was established, he stayed outside alone and did not come to the Federation, just like before. The Imperial Preceptor is still too soft-hearted, but he is also fair. Since that is the case, this matter is settled. This result made the red-haired figure extremely satisfied. He turned and grinned at the Imperial Preceptor, Dr. Then, his expression suddenly darkened and he changed the topic. Then, he said, in that case, I will immediately arrange to spread the news of the Human Federation's establishment. At the same time, I will issue an edict requesting all the forces and sects of the human race, big and small, to gather here. Those who disobey will be punished as traitors of the human race. I hope that Sky River Star Master Yi Xian can understand the situation. Otherwise, if he doesn't come in a month, I will personally lead the troops to suppress him. Hearing this, the other 9 primordial age figures nodded. Only the Imperial Preceptor, Dr. suddenly thought of something and sighed faintly, giving people an unfathomable feeling. Overnight, the news of the establishment of the Human Federation spread like wildfire. As the news spread, the entire vast untainted land fragment was in an uproar. All the alliances and forces were discussing this matter. All of their words were filled with shock. Because before this, no one would have thought that the upper echelons of the human race and the former headquarters of the myriad Luo Federation in this fragment of the great desolate world had actually reached such a shocking level. Including Dr. the Imperial Preceptor of the Everlasting Dynasty, there were 11 primordial Grand Masters from the 2 human camps and the former headquarters of the myriad Luo Federation. This was unimaginable. It could be said that before the 9-headed blood dragon, the Cyan Sky Rock, the Crimson Unicorn, and the 9 remoteness demon alligator were born, they were the most powerful beings in this vast space. 11 primordial beings, they were more than enough to sweep through this space. Realizing this point, they were all shocked. Those who had thought about attacking them in the past were all sweating profusely. Luckily, they didn't attack in the end. Otherwise, they wouldn't even know how they died. Other than these 11 primordial beings, the Human Federation formed by the 2 camps and the Wan Luo Federation had a total of 36 Universe Supremes, over 100 Universe Masters, over 300 Universe Knights, and over 2,000 Undying Emperors. There were also countless battleships and battleships under the titled Emperor level. It could be said that other than the Primordial Supreme, this newly formed Human Federation was definitely the most powerful of all the alliances. Even the Magic Hall was nothing compared to the Human Federation, if one didn't consider the Magic Hall Master's personal power. After all, the Magic Hall only had 1 Universe Supreme, and he was only a beginner. So far, 5 of the 7 camps in the void of the fragment of the untainted land had formed an alliance. These 5 alliances were the Myriad Race Alliance formed by the races of the First Universe, the Star Alliance formed by the races of the Second Universe, the Human Federation formed by the human race of the Third Universe, and the Wan Luo Federation. as well as the Ferocious Beast Alliance and the Survivors Alliance formed by the Aborigines of the void of this piece of untainted land. The last two places, one was the Demon Palace that had caused all of this, and the other was the camp of the Heavenly River Star Master, Xian. The Devil Hall had long been a unified and powerful force. Naturally, it was impossible for the situation to change. The individual combat prowess of the Devil Hall Lord was too strong. There was no possibility for the camp under his command to cause any waves. As for whether or not the last camp of Xian, the leader of the Sky River planet, would they form an alliance? At this moment, it attracted the attention of all the great beings. The overall strength of this camp was not to be underestimated. Xian, the leader of the Milky Way Star Alliance, hadn't shown himself. For the past few decades, he had been cultivating in seclusion. The outside world speculated that his cultivation level should have at least reached the level of Emperor. Although in the current era where great beings of the Primordial Era and supreme beings of the Primordial Era appeared, being an undying emperor wasn't a big deal anymore. However, the Sky River Army and the Victorious Return Army under his command had countless battleships. They occupied a large number of abandoned planets in that remote area, built battleships and intelligent robot production lines, and developed all kinds of research and development. It was said that they had developed a superstar fortress with a diameter of 1 million meters. This alone was enough to attract the attention of all parties. What's more, all these years, the demon race of the first universe and the dark turtle race of the second universe had never left Xian, the leader of the Sky River planet. After entering the space fragment and meeting with him, they had been waiting by his side, advancing and retreating together. The dark turtle race and the demon race were the top races in the first and second universes. Now, it was said that they had moved their entire race here, and it was said that the ancestors of the various eras who were in hibernation had also been brought here. When necessary, they could be awakened at any time by paying a certain price. After the ancestors of the various eras, there might be great beings of the Primordial Era and supreme beings of the Primordial Era. It could be said that all these years, the reason why no other power dared to touch the two armies of the Heavenly River Star Master, Xian, was closely related to the Nether Turtle and Demon Cultivator clans that had never abandoned him. In addition to these two races, in the corner of the space where this camp resided, there were a large number of idol forces and families of the human race. They were all followers and fans of Xian, the leader of the Milky Way Star Alliance. Some of them were even from the races of the first universe and the second universe. Of course, most of them actually left the camp of the human race's immortal dynasties. For example, the Xianyuan family, the Duanmu family, Bodhi Technology, the Bailey family, Life Genes, and so on were all famous forces of the human race's immortal dynasties. But now, they were all gathered around the camp of Xian, the leader of the Milky Way Star Alliance, advancing and retreating with him. It could be said that the scattered forces of the various large clans, the two armies of the Heavenly River Star Master, Xian, and the two armies of the Nether Turtle and the Demon Cultivator were definitely able to form an alliance. Even if their overall strength was at the bottom of the various large alliances, they would at least be able to hold up a large flag and no longer be in a state of disunity. But in fact, 4 or 5 days had passed since the establishment of the Human Race Federation, but there was still no movement in this camp. Looking at this situation, it was clear that there was no sign of complying with the general trend and raising a flag to form an alliance. Just as the experts of the various forces were puzzled, in the Human Race Federation, which had just been established a few days ago, a great being from the Primordial Era suddenly appeared and officially issued the first decree of the Federation. The content of this decree of the Federation was very simple, but it was extremely strict. The decree required all the forces and sects of the human race, big and small, to gather together. Those who disobeyed the decree would be judged as traitors of the human race. 1 month later, the Human Race Federation would send troops to suppress them. As soon as this news spread, the entire vast fragment of the untainted land was in an uproar again. The experts of the various forces once again looked at the camp of Xian, the leader of the Milky Way Star Alliance. Because anyone could see that this order was directed at them. The Milky Way Star Alliance had originally been conferred the title of Milky Way Star Alliance by the immortal dynasty of the human race. Now, among the large number of idol forces and families in the star area around Xian's camp, more than 80% were from the human race. The other small forces and families were naturally not qualified for the giant human race federation to officially send troops to suppress them. Only the Milky Way Star Alliance's leader, Xian, was qualified for this. For a moment, all kinds of discussions were in an uproar. The experts of the various forces were all guessing whether the Milky Way Star Alliance's leader, Xian, would comply with the general trend and return to the Human Race Federation. However, no matter what choice he made, the final result would be revealed in a month's time. Everyone was waiting with bated breaths. Only 1 month had passed since the 3-month deadline set by the Master of the Magic Hall. There were still 2 months left before the meeting with the Demon Lord. Meanwhile, the last notice that the Federation of Human Beings sent to the idle families and forces of the humankind that stayed outside the original world fragment was also 1 month. Also, in other words, if the Master of the Sky River Star, Xian, did not return to the Human Race Federation with his army in a month's time, the Human Race Federation would send troops to suppress him. At that time, there was still 1 month left before the meeting with the Master of the Magic Hall. It was enough for the Human Federation to reorganize the forces that had suddenly expanded after the punitive expedition by the various idle forces. Unknowingly, there were rumors in the outside world that the Human Race Federation's only target this time was the Master of the Sky River Star, Xian. This was the truth, and anyone with a discerning eye could easily see. Under such circumstances, all the forces, including the other 4 of the Big 5 alliances, immediately focused their attention on the remote corner occupied by the Master of the Sky River Star, Xian, his army, and the families that followed him. However, the mysterious Magic Hall in the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun had not made any moves in the past month. It seemed to have turned a blind eye to the actions of all the major races and forces in the outside world. For a time, the experts from all sides paid less attention to the Magic Hall. Sky River Star, this place was actually not called the Sky River Star, and the huge life star in the center was not called the Sky River Star either. It originally belonged to a remnant tribe and was a remnant star domain, but Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher had changed its name after the Milky Way Army and the Victorious Return Army joined forces with the Demonkin race and the Nether Turtle race to capture this place. Heavens, the Sky River Star was located in a remote corner of this chaos fragment, but it was still hundreds of millions of miles wide and had countless life stars and ferocious beasts. Heavens, the Milky Way Star was located in the central region of this star field. Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher and Naples, who were currently in charge of the Milky Way Army and the Victorious Return Army in Xian's place, were stationed on the Milky Way Star. The Heavenly River Army and the Victorious Return Army are in the vicinity of the Heavenly River planet. Here, the left region behind the star field was the demon race. Back to his right was the Nether Turtle clan. In the first half of the star field, a large number of clans and forces from the 3 main planes of the starry sky had come because of the Sky River Star Master. They were scattered and there were quite a number of them. There were many places where itinerant cultivators gathered. All in all, it was full of vitality and prosperity. However, whether it was the Dark Tortoise clan, the Demon tribe, or the various forces and families that had gathered here for no apparent reason, none of them were vassals of Xian, the Master of the Heavenly River Star. There was no subordinate relationship between them. They had only gathered here because they shared the same interests. Although they had not formed any close alliance, they were not like a sheet of loose sand. The cohesion between them was not bad. The ancestors of the Dark Tortoise clan and the Demon tribe had not shown themselves in these past few years. For example, the Dark Tortoise clan ancestor and the Demon Emperor Modetian were said to be in seclusion. Their current strength was unknown. Ming, the leader of the Dark Tortoise clan today, was the clan leader Mingjiao, who was now an emperor. Demon, the current leader of the human race, was the current generation Demon Emperor Modetian, and his current strength was emperor level. A rival Yuan too was now a titled Undying. However, no one knew whether he had cultivated to this level or recovered it. A rival as for that Bulianchi, he was still only an emperor. Other than that, the Heavenly River Star Master Xian had another important figure under his command, Duan Xian. Xian had met him in the Demon tribe's Black Mosquito Scout Fortress, but everything had changed. Now, Duan Du had become the brain of the Victorious Return Army and the Heavenly River Legion. His strength had also reached the emperor level. A rival, the members of the Brain Trust were basically all officials and emperors. These guys were the elites of various races that Xian had released from the bottom of the Black Wind battleship. There were more than 10,000 of them. Over the past few years, all the forces in the Heavenly River Star Zone had not expanded and were instead focused on cultivating. However, they had always been paying close attention to the situation in the outside world. The scouts that were sent out naturally went back and forth endlessly. They never stopped. Thus, the scouts were sent back and forth. Therefore, all the great beings in the Heavenly River Star were able to know everything that happened in the outside world immediately. Right now, the situation in the void fragment of the untainted land had changed so much in just 1 month. Naturally, they were aware of it. Previously, when the Master of the Magic Hall had issued an edict, requesting all the high-ranking officials above the level of Emperor, it had caused an uproar in the Heavenly River Star Zone. Then, the Star Alliance, the Alliance of 10,000 Races, the Ferocious Beast Alliance, the Survivor Alliance, and the Human Federation were established one after another. All the great beings in the Heavenly River Star Zone were talking about it, but they were not exactly shocked. They just watched quietly like outsiders. However, just 1 day ago, the scouts sent out by the Heavenly River Legion suddenly sent a message. They said, it was that the newly established Human Federation had suddenly issued an order, requesting all the great and small forces and sects of the human clan to gather. Those who disobeyed would be judged as traitors of the human clan. In 1 month, the Human Federation would launch a crusade. Their spearhead was clearly directed at the Heavenly River Legion, the Victorious Return Legion, and the various small forces of the human clan that had gathered in the Heavenly River Star Zone, as well as the rogue cultivators. This matter immediately caused a great disturbance in the Heavenly River Star. Such as, the strength of the Human Federation was obvious to all. If they launched a crusade against the Heavenly River Star Zone, the result was self-evident. There was no suspense at all. It could be said that Xian, the Lord of the Heavenly River Star, had no chance of winning at all. Under such circumstances, not only the various forces that had gathered in the Heavenly River Star, but also the leaders of the various families could not sit still. They all came to the Heavenly River Star, requesting to see the Lord of the Heavenly River Star, Xian. Even the higher-ups of the Hell Turtle clan and the Demon Man clan had hurried over. The leader of the Demon Man clan was the current Demon Emperor, Mo Tian. His strength had reached the late stage of the Emperor realm. Accompanying him was the Demon Man Imperial Uncle, who had reached the Emperor realm. There were also some higher-ups of the Demon Man clan, who had basically reached the Emperor realm. Among them, one could see the figure of the Demon Emperor Guard Commander, Chanas. This guy had been possessed by Wenxing long ago. He originally wanted to use this method to get close to Xian, but he never found the opportunity. Later, he lay dormant among the Demon Man clan. Unexpectedly, he had followed him to this void fragment of the untainted land. The strength he displayed now was actually at Emperor level as well. However, the only thing was, yes, on the surface, he displayed the strength of an Emperor realm. Was it his true strength, or was it just to match the identity of Chanas? No one knew. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. In addition to this team from the demon race, a second team was approaching from another direction. This team came from the Dark Turtle clan, and there were only a dozen of them. The leader was the patriarch of the Dark Turtle clan, Mingjiu. He was a titled emperor, and the elders behind him were all titled emperors or emperors. Of course, they weren't displaying their bloodline true bodies. Instead, they had transformed into human appearances. They all looked like hunched old men, which was quite interesting. What was surprising was that, in addition to that, there was a third team coming from the area directly behind the Sky River sector. Leader. The leader was a burly man with red eyes and a ferocious face. His cultivation base was already at the level of a titled emperor. There were a dozen people behind him, and they were all titled emperors or emperors. If they saw this person, even Xian would be shocked. He was obviously the Mad Mosquito Emperor. In fact, the entire Blood Mosquito race had been brought to this void fragment by the Mad Mosquito Emperor, and they had been hibernating in this Sky River star field. The outside world only knew that Xian had the Dark Turtle and the Demon race, but they didn't know that there was also the Blood Mosquito race. Dang. However, the strongest warrior of the blood mosquito race was the Mad Mosquito Emperor. Unlike the demon race and the dark turtle race, they still had their ancestors from various eras, especially the dark turtle race. Their ancestor was a giant void turtle, and he was a pinnacle desolate master. In fact, the demon race couldn't compare to the dark turtle race in terms of ancestor level. They were more or less the same as the blood mosquito race. Mosquito. Old 2, the Mad Mosquito Emperor, and the first-generation Demon Emperor, Mo Zhutian, were all from the same generation. Dang. In the beginning, the guest from the mother planet, who was Xingbo, had a total of 5 followers and descendants of his clan. Among them, there were 3 juniors from the human race and 2 ferocious beasts. One of them was the Weeping Soul Blood Ape, and the other was the desolate ancient ferocious mosquito. Among the 5 followers, 3 of them had left their bloodlines in the 3 main planes of the universe, and then left with Xingbo to the Hongmeng Void. Among them, one of them was the desolate ancient ferocious mosquito emperor, the father of the Mad Mosquito Emperor's original body. Now, the Mad Mosquito Emperor's original body had entered a nesting star. When the next Hongmeng era began, he would become a powerful chaos demon god like Yixian's strongest body. The father of the original body, the desolate ancient ferocious mosquito emperor, had possessed his own grandson, Prince Shueben, and was nowhere to be found. As for the other 2 pursuers, one of them had left behind Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher's true body. Of course, Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher's true body was a loner, and so was Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher. He had no descendants. Now, Old Man Mosquito Butcher's original body had also been possessed by his own father, and his whereabouts were also unknown. As for the follower of Xingbo who left behind the devil person bloodline, he and another person had already died in the ferocious mosquito forbidden land in the primordial chaos void, their souls scattered. This follower of Xingbo had left behind a descendant in one of the 3 main planes of the universe. In other words, his son was the first-generation demon emperor. By from this, it could be seen that there was no one with a higher seniority than the first demon emperor in the demon race. However, the demon emperors after the first demon emperor were still in hibernation. It had already been tens of thousands of years, so it was possible that there was no one with a higher cultivation base than the first demon emperor. At this moment, as the leaders of the Hell Turtles, the demons, and the Blood Mosquito clans arrived, representatives of various families and forces in the front lines of the Skyriver sector, as well as representatives of various rogue cultivators, also arrived and entered the atmosphere of the Skyriver planet from all directions. They landed on the tallest peak in the planet. Over there, Old Geezer Mosquito Butcher, Naples, and Du Wenxuan had built a huge palace, and they were living extremely comfortably. Only Old Man Mosquito Emperor, Naples, Du Wenxuan, Mo Wentian, Mingjiu, Mad Mosquito Emperor, and the others seemed to be sitting in the main seats. Seated on both sides and below were the high-level members of the major families, forces, and rogue cultivator organizations who had gathered in the Skyriver sector to live in this place. Among them were the Xianyuan family, the Duanmu family, and Bodhi Technology. Old Man Yuan, Old Man Duanmu, and Bodhi Nun, the leader of Bodhi Technology, were all emperors now. Beside them were the Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Chanru. These 3 girls were all Marquis Undyings now. Originally, Marquis Undyings weren't qualified to sit there. They had to be at least emperors. But the relationship between the 3 of them and Yixian was extraordinary. Everyone knew that and saw them as Yixian's companions. Therefore, not only were they qualified to sit there, but they also looked at them differently. They didn't look at them as if they were juniors. Over the years, everyone present had become familiar with each other. They didn't dare to say that they were like a family, but they were not that different. Yu Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Chanru were very familiar with Old Man Mosquito Butcher, Naples, Du Wenxuan, and the others. Therefore, there was naturally no need to be polite and avoid taboo topics in their conversation. That would make them seem distant. Here. After sitting down, the 3 girls looked around. When they saw that Yixian still hadn't appeared, their faces darkened. What, in fact, over the past few decades, every time they came out of seclusion, they would come to Old Man Mosquito Butcher and make trouble for him. They wanted to see Yixian, but they were all stopped. The reason was very simple. He was in seclusion and hadn't come out. Before they had seen this at least 17 or 18 times. If the three of them hadn't been in seclusion for the past few decades, they would have made a scene. However, this time, Xian still didn't appear even though the Skyriver Star region was in such a huge crisis. The anger in the hearts of the three girls was immediately released. Their faces darkened, and they all turned to Old Man Mosquito Butcher, Naples, and Du Wenchuan. They didn't know what to do. Where's Xian? Did he die in the cave residence? It's been several decades. He should have finished his seclusion, right? If we don't ask him to come out, I won't remember what he looks like. Old man, don't try to fool us this time. Either ask him to come out or take us to where he's secluded himself. Yes or no, this is an unusual situation. The crisis is imminent, and it must be solved. What's the use of him continuing his seclusion? It's only been several decades. Can he produce a Supreme Primordial Master in seclusion? Humph, not to mention Supreme Primordial Master, if he can produce a Supreme Primordial Master in a few decades, I'll even wash his feet. Hearing this, the others looked at each other and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, they didn't say anything to stop them. Instead, they all looked at Old Man Mosquito Butcher and the other two. Obviously, they all had the same thought. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Everyone's gazes converged on him, including the Devil Emperor Mo and Tian, the imperial uncle of the Devil Cultivator, the Dark Turtle clan leader Mingjiu, and the Mad Mosquito Emperor. In an instant, Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher, Naples, and Du Wenchuan felt an incomparably heavy pressure. They exchanged glances, and a helpless and bitter smile appeared on their faces. They knew that this time, they wouldn't be able to cover it up. Old Two, what's going on? Wentian frowned. After all these years, he had become familiar with Mosquito Butcher. Although Mosquito Butcher was of the same generation as the Devil Emperor, Wentian still addressed him as such. At this moment, when he saw the expressions of the three people, he seemed to have realized something and immediately asked. That's right, why don't we quickly call him out? Human Emperor Uncle continued the conversation and rolled his eyes. Even if he is weak, that kid has always been bullying the strong. Don't forget that he still has Shenong treasured cauldron. If he can reach the level of a universe master, with his treasured cauldron and the various great warriors, he might be able to survive this crisis. What's more, that kid always has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. Even if he can't fight him head-on, he might have other ways, that's right. Our Nether Turtle clan's bloodline primordial ancestor, the Void Turtle, has not returned since he left. Although there are almighty beings among the slumbering ancestors in the clan, they are in deep slumber and cannot be awakened. The Nether Turtle Patriarch, Mingjiu, nodded and continued. Now, it would seem like we can only summon that kid to discuss this matter with him no matter what. He really does have many tricks up his sleeve, and we'll have a backbone with him around. Now that things had come to this point, they could only either hand over the person or hand over Xian's place of seclusion. In truth, these 2 points were something that Old Geezer Mosquito Butcher, Naples, and Du Wenchuan were unable to accomplish. After exchanging glances again, Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher turned to look outside. Du Wenchuan closed his eyes and rubbed his forehead. He was clearly leaving the mess to Naples to clean up. His face was filled with grief and indignation as he glared fiercely at the 2 old men. After that, he faintly sighed and finally spoke the truth. Cough cough, everyone, since we've come to this point, there's no need for us to hide anything anymore. Coughing lightly, Naples suddenly let out a long sigh. Star Master, sigh. When they heard this, the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Chanru immediately stood up in shock. Their faces were filled with shock, anger, and speechlessness. What? Xian is dead? Impossible, Naples, how dare you use such words to deceive me? Do you believe that I won't pinch your? That's too fake. That guy is a scourge. No matter who dies, he won't die. Haven't you heard of scourges staying for 1,000 years? Buttles was so angry that he almost vomited blood. His face was full of anger. When did I say he was dead? Didn't he just sigh? Why hasn't he started yet? Aren't you 3 girls too worried about him? You scared me. Only then did the 3 girls come to their senses. Their cheeks immediately flushed red as they glared at him fiercely. Then, they quickly sat down and didn't make a sound. In fact, Star Master has already entered the void of this fragment of the primitive world long ago. He entered before any of us. This time, Naples sighed helplessly. He spread his hands and said, "Do you remember this situation when the big void crack appeared in the Shadow Devil star area of the second universe? At that time, the spacetime wormhole leading to the second universe was blocked by the races of the second universe at the exit. In fact, Star Master had already entered the second universe long ago. It can be said that the first batch of scouts from the races of the second universe entered almost at the same time as him. Now, the first batch of scouts who entered the second universe have either died long ago, or some wreckage of battleships can be seen in the void from time to time. Or they have attached themselves to the magic hall. Including the second batch of experts who entered the second universe, it seems that they have also attached themselves to the magic hall. But don't worry, everyone. With Star Master's temper, he naturally wouldn't do such a shameful thing. According to my guess, he is now either in seclusion somewhere in this void or using another identity to blend in with other forces. The Ferocious Beast Alliance and the Survivors Alliance are the most likely. The Magic Hall can't be ruled out either. As for the other alliances established by the races and forces of the three main dimensions of the starry sky, that's basically impossible. For Star Master, there's no need to do that at all. It's meaningless, that's right. That's the logic. Seeing that Naples had finished the most difficult part, Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher, who had turned to look in the distance, retracted his gaze at this time and glanced at the high-level members of the various parties present. Nodding. That kid has always liked to do this kind of thing. Everyone shouldn't have forgotten his criminal record, right? First, he pretended to be Prince Xian. Then, he ran to the demon tribe and pretended to be a demon. Later, he even became young Master Ling Hu. Then, there's that patriarch of the Een demon tribe. He made their tribe leader, the Een emperor, go crazy. Oh, right, there's also the primordial little demon ape in the source of all evil star field. Everyone, even those ferocious beasts in the starry sky, were fooled by him. The most infuriating thing is that this guy is obviously a human with flesh and blood, but he ran to the Tianji tribe to pretend to be their young clan leader and succeeded. In the end, he came up with the title of the 7 Great Evildoers. To put it bluntly, he did all kinds of immoral things. Now that he's in this void fragment of the chaos world, he came so early. We've been here for decades, but there's no news of him at all. With his temperament, this is absolutely illogical, so, according to my guess, after entering here, he should have resumed his old business and changed his identity. I wonder who he's harming now. Judging from his misdeeds in the past, the one who caused the most trouble would be the most suspicious. He said. At this point, Old Devil Mosquito Butcher rolled his eyes. However, this void fragment of the chaos world is too vast. It's impossible to accurately lock onto a suspect. Who knows, the master of the magic hall might be him, who knows, plop. Plop, just as he finished speaking, there was a large number of plop sounds coming from all around. Previously, everyone present had already been stunned by the news that Yi Xian had actually escaped from the golden cicada's carapace and entered the void fragment of the great desolate world. Everyone's mouths were wide open. Their expressions were as if they had seen a ghost. Now that they suddenly heard Old Devil Mosquito Butcher say that the master of the magic hall, who had beaten up the 4 powerful desolate supremacies, was most likely Yi Xian, this was too daring. They were really shocked. For a moment, they couldn't stand steadily and many people fell to the ground. This was really the rhythm of being shocked. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Old Devil 2, and the one with the surname, You're Really Something. Nothing happened. Yes. You 3 old fogies are too evil. You tricked us sisters so much. After a moment of silence, the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Chanru finally came back to their senses. Immediately, they roared like lions from Hedong and were about to charge at the trio. The 3 old guys felt guilty and quickly shrank their necks. They shook their heads and smiled bitterly. Their faces were full of innocence. Good, in front of Old Man Xianyuan and Old Man Duanmu, Master Bodhi pulled the 3 girls back and glared at them. Only then did they not make a scene for the time being. But seeing how the 3 girls were glaring at Old Devil 2 and the others, they knew that this matter was not over yet. When the discussion was over, the three of them would definitely not be able to escape and would be taught a lesson. After the commotion, the hall fell silent again. What fellow Taoist too said makes sense. Soon, the demon emperor Mo Wentian spoke. He nodded and said, fellow Taoisti is not a reckless person. Although he is wild, he has never suffered losses. Although he is definitely not the master of the magic hall, as fellow Taoist too said, he has most likely infiltrated a powerful force and is temporarily hibernating. Although we don't know what his purpose and plan is, there is one thing we can be sure of, that is, he must know about the current predicament of the Sky River sector. If it is really extremely dangerous, he will definitely show up or send a message. If he doesn't, it can only mean that he doesn't think it is necessary. In other words, this crisis is nothing to him at all. Or, he is sure that we can get through it safely. That's a bit mysterious. Speaking up to this point, Mo Wentian paused and looked around at the crowd. After that, he continued, but everyone, think about everything that happened to him in the past. Not to mention anything else, just the experience of tormenting the devil cultivators in the past. Even now, I am still deeply moved. Extraordinary people do extraordinary things. Fellow Taoisti is known as one of the 7 great evildoers. His way of doing things is naturally different from ours. It is normal that we don't understand. But remember one thing, we must trust him. Everyone nodded. Although Mo Wentian didn't say much, when everyone was reminded by him, they immediately remembered everything that had happened to Xian. Whether it was him entering the devil domain by himself or him impersonating Prince Xian, he had fooled the entire immortal dynasty. Even the entire human clan and all the races of the 3 universes were crazy for him. All of this, who among the people present could do it? Since he was in the void of the fragment of the untainted land, he must have known about the crisis that the Milky Way star area was facing. Since he did not show up or send a message, it was okay for others not to know or understand what he meant. But as his own people, if they could not guess what he was thinking, it would be a little unreasonable. However, all of this was just a guess. However, just as the demon emperor Mo Wentian had said, based on Xian's past, it was enough to make everyone present believe in this guess. This kind of belief was not because of their own expectations, but because of their confidence in Xian. After whispering to each other, the venue fell into silence again. While, at this time, the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Chanru were the first to speak, although they were still angry. No matter what you think, I believe that guy is not dead, and he knows everything. Yes, at this moment, he is hiding somewhere and secretly laughing. Yes, yes, yes. Such a peerless disaster, everyone is dead, but he can't die. Needless to say, although the words of these 3 girls weren't pleasant to hear, their words were astonishingly accurate. They understood Xian best. There was no need for the demon emperor Mo Wentian to express his opinion. He was the one who said those words just now. After exchanging a look with the Mad Mosquito Emperor, Mingjiu, the leader of the Dark Turtle clan, also expressed his opinion one after another. Although young Frenji has not had much contact with our Dark Turtle clan, we have confidence in him in this matter. That guy and my prince are brothers, and he has taken my prince away. It seems too late to say that we don't believe him now. I also express my support. Hearing this, the leaders of the other big clans and rogue cultivators also expressed their support for the demon emperor Mo Wentian. In that case, there is nothing more to say. Let's go back and prepare for the battle. At this critical moment, the old devil mosquito butcher stood up, a cold light flashing in his eyes. He snorted and said, no matter what means that guy has to ensure that our Sky River sector will not be defeated, we can't be unprepared. The Human Federation? How dare you order us around like this? Who do you think you are? At most, we will fight. A month passed in the blink of an eye. During this month, some small human clan forces, small clans, and rogue cultivators scattered all over the void of this untainted world fragment gathered one after another and joined the Human Federation. But, there was still no movement in the Sky River sector. In addition to the Sky River Army, the Victorious Return Army, the Dark Turtle Clan, the Demon Clan, and the Blood Mosquito Clan, which was unknown to the outside world, there were indeed many small human clan forces, small clans, and even small groups formed by rogue cultivators, but they did not leave during this month. Really, if they knew how to leave, they would not have come in the first place. for the Human Clan Alliance, this was a slap in the face. At least, it did not give them any face. Therefore, among the 11 ancients of the Human Clan Alliance, the Red Mighty, who belonged to the original headquarters of the Wan Luo Federation and was not a human, but a powerful ferocious beast bloodline, had become enraged and roared as soon as the 1-month deadline passed. Under such circumstances, the crusade against the Sky River sector was unavoidable and imperative. Two did not show up. This was agreed upon at the beginning. Even if he showed up now, it was impossible to stop and persuade them. Just in the second day after the 1-month deadline, Red Mighty had already given the order. The Sunlan fleet, which belonged to the original headquarters of the Wan Luo Federation, assembled a powerful army composed of 10 million strongholds and sailed out of the void space territory of the Human Federation. This army of 10 million strongholds was under the command of Red Mighty. However, the commander-in-chief of the army was the Overwatch Council of the original Wan Luo Federation, Long Huai, who had the immortal royal bloodline. Today, Long Huai was already a Universe Knight and the commander of the Blue Fleet. Although he had only mobilized 10 million strongholds this time, since there was a powerful being in charge and the person he was going to attack was the Sky River Star Master, Yi Xian, Long Huai naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity. Hong, long, amidst the earth-shaking rumbles, this huge army of strongholds sailed out of the void space territory controlled by the Human Federation and rushed toward the Sky River sector. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website, Boom. Rumble, amidst the earth-shattering rumbles, a huge army of fortresses sailed out of the void star field controlled by the Human Federation and headed for the Sky River star field. This army was composed of tens of millions of fortresses, large and small. The smallest battleship was a small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters. When these tens of millions of fortresses gathered together, they covered the sky and covered the earth, occupying a large area of the void star field. It was an eye-catching sight. Its momentum was extremely astonishing and could be said to be extremely powerful. Just now, after rushing out of the void star field controlled by the Human Federation, some scout battleships and ferocious beasts appeared in the void star field in the distance. Most of them were from the Starry Sky Alliance, the Myriad Races Alliance, the Ferocious Beasts Alliance, and the Remnant People Alliance. Of course, there were also some from idle forces that had not joined the Starry Sky Alliance. As for the Sky River Star Field, they were ready to fight anyway. Moreover, there was basically no turning back this time. Therefore, Mosquito Butcher simply ordered all the scouts to withdraw. He was too lazy to bother with the rest. Even the Magic Hall of the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun did not send any scouts. The Magic Hall had always been an overlord, so it was beneath them to send scouts to spy on the movements of other forces and organizations. Even if they wanted to collect information outside, they would do so openly. There was nothing to hide, the fleet moved westward at full speed. Tens of millions of fortresses, large and small, opened all the kinetic energy cabins. As the Blue Fleet continued to move forward, a large number of scout fleets, starships, and ferocious beasts could be seen in the distance on its left, right, and rear. They had been following the fleet and had not left. On the one hand, this battle was really exciting. On the other hand, the significance of this battle was really extraordinary. All the forces wanted to know the exact results as soon as possible, as well as the details of what had happened. After 5 days of interstellar travel, the powerful Blue Fleet finally arrived at the edge of the Sky River Star Field. At this time, there were only 25 days left before the time limit set by the Master of the Magic Hall. After this battle, Yi Xian, the Lord of the Sky River Star, and his army had to return to the Human Federation to reorganize. It could be said that time was tight. Therefore, as soon as the fleet arrived and stopped at the edge of the Sky River sector in the form of a battle formation, Mighty Hong's figure flashed, and he immediately walked out of the control cabin on the top floor of the flagship fortress where he was in command and came to the void of the universe outside. While furthermore, he had come out alone. As for the commander-in-chief of the Blue Fleet, Long Huai, he had remained in the flagship fortress and had not shown himself. Seeing the appearance of the Red Mighty, the scouts of the various forces on the left, right, and back of the void in the distance instantly gasped and continued to exclaim, "The mighty figures of the remote antiquity era? How was this possible? Isn't that a little too generous?" I originally thought that the most powerful person in the Blue Fleet would at most be a Universe Supreme. I didn't expect him to be a powerful person from the Primordial Era. You should know that in the entire Human Federation, there are only a total of 11 powerful people from the Primordial Era in this fragment of the Void of the Chaos Land. Just based on this point alone, it has already shown their attitude and determination. It seems that the Human Federation is determined to win this time. I'm afraid that Xianxia, the Lord of the Sky River Star, is in danger. As a member of the human clan, he actually wanted to establish his own power. How could the higher-ups of the human clan sit by and do nothing about this? Although he wasn't the only one like this, who asked him to be the only one who was causing the most commotion right now? Unknowingly, he already has such a huge family business. Of course, it's enviable. It's a pity that although Xianxia, the Lord of the Sky River Star, has established a large family business, there isn't a single powerful person from the Primordial Era in the Sky River Star sector. There isn't even a Universe Supreme. If the Abyss Turtle race and the Demon race don't wake up their ancestors this time, I'm afraid that Xianxia will be wiped out. The Human Federation is indeed powerful. Although there isn't a Primordial Era Supreme, there are 11 powerful people from the Primordial Era, and there are many Primordial Era Supreme ancestors who are sleeping behind them. The other alliances don't want to provoke them easily. I'm afraid that even the Magic Hall is very afraid of them. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom. Along with these exclamations, an earth-shattering roar came from the Sky River Star sector in front of them at this moment. Everyone stopped talking and looked over with rapt attention. In the Sky River Star sector, huge armies were rumbling toward them. At the most in front of them was a powerful battleship army, led by a million-class star fortress, which had a diameter of 1 million meters and looked like a terrifying star. Behind the million-class star fortress were 50 million fortresses, big and small, spread out in the starry sky. In front of them, the million-class star fortresses in the front were the Victorious Return Legion, while the 50 million fortresses behind them were the Sky River Legion. Compared to when they were in the third universe, they had already been reborn and transformed. While, behind these two huge battleships, there was an overwhelming army of Abyss Turtles. There were at least 10 million Abyss Turtles, and all of them had shown their bloodline true bodies. On the left was an army of battle trolls, all of which were blood-red spirit battle trolls. There were a total of 1 million of them. Over the years, the Demon race had been inspired by Xianxia to give up their original Starry Sky battleships and develop their own battle trolls, forming an assembly line. The spirit battle trolls produced by the Demon race were all guarded by the Demon race and could be used to attack the Demon race's spirit battle trolls. Although their power was far inferior to that of the spirit battle trolls in Xianxia's hands, they were more powerful than ordinary large fortresses. On the left was an army of blood mosquito beasts. There were so many of them that it was impossible to estimate. The blood mosquito beasts had an amazing reproductive ability. After the Mad Mosquito Emperor took them and moved them to this void fragment of the untainted land, over the years, they could be said to have multiplied endlessly in the Sky River Star area. Behind the demon battle trolls and the blood mosquito beasts on the left and right sides, there were a large number of fortresses, big and small. Even the stellar-level battleships that were 3,000 meters long were here. There were so many of them that they extended to the deepest part of the Sky River Star area. These battleships belonged to the various forces of the human race and other races that had come to the Sky River Star area in recent years. From this scene, it could be seen that the Sky River Star area had basically turned out in full force this time. Anyway, when the nest was overturned, no egg would be left intact. They might as well go all out and fight to the death. Of course, they were also looking forward to the appearance of the Sky River Star Lord, Xianxia, or some kind of effective arrangement. Whoosh, swish, swish, swish. With this kind of expectation, Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher, the Devil Emperor Mo Wen Tian, the Demon Uncle, the clan leader of the Dark Turtle Tribe, Mingjiu, the Mad Mosquito Emperor, and other higher-ups rushed out of the flagship at the same time and came to the front of their own camp side by side. Cold light flashed in their eyes as they looked at Mighty Hong, who was standing opposite them with his hands behind his back. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website, M. A group of undying emperors? There was not even a single universe knight? Are you here to make fun of us? Seeing Old Devil Mosquito Butcher and the others standing side by side in the void in front of the Heavenly River camp, it was obvious that they were the highest level of the Heavenly River camp's commander. The red-haired mighty figure was stunned for a moment before he raised his head and laughed. Ha ha ha, this is truly the funniest scene I have ever seen. At this moment, he even regretted leading the army himself. A group of undying emperors didn't match his status as a great being of the primordial era at all. As a great being, it was too degrading to face such a group of good-for-nothings. In fact, it wasn't just him. Even the great beings on the left and right sides of the Sunlan fleet and the scouts from the other alliances and powers were shocked. After a brief moment of sluggishness, soft voices filled with puzzlement rang out like a tide. What's going on? The upper echelons of the Milky Way sector are just a group of undying emperors? This is too much of a joke. Where's the ancestor of the Dark Turtle race? Where's the ancestor of the Demon race? Why haven't they woken up the ancestor of their race? Do they really think a group of undying emperors can stop a great being of the primordial era? Not to mention the few of them, even if there were 10,000 times more of them, they still wouldn't be a match for him. There must be something wrong. Skyriver sector can't be this simple. Do you see the overwhelming number of blood-red mosquito beasts on the right? Those are the fierce mosquito race. We only knew that there were dark turtles and demons in the Milky Way sector, but we didn't know about the fierce mosquito race. The existence of the mosquito race is enough to explain the problem. That's right. The difference in strength is too obvious. Although the Milky Way sector has an absolute advantage in terms of conventional battle power, it can't be compared with the Human Federation at all in terms of high-end battle power. They must know this. They know this, but they still put up such a battle formation. Judging from their momentum, these emperors aren't afraid at all in the face of a powerful being from the primordial era. They don't even have the slightest scruple. This is definitely the case. But they still put up such a battle formation. Yes, there's a problem. Huh? Where's the Milky Way sector master Xian? Why didn't he appear? In the past few decades, Xian had never appeared in the outside world. He had always been in seclusion in the Sky River domain. It was said that he was in seclusion, but now the Sky River domain was facing such a dangerous situation. It's impossible that he hasn't come out of seclusion yet, right? It is said that this man is extremely difficult to deal with. He is known as one of the 7 great evildoers in the 3 main planes of the starry sky. Could it be that the medicine in the Xianxia star region has something to do with him? But that's not right. Rumor has it that Xian, the Milky Way star master, has a cultivation level of strength. He doesn't seem that strong, at most an emperor level undying. Even if he had some miraculous encounters and improved his cultivation by leaps and bounds, he would still only be a universe knight. A universe master is already the limit. I'm afraid he's still far from being able to contend with a great being from the primordial era. This whole thing is very strange, but one thing is for sure. The Milky Way galaxy's backer must have something to do with him. In fact, that was what the red-haired great being thought. Although he had never met Xian, since he came from one of the 3 main planes of the starry sky, he had heard of Xian's legendary battle achievements. This was also why he had always been unhappy with Xian. This man was very narrow-minded and arrogant. In his opinion, the so-called 7 great evildoers in the starry sky was simply false praise. An ancient being at the level of a great being from the primordial era was so prejudiced against a well-known junior of the human race that he had never met before. It was obvious how narrow-minded he was. However, although he did not think much of Xian, he could judge from the rumors that he had heard that this man had always been very cunning. Besides, the scene in front of him was too strange and illogical. Naturally, the red-haired great being could not help but feel suspicious. He was only suspicious. However, it was only suspicion. It was impossible to say that he was afraid of him at all. His only worry was that Xian would take advantage of the chaos to escape. Therefore, at this moment, after thinking for a while, the red-haired great being's eyes instantly burst into a cold light. He sneered, "Where's your Milky Way star master Yi? Tell him to come out and kowtow to me." Could it be that he's scared out of his wits and has run away like a coward? It seems that I have to use some means to see if he has really escaped. Roar. At the end of his words, the red-haired great being raised his head and let out a shocking roar. At the same time he roared, his body was like a balloon that was being blown up, rapidly expanding. He was not a human to begin with. His body had the bloodline of a ferocious beast, and it was extremely strong. He had long been atavistic. Now, this scene was the rhythm of activating his bloodline true body. This scene was really too shocking. A human elder's body expanded in the blink of an eye, turning into a terrifying ferocious beast that was more than 10 million feet in size. It was blood-red with a pair of thin transparent wings on its back. However, it was not a ferocious beast, but an insect. This was clearly an extremely huge blood cicada. All of this seemed to take a long time, but in fact, it only took a breath from beginning to end. The red-haired great being's bloodline true body had already appeared. A gigantic blood cicada that was more than 10 million feet long traversed the void, looking extremely ferocious. Moreover, as his bloodline true body appeared, the red-haired great being's cultivation strength was fully activated. A powerful aura unique to a stage 2 great being spread out from his body, and even the void trembled slightly. Seeing this scene, old demon mosquito butcher, demon king Mo Wen Tian, the demon uncle, the clan leader of the dark turtle tribe, Mingjiu, the mad mosquito emperor, and the other higher-ups of the Milky Way sector turned their heads and exchanged a look. A trace of panic flashed in the depths of their eyes. Right now, they were completely bluffing. Although they had expectations in their hearts, they were not very confident, not more than 60%. However, although they were anxious, they did not show it on their faces. Instead, they all sighed and used their divine senses to persuade him, "Old man, I advise you to leave. If you don't leave now, I'm afraid it will be too late. Although you are only a stage 2 great being, it is not easy to cultivate. It is not worth it to die here like this. Sigh, if you don't listen to the advice of the elderly, you will suffer a loss in front of you." Roar. The red-haired great being was furious. A violent divine sense voice came from the mouth of the blood cicada. "You still dare to do this when death is at hand? Today, I will crush all of you like ants. Let's see if that kid surnamed you will come out." Hiss, boom. Bang, just as he roared and was about to attack, an extremely clear sound of ripping silk suddenly came from the void above the blood cicada's head. A crack appeared in the void as a finger that looked like a heavenly pillar reached out. It was furry and looked like it was crushing an ant. With a single finger, it struck the blood cicada's back. Explosion. An earth-shattering explosion sounded, and the huge blood cicada's body exploded into a cloud of blood mist. It was actually destroyed by a finger. If you want to talk about the super devouring system with more like-minded people, follow excellent reading literature on WeChat. Talk about life, find confidence. Boom. Bang, high up in the sky, a crack appeared in the void. A finger that looked like a heavenly pillar reached out. It was furry and looked like it was crushing an ant. With a single finger, it struck the blood cicada's back. Explosion. The next moment, there was an earth-shattering explosion, and the huge blood cicada's body exploded into a cloud of blood mist. It had been crushed by a finger. This was really what he had just said, crushing an ant. The difference was that he did not crush others like ants, but he himself was crushed into a mist of blood by a hairy finger. This scene happened too suddenly. Not to mention the scouts of the various alliances and forces in the void, even old Ghost Mosquito Butcher and the others who were standing at the forefront of the Sky River camp, who were only 200 million kilometers away, were caught off guard. They could not react at all. Everyone subconsciously opened their mouths wide, and their eyes almost popped out of their sockets when they saw this scene. The expressions on their faces were extremely dull, as if they had just been struck by lightning. An extremely powerful second-stage mighty figure was gone just like that. Not only was he killed in an instant, but he was also crushed by a finger. Good heavens, what kind of existence was the owner of this hairy finger? Mosquito Butcher and the others had originally hoped that Xianxia would appear, but at this moment, although the situation was indeed developing in the direction they had hoped for, and even better. But in their hearts, none of them believed that this was Xianxia's doing. No matter how monstrous he was, it was impossible for him to grow to the point where he could kill a second-stage mighty figure with a finger in just a few decades, right? This was definitely a supreme primordial level existence. If someone told old Ghost Mosquito Butcher and the others that Xianxia's battle strength had indeed reached the supreme primordial level, the only result would be a scolding. Countless experts in the entire Sky River sector, including the three girls, Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru, absolutely did not believe it. However, although the person who had attacked could not be Yixian, he must be related to him in some way. Otherwise, how could there be such a coincidence in the world? The Sky River sector had just faced a life-and-death crisis, and suddenly, an extremely powerful Supreme Primordial happened to be kind and saved them. Even the worst melodrama in history could not make up such a plot. Rumble, just as everyone was in a state of extreme shock, an earth-shattering roar came from high up in the void again. The hairy finger that was like a giant pillar holding up the sky retracted into the void crack, but then a figure rushed out of the crack. The figure was only about 3 feet tall. It was obviously a ferocious ape, such an appearance was too iconic. Everyone in this fragment of the void knew who it was. Who else could it be other than the mysterious master of the magic hall? Since it was him, it was completely understandable that he had killed the level 2 Supreme Primordial Blood Cicada with one finger. For the master of the magic hall, this was not a problem at all. It was indeed like killing an ant. Whoosh. At this moment, as the figure appeared, the ferocious ape immediately waved his hand, and in an instant, an invisible force extended out. In the blink of an eye, it rolled up the majestic blood mist formed by the explosion of the Supreme Primordial Blood Cicada's body and absorbed it into its body. Yixian already had 10 Supreme Primordial Blood Essences, and with this one, he had 11. If there were no accidents, he would be able to produce one more when refining the level 29 Supreme Primordial Elixir. Of course, he would not waste it. This time, he had to come no matter what. He could not just stand by and watch the people of the Sky River sector suffer. But in fact, even he did not expect that the Human Federation would actually send a powerful level 2 Supreme Primordial Blood Cultivator, and it happened to be a ferocious beast. Now that he had obtained a Supreme Primordial Blood Essence because of this, it was an unexpected bonus. However, he didn't want to reveal his identity at the moment. Therefore, he had to give a reasonable reason for this attack. Otherwise, the people in the Sky River Star Field would be able to guess his identity, not to mention the outside world. Whether it was the old devil mosquito butcher, the demon royal uncle, or the mad mosquito emperor, they were not so easy to fool. Moreover, now that the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru were in the Sky River sector, with their mischievous nature, as long as Yixian gave a slightly flawed reason, it would be seen through. However, regarding this, Yixian was obviously prepared and was not worried. At this moment, with a wave of his hand, he rolled up the majestic blood mist formed by the explosion of the Supreme Primordial Blood Cicada's body. After absorbing it into his body, the eyes of the ferocious ape, which was only a few feet long, flashed, and he turned to look at the experts in the void. He scratched his nose and said with a lazy expression, "I was just passing by, but that old bastard in the void said that he had a nest of bastards in the Sky River sector, and it seems that they are about to suffer. Although that old bastard in the void is not loyal, I can't just sit by and do nothing. Now that this crisis has been resolved, it's time for me to leave. You all, take care of yourselves." With that, the ferocious ape did not look at the huge army in the void at the edge of the Sky River sector. With a flash of his body, he disappeared in an instant and was no longer seen. It was only at this moment that the great beings in the void finally regained their senses. In front of them, the dark blue fleet formed by tens of millions of strongholds, big and small, was deathly silent. The commanders of all levels, including Long Huai, who had the cultivation level of a universe knight, were all in great fear at this moment. For a moment, they could not even make a sound. Everyone's bodies were trembling uncontrollably. In the Sky River sector, which was more than 200 million miles away in the void, there was also a deathly silence. The upper echelons of the Sky River sector, including Old Demon Mosquito Butcher, Demon Emperor Mo Wen Tian, Demon Uncle Mo Ren, Dark Turtle Clan Leader Ming Jiao, and Mad Mosquito Emperor, all turned their heads and exchanged glances. With one look, all of them fell into deep thought. They were analyzing the words of the master of the magic hall before he left, trying to find some clues. This was extremely important because, according to his words, the master of the magic hall had acted because of the request of the void giant turtle, the bloodline ancestor of the Dark Turtle clan. Then, what about Yixian? Such a shocking crisis had occurred in the Sky River sector, so how could Yixian not have any reaction at all? Could it be that he was not in the void at all? Could it be that he was not in the void at all? Or, could it be that, something had really happened. Thinking of this possibility, Old Demon Mosquito Butcher and the other upper echelons of the Skyriver sector felt their hearts sink to the bottom of a valley, and their faces were extremely gloomy. It was also at this moment that, in the void in the distance in front of them, the great beings from the various alliances and powers, who were watching the battle from afar, finally regained their senses. Their expressions changed drastically, and they all cried out involuntarily, "If you want to talk about the super devouring system with more like-minded people, follow excellent reading literature on WeChat. Talk about life, find confidence." After Bao Yuan left, the great beings from the various alliances and powers who were watching the battle from afar finally came back to their senses. Their expressions changed drastically, and they all exclaimed, "What? A powerful being from the primordial era of the Human Federation was killed with one finger? His flesh and blood are gone, and his body and soul are destroyed. What a horrible death. It just confirms what he said before. The master of the magic hall must have done it on purpose. This is a slap in the face, old tortoise of the void space? It must be that legendary void tortoise. It's said to be in existence at the 9th stage of the primordial supreme realm, second only to the heavenly Tao realm. I never expected it to have a relationship with the demon hall master. The dark tortoise clan's backer sure is terrifying. More importantly, since the void tortoise was able to ask the demon hall master to save them and entrust the lives of its tortoise descendants to him, it means that their relationship is not ordinary. Just based on this point, the Skyriver Star Zone has gained another backer. The dark tortoise race plays a role in this. From now on, the magic hall in the forbidden land of Rising Sun can be regarded as Xianxia's backer. The master of the magic hall has a legendary void space tortoise behind him? That being was at the top of the pyramid, even in the early days of the primordial era. Once this news spreads, Bloody Unicorn and 9 Remoteness Demon will be worried. Crocodile won't be able to eat or sleep in peace. That's all for later. What I'm most concerned about now is how to deal with the Sunlan fleet. Although they have tens of millions of strongholds, compared to the terrifying camp in Milky Way sector, they're clearly not enough to withstand a round of attacks. The strength of Milky Way sector is indeed shocking. Since there's a second stage great being involved, there must be a Universe Supreme or Universe Master in the Sunlan fleet, right? Even if it's just a Universe Knight, those emperors in Milky Way sector are no match for him. Even a second stage great being was killed with one finger. Even if there's a Universe Knight in the Sunlan fleet, would he dare to attack? What if the master of the magic hall comes back? The other party had just made a show of strength, and you immediately bullied the weak. He's clearly not giving us any face. Rumble, the waves of exclamations hadn't yet died down when an earth-shattering explosion rang out from the Skyriver camp. This explosion could be clearly heard within a radius of 1 billion miles. The scale of the Skyriver camp's regular battle force was too terrifying. At the very front, there was a powerful fleet of battleships, led by 1 million superstar fortresses, which were 1 million meters in diameter. They were as big as the stars in the sky. Behind it were 50 million fortresses of various sizes, covering the entire starry sky. Behind the two fleets was an army of abyssal turtles. There were at least 10 million abyssal turtles, and all of them had revealed their bloodline true forms. On the left, there was an army of blood-red spiritual warships. There were a total of 1 million of them. On the right, there was an army of blood mosquito beasts. There were so many of them that it was impossible to estimate. The blood mosquito beasts had amazing reproductive abilities, and after Mad Mosquito Emperor had brought them all to this fragment of the universe. Behind the army of blood mosquito beasts and the demon soldiers on both sides, there were a large number of fortresses of various sizes. There were even star-level battleships that were 3,000 meters long. There were so many of them that they stretched as far as the eye could see. In the deepest part of the universe, the rumbling of thunder was caused by the charging of countless battleships and cannons in the army. Countless battleships and fortresses of various sizes were charging at the same time, and they were obviously going to launch a volley of attacks. With such a huge army of battleships, the entire Sunlan fleet in the distant void space would undoubtedly be completely annihilated. However, although the rumbling of the charging of the battleships and cannons was still ringing, the real volley of attacks didn't arrive immediately. At this time, Old Devil Mosquito Butcher, who was standing side by side with the Demon Emperor Mo Wen Tian, the Demon Imperial Uncle, the Dark Turtle Clan leader Mingjiu, the Mad Mosquito Emperor, and the other higher-ups of the Milky Way star zone, turned his head and exchanged a look with the others. His voice had spread out and covered a large area of the void space. It could be heard clearly within hundreds of millions of miles. Listen to the enemy's battleships in front. I'll give you 3 incense sticks of time. All the people in the battleships are to abandon their weapons and surrender, walk out of the battleships, and line up in the void space outside the battleships to wait for the reception. If more than half of the battleships don't move in 3 incense sticks of time, the Milky Way star zone will launch a volley of attacks immediately. Kill all the prisoners, not a single one. As for those who are trying to hide in the battleships and wait for an opportunity to escape, after the battleships receive them, once they are found, kill them on the spot. Now, the time starts. Swish. As soon as Old Devil Mosquito Butcher finished speaking, a sharp sound suddenly came from the middle section of the Sunlon fleet in front of them. Turning around, they saw a flash of light rushing out of one of the strongholds. Without any hesitation or pause, it shot toward the void space of the Milky Way in the distance. Although he was so fast that they couldn't see his appearance, it was obvious that he was running for his life, so the power in his body was pushed to the extreme. The aura of cultivation that emanated from him was clearly that of a third-stage universe knight. In the entire Sunlon fleet, other than the second-stage great being who had already fallen, the most powerful being was the supreme commander of the fleet, Long Huai. He was the only universe knight in the entire Sunlon fleet. Universe knight. So, besides Long Huai, it was impossible for this fleeing figure to be anyone else. Others didn't know this, but all the great beings and commanders of the Sunlon fleet were well aware of it. They had been wavering and struggling with themselves. Now that they saw that even the supreme commander of the fleet, Long Huai, who was a universe knight, had run away, the morale of this gigantic stronghold fleet had completely collapsed in an instant. Hong, long, xiao, xiao, xiao. After only a few breaths, an earth-shattering roar came from within the Sunlon fleet. This was the movement caused by a large number of cabin doors opening and gathering together. Other than that, there was a large amount of air-breaking sounds. Those who were stronger, those who were above the sector lord level, didn't even need to walk out of the cabin doors. They teleported themselves out of the battleships directly. Slowly, in the void space beside the various strongholds, more and more great beings from the Sunlon fleet gathered. Looking around, basically all the strongholds had made the decision to surrender. This scene was rapidly spreading. As the saying went, a defeated army was like a landslide. As the morale of the army collapsed, the Sunlon fleet no longer had any hope this time. Other than the second-stage great being who had fallen and the supreme commander of the fleet, Long Huai, who had escaped at the first moment, all the great beings of the fleet and a total of 10 million strongholds, large and small, would be captured and become the spoils of war of the Sky River camp. If you want to talk about the super swallowing system with more like-minded people, follow excellent reading literature on WeChat. Talk about life, find confidence. Howl, an earth-shattering roar and vicious howl rang out, causing the surrounding space to slightly tremble a few times. The roars and howls came from the Sky River Army, which was located at the edge of the Sky River Star Sector. All the roars and howls were filled with endless joy and excitement. For the countless great beings from the Sky River camp, this battle was over before it even started. Originally, when they had gathered into an army and rushed out of the Sky River Star Sector under the orders of the higher-ups, although they had been looking forward to it, more or less, they had all felt a sense of tragedy. At that time, they did not even know whether they would come back one day after they had gathered into an army and rushed out of the Sky River Star Sector into the void space of the universe outside the Star Sector. However, what happened next was so bizarre that it was beyond everyone's expectations. Although Yi Xian, the Sky River Star Master, did not show up, the mysterious master of the Magic Hall, who had recently shocked the entire void space of the fragment of the universe, suddenly showed up unexpectedly. With just one finger, he killed the insufferably arrogant second-stage great being of the Human Federation on the spot, as if he was an ant. Immediately after that, the supreme commander of the Human Federation's army, a powerful universe knight, turned around and fled without uttering a single word. His panicked expression made everyone present unable to see what he looked like. They did not even know if he was a human or a ferocious beast. It was this move that caused the morale of the Human Federation's army to collapse. Old Man Mosquito Butcher, one of the commanders of the Human Federation camp, had only released his godly consciousness and shouted a sentence in the void space, and in an instant, all the great beings in the army of the Human Federation had turned against him. All the great beings of the Human Federation had given up on resisting. At that moment, in the void space of the universe 200 million miles ahead of them, the entire army of 10 million great beings was densely surrounded by humans and ferocious beasts who had transformed into human forms. They had completely given up on struggling. With dejected expressions, they were waiting for the troops from the Sky River camp to come forward and take them in as captives. It was to the extent that on the faces of many people, besides dejection, there was also a thick sense of unwillingness and sorrow. How could they not be sorrowful? In this battle, they had not fired a single cannon. Before they could react, they had been completely fired by the highest commander of their camp. He gave up. Rumble, amidst the endless roars and howls of joy, an earth-shattering boom rang out. From the Sky River camp's army, stronghold squads escorted superstar fortresses with a diameter of 1 million meters, flying forward. There were thousands of such teams. Their mission was to take in all the countless enemy captives in the void ahead. As for the 10 million empty fortresses, large and small, left in the void ahead, other troops would naturally take them over and drive them back to the Sky River sector to become spoils of war. All of this would be done by their subordinates. The higher-ups of the various powers in the Sky River sector were not in the mood to pay attention to these minor details at the moment. Their hearts were heavy, and they had too many questions. At the same time, in the void space far away from the battlefield, the scout troops from the various alliances and powers began to evacuate one after another. The battle had come to an end. The Human Federation had suffered a crushing defeat. The Sky River camp had killed a powerful second-stage supreme being of the enemy without losing a single soldier. The supreme commander of the fleet, a powerful universe knight, did not even dare to show his face. He fled. In addition, there were also tens of millions of fortresses, large and small, and countless great beings of the human race and the former headquarters of the Wanluo Federation. All in all, this was a great victory, a jaw-dropping one that was simply beyond everyone's expectations. More importantly, this battle could be considered to have completely exposed the true strength of the Sky River camp. The giant void tortoise, who originally only existed in ancient legends and was much more powerful than the crimson unicorn and the 9 remoteness demon crocodile, had actually survived from the primitive era to the present. Moreover, the dark tortoise race in the Sky River sector was actually his descendants. Although the void tortoise wasn't in the Milky Way galaxy, he had a good relationship with the master of the Demon Palace, the violent ape of the starry sky, and had asked him to take care of the void tortoise's descendants in the Milky Way galaxy. This news was too shocking, and it revealed too many secrets. It was related to the Sky River sector and the master of the Magic Hall, which was of great importance. Regarding all of this, the higher-ups of the scout troops from the various alliances and powers did not dare to delay the slightest bit. At this moment, they hurriedly evacuated to disperse the news. The news would be transmitted back to the clans behind them, and the higher-ups of the clans would make a decision. With their departure, the vast universe void outside the Sky River sector was finally completely peaceful. As far as the eye could see, there were no outsiders in the void, and all of them were busy experts from the Sky River camp, as well as the dejected prisoners of war who were being received by them. Old Devil Mosquito Butcher, Demon King Mo Wendian, Demon King Imperial Uncle, Dark Tortoise Clan Leader Mingjiu, Mad Mosquito Emperor, and the other higher-ups of the various forces in the Sky River sector, including Old Man Xianyuan, Old Man Duanmu, Abbess Bodhi, and the other higher-ups of small idol forces and families. In the blink of an eye, they withdrew from the front line and retreated to the Sky River planet where Old Devil Mosquito Butcher was stationed. The group of higher-ups had just sat down when a large fortress with a diameter of 10,000 meters came from outside the planet. It directly broke through the atmosphere of the Sky River planet, and with a loud rumble, it stopped in the void on the side of the giant peak where the venue was located. Old Devil Mosquito Butcher, Du Wenxuan, Demon King Mo Wendian, Demon King Imperial Uncle, Dark Tortoise Clan Leader Mingjiu, Mad Mosquito Emperor, and the other higher-ups of the various forces in the Sky River sector looked at each other with bitter smiles on their faces, but there was nothing they could do. They didn't need to think at all to know who had come at this time. Who else would dare to be so presumptuous and run amok on the Sky River planet where Old Devil Mosquito Butcher was stationed, except for the 3 girls, Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru. Sure enough, as soon as the cabin door of the fortress opened, the three girls rushed out of the cabin with cold expressions. They landed in the hall where the summit was. They didn't even sit down and directly charged toward Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher and the patriarch of the Dark Turtle clan, Mingjiu. Before they even arrived, the questioning voices that sounded like they were about to launch an attack had already come crashing down on them. Old Devil Mosquito Butcher, are you saying that Yixian will definitely come? Where is he? Humph, we are already like this, but he is still acting as if nothing has happened. What do you mean by this? And you, Old Man Ming, the master of the magic hall, said that the old bastard in the void was your ancestor. Was he invited by Yixian? You have to give us an explanation for this. Yes or no, don't try to fool us this time. I am going crazy. If you want to talk about the super devouring system with more like-minded people, you can follow excellent reading literature on WeChat. Talking about life, looking for confidants. Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher, Du Wenxuan, the Demon King Mo Wen Tian, the Demon Uncle, the clan leader of the Dark Turtle tribe, Mingjiu, the Mad Mosquito Emperor, and the other higher-ups of the various forces in the Sky River sector looked at each other. Bitter smiles appeared on their faces, but there was nothing they could do. In the end, Mingjiu said in a muffled voice, although little friend Yi hasn't shown up, the bloodline ancestor of our Dark Turtle tribe has entrusted the master of the magic hall to help. We can't rule out the possibility that he's behind this. After all, the ancestor of the giant turtle tribe was severely injured in the great battle that caused chaos in the untainted land and was trapped in a dangerous place. The reason he was able to return to the ancestral land of the Dark Turtle tribe in the second universe was because little friend Yi helped him. So that's what happened. It seems that this matter is most likely related to little friend Yi. In that case, we don't have to worry too much about him. Little friend Yi is not a reckless person. Even in this fragment of the untainted land, he should be able to move like a fish in water. As for little friend Yi's whereabouts, it's almost time for the master of the magic hall to summon the higher-ups of the various forces. Our Sky River sector owes him a favor this time, so we should naturally go and thank him. Take this opportunity to ask the master of the magic hall about the whereabouts of the ancestor of the Dark Turtle tribe. It shouldn't be too difficult to follow this lead to find out where little friend Lin is. Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher and the other higher-ups of the Sky River sector all looked enlightened and nodded one after another. On the side, Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru heard this, and the indignant look on their faces eased slightly. They had been so dissatisfied just now because they thought that Yixian didn't care about the Sky River sector at all. Now that they heard that the patriarch of the Dark Turtle clan, the Void Beast Turtle, was related to Yixian, and that it was extremely likely that he was behind the appearance of the Void Beast Turtle. At the very least, this was one of the reasons why the Void Beast Turtle had appeared. Only then did the three girls feel much more at ease. Furthermore, they would be able to find out about Yixian's whereabouts through the master of the magic hall when they were heading to the forbidden land of the rising sun, so they naturally didn't feel dissatisfied anymore. After pursing their lips, they simply expressed that they would be allowed to tag along when the time came. On the other side, Old Devil Mosquito Butcher, Du Wenxuan, the Devil King Mo Wendian, the imperial uncle of the Demon Dweller, the clan leader of the Dark Turtle tribe, Mingjiu, the Mad Mosquito Emperor, and the other high-level leaders of the various forces in the Sky River sector immediately discussed the matter of setting off for the Rising Sun Forbidden Land soon. Meanwhile, Yixian had already returned to the magic hall in the depths of the Forbidden Land of the Rising Sun. Swish. With a faint sound of breaking through the air, Yixian turned into a ray of light and passed through the atmosphere of the cavern star. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in the magic hall. With a flip of his hand, a crimson bead appeared in his palm. It was only the size of a pigeon's egg, but it exuded a terrifying aura. This was clearly the aura of a primordial supreme being. This was a blood essence, a mighty figure's blood essence. It was refined from the majestic blood mist formed by the explosion of the blood cicada's physical body that he had just killed. After Yixian ended that battle, he immediately turned around and returned. Along the way, he had already completed the refinement of this blood essence. At this point, he had already accumulated a total of 11 almighty blood essences that were used to refine the level 29 Desolate Supreme Treasure Pill. With Yixian's current attainments in the Tao of Alchemy, according to his calculations, he would be able to refine 7 to 8 Desolate Supreme Pellets. Previously, he only had 10 almighty blood essences in his hands. The number of desolate supreme treasure pills that he could refine was only 6 to 7. The reason why he had not started refining was because he was not satisfied with this number. After all, this was a desolate supreme treasure pill. It required almighty blood essences as the main raw material to refine it. Once the furnace was opened, at least 5 almighty blood essences would be needed. With every almighty blood essence, he could basically refine one more desolate supreme treasure pill. In other words, there were 4 almighty blood essences that were used as a foundation. If it was not urgent, he would not want to refine it too early. The more almighty blood essences he had, the more cost-effective it would be. Although he had obtained another almighty blood essence, the number of desolate supreme treasure pills that could be refined did not change much. It had only increased by 1. This was still far from Xianxia's expectations. The bottom line in his heart was to refine 10 desolate supreme treasure pills. Forget it, it's only 7 or 8. In the end, it's still a bit too little. After a moment of hesitation, Xianxia finally shook his head. A wry smile appeared on his face. Fortunately, there are still 6 small stages of breakthrough before the desolate supreme treasure stage 9 perfection. It's not like there's no time. I'll go back and collect some almighty blood essences. At least 14 of them, then I'll think about it. After saying that, he threw this matter to the back of his mind and stopped thinking about it for the time being. At this moment, a familiar throbbing came from within his body. It was the movement of the Yanluo. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. With a wave of his hand, he directly took out the Yanluo. Swish, with a faint sound of breaking through the air, Baoluo whistled out and expanded in the wind. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a pink silk cloth that was 100 feet in size. It slowly rose and fell in the air in front of Xian, revealing an extremely powerful and mysterious aura. The moment Baoluo was taken out, corpse ancestor Ho Qing's voice sounded. A voice came out, revealing a strong sense of joy. Master, the sisters have finished their seclusion. This time, the harvest is not small. The sisters have finally recovered to the peak of their previous lives, the pinnacle of their previous lives? Hearing this, Xian was stunned for a moment. Then, he stood up in shock. In an instant, an expression of ecstasy appeared on his face. Previously, when they entered this deep slumber, the strength of the 7 beauties had already returned to the level of half-supreme, which was equivalent to the level of a universe master at the 9th stage. Just one more step, and they would be able to enter the true level of universe supreme. However, before they entered this deep slumber, the cultivation resources that Xian provided them were no longer the 9-colored godly medicine. Instead, it was the chaos medicine, which was obviously much more effective than the 9-colored godly medicine. It could even be said that there was no comparison at all. They were not on the same level. At that time, Xian was certain that after this deep slumber, the 7 girls would definitely enter the level of Universe Supreme. However, Xian was not very sure if they would be able to return to the pinnacle of their previous lives in one fell swoop. He did not expect the final result to be so shocking. It was simply an unexpected surprise. Not only did the 7 girls end this deep slumber in a short period of time, but they also made breakthroughs in their cultivation and entered the pinnacle of their previous lives, which was the pinnacle of their previous lives. Based on this speed and momentum of development, after being reborn in this life, the current level of the powerful primordial was definitely far from their final destination. If there were no accidents, the 7 girls' own cultivation and strength would definitely break through to the level of supreme primordial in the future. However, from the level of supreme primordial to the level of supreme primordial, it was not a recovery of cultivation. It was a normal breakthrough. After all, the pinnacle of their previous lives was only the level of supreme primordial. Since it was a normal cultivation breakthrough, then in order to break through, one would need to consume a level 29 desolate supreme pill. One for each of the 7 girls, that was 7 pills. This was also the reason why Xian waited until he had at least 14 blood essences before he was willing to start refining. 10 for supreme expert blood essences could basically only refine 10 desolate sovereign pellets. Each of the 7 girls had 1, and including Xian himself, there were only 2 left. If one were to really talk about it, this amount was truly too little. The 7 beautiful cultivators in the Yanluo were Corpse Ancestor Hamba, Corpse Ancestor Ho Qing, Desolate Electra Lady, 9 Heavens Fairy, 9-tailed Celestial Fox, Celestial Phoenix Maiden, and Xianxia Fairy. In the distant Desolate Era, they were once known as the 7 beautiful cultivators of the Desolate Era, and were famous for a time. Later, a battle broke out in the Desolate Era, and all 7 of them fell. But, each of them had a wisp of consciousness sealed in the Desolate Era treasure, the Yanluo. After countless years, this treasure was obtained by Xian, and they had experienced all kinds of dangers, until now, the 7 beautiful cultivators of the Desolate Era, who were once famous in the Desolate Era, had finally stepped into the peak of the Desolate Era after reuniting, with the top-notch cultivation resources like the primal chaos medicine that Xian had provided them, in addition to the speed at which they had been recovering all this time, perhaps after another deep sleep. The cultivation of the 7 girls would be able to break through again. They would reach the desolate supreme realm, which had never been reached in the peak of the previous life. At that time, Xian would have 7 powerful desolate supreme realm masters by his side. Including himself, when the 8 desolate supreme realm masters moved out, even in the Hongmeng void where the masters gathered, they would be invincible. Thinking of this, Xian suddenly became excited, and his chest rose and fell. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh, while his heart was surging, a series of faint sounds of breaking through the air continued to ring out. From the void in front of him fluttering in the wind, 7 figures rushed out. In the space in front of Xian, there was a row of 7 beautiful cultivators, including Ancestor Corpse and Ho Qing, who were in seclusion in the Bao Luo. All of them were existences whose names shook the primordial era. Every single one of them was a peerless beauty and figure. Greetings, Master. After their figures suddenly appeared, the 7 beautiful cultivators of the primordial world smiled and bowed to Xian at the same time. They softly called him Master and laughed. It was obvious that they were in a good mood. Congratulations, the 7 of you have finally come to an end after going through so many trials and tribulations, from your previous life to this one. Looking at the 7 girls in front of him, Xian revealed a gratified expression. He smiled faintly and nodded slowly. The peak cultivation of the 7 girls in their previous lives was at the peak of the 9th step of the Desolation Era. But now, they were only at the 7th step of the Desolation Era. From this point of view, strictly speaking, they had not recovered to the peak of their previous lives. However, it was only a difference of 2 small realms. It wouldn't take long for him to fully recover. All of this is because of you, Master. Hearing Xian's words, the smiles on the faces of the 7 girls immediately disappeared. They became serious and bowed to Xian. Master's kindness to us is like giving us a new life. More importantly, you have never asked for anything. In this life, we will definitely repay you. Alright, let's not talk about this. Xian shook his head and smiled bitterly. He really did not care about this. He waved his hand and changed the topic. Now, your cultivation has recovered to the 7th step of the primordial world. You are only 2 small realms away from the peak of your previous lives. Soon, you will break through. However, it was not easy to be reborn in this life. I'm sure you are not satisfied with just recovering to the peak of your previous lives. What's more, your previous life's enemy, Xing Bo, was at least a half-step heavenly Tao of the supreme primordial world. There is even an 80% chance that he was a true heavenly Tao expert like the primeval Heaven's Eye. If you want to take revenge for your previous lives, your previous life's peak cultivation is obviously far from enough. Going one step further and stepping into the supreme primordial world is the minimum requirement. However, to step into the supreme primordial world, to you, it is not as simple as a smooth recovery. It is a true cultivation and breakthrough. Fortunately, I already have 11 primordial blood essences. If I gather a few more, I will open the furnace and refine the level 29 supreme primordial pill. At that time I will give each of you one. As for the primordial medicine, I still have a lot. I will distribute it first. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. After that, Xian directly waved his hand. Instantly, 7 gray balls of light shot out from his body and suspended in the void in front of him. They were the primordial medicine. Each of the 7 balls of light had a radius of 10,000 feet. Their auras were restrained, and they emitted an ancient aura that was so thick that it could not be dispersed. At that moment, seeing Xian send out the 7 primordial medicine with a wave of his hand, Shizu, Hitorigami, and the rest of the 7 girls were first stunned. Then, excitement appeared on their faces. They bowed to Xian and said, "Thank you, Master." After that, the 7 girls did not stand on ceremony. They continued to wave their hands, and the 7 primordial medicines suspended in the void in front of them instantly turned into 7 gray beams of light and rushed into their bodies. They kept it properly. This time, the 7 of you suddenly came out of seclusion. You have awakened at the right time. After doing all this, Xian suddenly thought of something. He grinned and changed the topic, even though he briefly introduced his current location, his identity as the master of the magic hall, and the general situation of this fragment of the void to the 7 girls. After that, he spread his hands and a helpless expression appeared on his face. Now is not the time for me to officially reveal my identity. Also, I do want to take this opportunity to let the people of the Sky River sector temper themselves. Therefore, they must not know that I am the master of the magic hall, but soon, the day when the higher-ups of the various forces in this fragment of the void will come to the magic hall to pay their respects will come soon. It is not important whether the higher-ups of the 4 alliances will come or what kind of appearance they will take. But Old Man Mosquito Butcher and the others from the Sky River sector will definitely take this opportunity to come and find out. Moreover, although the identity of the master of the magic hall cannot be revealed, the cultivation resources and elixirs of various levels prepared for Old Man Mosquito Butcher and the others must be handed over to them as soon as possible. Also, this matter cannot be handed over to the master of the magic hall. Otherwise, it will cause even more suspicion. Therefore, I must appear once in my original identity. Even if it is just a glimpse, it will be fine. This way, I can hand over the cultivation resources and elixirs of various levels that I have prepared for Old Man Mosquito Butcher, and also dispel their suspicion of the master of the magic hall. Since the 7 of you are here, you can show up when the time comes. As for me, I will leave a doppelganger in the demonic dragon carriage. When the time comes, I can use my divine sense to prove my identity. Ha ha ha, if you do this, master, aren't you afraid that your 3 mistresses will be jealous? Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Ha ha ha, if you do this, master, aren't you afraid that your 3 little lovers will be jealous? If they know that master has been with us all this time and seems to be living a carefree life, riding the demonic dragon imperial chariot all day with 7 gorgeous cultivators by your side, I'm afraid their noses will be crooked from anger. When the time comes, the one who will feel bad will be master. After listening to Yi Xian's words and understanding his meaning, the 7 girls immediately covered their mouths and giggled. They even teased Yi Xian, making him a little speechless. Xiao. After shaking his head and smiling bitterly, Yi Xian turned his hand, and a palm-sized black Luan imperial chariot appeared in his palm. It was the demonic dragon imperial chariot. He lowered his head and looked at the demonic dragon imperial chariot in his hand, then he suddenly waved his hand. Accompanied by a sharp sound, the demonic dragon imperial chariot in his palm instantly turned into a black-purple light and shot forward. It expanded with the wind, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a Luan imperial chariot that was 1,000 feet in size. The entire Luan imperial chariot was purple gold and had a metallic luster. Every inch of it had a purple-gold halo rising like a dense fog. The surroundings were engraved with dragons and phoenixes, full of mysterious runes, and exuding an incomparably simple aura. In terms of space, the area outside the chariot was divided into 2 parts. The second half had a dome, like a secret room. It used space technology, and there was a large space inside. The first half had no dome or walls, but it was shrouded by a layer of purple-gold mist. After stepping into the chariot, one could choose to sit in the front half to enjoy the scenery, but even in the front half, there were actually many modes. When necessary, one could adjust to the visible mode, and the mist would instantly become translucent, as if there was a layer of purple gauze in between. One could also make the curtain-like purple mist become dense in an instant, and everything inside could not be seen. 9 black demonic dragons, each 1,000 feet in size, appeared. One circled behind the chariot, and there was another one on the left and right sides. There were 6 black dragons pulling the chariot in front. The 9 black dragons were all solid entities, not energy shadows. The aura emitted from their bodies was at the level of a great being from the primordial era, but they were only at the initial stage of the primordial era. Compared to the 7 gorgeous cultivators, they were much weaker. But after all, they were still great beings of the primordial era, so their combat power should not be underestimated. If necessary, Yi Xian would be able to control the devil dragon to charge into the distance with a thought and launch an attack. With Yeza's power when he controlled the 9 demonic chariot dragon chariot, he could not reach the level of a great being from the primordial era. Previously, they only had the power of a great being from the primordial era to the primordial era T being. His T. Yi. To put it bluntly, it was actually a paper tiger. It could be used to scare people and keep up appearances, but in a real life and death battle, it would be exposed in an instant. But now, this situation no longer existed. Now, Yi Xian had displayed the 9th transformation of the 9 transformation of demonic ape bloodline. Even if his body was only 10 feet in size, he could still reach the level of a supreme being from the primordial era. He was a supreme being from the primordial era. This was the middle stage of the Desolation Venerable. If it was fully activated, the true combat power of the 9 black dragons would be around the Desolation Venerable rank 3, which was the peak of the early stage of the Desolation Venerable rank. In addition, whether it was the demonic dragon chariot or the 9 demonic dragons, a body size of 1,000 feet was only the lower limit. If necessary, Yi Xian could make them reach a terrifying size that was as large as a giant star with just a thought. This was something he could never do before, but now, he could do it without any pressure. Hung long long. Xiao, after making the decision, Yi Xian's eyes flashed. With the rumbling sound of thunder, the body of the violent ape collapsed instantly, turning into a pool of blood that spread out. Under the wind, it expanded over 10 billion miles in an instant. Roar. Roar. Screech. In an instant, from 3 different directions of this vast sea of blood, earth-shattering roars and violent howls rang out. Then, from the shocking boundless sea of blood, 3 huge figures instantly rose from the ground. These were the 3 demonic bodies of the ancient ape demons. The first one was a body of flesh and blood, which was the star violent ape. The second one was a skeleton without any flesh and blood. It was just a purple-gold skeleton that exuded an endless murderous aura. It was extremely ferocious. The last one was a body of black fog. Although it was also in the shape of a violent ape, its body was a black fog. Even its eyes were only 2 purple lights, which was extremely strange. Walala. The waves of the sea of blood surged, and the sound was earth-shattering. The black fog body of the 3 blood sea avatars took a step forward, and its body shrank rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it was outside the sea of blood, and it had turned into a human powerhouse. It was Yi Xian. Greetings, Master. Seeing this scene, the 7 girls covered their mouths and chuckled. Their figures stood in the air as they bowed towards Yi Xian, who was transformed from the black fog avatar, Hua. Walala. On the other side, the vast sea of blood came again. Among the remaining 2 avatars, the skeleton avatar collapsed instantly, turning into a rain of blood and merging into the sea of blood under its feet. Then, the huge sea of blood quickly condensed, and in the blink of an eye, it flowed into the violent ape's body. The incomparably large violent ape also shrank rapidly at this moment, only stopping when it was about 3 meters tall. In this way, the original body will be in charge of the magic hall, and the black fog avatar will turn into Yi Xian. Not long after, when the upper echelons of the various forces come to meet me, they will appear again. All of this is perfect. At this point, the violent ape turned his head and glanced at the 7 beautiful cultivators, and immediately said, "All right, the 7 of you, let him go." After saying that, he no longer hesitated. With a flash, he directly entered the black magic hall at the peak of the towering mountain and disappeared. When the violent ape's figure disappeared, the 7 beautiful cultivators also turned to look at Yi Xian, who was transformed by the black fog avatar, and bowed with a charming smile. "Master, we should set off. If we continue to stay here, I'm afraid it will arouse suspicion. We can take advantage of this opportunity to go out and get some fresh air." Hearing these words, Yi Xian shook his head and smiled bitterly. Without saying anything more, he turned around and stepped into the void. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a ray of light and shot into the front yard of the demonic dragon in the distant void. The 7 beautiful cultivators turned their heads and exchanged a look. Without further delay, they all smiled and followed him. After a while, the power of the demonic dragon's domain was activated by Yi Xian, and it disappeared in an instant. It turned into an invisible ray of light and shot out of the forbidden land of rising sun at an extremely fast speed. There was still half a month before the time limit set by the Lord of the Demon Hall. A huge fleet sailed out of the Skyriver Star Field. In the center of the fleet were 100,000 super-star fortresses with a diameter of 1 million meters. In the Skyriver Star Field, the Skyriver Legion and the Victorious Return Legion had built more than 1 million super-star fortresses over the years. Now, only 100,000 had been deployed. They were used to command the flagship. Old Devil Mosquito Butcher, Devil Emperor Mo Wen Tian, Demon Uncle Demon, Dark Turtle Clan Leader Mingjio, Mad Mosquito Emperor, and other senior members of the various powers in Sky River Star Sector, including Old Man Xian Yuan, Old Man Duan Mu, Master Bodhi, and other senior members of small powers and families, Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, Zhao Qianru, and other senior members of the various powers in Sky River Star Sector were all in the 100,000 super-star fortresses in the center. In front of the army, there were 10 million fortresses of various sizes. As for the rear, there was the Demon Army, with a total of 100,000 Demon Spirit Battle Towers with a diameter of 300,000 meters. On the left, there was an army of Dark Turtles, with millions of them, and every one of them was huge. On the right, there was an army of Blood Mosquitoes, with the largest number. However, this wasn't the total military force of Sky River Star Sector, only about 1/10 of it. After all, this trip to the Magic Hall in the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun was just a formality, not a conquest. However, the other powers weren't the same. Especially the 4 alliances of Sky River Star Sector, myriad races, ferocious beasts, and survivors. For them, this trip to the Magic Hall in the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun wasn't to pay respects to the Master of Magic Hall, but to join forces and seize the opportunity to suppress, or rather, demonstrate, at the same time as the army of Sky River Star Sector set off, a huge fleet of battleships sailed out of the Star Sector where the various races of the Second Universe lived. This fleet was even more shocking, with 500 million fortresses and fortresses of various sizes. It was the joint effort of the various races of the Second Universe that formed the Star Alliance, and this time, they were all out. As for the senior members of the Star Alliance, there were more than 30 Universe Masters, close to 200 Universe Knights, and more than 1,000 Undying Emperors. Only 20% of them stayed in the headquarters of the Alliance, and the rest followed the troops. As for Nine-Headed Blood Dragon and Cyan Sky Rock, they didn't show up. They were all extremely powerful primordial supreme beings, so they couldn't follow the regular army and slowly start interstellar travel in space. At the critical moment, they could tear the void space and reach the Star Sector where the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun. It wasn't just the Star Alliance. The alliance of 10,000 races of the First Universe was mobilized in full force. The 4 Universe Supremes, such as the Space Rat Race Sector Lord Gold Rat Big Tooth, the Hell Ant Race Sector Lord Blood Ant Sky, and the Giant Ferocious Race Sector Lord whose name even Yi Xian couldn't remember, didn't leave a single one behind. Among them, Big Tooth Golden and the other 2 were all Sector Lords back then, but now, they had become Universe Supremes. This must be the result of the awakening of the first or second generation great ancestors in the ancestral land of their clans. This time, the alliance of myriad races was determined. For Universe Supreme Beings, 32 Universe Masters, more than 100 Universe Knights, and a large number of Undying Emperors, more than 80% of them were in 500 million fortresses and fortresses of various sizes. At the same time, they sent troops to the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun and pointed their swords at the Magic Hall. Similarly, as the leaders, Bloody Unicorn and 9 Phantom Demon Alligator didn't show up. Their decision was the same as Nine-Headed Blood Dragon and Cyan Sky Rock. They would tear the void space and arrive at the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun at the most critical moment. That Star Sector. The Starry Sky Alliance and the Myriad Races Alliance from the 3 main Starry Sky Planes had already taken action. The Ferocious Beasts Alliance and the Survivors Alliance, which had originally lived in the void of this chaos fragment, were naturally unwilling to be left behind. Although the 4 great alliances were originally in a hostile or even hostile relationship, now that the Demon Hall was the dominant force, although the upper echelons of the 4 great alliances still had no contact with each other, they had reached an extremely tacit agreement on this matter. That was to take advantage of the meeting the Devil Hall Master requested to give the Devil Hall in the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun a show of strength and dampen the arrogance of the Devil Hall. Obviously, this wasn't something any alliance could do alone. The higher-ups of the four alliances all knew that they had to work together. Although the alliance of ferocious beasts didn't have remote antiquity supreme, in order to carry this flag, the higher-ups of one of the top-tier forbidden lands gritted their teeth and paid a certain price to awaken a great being that was hibernating in the forbidden land. Now, this great being, whose power had reached level 7, gave an order. Instantly, within the vast star sector where the alliance of ferocious beasts was located, countless great beings roared and rose up. In just one day, they formed an army. An army of 200 million ferocious beasts was formed. Each of the ferocious beasts in the army was incomparably huge. Now that they were gathered together, they formed a vast expanse of black, blocking the void space. This time, the alliance of ferocious beasts was also mobilized in full force. At the high-end level, there were 18 Universe Supremes, over 50 Universe Masters, over 100 Universe Knights, and over 1,000 Undying Emperors. Only 1/10 of them were left to guard the headquarters of the Alliance. It could be said that, except for the absence of remote antiquity supreme, the overall power of the Alliance of Ferocious Beasts surpassed that of the Star Alliance and the Myriad Races Alliance in all aspects. In fact, although this ancient beast who carried the flag of the Alliance of Ferocious Beasts wasn't remote antiquity supreme, it was rumored that he had some kind of secret technique. Under the premise of paying a certain price, he could temporarily become as terrifying as remote antiquity supreme. Combat power. In addition, the Alliance of Ferocious Beasts, which was composed of over 100 top-tier tribes of the remaining survivors in the void space of the fragment of the universe, also responded to the situation. A powerful army of survivors sailed out from the depths of the star sector. There were more than 500 million battleships of survivors, and the high-end combat power was also extraordinary. There were 20 Universe Supremes, over 60 Universe Masters, over 100 Universe Knights, and over 1,000 Undying Emperors. This time, the Alliance of Ferocious Beasts also made up its mind. In terms of high-level combat power, less than 20% of them were left to guard the headquarters, while the rest were left to follow the army. Similarly, there was no remote antiquity supreme in the Alliance of Ferocious Beasts. However, with the example of the Alliance of Ferocious Beasts, in order to carry the flag of the Alliance of Ferocious Beasts, one of the top-tier tribes of the Alliance of Ferocious Beasts gritted his teeth and, after paying a certain price, woke up a powerful being who was sleeping in the ancestral land of the tribe in advance. This powerful ancient being was also at the 7th level of the Remote Antiquity Supreme. Although he wasn't Remote Antiquity Supreme, it was said that he had some kind of secret technique. Under the premise of paying a certain price, he could temporarily become as terrifying as Remote Antiquity Supreme. Combat power. All of a sudden, the four alliances moved together. Including the two powerful beings in the Alliance of Ferocious Beasts and the Alliance of Ferocious Beasts, who could also become as powerful as Remote Antiquity Supreme after using their secret techniques. This time, there were a total of 6 Remote Antiquity Supreme beings who were eyeing the magic hall covetously. If you want to talk about the super swallowing system with more like-minded people, you can follow excellent reading literature on WeChat. Talk about life, find confidence. Currently, there were 7 camps and 5 alliances in this vast and boundless eldritch world fragment. Putting aside the Magic Hall and the Skyriver sector, 4 of the 5 alliances that had just been established had already set off in 4 different directions. The sword points to the forbidden land of Rising Dawn. The last alliance left was the Human Alliance. At this time, on the Human Alliance's headquarter planet, in the square of the palace at the peak of the giant mountain, a group of higher-ups of the Human Alliance were gathered for a secret meeting. Because the Immortal Emperor had yet to descend into this eldritch world fragment, the person in charge here was the Imperial Preceptor, Dr. Unlike the other 4 alliances, the Human Alliance adopted the parliamentary system of the Wanluo Alliance. Originally, there were a total of 11 Primordial Age Almighties in the Alliance, but not long ago, Xuechan, who was in charge of the headquarters of the former Wanluo Federation, was killed by the Master of the Magic Hall. Even the thousands of fortresses and the Sunluo fleet that accompanied the army were all killed. Several experts were captured, and none of them returned. Therefore, there were only 10 Almighty-level members of the Alliance sitting here for a secret meeting. Beside Dr. sat 3 Imperial Elders. Yi Xian had never seen them before, and they were all Almighty-level existences of the Primordial Age. However, these 3 Imperial Court Elders were accompanying Dr. Just based on this point alone, DR, whose cultivation level could not be seen, was enough to make one's imagination run wild. Whether the cultivation level of a late-stage almighty on the surface was the real situation remained to be verified. As for the cultivation camp, the person in charge here was an elder of the Tianju Palace. He had long eyebrows and cheeks, and his cultivation level had reached the 6th stage of the primordial age, which was the peak of the middle stage of this realm. In addition, there were 2 elders of the Tianju Palace on each side. One was in a white robe, and the other was in a black robe. Their cultivation levels were also in the primordial age, but they were at the 1st and 2nd stage of this realm, which was the early stage. As for the almighty level members of the original Wanluo Federation headquarters, there were originally 4 of them. After Xuechan's death, there were only 3 left. Compared to the 2 camps of the Human Alliance, they were slightly weaker, although these 3 people were also in human form. In fact, only 2 of them were from the human clan. The other one had the bloodline of a ferocious beast. Among them, the one with the strongest cultivation level was an 8th stage almighty of the human clan called Dong Zhaotian. As for the other 2 people, one was a ferocious beast. At this moment, the 3 almighty realm members of the myriad Luo Federation headquarters had gloomy expressions on their faces. This was Luo people of the Human Alliance headquarters of the Human Alliance. That battle had practically caused the Human Federation to lose all face. Such a huge army, yet only one person had managed to escape, and that person was the supreme commander of the Sunlan Fleet, Universe Supremacy Long Huai. Within the Federation, although the upper echelons of the 2 human factions did not say much, the 3 almighties who belonged to the former headquarters of the Wanluo Federation knew very well that they were the ones who had lost face. Because of this, as soon as the bad news came, the 8th stage almighty among the 3 had used a secret technique and paid a certain price to send a message to the original Wanluo Federation headquarters on the undying star of Universe 3, requesting for reinforcements. It could be said that the reason the Human Alliance had not sent out their troops was because they were waiting for the reinforcements from the original Wanluo Federation headquarters to arrive. I have to say, the master of the magic hall in the forbidden land of Rising Sun is indeed extraordinarily powerful. Dong Zhaotian suddenly thought of something, and the gloomy expression on his face softened. He turned to look at the Imperial Advisor, Dr. Then, he continued, even the Blood Qilin, the 9-Hell Demon Alligator, the 9-Headed Blood Dragon, and the Blue Sky Rock, the 4 supreme masters of the Ancients era, couldn't defeat him when they joined forces. In that case, since it was the master of the Demon Hall who took action, it was inevitable that fellow Blood Cicada would lose his wings in this battle. The crushing defeat this time could only be said to be an accident. However, it is obvious that the Federation Senate will not give up just like that. This old man has already sent out the message. If nothing unexpected happens, the Senate's reinforcements should be arriving soon. Although it is unlikely that a desolate sovereign-level existence will directly descend, at least there will be one. A half-step desolate supremacy at the 9th stage of the Almighty Realm. If that is the case, we can join forces with the other 4 alliances to deter the master of the Magic Hall and take the opportunity to take down that ye bastard and his army in the Skyriver sector. Rumble, rip. Rip. As soon as Dong Zhaotian finished speaking, the rumbling of thunder came from outside the atmosphere of the stars above them. Following that, there were 2 crisp sounds of ripping silk. This was clearly the rhythm of a starry sky expert tearing through the void. Dr. and the other almighty beings of the primordial era exchanged glances and looked up at almost the same time. Fellow Taoists, sorry for the long wait. This time, this Supreme Lord and Yak Sovereign will descend together. That **** T-Master of the Magic Hall will definitely be torn into pieces. At the same time, 2 figures passed through the atmosphere of the stars above them and landed on the square of the main hall at the peak of the mountain. Muffled voices were heard at the same time, indicating the origins of these 2 people. They were obviously elders of the Federation Senate, although both of them were in human form, their bodies exuded a dense aura of ferocious beasts. Clearly, they were both in human form. Their bodies were extremely ferocious. One of them had 2 short horns on his head, which should be the so-called Yak Sovereign. The other one had triangular eyes, and his face was the same. His aura was sinister. If not mistaken, he was a great being of the Python race. As for their cultivation level, both of them exuded the aura of a primordial era great being at the pinnacle of the 9th tier. Without a doubt, these were two powerful half-step desolate masters. Python Sovereign. Yak Sovereign. I didn't expect both of you to come together at the same time. At first, Dong Zhaotian thought it was only one person, but now, there were two of them. Dong Zhaotian was stunned at first, but then his face lit up with surprise. He immediately stood up to welcome them. This way, the number of great beings of the primordial era in the Human Federation had reached 12, and two of them were half-step desolate masters. The Federation Senate was now on par with the two camps of the human race, or perhaps even stronger. Half a day later, a huge fleet of battleships sailed out of the starfield where the Human Federation was located. The Human Federation had a total of 36 universe sovereigns, over 100 universe masters, over 300 universe knights, and over 2,000 undying emperors. There were also countless battleships and battleships below the level of emperor. This time, 80% of the upper echelons below the level of great being were mobilized, leading 500 million strongholds and fortresses, as well as 1 million superstar fortresses with a diameter of 1 million meters, and 1 million gigantic battleships. The size of such an army was comparable to any of the 4 alliances that had been mobilized before. As for the 12 great beings of the primordial era, other than Di and the one left behind by Dong Zhaotian, the rest were all mobilized. They led this huge fleet and rumbled toward the rising sun forbidden land. If you want to talk about the super swallowing system with more like-minded people, you can follow excellent reading literature on WeChat. Talk about life, find friends. In addition to the Milky Way star area, the Starry Sky Alliance, the Myriad Races Alliance, the Fierce Beasts Alliance, the Remnant People Alliance, and the Human Race Federation, there were a large number of smaller and less powerful independent forces in this vast and boundless untainted land fragment. However, no matter how small their scale was, there were bound to be some emperors within them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to survive in such an environment and would have been wiped out long ago. The order from the Magic Hall Master was very clear. Within this entire space fragment, all the emperors and above had to gather at the rising sun forbidden ground and pay their respects to the Magic Hall. Hence, the upper echelons of the various powers didn't dare to be careless. Almost all of them took action, each bringing their own fleet and battleships, heading towards the forbidden land of rising sun from all directions. Of course, they couldn't just enter the forbidden ground and pay their respects to the Magic Hall Master. After all, with all 5 alliances moving together, this was clearly the start of a war. Whether or not the Magic Hall of the rising sun forbidden ground could survive was another matter altogether. These fellows were all prepared for both sides. When they arrived at the starfield where the rising sun forbidden ground was, they would first wait in the distant space and observe the outcome of the war before making a decision. If the Magic Hall lost, there was naturally nothing much to say. They would just disperse and return to where they came from. However, if the Magic Hall won, they would be able to rush to the rising sun forbidden ground and pay their respects to the infamous Demon Master. For a time, all the forces in the boundless untainted land, big or small, were on the move. A formless pressure engulfed the entire space, rising sun forbidden ground central region, Yixian star atmosphere. In the universe space, there were still 3 days before the upper echelons of the various powers at the level of undying emperors and above would arrive. The upper echelons of the Demon Palace were well aware of what was happening in the outside world. Currently, all of the undying emperors and above under Yixian were gathered here. They were all familiar faces like Green Cow and Yu Ling Long from the Beast Army, Dragon Centipede, Gong Jun, Black Wind Tiger, Howling Moon Mastiff, and the other emperors from the rising sun forbidden ground, a total of over 40 of them. There was also the Xianxia tribe from the Survivor Army, Zhao Dong and the other knights from the rising sun forbidden ground, and over 20 emperors from the survivors. There was also the 3-clawed dragon and Long Shan Tang from the nomadic army, the representatives from the council, and over 60 emperors. Finally, the 6-blood dragon, Green Rock and Blood Flood Dragon led the captives. The captives were all from the 3 races, with over 200 undyings and so on. There were over 400 undyings in total. They were all gathered here. Over the past 3 months, the upper echelons of the Magic Hall under Yixian were all running around, delivering the Demon Lord's orders to the various powers and races. They didn't have time to train at all. Hence, even the 6-headed blood dragon and Zhao Dong hadn't improved at all. As for Zhao Dong and the others, their cultivation hadn't improved at all. It was roughly the same as it was 3 months ago. With Yi Xian's order, the hundreds of upper echelons of the Demon Palace instantly scattered in all directions and shot towards their respective camps. After a short while, the entire forbidden area of the rising sun came to life. The 4 armies moved together, gathering their armies, and gathering in the void outside the forbidden area of the rising sun end. Behind and to the left and right of the rising star forbidden land was a boundless void turbulence, which could be regarded as the end of the void fragment of the untainted land. Therefore, the position of the forbidden land of the rising sun was like a terrain surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, with only one side facing the vast universe. Currently, the 4 armies of the magic hall rushed out from this side and formed up outside the forbidden ground. In the center, there was a huge empty space 1 billion miles away. On the left and right, there were 2 armies. It seemed like they had purposely left a path to enter the forbidden ground. The 2 armies on the left were the Ferocious Beast Army and the Nomadic Army. The Ferocious Beast Army was made up of the ferocious beasts that originally lived in this space fragment, including the Ferocious Beast Army of the Nomadic Army and the ferocious beasts of the Forbidden Ground. Currently, the commanders, Green Cow, Yuling Long, Long Xiao, Gong Jun, Black Wind Tiger, Howling Moon Mastiff, along with the other emperors of the Forbidden Ground, a total of over 40 ferocious beasts, were all mobilized. In terms of overall strength, there were about 100 million ferocious beasts of different levels in the army. They occupied a huge space fragment. The Nomad Army was the captive army from before. The army was made up of experts from the 3 main planes of the current universe. There were humans, the second universe, and even some slave races from the first universe, as well as various experts from the former Wanluo Federation. Warriors. The commanders, like the 3-clawed Flood Dragon and Long Shan Tang, were all members of the Captive Council, a total of over 60 emperors. This time, they were all mobilized. In terms of conventional strength, they had the most soldiers, a total of over 1 billion. The battleships were all huge fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters, a total of 50 million. The 2 armies on the right were the Survivor Army and the Captive Army. The Survivor Army was made up of the Shangji tribe and the Rising Sun Forbidden Ground. Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, Li Bei, and the other 3 universe knights led over 20 elders of the Undying Emperors. They commanded over 10 million battleships. The total number of survivors in the battleships exceeded 100 million, and they were all elites. The last captive army was made up of Blood Dragon, Green Rock, and Battle Lion captives. The total number of captives exceeded 20 billion. There were all kinds of battleships and fortresses, as well as a total of 1 billion smaller fortresses. In terms of the upper echelon, the strongest was Blood Dragon, who was already a universe supreme. There were also Blood Dragon Elder and Green Rock Elder, 2 universe knights, and over 200 Undying Emperors. It was a shocking lineup. Such an army was in formation in the void of the universe outside the Rising Sun Forbidden Land. After everything was in place, they immediately quieted down. Not a single sound could be heard in the void within a radius of billions of miles. They were definitely well trained. Hong Long Long. 2 days later, the Sky River Army could finally be seen in the distance. They didn't stop. Instead, they headed straight for the center passage formed by the 4 armies of the Magic Hall. Hong. At this moment, all the battleships, fortresses, and fortresses of the 4 armies were activated and fired 3 rounds at the sky. This was etiquette. The Sky River Army was a guest, and the Magic Hall, as the host, couldn't show any weakness. Countless energy beams of different colors shot into the sky, illuminating the vast universe space within a few billion miles. Amidst the interweaving beams of light, the entire Sky River Army slowly entered the Rising Sun Forbidden Ground and stopped behind the 4 armies of the Magic Hall. If you want to talk about the super swallowing system with more like-minded people, follow excellent reading literature on WeChat. Talk about life, find friends. The huge army from Sky River Sector was the first to arrive. They entered the Forbidden Land of Rising and stationed themselves in the space behind the 4 great armies of Magic Hall. In the next day, the star field where the Forbidden Land of Rising was located was bustling with activity. It was a grand occasion like never before. The 5 great armies, which had just been established not long ago, arrived one after another. They were separated by a distance of about 1 billion miles in space. They formed a semicircle and faced off against the 4 great armies of Magic Hall, which were stationed at the edge of the Forbidden Land of Rising. The atmosphere in space was getting more and more tense with the arrival of the 5 great armies. An invisible force was pressing down on everyone's heart. 1 billion miles away, the army on the left side was from the Star Alliance. The number of battleships in this army was astonishing. There were 500 million fortresses and fortresses of various sizes. They were put together by the various races of the second universe, and this time, they were almost all out. As for the higher-ups, there were more than 30 universe masters, close to 200 universe knights, and more than 1,000 undying emperors. Except for about 20% who stayed behind to guard the headquarters, the rest were all following the army. And at this time, they had all rushed out from their respective flagships and stood in the space in front of the army. Most of them had already shown their bloodline true bodies and were emitting shocking forces. As for the outer region on the left side, there were also 500 million fortresses and fortresses of various sizes. This army was from the Myriad Race Alliance. This time, the Myriad Race Alliance was determined. For Universe Supremes, 32 Universe Masters, more than 100 Universe Knights, and a large number of Undying Emperors all rushed out from their respective flagships and fortresses. They also lined up in front of the army, eyeing the army covetously. Among them, at the forefront were the 4 Universe Supremes, and 3 of them were old acquaintances of Xianxia. For example, the former Sector Lord of the Space Rat Clan, Gold Rat Big Tooth, the former Sector Lord of the Hell Ant Clan, Blood Ant Sky, and the former Sector Lord of the Ferocious Clan, whose name even Xianxia couldn't remember. Now, these 3 old fellows had all become Universe Supremes. It was just that they didn't know that if they found out that the Demon Lord overseeing the Demon Hall in front of them, the target of their crusade, was actually Xianxia. I wonder what they would think in their hearts. As for the right side of the void ahead, there was an army of ferocious beasts. As soon as they arrived, countless ferocious beast experts roared. In the ferocious beast army of 200 million, all the ferocious beasts of the starry sky revealed their bloodline true bodies. Every one of them was extremely huge. Now that they were gathered together, they formed a vast expanse. Even the air was congested. In front of the army were 18 Universe Supremes, over 50 Universe Masters, over 100 Universe Knights, and over 1,000 Undying Emperors. The leader was an ancient ferocious beast of the 7th rank. Its body was wrapped in a green light, and its specific form could not be seen. In the outer region of the right side, there was a powerful army of survivors from the Survivors Alliance. Among them, there were more than 500 million battleships. Now, the higher-ups of this army had walked out of their flagship battleships. There were a total of 20 Universe Supreme Beings, more than 60 Universe Masters, and more than 100 Universe Knights. Other than that, there were more than 100 Universe Knights. There were also over 1,000 Undying Emperors. They all stood in the void in front of the army of survivors. The leader was an elder in a grey robe. This time, in order to carry the flag of the Survivors Alliance, the higher-ups of one of the top-tier tribes had paid a certain price and gritted their teeth to wake up a supreme being who had been sleeping in the ancestral land of the tribe in advance. It was this grey-robed elder. The elder. Although the aura emitted from his body was that of a supreme being of the 7th rank, which was the late stage of this realm, he was not a supreme being of the primordial era. However, it was said that he had some kind of secret technique that could allow him to be as powerful as a supreme being of the primordial era for a short period of time. Long, among the 5 alliances, the armies of the 4 alliances of the starry sky, the myriad races, the survivors, and the beasts had just finished setting up camp in the void when an earth-shattering roar came from the void in front of the forbidden land of the rising star. In the void, in the battleships, countless great beings turned their heads subconsciously at this moment. An enormous battleship army was rumbling toward them. The formation was so huge that it occupied a corner of the void in front of them. This army was obviously from the last of the 5 alliances, the Human Federation. This time, 80% of the higher-ups of the Human Federation were under the command of 500 million strongholds, 1 million superstar fortresses with a diameter of 1 million meters, and 1 million giant battleships. The scale of this army was not inferior to any of the 4 alliances that had been dispatched before. After half a day, this enormous fleet finally arrived in the void of the universe a billion miles away from the forbidden land of the rising star. Hundreds of millions of battleships of all types were neatly lined up and stopped abruptly at the same time, hovering and setting up camp in the central region that was specially reserved for the four alliances. At this moment, the semicircular encirclement that was a billion miles away from the forbidden land of the rising star was completely formed. The five alliances that had just been established not long ago cooperated with each other with great tacit understanding, forming an invisible and worrisome momentum toward the forbidden land of the rising star, Xiao, 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 Xiao. With a large number of sharp piercing sounds, figures from the enormous battleship army of the Human Federation rushed out from the flagship fortresses and gathered at the 1,000,000 superstar fortresses in front of the army. Finally, they stopped abruptly in the void space in front of the superstar fortress army. They were all higher-ups of the Human Federation army who were above the level of emperors. This time, the Human Federation had dispatched a total of 30 Universe Supremes, close to 100 Universe Masters, 300 Universe Knights, and 1,500 Undying Emperors. Now, these close to 2,000 great beings, regardless of whether they were great beings from the human race or the ferocious beast elders from the Federation Senate, all appeared in human form and lined up in the void space in front of the 1,000,000 superstar fortresses of the Human Federation. 2. The 10 people at the very front were none other than the 10 primordial era mighty figures of the Human Race Federation. Among these 10 great beings, 7 were great beings from the human race, and 3 were ferocious beast great beings. In the center were the 2 old fellows who had just arrived from the Federation Senate. Although they were both in human form, their bodies emitted ferocious beast energies that were so thick that they could not be dispersed. Obviously, they were ferocious beasts in human form. Their bodies were extremely ferocious. One of them had 2 short horns on his head, and he was Yak Knight. The other one had triangular eyes, and his face was the same. His aura was sinister, and he was Python Knight. As for their cultivation level, they emitted the aura of a great being from the primordial era. Without a doubt, these 2 were powerful half-step desolate masters, and they were the strongest beings present. At this moment, they attracted the attention of countless great beings. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website, in the forbidden land of the rising sun, inside Xianxia's cavern star, there were only 3 days left before all the higher-ups of the various forces in the void fragment of the primitive world would come to the magic hall for an audience. Of course, although it was said to be an audience, judging from the current situation, this so-called audience was simply an attempt to force the emperor to abdicate. Xian had already expected this, but he still insisted on it in order to speed up the integration of the various forces. Speed. He had a very strong intuition that the arrival of the end of the primitive world was getting closer and closer, and there was not much time left for everyone. Of course, these forces did not have much to do with Xian. Apart from the Skyriver sector, he was still somewhat concerned about the human clan. However, once the end of the primitive world arrived, all the various forces would face a huge test of survival. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. With Xian's current strength and foundation, he was not confident that he could contend with the primeval Heaven's Eye. Therefore, if these forces were to grow quickly, they would more or less cause some trouble for the primeval Heaven's Eye in the future. This was obviously beneficial to Xian. As the 6-headed blood dragon, the green ox, and the other higher-ups left with the 4 major armies of the magic hall, Xian fell into deep thought in the void at the edge of the forbidden land of the rising sun. There were only 3 days left. He decided to continue his closed-door training and break through another level of cultivation. In the past 3 months, he had been adjusting his state. The gains from the previous breakthrough had already been completely integrated into his divine soul and physical body. The opportunity for another breakthrough had also arrived. He gritted his teeth and forcibly increased his speed. It should be possible to break through 1 level of cultivation in 3 days. Rumble. After making the decision, Xian waved his hand and summoned the Shenong cauldron. It floated in midair behind the giant peak where the magic hall was located. Then, his figure flashed and he stepped into the mouth of the cauldron, which was filled with 9-colored fog. After entering the space inside the cauldron, he directly sat cross-legged above the central region volcano in the space inside the cauldron. Whoosh! Swish, swish, swish. Immediately after, a large number of faint sounds of breaking through the air rang out. Rays of light shot out from Xianxia's body and hovered in front of him. This included the all-evil origin liquid, the 9-colored divine herb, and the chaos-grade herb. These were all cultivation resources that he had taken out from the undying world in his body for this breakthrough. After completing everything, Xian immediately activated the power of the Shenong Cauldron's domain, compressing all the cultivation resources into the size of a nascent soul fist. With a wave of his hand, Xian swallowed this nascent soul fist-sized round bead into his stomach and quickly dissolved it. Hua! Rumble, it melted in Xian's mouth, and the clanking of chains could be heard from within his body, accompanied by thunderous booms. In less than half a breath of time, all the resources that he had swallowed earlier had turned into a mighty river of energy. Everything that followed was a walk in the park. With rapt attention, Xian activated the river of energy that had formed in his body and continuously circulated it through his meridians until it was completely refined. As the river of energy completely disappeared and merged into his body and soul, he only needed to accumulate energy to launch a single attack before the shackles broke. The anticipated system notification soon rang out in his mind, ding. Congratulations to host for breaking through the realm of the ancient Dongxi mantra. Current realm, 4th Order Primordial God. Ding. Congratulations to host for breaking through the realm of the physical body. Current realm, 4th Order Primordial God. 4th Order Primordial God was already the mid-stage of this realm. In fact, he had already possessed the battle strength of a mid-stage Supreme Primordial God. In fact, he was not far from the late-stage Supreme Primordial God. Previously, Xian's cultivation base had been at the 3rd Order Primordial God. After activating the ancient demon ape bloodline power in his body, he could instantly climb to the 4th Order Primordial God. After activating the 9 transformations of the demonic ape and reaching the 9th transformation, his battle strength would immediately soar to the 4th Order Primordial God. If one were to include the addition of his physical body's boundless qi and blood to his cultivation level, his true battle strength would be comparable to a rank 5 desolate supremacy, but now, after he broke through again, Xian would instantly possess the strength of a 5th Order Primordial God after activating the ancient demon ape bloodline in his body. Once he activated the bloodline power of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape and entered the 9th transformation, his peak battle strength would be comparable to a 5th Order Universe Supreme. If he was in the 60 million miles huge state of his physical body, the majestic strength of his blood would increase his actual battle strength by another level. At that time, the strongest battle strength he could display would be comparable to a 6th Order Desolate Master. 6th Order Desolate Master was already at the peak of the mid-stage Desolate Master. He was only 1 order away from the late-stage Desolate Master. In other words, under normal circumstances, Xian would be invincible under the late-stage Desolate Master. But in fact, Xian still had the Blood Sea Secret Technique. Once he activated the power of the Blood Sea Secret Technique, he would instantly form 3 Blood Sea bodies, all of which had terrifying battle strength comparable to a 6th Order Desolate Master. Under the situation of 3 against 1, even a 8th Order Desolate Master would not be his opponent. And if he used the Fallen Sky Bow, even the peak Desolate Supremacy of the 9th Stage Great Perfection, which was also a half-step way of the heavens like the Void Giant Tortoise, would be killed by his arrow if it was caught off guard, and die. My strongest battle strength has reached the 6th Order Primordial God, and I can have at most 3 Blood Sea bodies of the same battle strength. After the breakthrough, Xian suddenly opened his eyes. Deep in his eyes, there was a clear flash of light. At this moment, he was unprecedentedly excited. There are only 5 small breakthroughs to reach the 9th Order of the Primordial God to consume a level 29 Desolate Master treasure pill. After calming down a little, he took a deep breath and once again muttered softly, "It seems that the refining of the level 29 Desolate Sovereign treasure pill is becoming more and more urgent. I hope that this time I will be able to obtain a few more Supreme Expert blood essences from the great battle." Whoosh! After saying that, Xian's eyes flashed, and in an instant, a black fog shot out from his body. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the horizon. This black fog was the black fog avatar of the 3 Blood Sea bodies. Previously, he had already transformed into Xian's appearance and left with the 7 beautiful cultivators and the demonic dragon, hiding in an abandoned star far away from the rising sun forbidden land. But this time, Xian was once again in seclusion to break through. so he summoned the Black Fog Avatar to tear through the void and descend. Now that his seclusion had ended and he had successfully broken through, the Black Fog Avatar had quietly left. Soon, when he appeared again, he would descend as Yi Xian's original body, and now, Yi Xian's original body, who was sitting in the magic hall, had transformed into the appearance of the violent ape in the blink of an eye. He was about 10 feet tall, and with a flash of light in his eyes, he looked towards the distant void outside the star. As if in a dream, he muttered softly, "Just 3 days. Time is up, those 4 old fellows should also descend, right?" Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. As early as a day ago, the huge army of the Great Five Alliance had already arrived. They formed a huge semicircle around the Rising Sun Forbidden Land, surrounding the Rising Sun Forbidden Land. However, for the past day, neither the 4 armies of the demon halls outside the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun nor the armies of the 5 great alliances 1 billion kilometers away had made any movements. In front of the Great Five Alliances army, the senior officials of the Great Five Alliances army, who were above the level of emperors, stood in different camps. They were eyeing the battlefield covetously, but none of them made any moves. Now, in this vast universe, the most powerful beings were the 12 great beings of the remote antiquity. In front of the army of ferocious beasts, there was a light cluster, in which there was an ancient ferocious beast of the 7th rank. In front of the army of survivors, there was a figure of an elder in a grey robe. His aura was also at the 7th rank of the remote antiquity. However, although these 2 beings were only at the late stage of the remote antiquity, they each had their own secret techniques. If necessary, they could instantly reach the level of the Supreme Master of the remote antiquity. Of course, they were only at the early stage of the remote antiquity. Most of them were only at the first stage of the desolate venerable realm. In addition to these 2 old monsters, the Human Federation in the center of the Great Five Alliances army was the most eye-catching. In front of the Human Federation's army stood 10 figures, all of whom were great beings of the remote antiquity. Among them, 3 of them emitted a thick aura of ferocious beasts. These 3 old guys were obviously ferocious beasts in human form. Apart from the weakest one, who was only at the 2nd rank of the remote antiquity, the other 2 had reached the peak of the 9th rank of the remote antiquity, which meant that they were half-step desolate venerables. However, even they were extremely quiet in the past day. No matter how angry they were, they didn't act rashly. This was because the mysterious master of the magic hall was so powerful that they were no match for him. Even if the 12 great beings of the remote antiquity joined forces, they wouldn't be able to shake him. They were waiting for the supreme commanders of the Star Alliance and the Alliance of Myriad Races. The highest commanders of the Star Alliance were the 9-headed Blood Wyrm and the Cyan Rock. The 2 supreme commanders of the Myriad Races Alliance were even stronger. They were both rank 5 Desolate Supremes. They were the Scarlet Unicorn and the 9 Netherworld Demon Crocodile. Although the 4 of them had previously fought with the Hall Master of the Magic Hall and weren't a match for him even after joining forces, the situation today was clearly different from before. As long as these 4 old fogies arrived, the Master of the Magic Hall would appear. With the 4 of them holding off the Master of the Magic Hall, the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun would be nothing. At that time, any of the 12 Primordial Era Almighty figures present would be able to destroy the entire Forbidden Land of Rising Sun. This was something that the Master of the Magic Hall was well aware of. Therefore, the battle today might not even happen. But to them, even if it didn't happen, they would have successfully dampened the Master of the Magic Hall's ferocity. The so-called meeting had turned into a show of force, and the Master of the Magic Hall couldn't do anything about it. This was a huge loss of face. From now on, the Magic Hall would probably have to keep a low profile. In fact, the Great Five Alliance was hoping that the Master of the Magic Hall would explode on the spot and cause a war that might not break out. First, the 4 old fogies would hold off the Master of the Magic Hall. Then, half of the 12 Primordial Era Almighty figures would be sent to destroy the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun, while the other half would go to the aid of the Scarlet Unicorn and the others. Even if they couldn't kill the Master of the Magic Hall, they would at least be able to heavily injure him. This was very likely to happen. This was even better. If they could use this opportunity to get rid of the Master of the Magic Hall, they would be able to solve the problem once and for all. In fact, it wasn't just the Great Five Alliance. Many of the higher-ups of the various powers were thinking the same thing. Currently, the Great Five Alliance's army was in a semicircle formation. They had sealed off the path of the four armies of the Magic Hall at the edge of the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun and surrounded them. In the surrounding space, there were large amounts of ferocious beasts, battleships, and all sorts of battleships. There were even some lone figures of the human race. They were the higher-ups of some of the weaker powers. The weakest among them were at the level of emperors. The strongest even emitted the aura of a primordial-era almighty figure. There were many such existences, but they didn't dare to get too close. To them, the battle between the Great Five Alliance and the Magic Hall was like a battle between gods. And they were all alone. To the Magic Hall and the Great Five Alliance, they were nothing more than little demons. When the gods fought, the little demons could only watch from afar. If they were to get too close, they would probably be in trouble. Hong. Hong long long, Kacha. Kacha, just at this moment, in this vast void that had been quiet for an entire day, but the atmosphere was oppressive to the extreme, suddenly there was an earth-shattering explosion without any warning, followed closely by a few extremely clear sounds of fabric tearing. Subconsciously, countless great beings from various camps looked toward the source of the sound with different expressions on their faces. In their line of sight, there were two huge cracks in the void. They were right above the armies of the Star Alliance and the Myriad Races Alliance. Immediately afterward, two figures rushed out from each of the two huge void cracks. The figures that emerged from the crack in the void above the Star Alliance were the nine-headed blood dragon and the Xianxia rock. And the figures that emerged from the crack in the void above the Myriad Races Alliance were the Scarlet Unicorn and the Nine-Phantom Demon Alligator. Calculating the time, it was more than 3 months ago that these four old fellows started a great battle with Xianxia. Now that more than 3 months had passed, even though their injuries had all healed, their cultivation hadn't improved. The nine-headed blood dragon and the Xianxia rock were still first-order supreme primordial master. As for the Scarlet Unicorn and the Nine-Phantom Demon Alligator, their cultivation had only recovered to fifth-order supreme primordial master. When one reached the desolate supremacy realm, a small breakthrough or recovery would require a long period of time. Sometimes, it would even depend on luck. Therefore, this scene was expected from the start. At this time, the four old guys rushed out of the two cracks in the void. Their figures were originally only about 100 feet tall. However, as their figures appeared and completely descended in this corner of the void, the four old fellows immediately raised their heads and let out shocking roars and howls of rage, roar, screech. Screech. As these furious roars and screeches spread out, the entire vast space of the universe trembled slightly. At the same time, their bodies, which were originally only around 300 meters tall, began to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, they had reached 100 million feet tall. Like four stars, they towered above the armies of the Star Alliance and the Myriad Races Alliance. Their ferocity was monstrous. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Roar, screech. Screech, an earth-shattering roar rang out, and the entire vast void of the universe trembled slightly. At this moment, four powerful primordial supremes descended. At first, they were only about 1,000 feet tall, but in an instant, they grew at a speed visible to the naked eye, reaching 100 million feet tall in the blink of an eye. Like four stars, they stood above the army of the Star Alliance and the alliance of 10,000 races. For a moment, their ferocious aura filled the sky. These were the four real primordial supremes. They were not comparable to the two primordial supremes who were at the peak of 9th stage in the Human Federation army. Even the ferocious beast and the grey-robed ancestor in front of the army of ferocious beasts and the army of remnants were only at the 7th stage of the primordial supremes. They had to pay a certain price and perform some kind of secret technique to raise their cultivation to the primordial supremes in an instant. This kind of desolate supremes who were raised by secret techniques had certain shortcomings no matter how powerful they were. There was absolutely no way they could be compared to the real desolate supremes. Moreover, among the four powerful desolate supremes, the Scarlet Unicorn and the 9 Serenity Demon Alligator were at the 5th stage of the middle stage. Even though the 9-headed Blood Dragon and the Azure Sky Rock were only first-level desolate supremes, they had already firmly established themselves in this realm. It could be said that these four powerful desolate supremes who had just descended were definitely the strongest existences among the countless experts in the Great Five Alliance. Even the 10 primordial great beings of the Human Federation had to admit that this time, when the Great Five Alliance joined forces to force the Demon Palace, he was the strongest. These four were the real backbone of the alliance. Without them, there would be no need to carry out this act of forcing the Magic Hall to abdicate, because there was no meaning to it at all. Therefore, at this moment, with the arrival of the Scarlet Unicorn, the 9 Serenity Demon Alligator, the 9-headed Blood Dragon, and the Azure Sky Rock, all the experts in the Five Alliance's army focused their attention on them. They were the 10 primordial supremes at the front of the Human Federation army. They did not make a sound. It was obvious that they had tactfully given up the right to speak in this show of forcing the Emperor to abdicate, leaving the 4 members of Scarlet Unicorn in charge. As for the upper echelons of the weaker forces in the void further behind them, they held their breaths too. Their eyes glittered brightly as they fixed their gazes on the bloody Qilin and the other 3. Roar, screech. Screech, the 4 primordial paragons, including the Blood Qilin, threw their heads back and let out a ferocious roar that traveled billions of kilometers. Even the void of the primitive era fragment trembled slightly. Before their furious roars had even faded away, the 4 old fellows had already turned their heads and swept their gazes over the army of the 5 Great Alliance below. This time, the Great Five Alliance's upper echelons have all moved out, that's right. There are actually 12 of them? If that's the case, it'll be a piece of cake for them to crush the entire Magic Hall. Fellow cultivators, when that damned monkey appears later, we'll be in charge of luring him away. At that time, it'll be up to you all to kill the army of the Magic Hall in front of us. This time, I want to completely erase the name of the Magic Hall from this fragment of the Chaos world. The result was obviously very satisfying. What should come had already come. In the end, the 4 old fellows' gazes swept over the 4 armies of the Magic Hall at the edge of the rising sun forbidden land, which was billions of kilometers away from them. After a burst of laughter, they immediately sent out their godly consciousness to mock them. Bao Yuan, why haven't you shown yourself yet? Didn't you send out an order for all the undying emperors and above in this fragment of the Chaos world to come and meet you? Now that we're all gathered here, you so-called master of the Magic Hall, you arrogant brat who wants to rule the world, arrogant brat, why don't you dare to show yourself? Hee, during the battle that day, I said that after I've settled the urgent matters at hand, I'll return very soon to fight with you and take your head. Now that we're gathered here again to force you to abdicate, you send out these small fries and crabs, yet you're not moving. Could it be that you're scared? Come out and accept your death. Today, not only you, but all the great beings under the command of the Magic Hall in the rising sun forbidden land will die. Once I'm angry, the void within billions of kilometers will be barren. Roar. Roar. Screech. After finishing the last sentence, the Crimson Unicorn, 9 Underworld Demon Crocodile, 9-headed Blood Dragon, and Cyan Sky Rock raised their heads and roared at the same time. The aura within their bodies was pushed to the extreme. For incomparably powerful waves of desolate sovereign pressure spread out in an instant, but they did not target below or behind them. Instead, they swept towards the edge of the rising sun forbidden land that was billions of kilometers away. This was clearly a deliberate provocation. He wanted to use his pressure to crush the 4 great legions of the Magic Hall outside the rising sun forbidden land, and give the master of the Magic Hall a show of strength. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. Rumble. Almost at the same time, an earth-shattering rumble rang out. In the deepest part of the rising sun forbidden land, the atmosphere violently surged, and then automatically parted to form an incomparably wide path. A black light shot out, and in the blink of an eye, it had already arrived outside the star. This black light expanded with the wind, and in less than a breath of time, it had already turned into an incomparably towering black palace that was tens of thousands of kilometers in size. Its entire body was as black as ink, but it was sparkling and translucent. It was unknown what material it was made of, but it gave people the feeling that it was incomparably high-end and grand, emitting a kind of supreme domineering majesty. The huge palace was tens of thousands of kilometers wide, and it was the main hall of the Magic Hall. As soon as it appeared, an invisible pressure spread out from the Black Palace, and easily dissolved the 4 waves of desolate sovereign pressure that were sweeping over from billions of kilometers away. Yi Xian was currently in charge of this palace, so he couldn't be bothered to directly appear. With a thought, he brought the entire demon palace and flew out. At this time, the Magic Hall was tens of thousands of kilometers tall, towering above the four great legions at the edge of the rising sun forbidden land. It looked extremely powerful and eye-catching. Whoosh! Swish, 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 as the demon hall charged out of the forbidden land of the rising sun, figures immediately flew out from the four great armies at the edge of the forbidden land of the rising sun. They gathered in front of the black magic hall. Leading them were six-headed blood dragon and green cow, as well as Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, Li Bei, blood dragon ancestor, green rock ancestor, and the other universe knights. Behind these 8 were Yu Ling Long, Long Jiang, Gong Jun, Black Wind Tiger, Howling Moon Mastiff, Three-Clawed Dragon, Long Shan Tang, and more than 400 undying emperors, since 2 days ago, when they led the legions into formation at the edge of the rising sun forbidden land, they hadn't done anything out of the ordinary. Now that they saw the magic hall flying over, they immediately showed themselves. They clasped their fists in the air and bowed towards the Black Palace. Greetings, Demon Master. Please remember the domain name of the book. Mobile version of the book. It was a weird scene. As far as everyone knew, the master of Devil Hall was a powerful and violent starry sky raging ape. He was clearly the original owner of this prehistorical world fragment. Strictly speaking, he should be on the same side as the alliance of ferocious beasts. But in fact, this star-raging ape had set up his own organization, occupied the forbidden land of Rising Sun, built the Magic Hall, and called himself the master of the Magic Hall. But now, among the more than 400 high-level subordinates of the Magic Hall who had rushed out from the 4 legions of the Magic Hall, there was a mix of good and bad people. Those ferocious beasts were one thing, but the Devil Hall master was a starry sky berserk ape. As a ferocious beast expert, it was normal for them to submit to him. But in fact, among the more than 400 high-level subordinates of the Magic Hall, besides the fierce beasts, there were also great beings from other races and powers. The most eye-catching ones were Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei, who were all universe knights. In this fragment of space, the fierce beasts in the Forbidden Land and the people of the Primordial had always been enemies. But now, Zhao Dong and the other 3 led a large number of great beings from the tribes of the Primordial to submit to the star-raging ape, which was a powerful and ruthless fierce beast. The faces of the people of the Primordial. Among the legions of the 5 alliances, at the forefront of the Legion of the Alliance of the Primordial, the high-level members of the Alliance of the Primordial immediately pulled a long face and gritted their teeth, but they didn't do anything for the time being. Apart from the fierce beasts and the Alliance of the Primordial, the more than 400 high-level subordinates of the Magic Hall were all great beings from various races and powers on the 3 main planes of the starry sky. For example, the Three-Clawed Dragon was from the Senate of the former Wanluo Federation. For example, Long Shan Tang was one of the elders of the undying dynasty of the human race. For example, the 6-headed blood dragon, the blood dragon ancestor, and the green rock ancestor had betrayed their race not long ago. They were from the blood dragon clan and the green rock clan, respectively. Especially the 6-headed blood dragon, who was personally appointed by the 9-headed blood dragon to be the guardian of the Crown Prince Dragon. But now, Crown Prince Jiao was gone, and he was alive and well. He had become a general under the Magic Hall master who had killed Crown Prince Jiao. This was simply unbearable. The moment the 9-headed blood dragon saw him, its huge eyes turned red. In the previous battle with the master of the Magic Hall, only the master of the Magic Hall appeared. His subordinates did not appear. Therefore, the 9-headed blood dragon did not see the 6-headed blood dragon. Now that he suddenly saw this mixed-blood descendant of his, a monstrous rage instantly rushed to his brain. Screech, 6-headed blood dragon, you shameless old bastard! The 9-headed blood dragon raised its head and let out an earth-shattering roar. Its eyes instantly locked onto the 6-headed blood dragon that was a billion miles away. The roar was as loud as thunder. Get over here and let me slap you to death with my claws. At least I will have a quick death. Otherwise, when I capture you later, I will definitely burn your soul and torture you for tens of thousands of years. Only then can I vent the hatred in my heart. All of this happened too suddenly, and it gave the great beings from various camps in the surrounding void space a great shock. After being stunned for a moment, the great beings from all sides subconsciously looked at the 9-headed blood dragon. Then, they turned to look at the 6-headed blood dragon opposite them. The expressions on their faces gradually became strange. At the same time, the six-headed blood dragon, who had just bowed to the black magic hall, also turned to look at the nine-headed blood dragon. There was no trace of fear on his face at all. Although his cultivation level was only at the level of a universe supreme, he was already at the level of a universe supreme. However, the nine-headed blood dragon, who had broken through to the level of a primordial supreme, was actually calm and composed. Even when he spoke, he was calm and collected. Now, what right do you have to speak to me like this? I am no longer a member of the Blood Dragon clan. All these years, ask yourself honestly, have you ever really treated me, the six-headed blood dragon, as a descendant of your bloodline? Even if you sent me to that unfilial son of yours as a guardian, I was just a shield that could be sacrificed at any time. I have had enough of such days. On the contrary, it was only after entering the magic hall that I found myself and found the value of my existence. In a short period of time, not only did I break through to the level of a universe supreme that I had not broken through for a long time, but I also received high regard and even respect from Lord Demon Master. We are both members of the Blood Dragon clan, but as the clan ancestor, you have always treated me like a cow or a horse. You have never looked me in the eye. Lord Demon Master has nothing to do with me, but he has never ordered me around. If we really talk about cultivation level and strength, are you a match for Lord Demon Master? Not to mention killing you with one finger, at most, he just needs to throw a few more punches. He will definitely be able to kill you. You are so powerful, but you do not put on airs at all. Instead, you care for your subordinates. This is something that I have never felt in your Blood Dragon clan. Just based on this, it is only a matter of time before I leave the Blood Dragon clan and enter the magic hall. That's right. Just as the six-headed blood dragon finished speaking, the three-clawed dragon beside him stepped forward and took over the conversation. As he spoke, he had already turned to look at the camp of the Great Five Alliance, which was 1 billion miles away. There was clearly a hint of persuasion in his tone. Fellow cultivators, Lord Demon Master's momentum of dominating the world is already unstoppable. More importantly, following Lord Demon Master, not only will your cultivation level and strength improve rapidly, but you will also receive the high regard and even respect that you deserve. All the great beings who have entered the magic hall are aware of this. I advise all of you not to make a mistake and to return to the magic hall as soon as possible. Otherwise, if you persist in going about things the wrong way, you will definitely die. When that time comes, it will be too late to regret. These words were clearly persuasion before the battle, trying to shake the morale of the Great Five Alliance. The higher-ups of the other alliances did not react much. Although they were indignant, they did not react much for the time being. However, the 10 great beings of the primordial era in front of the Human Federation army were different. Among these 10 people, 6 were from the cultivation and technology camps of the human clan, while the other 4 were from the former Federation Senate of the 10,000 Luo Federation. It just so happened that the three-clawed flood dragon was also a low-level elder of the Federation Senate. At this moment, in front of the 4 of them, he said such words to persuade them to surrender. It was simply a slap in the face, and it was a resounding slap. The other 2 were weaker in terms of cultivation level. They were only at the early stage of the primordial era. Although their faces were extremely gloomy, they did not say anything. However, the other 2 old fellows, Venerable Yak and Venerable Python, who had reached the peak of the 9th stage of the primordial era, or half-step desolate supremacy, did not care so much. Their faces suddenly darkened, and the 2 old fellows roared like thunder. Roar! Screech, three-clawed dragon, you shameless traitor! How dare you persuade me to surrender? Do you want to die? Come, come, come. Since that's the case, come closer if you have the guts. This sovereign can deal with you with one slap. Humph, quite arrogant. Just as the 2 of them finished speaking, a cold snort suddenly sounded from the Black Demon Palace high above the 4 great armies of the Demon Palace. It seems that this king will have to kill one first to show off his might. Please remember the domain name of this book. The mobile version of this book. Bang! Rumble! Just as he finished speaking, an earth-shattering explosion came from the front of the Human Federation army, followed by endless rumbling of thunder. A figure suddenly appeared behind Yak Master and Python Master. It was none other than the Raging Star Ape. Both Yak Master and Python Master had already revealed their bloodline true forms, which were millions of feet tall. Compared to them, the raging star ape, which was only about 3 feet tall, was simply insignificant. Therefore, when the raging star ape appeared, no one noticed it. In fact, Xian had already been there for a long time. He had only appeared when the two old fellows made a sound. With his current cultivation base and the perfect use of his spiritual power secret technique, even the void tortoise might not be able to detect him. Naturally, it was not difficult for him to hide from the others. There was a reason why he had targeted Yak Master and Python Master from the beginning. On one hand, it was because the two old fellows were half-step desolate venerables. They were very powerful, and if he could take care of one desolate venerables, it would be less stressful when Xian, disguised as his black fog avatar, arrived. On the other hand, he had another purpose in this battle, which was to collect the blood essence of powerful beings. Both Yak Master and Python Master were complete Stage 9 existences in the primordial antiquity era. The blood essence refined from the blood mist formed by the explosion of their bodies was of the highest quality. One blood essence was equivalent to 2 blood essences, so Xian naturally would not miss it. However, these two old fellows were half-step desolate sovereigns after all, so it wasn't that easy to kill them. As for Xian, it was impossible for him to stay here and fight. Therefore, when they were caught off guard and attacked without any warning, Xian could only kill one of them. His target was Yak Master. At this moment, as the violent ape suddenly appeared and punched the back of the head, the Yak Elder didn't even have the chance to react. His entire huge body had already turned into a cloud of blood mist in the midst of a shocking explosion, spreading out at an extremely fast speed. Whoosh! At this moment, Bao Yuan also waved his hand at the first moment. An incomparably majestic invisible force swept out from his body, enveloping a radius of millions of miles. The boundless blood mist that had just spread out was swept up and absorbed into his body. He sent it to the bottom of the central region volcano in the space inside the cauldron. Just like that, he began the blood essence condensation. As soon as all of this was done, his figure disappeared again. In the blink of an eye, he was already 1 billion kilometers away in front of the giant black palace in the sky above the 4 great factions of the Magic Hall. At this point, the number of almighty blood essences that he used to refine the level 29 Desolate Sovereign Treasure Pill had reached 12. Among them, the one that he had just obtained was of the highest quality. One could almost match 2. Previously, he only had 11 almighty blood essences and could only refine 7 to 8 Desolate Supreme Treasure Pills. The reason why he hadn't started refining was because he wasn't satisfied with the quantity. After all, this was the Desolate Supreme Treasure Pill. It required the blood essence of almighty figures as the main raw material to refine it. Once the cauldron was started, he would need at least 5 almighty blood essences. After that, with every almighty blood essence, he would be able to refine 1 more Desolate Supreme Treasure Pill. At least 4 of them would be used as a foundation. With 12 almighty blood essences in hand, with Xian's current attainment in the Tao of Alchemy, he could probably refine 8 to 9 Desolate Supreme Treasure Pills. However, because he had obtained the highest quality almighty blood essence of the Desolate Supreme Treasure Pill, 1 almighty blood essence was equivalent to 2 Desolate Supreme Treasure Pills. Therefore, if there were no accidents, once Xian started refining, he could basically guarantee that there would be 9 Desolate Supreme Treasure Pills. As for the probability of 10 Desolate Supreme Treasure Pills, it was only 30%, but it wasn't completely impossible. All of this happened too quickly. From the moment Xian suddenly appeared behind the Human Race Federation's Yak honored and blew him up with 1 punch to the instant he returned to the front of the Magic Hall, only 2 breaths had passed. It happened so quickly that no one could react. By the time they reacted, the Human Race Federation had already lost a powerful half-step Desolate Supreme. At this moment, Python Honored's body trembled. An unprecedented fear suddenly struck his heart, enveloping his entire body. It was only now that he felt a strong sense of lingering fear. Just a moment ago, he had clearly returned from the gates of hell. The master of the Magic Hall had chosen to kill Yak Honored to show his power. It was obviously a random choice. If he had been the one targeted just now, he would have been dead by now. Roar. Roar, screech. Almost at the same time, the Crimson Unicorn, the 9 Phantom Demon Crocodile, the 9-headed Blood Dragon, and the Azure Sky Rock finally regained their senses and let out a shocking roar. What a slap to the face! the four of them were still there. Below and behind them, there were 12 powerful ancient beings, as well as countless experts, battleships from the Great Five Alliance. However, even under such circumstances, Bao Yuan was still so arrogant, killing without a word. Most importantly, he had succeeded. Before they could react, he had killed a half-step desolate supremacy and retreated in an instant. This was simply a blatant disregard. He didn't put them in his eyes at all and didn't treat them as anything, not only them, but there were also countless powerhouses under and behind the four old men. After a brief moment of stunned silence, their expressions changed drastically. They all gasped in shock. In an instant, all kinds of horrified cries sounded like a tide, covering the sky and earth. What? Yak, honored of the Human Race Federation, was killed? His body exploded, and even his blood mist was taken away. His body and soul were destroyed. He was a powerful pinnacle expert, known as a half-step desolate supremacy. Although he did not even make a sound, he was directly killed by the master of the magic hall. Savage. Violent. This is too arrogant. Hiss. Previously, I had only heard of the master of the magic hall. Now that I have seen him in person, I did not expect him to be so terrifying. This is definitely better than seeing him in person. No wonder he dared to lead the magic hall alone to provoke the various races and forces in the Chaos World fragment. He clearly has the strength and confidence to do so. Is this a dream? In the blink of an eye, a powerful pinnacle expert was killed? As soon as the master of the magic hall arrived, there was already blood. It seems that today's battle is absolutely unavoidable. Facing 4 desolate supremacies, 12 desolate supremacies, and countless troops from the Great Five Alliance, he is still so domineering and tough. The Demon Lord is indeed worthy of his reputation. This is going against the heavens. At this moment, the void was in an uproar. Countless experts were shocked. However, a billion miles away, in front of the Black Magic Hall above the 4 legions of the Magic Hall, the violent Star Ape, who was only 10 feet tall, completely ignored them. Its eyes flashed as it glanced at the remnant army on its right. Following Bao Yuan's thunderous attack, he instantly killed Yak Zun of the Human Federation. After a brief silence, the entire void was in an uproar. There were countless furious roars and howls resounding throughout the void. Crimson Unicorn, 9 Secret Demon Crocodile, 9-Headed Blood Dragon, Cyan Rock, and all the higher-ups in front of the 5 alliances were furious. Seeing this scene, Bao Yuan, who had returned to the front of the Black Magic Hall, looked back. His eyes flashed as he glanced at the remnant's army in front of him on the right. He said faintly, "It seems that you are still a little unconvinced. In that case, I will kill another one. Until all of you surrender." Whoosh. As soon as his voice fell, his figure had disappeared. This was exactly the same situation as when he killed Yak Zun of the Human Federation. He must have used some kind of extremely powerful aura concealment secret technique and launched a teleportation. This time, his target was obviously the rank 7 expert of the Desolation era, the grey-robed expert in front of the Survivors Alliance. No one doubted this. Because since he wanted to kill the enemy to establish his prestige, he naturally had to kill the enemy in one blow to be effective. And it was impossible for the 4 powerful experts, Crimson Unicorn, 9 Secret Demon Crocodile, 9-Headed Blood Dragon, and Cyan Rock, to be killed in one blow. Among the 10 experts in the Human Federation, Yak Zun had just been killed. Obviously, he was most vigilant and could make a mistake. Naturally, his target could only be one of the 2 ancient powerhouses in front of the army of the Survivors Alliance and the Beast Alliance. Considering that his eyes were fixed on the powerful figure in the grey-robed remnant just now, everyone believed that this powerful figure in the grey-robed remnant at stage 7 was the target of Bao Yuan's attack. Screech. Bao Yuan, you're too arrogant. I'm not a soft persimmon that anyone can bully. Just as Bao Yuan's figure disappeared, in the void on the right side of the Remnant's alliance, the expert in grey robes at the front of the Remnant's alliance's army had a drastic change of expression. He raised his head and let out a roar. As he roared with indignation, he raised his left hand and directly inserted it into his right chest. Hiss, with a horrifying tearing sound, the right chest of the powerful figure of the Remnant was pulled open by his own hand, and in the blink of an eye, he pulled out a beating heart. Most humans had their hearts on the left side of their chest. Although there were some special cases where the heart was on the right side, he was not like that. In fact, there was a heart on each side of him. In the right side of his chest, which was the heart that was being pulled out at this moment, was implanted with a secret technique. It was nurtured every day, accumulating a great amount of power. Once it was needed, this extra heart would be a life-saving measure. However, this kind of secret technique could only be used once, because the heart that was pulled out was a one-time consumable. Although it could be implanted in the future using this secret technique, it would take a long time of nurturing before it could achieve amazing results again. Kacha kacha, as the heart was pulled out, the powerful being in the gray robe directly put it to his mouth and chewed it. At this moment, he was like a demon god. Such a bloody and terrifying scene was infuriating. People would go crazy just by looking at it, let alone him. The moment he used this secret technique, he had already fallen into a berserk state. At this time, with every bite he took, the cultivation aura of the powerful being in the gray robe skyrocketed. In just 3 breaths, after the entire heart was swallowed into his stomach, his original strength of the 7th order of the ancients had skyrocketed to the 1st order of the ancients supreme. The aura of his cultivation was powerful and brutal, which was horrifying. Xiao. Xiao xiao xiao, 4 extremely sharp sounds of breaking through the air sounded, and the 4 powerful ancients, the scarlet unicorn, the 9 secret demon crocodile, the 9-headed blood dragon, and the cyan sky rock, arrived at the same time, surrounding the powerful being in the gray robe. At this moment, within a radius of 100 million miles, there were 5 powerful desolate supremes gathered. They were waiting for the moment when the violent ape appeared, and at that time they would attack at the same time. Even if they could not kill it, they could at least severely injure it. This was a great opportunity, and they could not miss it. Are you guys stupid or not? Don't you know how to create a diversion? What's wrong with your brains? Bang! Almost in the next moment, the violent ape appeared, but it was not by the side of the powerful being in the gray robe, but hundreds of millions of miles away, at the forefront of the army of the Beast Alliance. At this moment, with the sudden appearance of the violent ape, he blasted a punch at the commander of the Beast Alliance, the 7th order powerful being shrouded in a mass of light. All of this was too unexpected. With the earth-shattering explosion, the ferocious beast in the ball of light did not even have the chance to react. Its entire huge body had turned into a cloud of blood mist in the midst of the earth-shattering explosion, spreading out at an extremely fast speed. Xiao. The violent ape also waved his hand at this moment, and a majestic invisible force rolled out from his body, covering a radius of thousands of miles. The boundless blood mist that had just spread out was swept up and absorbed into his body. He sent it to the bottom of the central region volcano in the space inside the cauldron. Just like that, he began the blood essence condensation. After completing all of this, Bao Yuan's figure disappeared. When he reappeared in the blink of an eye, he was already in front of the huge black palace in the sky above the 4 factions in the magic hall. With the almighty blood essence in his hands, Yi Xian now had a total of 13 almighty blood essences to refine the level 29 desolate supreme treasure pill. Among them, the one he had obtained earlier was of the highest quality. One was equivalent to 2. Previously, he only had 12 blood essences in his hands. If there were no accidents, once Yi Xian started refining, he could basically guarantee that 9 desolate supreme pellets would be produced. As for the probability of 10, it was only 30%, but it was not completely impossible. However, he now had another one. Now, he had a total of 13 blood essences of great existences, and one of them was even a top-grade item. Even when he killed the unknown existence in the ferocious beast army, he had obtained a late-stage 7th order great existence blood essence. As a result, with Yi Xian's current attainments in alchemy, according to his deduction, once he opened the furnace, refining 10 level 29 desolate supreme treasure pills was already a done deal. There was no more suspense. Even the probability of producing 11 pills was not completely impossible. Although it was not high, it was at least about 40%, even if it was only 10 batches, it was barely enough for Yi Xian. His original minimum goal was 10 pills, now that this battle had not yet begun, he had already completed the minimum goal ahead of time. This immediately made him feel refreshed. Roar. Who else is not convinced? Just tell me your names, I will kill them all. After raising his head and roaring, the violent ape turned around and swept his gaze over the shocked experts. Just as he finished speaking, his figure flashed and he entered the black magic hall under his feet. In the blink of an eye, the master of the magic hall launched a thunderous attack, killing another powerful desolate magic hall before retreating back to the black magic hall 1 billion miles away. From the time he suddenly appeared and attacked twice in a row until now, he had successfully retreated. From start to finish, less than 10 breaths had passed. In just 10 breaths, the Great Five Alliance had lost 2 powerful Desolate Era experts, and one of them was a half-step Desolate Venerable at the 9th Order Perfection stage. It was an extremely heavy loss. Now, in the Great Five Alliance, although there were still 4 Supreme Desolate Era experts, the number of Desolate Era experts had decreased sharply from the previous 12 to the current 10. The Human Race Federation had 9 Supreme Desolate Era experts, and the Survivors Alliance had 1 Supreme Desolate Era expert. In fact, in just 10 breaths, the Great Five Alliance had lost more than just the 2 Supreme Desolate Era experts on the surface. The more serious loss was the 2 Supreme Desolate Era experts, although the 2 Supreme Desolate Era experts of the Fierce Beast Alliance and the Survivors Alliance were only at the 7th order of the Supreme Desolate Era on the surface. In fact, both of them had special secret techniques that allowed them to instantly possess the strength of a Supreme Desolate Era expert if they paid a certain price. Even if it was only at the 1st order of the Supreme Desolate Era, it was at least a Supreme Desolate Era expert. Previously, the Scarlet Unicorn, the 9-Hell Demon Crocodile, the 9-Headed Blood Dragon, and the Azure Sky Rock had joined forces to fight the Master of the Magic Hall, but they were no match for him. However, if the 2 Supreme Desolate Era experts were added, the situation was completely different. It was very possible for them to suppress the Master of the Magic Hall. It could be said that the 2 Supreme Desolate Era experts were absolutely significant. But now, the Supreme Desolate Era expert of the Fierce Beast Alliance was gone, and the Supreme Desolate Era expert of the Survivors Alliance had used a secret technique under the Master of the Magic Hall. Right now, Huang Xiaolong's strength had reached the 1st order supremacy of the Desolate Era, but he didn't know how long he could maintain this state. Originally, according to the plan of the Scarlet Unicorn, the 9 Ghastly Demon Crocodile, the 9-Headed Blood Dragon, and the Azure Sky Rock, the 4 of them would first entangle the Master of the Magic Hall. Then, at the most critical moment, they would signal the 2 powerful figures of the Beast Alliance and the Survivors Alliance to activate the secret method to increase their cultivation. At that time, with 6 desolate supremacies gathered together, and at the most crucial moment, even if they could not kill the Magic Hall Master on the spot, they could at least severely injure him. Once the owner of the Magic Hall was severely injured, the Magic Hall in the Forbidden Land of the Rising Sun would be finished. Once the Master of the Magic Hall escaped, none of them could survive, or all of them would be captured. This plan was indeed perfect, but unfortunately, the 4 of them, the Scarlet Unicorn, the 9 Ghastly Demon Crocodile, the 9-Headed Blood Dragon, and the Azure Sky Rock, didn't even have time to privately discuss it with each other, let alone the 2 powerful figures of the Beast Alliance and the Survivors Alliance. Everything had gone up in smoke. 2 desolate supremacies, one was dead, and the other had activated the secret method in advance. Now, they couldn't hold on for long in their current state. It was almost meaningless. Such a change was really unacceptable to the 4 of them, but it was a fact, and it was useless to be depressed. It was better to take advantage of the fact that the powerful figure in the grey robe of the Survivors Alliance activated the secret method, and the 5 Great Five Alliance still had 5 desolate supremacies present, and start the war. Thinking of this, the 4 of them immediately exchanged a look. With tacit understanding, they turned their heads and looked at the Black Magic Hall at the edge of the Forbidden Land of the Rising Sun a billion miles away. The voice of the Divine Sense instantly spread out, resounding in all directions, provoking them on the spot. What's a diversion? It's obviously a sneak attack. You're the Master of the Magic Hall, but you actually used such a despicable means to deal with a powerful figure from the Antiquity era. You're simply shameless. Don't talk nonsense with him, big monkey. Do you dare to fight? Come out immediately and accept your death. Today, not only you, but all the subordinates of the Magic Hall in the Forbidden Land of the Rising Sun will be buried together with you. Roar. Screech. Screech. In the end, the 4 old guys raised their heads and roared wildly. A part of the void was shaken, and it could be said that their arrogance was monstrous. Humph, according to what you said, are the powerful figures from the Antiquity era no different from ants? Before the roar and screech ended, a cold snort came from the black magic hall at the edge of the forbidden land of the rising sun a billion miles away. There was endless contempt and disdain in the words, "You're just a few losers. Even when you joined forces, you were defeated by me and fled. Now, you actually have the nerve to come in front of me and clamor. You're really thick-skinned. I've just killed two almighty figures and taken away their abundant vital energy and blood. I was originally intending to refine them, but since all of you are in such a hurry to court death, then I'll do as you wish. I only need to dispatch 2 clones, and it would be sufficient to kill all of you until you flee. If you have the ability, don't run away this time, roar." Listening to his words, it was clear that his original body would stay behind and guard the magic hall. He would only send out 2 Blood Sea clones and 2 dragons to fight the enemies. Swish, the last roar had just sounded when a figure shot out from the black magic hall at the edge of the forbidden land of the rising sun a billion miles away. Its speed was extremely fast, and an incomparably sharp sound of breaking through the air resounded in the air. It was the master of the magic hall, the starry sky berserk ape that was only a few meters tall. Walala. With the appearance of the berserk ape, the sound of splashing water could be heard. The berserk ape's entire body instantly collapsed, turning into a sea of blood that spread out, enveloping the void at the edge of the forbidden land of the rising sun and a corner of the universe's void. Roar. Roar. Screech, then, from 3 different directions of this vast sea of blood, earth-shattering roars and violent howls rang out. In the shocking boundless sea of blood, in the blink of an eye, 3 huge figures rose from the ground. They were the 3 great demon bodies of the ancient ape demons. One was a body of flesh and blood, which was the starry sky berserk ape. One was a skeleton without any flesh and blood, just a purple-gold skeleton that exuded an endless murderous aura, incomparably ferocious. One was a body of black fog. Although it was also in the shape of a berserk ape, its physical body was a cloud of black fog. Even its pair of eyes were only 2 clouds of purple light, which looked extremely strange. In an instant, the 3 Blood Sea avatars condensed, and the cultivation aura emitted from their bodies were all 5th-order desolate ancient venerables. But in fact, the true battle strength of these 3 Blood Sea avatars, due to the support of the majestic blood chi in their 60 million miles long bodies, had reached the level of a 6th-order desolate ancient venerables. Of course, the black fog avatar of the 3 avatars was completely fake. It was transformed by Xian using the Blood Sea secret technique. Although the aura emitted from its body was not wrong, in fact, it did not have much battle strength. Once it left the Blood Sea, even if it was a desolate ancient venerables, it could explode with a punch. 5th-order desolate venerable? His combat strength is comparable to a 6th-order desolate venerable? Hiss, how long has it been? It's only been 3 months, but this damn monkey's cultivation strength has increased again. Although it's only 1 level, it's only been 3 months. Fellow cultivators, in today's battle, we must seriously injure him, so that we can have a chance to kill him. Otherwise, in the future, I'm afraid no one will be able to shake him. That's right. His cultivation speed is truly too terrifying. As the Blood Sea soared into the sky, the 3 Blood Sea clones rose from the boundless Blood Sea. In the sky above the opposing camp that was billions of kilometers away, a series of gasps of astonishment instantly rang out. Scarlet Unicorn, 9 Secret Demon Crocodile, 9-Headed Blood Dragon, and Azure Sky Rock all changed their expressions. The former 2 had only recovered their cultivation to 5th-order Desolate Venerable, while the latter 2 were only 1st-order Desolate Venerable. Previously, the 3 Blood Sea avatars of Bao Yuan were only 4th-order Desolate Venerable, but their combat strength was comparable to 5th-order Desolate Venerable. The 4 of them were no match for him. Now, it seemed that this battle was obviously going to be more difficult. Fortunately, there was now one more powerful remnant. After swallowing the reserve heart in his right chest, his strength had skyrocketed to 1st-order Desolate Venerable, and he was still in this state. With this Desolate Venerable of the Remnant Alliance, the 4 of them only needed to entangle the Master of the Magic Hall. At least, the 4 legions of the Magic Hall in the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun would definitely not be able to escape. After dealing with this group of ants, they would turn around and join the battle. As long as the Remnant Alliance could hold on for a certain period of time, they might be able to severely injure Bao Yuan in this battle. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the Blood Kirin and the other three exchanged glances again. At the same time, they secretly transmitted a voice message to the powerful figure in the grey robe in front of the army of the Survivors Alliance, telling him to follow them and join the battle to suppress the Demon Hall Master together. Roar! A thunderous roar suddenly rang out from the skies above the Myriad Races Alliance army. Endless blood flames gushed out from the body of the Scarlet Unicorn, turning a large part of the universe void red. At this moment, he pushed his 5th-rank Desolate Sovereign Cultivation to the extreme. The pressure was invisible, but it caused the void to tremble slightly, and there seemed to be a low buzzing sound. Damned monkey, come out and face your death. With a low buzzing sound, the bloody unicorn rushed out toward the Black Magic Hall at the edge of the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun a billion miles away. Scarlet Unicorn wanted to force the master of the Magic Hall to make a move. They were pressed for time and could not afford to waste any more time. You're just a loser, yet you have the face to say such words? Since you want to die, then I'll fulfill your wish. Come, let's find a spacious place and torture you to my heart's content. Whoosh! Above the Black Demon Palace, in the vast and boundless sea of blood, the violent ape avatar of the 3 Blood Sea avatars took large strides and rushed over. Before the words in its mouth fell, it had already leaped up and shot toward the void in the distance to the left. Roar! The blood Qilin played right into his hands. His original goal was to lure the Bao Yuan's 3 Blood Sea clones away so that the Great Five Alliance's army could slaughter the Demonic Hall's 4 armies at the edge of the Forbidden Land of Rising Sunday. Now that he saw the violent ape take the initiative to rush to the left, he immediately raised his head and roared, following closely in the void. Seeing this scene, the expressions of the upper echelons of the various forces who were watching from afar changed drastically. Without saying a word, they turned around and scattered in all directions. There were too many people, and for a moment, this corner of the void became a pot of porridge. Although many people escaped in time and hid further away, there were also some who did not escape in time and met with misfortune. Bang! Bang, 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 sounds of explosions could be heard. They were so dense that it sounded like beans being fried. Those fellows who did not manage to dodge in time could not withstand the terrifying pressure from the 2 middle-stage Desolate Venerables. Their bodies exploded and they died. In the vast void of the universe, a thin layer of blood mist filled the air, and a pungent smell of blood floated. Boom! Rumble! In the blink of an eye, the violent ape and the bloody unicorn had already left, and were billions of miles away. As the battle began, earth-shattering roars could be heard. This was an intense battle between 2 mid-stage Desolate supremacies. The stars in the battlefield exploded one after another, and the aura was violent and chaotic to the extreme. It was impossible to see the real situation of the battle. However, there was no doubt that the bloody unicorn was no match for the violent ape. From the beginning of this battle, he would probably fall into an awkward situation of being beaten up. However, it was impossible for the violent ape to kill the bloody unicorn. Even if he was heavily injured, it would not be possible in a short period of time. Roar! On the other side, the battle between the violent ape and the bloody unicorn had already begun. In the sky above the army of the 10,000 Races Alliance, another earth-shattering roar could be heard. The 9U demon crocodile, who was also a 5th-stage Desolate supremacy, rushed out. His body turned into a black light, and his speed was extremely fast, heading straight for the edge of the Rising Sun Forbidden Land, above the 4 armies of the Magic Hall, the vast sea of blood in the sky above the Black Magic Hall. Another one looking for a beating? As you wish. Screech! In the vast sea of blood, the ferocious skeleton avatar, which was entirely purple in color, raised its head and let out an earth-shattering roar. Before the voice of the divine sense had finished, its terrifying figure, which was 60 million miles long, had already taken large strides. In the blink of an eye, it rushed out of the sea of blood and shot towards the right side of the void. Demon crocodile, if you are itching for a beating, come over quickly. It just so happens that my fist is also itching. Whoosh! This scene was exactly what the 9U demon crocodile wanted to see. The bloody unicorn lured away one of the Blood Sea avatars, and he lured another one away. The last one would be left to the 9-headed blood dragon, the Xianxia rock, and the one who activated the secret technique and temporarily had the battle strength of a 1st-stage Desolate supremacy. Even if the 3 of them could not do anything to the other Black Fog avatar for the time being, at least the 4 armies of the Magic Hall that were a billion miles away would definitely not be able to escape. In any case, all of this could not be changed. The current situation was like this. The Magic Hall was in danger. With these thoughts flashing through his mind, the 9U demon crocodile no longer hesitated. With a shake of his shoulders, his huge body instantly turned into a black light, and followed the skeleton avatar. In the blink of an eye, he had already reached the right side of the void that was billions of miles away. Bang! Bang bang bang, boom! Rumble. In this void, there were originally a large number of idle upper echelons of the powerhouses looking from afar. Now that they saw the 2 powerful middle-stage desolate venerables shooting towards them, although some of them managed to escape further away, a portion of them exploded and died under the pressure of the terrifying desolate venerables. Along with the dense sound of frying beans, in the distant void that was billions of miles away on the right side of the void, an earth-shattering battle had begun. In the blink of an eye, the Blood Chelan and the 9 Hell Demon Alligator lured away the Blood Sea Doppelganger of the Demon Hall Master's 3 Blood Sea Doppelgangers, namely the Violent Ape and the Skeleton Doppelganger. 1 billion miles ahead, in the sky of the Black Magic Hall, which was above the 4 armies of the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun, there was only one figure left in the vast Blood Sea. Only the Black Fog avatar of the 3 Blood Sea avatars, although it was a lone figure, the cultivation aura that emanated from its body was that of a rank 5 desolate ancient mighty figure. In addition to its huge body, it had an additional level of cultivation strength. Its combat strength was comparable to a rank 6 desolate venerable. Of course, all of this was only on the surface. It was an illusion. The real Black Fog doppelganger was no longer here. This was a virtual image that the body in the skeleton temporarily created using the Blood Sea secret technique before it left. In the camp of the Great Five Alliance, there were 3 supreme beings of the primordial era. They were the 9-headed blood dragon, the Xianxia rock, and the great being in the grey robe. 3-1 In addition, there were 9 powerful beings of the primordial era. All of them were in front of the camp of the Human Federation. Among them, there was even a 9th-level great being of the primordial era who was a half-step desolate master. It could be said that the difference in strength between the 2 camps was extremely obvious. The Demon Hall side was in an absolute disadvantage, and was in an extremely bad situation. Although the 9-headed blood dragon, the Xianxia rock, and the great being in the grey robe were only first-level desolate masters, when the 3 of them joined forces, it was not a problem for them to fight against the last of the 3 Blood Sea bodies of the Master of Magic Hall, which was the Black Mist body. Although it was inevitable that they would be defeated, they could at least restrain the Black Mist body for a short period of time. Once that happened, the 4 armies of the Magic Hall in the void space 1 billion miles away would face the threat of annihilation. After leaving the Master of Magic Hall, the 4 armies of the Magic Hall were nothing in front of the army of the Great Five Alliance. The most powerful being among them was the 9-headed blood dragon, who was only a first-level Universe Supreme. On the other hand, the Great Five Alliance had too many Universe Supreme beings to count. Even if the 9-headed blood dragon, the Xianxia rock, and the great being in the grey robe lured the Black Mist body away, there were still 9 powerful beings of the primordial era on the Human Federation's side. Any one of them could annihilate the 4 armies of the Magic Hall in a short time. The situation was clear at a glance. As long as one wasn't a fool, they would be able to see it. Howl, screech. After a short moment of silence, the Xianxia rock raised their heads and the Xianxia rock, and let out a rock roar and rock. The Great Five Alliance of the Battle of the Alliances of, an Ape of Blood was Blood-S tribe battle robe. At this moment, the fighting spirit in the 3 of them had reached its peak. Although they were not as brazen as the Crimson Unicorn and the 9 Hell Demon Crocodile, they were about to rush out. Their desire to fight was burning to the extreme, and they did not try to hide it at all. Seeing this, the void space around them was filled with gasps. All kinds of exclamations rang out like a tide, covering the sky and earth. The situation in the Magic Hall is not good. In the blink of an eye, the Demon Master's 3 Blood Sea bodies are down to only 1 Black Mist body. Once this Black Mist body is lured away, the 4 armies of the Magic Hall in the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun will be annihilated in an instant. Even the army of the Sky River sector behind the 4 armies will not be able to escape this calamity. The last time the Human Federation attacked the Sky River sector, they suffered great losses. This time, they will not let go of this opportunity to take revenge. Moreover, that heavenly river star master, Xian, who is said to be heaven-defying, didn't appear last time. If nothing unexpected happens, he's either dead or still in seclusion. What's more, his current cultivation level is at most that of a universe master. Even if he doesn't go into seclusion, I'm afraid he won't be able to solve this kind of crisis. They're not on the same level at all. The bloodline ancestor of the Dark Turtle clan is indeed terrifying. Unfortunately, the legendary Void Turtle is most likely not in this fragment of the universe. Otherwise, when the Human Federation attacked the Sky River sector last time, he would not have needed to send a message to the Master of the Magic Hall to help. Even if he's aware of the crisis that the Dark Turtle clan is currently facing, he most likely won't be able to do anything about it. The spatial giant tortoise is renowned, but it's clearly not to the extent that its reputation alone can frighten the Human Federation. It is not like the human race does not have remote antiquity master. He is just sleeping. From the looks of it, regardless of whether the Demon Hall master will be tricked or not, at the very least, the 4 great armies of the Demon Hall in the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun will definitely not be able to survive. Without these subordinates, the Demon Hall will only exist in name. No matter how powerful the Demon Hall master is, it will be difficult for him to accomplish anything if he is all alone. An ambitious and ruthless person originally wanted to fight for a big scene and rule the world in this fragment of the primordial world. However, from the looks of it now, it is just a bubble in the end. At the end of the speech, sighs could be heard from all around the space. Compared to the top leaders of the Great Five Alliance who hated the Master of the Magic Hall, such as the Bloody Unicorn, the Nine-Hell Demon Crocodile, the Nine-Headed Blood Dragon, and the Xianxia Rock, the low-level great beings of the Great Five Alliance did not have a deep grudge against the Master of the Magic Hall. After all, they were not at the same level. To put it bluntly, they were not qualified to do so. On the contrary, many of them were mesmerized by the Master of the Magic Hall. No matter what era or space-time it was, there was no lack of people who were fascinated by the Master of the Magic Hall. Therefore, when they saw that the Master of the Magic Hall was at his end and could not escape from his dream, these great beings of the Great Five Alliance suddenly sighed and sighed. In fact, they were not the only ones. Even the troops of the Sky River sector behind the 4 armies of the Magic Hall had their hearts in their mouths at this moment. Old Devil Mosquito Butcher, the Demon King Mo and Tian, the Demon Uncle, the clan leader of the Dark Turtle tribe, Mingjiu, the Mad Mosquito King, and the other top leaders of the various forces of the Sky River sector, including Old Man Xianyuan, Old Man Duanmu, Abbess Bodhi, and other small forces and families, were not fools. Naturally, they could see that the current situation was not good. At this moment, everyone frowned tightly, and their hearts were in their throats. They were afraid that the last black fog avatar left by the Master of the Magic Hall would also be lured away to the distant space to fight. If that was the case, they would not be able to escape today. Walala, right at this moment, under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, the vast sea of blood high above the Black Magic Hall suddenly made an earth-shattering sound. In less than a breath, the originally vast sea of blood had instantly shrunk and disappeared into the body of the Black Fog Avatar. You 3 ants aren't even worthy of me taking action personally. At the same time, the Black Fog Avatar turned his head and glanced at the dumbfounded 9-headed blood dragon, Xianxia Rock, and the powerful beings in grey robes. Before he finished speaking, he had already entered the black demonic palace beneath him. Don't worry, I'll just sit here and watch you guys and the 9 supreme beings get thrashed together. It's a wonderful show. You 3 ants are not worthy enough for me to deal with. Don't worry, I'll just sit here and watch you guys and the 9 supremes get thrashed together. It's a wonderful show. 1 billion kilometers away, the Black Fog clone turned around and glanced at the dumbfounded 9-headed blood dragon, Xianxia Rock, and the grey-robed man. Before he could even finish his sentence, he had already entered the black devilish palace beneath him. These words stunned all the experts in the surrounding void. Not only the high-level masters of the Big Five Alliance and the sects in the distance, but also the 4 legions of the Magic Hall and all the masters of the Sky River sector behind them. It was understandable that he would stay in the Black Magic Hall. After all, the flesh clone and the skeleton clone of the 3 Blood Sea clones had been lured away. 1 billion kilometers away, there were still 3 Supreme Masters of the Ancients and 9 Supreme Masters of the Antiquity era in the camp of the Big Five Alliance. As long as he was not a fool or did not care about the army under his command, he would not leave at this time. He would stay here and at least serve as a deterrent. But what did the master of the magic hall mean by his last sentence? He would stay here and watch the 3 supreme masters of the ancients, including the 9-headed blood dragon, and the 9 supreme masters of the antiquity era being tortured by the human federation? Was that possible? In the camp of the magic hall, he was the only one who was as powerful as the supreme masters of the antiquity era. Although he could create 3 Blood Sea clones with the Blood Sea secret technique, 2 of them had been lured away by the Scarlet Unicorn and the 9 Hell Demon Crocodile. If the last Black Fog avatar that was left behind also sat in the Black Demonic Palace and watched from the sidelines, in such a big magic hall, who had the ability to beat up the 3 supreme masters of the ancients and the 9 supreme masters of the antiquity era at the same time? Any of the 3 Blood Sea clones of the master of the magic hall would be able to achieve this. However, if it were anyone else, even the second most powerful being in the magic hall, the 6-headed blood dragon, would only be at the peak of the universe. He's just an exalted realm cultivator. He doesn't have that kind of strength, unless the master of the magic hall had external help. Thinking of this, everyone's heart skipped a beat. They subconsciously sucked in a breath of cold air. Their hearts were in their throats. The 9-headed blood dragon, the Xianxia rock, the powerful beings in the grey robe, and the 9 powerful beings of the Desolation era from the Human Federation slightly changed their expressions and shrank their necks reflexively. This was clearly a sign of guilt. How could he not feel guilty? If the master of the magic hall really did have reinforcements, then it had to be the ancestor of the Dark Tortoise tribe, the legendary giant tortoise that had lived from the prehistoric times to the present. That was an existence that was even more terrifying than the Crimson Unicorn and the 9-Hell Demon Crocodile. Back then, its cultivation had reached the peak of the Supreme Master of the Ancients, which was half a step into the heavenly Tao realm. Even if it hadn't fully recovered, it should at least be on par with the master of the magic hall, right? If such a terrifying existence came, the 3 first-stage desolate supremacies, the Xianxia rock, and the powerful beings in the grey robe, as well as the 9 supreme masters of the Human Federation, definitely wouldn't be able to withstand a few slaps from that terrifying existence even if they worked together. In the void, all sorts of discussions quickly sounded like a tide. What's going on? The Black Fog clone of the master of the magic hall actually retreated into the Black Magic Hall, and from his words, it's clear that he doesn't plan to make a move. This is what it should be. If the last Black Fog clone is lured away, then the 4 armies below the Black Magic Hall will instantly be in trouble. I'm afraid that it won't be long before the master of the magic hall will be all alone, and he will bear the consequences. Therefore, this Black Fog clone won't leave so easily and will stay in the sky above the 4 armies. But what did he mean by watching a good show just now? Could it be that there's an existence in the magic hall that's on par with him? If there really is, why hasn't he appeared yet? Could it be that giant tortoise ancestor of the Dark Tortoise tribe? That's highly possible. If that giant tortoise comes, then the Great 5 Alliance will probably suffer a tragedy today. Look, over there, hiss, what a grand display, this is too shocking. In the end, the whispered discussions turned into shocked exclamations. Almost everyone turned their heads at the same time and looked into the distance behind them. The sound of cold air being sucked in was like a tide, covering the sky and covering the earth. In that direction, they could see a treasured carriage that was 1,000 feet long, and it was speeding over in the void. The entire carriage was purple-gold in color, and it emitted a metallic luster. Every inch of the carriage had a purple-gold halo rising, and it was like a dense fog. The surroundings were engraved with dragons and phoenixes, and it was covered with mysterious runes, exuding an incomparably simple aura. As for the space, the area outside the carriage was divided into 2 parts. The latter part had a dome, like a secret room. From the outside, it was only a few hundred feet wide, but this type of treasure definitely used spatial techniques, and it had a lot of space inside. The front part didn't have a dome or 4 walls, but it was shrouded by a layer of purple-gold fog. If one stepped into the carriage, they could choose to sit in the front part to enjoy the scenery, and they could also choose to enter the carriage. The fog in the front part of the courtyard was translucent, as if it was separated by a layer of purple gauze, and they could vaguely see everything inside. It seemed like there were many figures, but it wasn't real. It could be said that this carriage was simply luxurious to the extreme, and the aura it emitted was actually a primordial treasure, a legendary existence. What was even more shocking was that there were actually 9 black dragons that were 1,000 feet long in front and behind the carriage. One circled behind the carriage, and there was another one on the left and right sides, and there were 6 black dragons pulling the carriage in front. The 9 black dragons were all solid entities, and they weren't energy shadows. The aura emitted from their bodies was actually that of a primordial almighty figure, and it was simply so terrifying. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. After a short period of dead silence, all kinds of shocked exclamations sounded again like a tide. What? A primordial treasure? This is simply unheard of. It's too extravagant. Looking at the structure of this Luan carriage, it doesn't seem to have any offensive field. Everything seems to be just for the sake of pursuing a kind of comfort and luxury. For this, they actually made a Luan carriage that was used as a means of transportation into the primordial era. Treasure, how extravagant is this? I don't know where the person in the carriage came from, but this kind of extravagance is too amazing, and it's definitely not something that the 3 main planes of the starry sky can have. Even the bloodline ancestors of the big clans can't make such extravagance. That's not all. In my opinion, even among the various forces in the void of the untainted land, it is impossible for there to be a similar existence. I have never heard of it before. Where did this Luan carriage and the existence inside it come from? These are not important. The only thing I care about now is he an enemy or a friend? Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website, It was Xian who had arrived at the critical moment. To be precise, it should be Xian's Black Fog clone that had transformed into Xian's appearance. Not only was his appearance unrecognizable, but even his bloodline and aura were exactly the same. This could be easily achieved by the Blood Sea secret technique. Even the powerful beings of the remote antiquity era would definitely not be able to see through it. However, Xian did not show his face now. Through the fog curtain in the front yard of the Demon Dragon's imperial carriage, only some vague figures could be seen. It was very hazy, and it was impossible to count how many figures there were. At this time, he was half leaning on the ground in the front yard of the Demon Dragon's imperial carriage that was covered with the fur of the top-grade fierce beasts. He was being served by Corpse Ancestor, Drought Demon, and the other 7 beautiful cultivators of the remote antiquity era. One was massaging his shoulders, the other was massaging his legs, or passing him a glass of spirit wine or 2 spirit fruits. He was as happy as a celestial being. The 7 beautiful cultivators of the remote antiquity era were Corpse Ancestor Drought Demon, Corpse Ancestor Ho Qing, Desolate Electro Lady, 9th Heaven Fairy, 9-tailed Celestial Fox, Celestial Phoenix Maiden, and Xianxia Fairy. In the distant Desolate Antiquity era, they were once known as the 7 beautiful cultivators of the Desolate Antiquity era, and were famous for a time. Later, an unprecedented war broke out in the Desolate Antiquity era, and all 7 of them fell. Although they had been reborn for some time in this life, they basically did not show their faces in the outside world. Even if they did, it was in the primordial void. Most of the time, the 7 beautiful cultivators had been in seclusion to recover. It could be said that today was the first time they publicly appeared in the outside world after they were reborn in this life and almost recovered to the peak of their cultivation in their previous life, of course, because the 7 beautiful cultivators were also in the front yard of the Demon Dragon's imperial carriage, their figures could not be seen. From the outside world, they were also faintly discernible. Whoosh, a sharp sound broke through the air. Amidst the waves of exclamations from the outside world, the Demon Dragon's imperial carriage came from the distant void and entered within 10 billion miles of the Rising Sun Forbidden Land. They were clearly here for the Forbidden Land of the Rising Sun. After realizing this, everyone's hearts were in their throats. They were guessing whether the mysterious existence in the luxurious carriage was an enemy or a friend of the Forbidden Land of the Rising Sun. Of course, Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei had already guessed who the newcomer was. They did not know that Yi Xian had already escaped and created a clone. But now, he had basically guessed this point. Before Yi Xian brought them to the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun, the demonic dragon imperial chariot had already been refined. It was just that the 9 black dragon corpses had not yet been integrated. In reality, even the green ox had guessed it. At this moment, it was rolling its eyes. It roughly understood that this person was going to act pretentious again. Other than that, the other higher-ups of the 4 legions of the Magic Hall in the Forbidden Land of the Rising Sun were basically in the dark. At this moment, when they saw this luxurious carriage heading straight for the Forbidden Land of the Rising Sun, it could be said that their hearts were in their throats subconsciously. If even they were in such a state, it was obvious that the countless masters in the 5 Great Alliances' army 1 billion miles away were even more so. Especially the 9-headed blood dragon, the blue sky rock, the supreme beings in the grey robe, and the 9 supreme beings from the primordial era, who were from the Human Federation. Their eyes widened, and they held their breaths. At this moment, they were extremely worried about the existence in the Imperial chariot. It was the reinforcements invited by the Master of the Magic Hall. If that was the case, it would be really bad. After all, how could the existence with such extravagance be weak in terms of cultivation strength? Just the people pulling the carriage were already 9 supreme beings from the primordial era black demonic dragons. At the same time, as the demonic dragon Imperial chariot sped over here, getting closer and closer, in the top-floor control cabin of the central flagship of the Skyriver Sector Army behind the 4 legions of the Magic Hall. Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher, Demon Emperor Mo Wen Tian, Demon Uncle, Dark Turtle Clan Leader Mingjiu, Mad Mosquito Emperor, and other higher-ups of various forces in the Skyriver Sector, including Old Man Xianyuan, Old Man Duanmu, Abbess Bodhi, and other small idol forces and families, were all here. They were all gathered here. Including the Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Chanru, the 3 little girls, were all here now. Everyone's eyes were focused on the holographic 3-dimensional screen in front of them. There, the demonic dragon Imperial chariot, which was heading towards the Forbidden Land of the Rising Sun, could be seen. The 3 girls of the Purplish Warbler had been staring at the demonic dragon Imperial chariot on the holographic screen for a while. At this moment, the suspicion on their faces grew stronger and stronger. In the end, they subconsciously turned their heads and exchanged a look. Whispers that sounded like sleep-talking came out of their mouths in an instant. Strange, this Imperial chariot looks. Why does it feel so familiar? It's simply an upgraded version of that guy's 9 Dragons Cyan Luan chariot. Sister Ziying, Sister Chanru, do you think that guy is here? How is that possible? Hearing this, the Purplish Warbler was stunned for a moment. There was a burning light of hope in her eyes, but it soon dimmed. Shaking her head, a wry smile appeared on her face, and then she continued, although the 9 Dragons Cyan Luan chariot that he swindled from the Een Demon clan is also of this style and extremely luxurious, it can't be compared to this Imperial chariot in terms of grade. Yes, it is clearly a desolate-era treasure, the top existence. Besides, although the 9 Dragons Phoenix chariot also had 9 black dragons, they were just illusions and did not have any attacking ability. However, this Phoenix chariot, which is an ultimate treasure of the primordial era, is clearly pulled by 9 black dragons. These are 9 powerful desolate-era almighty beings. If it was really that guy who was sitting in the Imperial chariot, with his cultivation strength, he would have been devoured by the backlash. How could he be so relaxed? What's more, speaking of this, the Purplish Warbler curled her lips and glanced at the holographic image in front of her with a look of disdain on her face. He said disdainfully, although the front yard of this Luan carriage is blocked by a layer of fog and I can't see clearly, I can vaguely see that there are many figures inside. There are at least 6 or 7 people. Moreover, most of them are female cultivators. Their figures are very good. Only the guy lying in the middle seems to be a man. A man half lying and being served by a group of female cultivators. What the hell is this? At first glance, I can tell that he is not a good person. Although that guy is annoying, he would not do such a thing. If it is really him, I will twist his ear off. Come on. Yes or no? After hearing what Sister Ziying said, Xiaocha also thinks that it can't be him. If he really dares to abandon us and fool around with other female cultivators outside, not to mention his ear, Xiaocha will pluck off that thing and crush it. Although she did not say it explicitly, as long as it was a man, he would instantly understand what Duanmu Xiaocha was talking about. Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher and the others on the side subconsciously clamped their legs and gasped. Their faces all changed color, and they all turned to look at Old Man Duanmu. Cough, cough, cough. The old guy's face turned red, and he almost choked on his own breath. His face was full of despair. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. If he really dares to abandon us and fool around with other female cultivators outside, not to mention his ears, I will pluck off his ears and crush them." As she spoke, Duanmu Xiaocha stretched out her right hand. Her palm was open, and her 5 fingers were bent, making a fierce pinching gesture. Seeing this scene, Purplish Warbler and Zhao Chanru gasped at the same time. Their beautiful eyes widened, and then their cheeks instantly turned red to their necks. They chased after Duanmu Xiaocha and were about to teach her a lesson. "Aya, you wicked girl, it's been decades, why are you still so impatient? You dare to say anything, don't you see if there's anyone else here? It's so embarrassing, my image is ruined by you. Stop right there, don't run, I promise I won't beat you up." While fooling around, the 3 girls gradually ran away. Old Devil Mosquito Butcher, Demon Emperor Mo Wen Tian, Demon Uncle, Dark Turtle Clan Leader Mingjiu, Mad Mosquito Emperor, and other high-level members of various forces in the Sky River sector. Including Old Man Xianyuan, Old Man Duanmu, Abbess Bodhi, and other high-level members of small idol forces and families. After shaking their heads and smiling bitterly, they gradually withdrew their attention and once again looked at the holographic image screen in front of them. Outside, at the edge of the forbidden land of rising Sunday whoosh, an incomparably sharp sound broke through the air. Under the gazes of hundreds of millions of people, this luxurious carriage pulled by 9 black demonic dragons came from the void in the distance. Its speed was extremely fast, almost faster than lightning. In the blink of an eye, it abruptly stopped in the void, and at this time it had already arrived at the edge of the forbidden land of rising sun and the 4 major legions of the Magic Hall, only less than 100 million miles away. Walala. At this moment, 7 figures suddenly rushed out from the fog-like curtain in the front yard of the demonic dragon carriage. They were all women, and whether it was in appearance or figure, they were all peerless beauties. Compared to the Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Chanru, these 3 beauties, even the most beautiful women in the world were slightly inferior. In fact, among the experts from various forces from the 3 main planes of the starry skies, there were actually many experts who had seen the corpse ancestor hitorigami of the 7 of them. Back in the Shadow Devil star domain of the second universe, Yi Xian finally escaped the disaster by relying on the corpse ancestor hitorigami. However, at that time, the corpse ancestor hitorigami, was shrouded in a blood-like corpse flame, and his true face was not revealed. Not to mention, she hadn't even recovered her sempiternal realm cultivation back then. Not only was her disposition completely different from how it was now, even her appearance had become more exquisite as her cultivation rose over the years. She had changed quite a bit as well. Therefore, at this moment, the 7 beautiful cultivators suddenly appeared. They walked out of the demon dragon's imperial chariot and lined up in the void in front of the imperial chariot. Regardless of whether it was the experts from the 3 main planes of the starry skies or the void that originally lived in this primordial world fragment, none of the ferocious beasts and survivors in the sky looked familiar. Only Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, Li Bei, Green Ox, and the other confidants of Yi Xian, who had seen a few of them before, smiled bitterly in their hearts. However, they did not show it on their faces, so as not to arouse suspicion and give themselves away. Wow, these 7 sisters are so beautiful. I didn't expect there to be such beautiful female cultivators in the world. It's really... In the top floor control cabin of the flagship of the Sky River Star Region Army, the 3 girls had returned to the holographic screen. The moment Zhao Chanru and the Purplish Warbler saw the 7 gorgeous cultivators, their eyes narrowed, and they subconsciously gasped. They were stingy with their compliments. Duanmu Xiaocha also had a look of admiration on her face. She nodded repeatedly and said, "Yes, yes. This kind of beauty and temperament are indeed rare. They are almost comparable to the 3 of us sisters." Not far away, Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher, Demon Emperor Mo Wen Tian, the Demon Uncle, the Dark Turtle Clan Leader Mingjiu, the Mad Mosquito Emperor, and the other upper echelons of the various forces in the Sky River Star region rolled their eyes when they heard this. They turned to look at Old Man Duanmu again. At this moment, the old man's face was already filled with grief and indignation. His neck was red, but he turned a deaf ear to it, as if he did not hear anything. At this moment, in the void outside, in the 2 armies facing each other billions of kilometers away in the void of the universe, countless experts' hearts were in their throats when they saw the 7 gorgeous cultivators rush out of the demon dragon's imperial carriage and line up in front of them. Ziyin, greetings, Lord Demon Master. Under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, the 7 gorgeous cultivators suddenly bowed in unison toward the Black Devil Palace that was close to 100 million miles away. Their voices were like that of orioles, incomparably pleasing to the ear. My master has come a long way in response to Lord Devil Master's invitation. The 7 of us greet Lord Demon Master. Wow, as soon as these words were spoken, the void was instantly in an uproar. On the side of the 4 armies of the Magic Hall and the army of the Skyriver Star region, everyone subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. The hearts that had been in their throats all this time were completely settled. A relaxed expression appeared on all of their faces. At least, the purpose of this mysterious existence in the carriage was confirmed. He was not an enemy, but a friend. It turned out that he was the reinforcements invited by the master of the Magic Hall. No wonder he had said those words of watching a good show of affection. In addition, since this person arrived, he had put on airs and did not show himself. Instead, he stayed in the luxurious carriage and asked the 7 maids to greet the master of the Magic Hall on behalf of him. It was obvious that he thought that his status was not inferior to that of the Demon Master. In fact, the Hall Master might even surpass him. Otherwise, how would he dare to put on airs like this? Based on this point alone, his cultivation strength was definitely not weaker than that of the Master of the Magic Hall. As long as he took action, he would be able to deal with the 3 supreme masters of the ancients, including the 9-headed blood dragon, the Xianxia rock, and the grey-robed remnants, as well as the 9 supreme masters of the ancients from the Human Federation. There was no suspense at all. At the same time, while the 4 armies of the Magic Hall and all the masters in the army of the Skyriver Star region heaved a sigh of relief, in the distant void 1 billion miles away, countless masters in the huge army of the 5 alliances were hanging in suspense. His heart, which had been stuck in his throat, had also calmed down, but with a plop, they sank to the bottom of the valley in an instant. This is bad. The person who came was actually an enemy, not a friend. This is really troublesome. Although the existence in the carriage had not shown himself yet, judging from his ostentatious appearance and arrogance, he was clearly not a person to be trifled with. How could he say that he was tired? No matter how far away he was, he sat in the luxurious carriage and enjoyed the service of the 7 maids all the way here. What was there to be tired about? Based on this point alone, it showed that this person's means were absolutely extraordinary. What's more, in addition to the 9 black dragons pulling the carriage, the 7 beautiful maids were all supreme masters of the ancients, and they were even stronger. They were already in the late stage of the 7th stage. Even if the master in the carriage had not shown himself yet, just the 7 beautiful maids and the 9 black dragons were already 16 powerful supreme masters of the ancients. It was simply despairing. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. We are all on the same side, so there is no harm. Just as the 7 gorgeous cultivators finished speaking, the voice of the master of the Magic Hall was transmitted from the Magic Hall hundreds of millions of miles away. My 2 avatars have already been dispatched. This Black Fog avatar must stay in the Magic Hall and cannot participate in the battle. So, I will leave those guys on the other side to your master. Thank you for your trouble. Of course, this voice was prepared beforehand. After he finished speaking, there was no more movement. However, because of this voice, as long as the master of the Magic Hall did not appear, no one from the Great 5 Alliance would dare to approach. Invade the forbidden land of Rising Sunday. In fact, even if they had such thoughts, they did not have the time to do so. This was because after the master of the Magic Hall finished speaking, the 7 gorgeous cultivators turned around and looked at the Great 5 Alliance army from afar. They naturally understood that there was nothing in the Black Magic Hall. Furthermore, even if there was, it did not matter. The master of the Magic Hall was Xianxia, who was originally their master. It was only right for them to pay their respects. Alright, the 7 of you, take the 9 demonic dragons and capture the 9 supreme beings over there. Right at this moment, a lazy divine sense voice sounded from the demon dragon imperial chariot floating in the void. It was clearly a man, and an extremely young one at that. Unfortunately, the divine sense voice had been deliberately disguised, so it wasn't very clear what it was. However, his meaning was very clear. Halfway through, he paused for a moment before adding, "It's just 9 supreme beings." Originally, there was no need for such a big show. However, there was an old monster at the peak of the 9th step among them. In order to prevent him from escaping, we had to make sure he didn't escape. Let's fight together. As for the 3 first step desolate supremacies over here, since I have nothing to do, I will personally deal with them. Just treat it as an exercise. The last sentence was clearly referring to the 9-headed blood dragon, the azure sky rock, and the supreme being in the grey robe who temporarily possessed the battle strength of a first step desolate supremacy. As soon as he finished speaking, the faces of the 3 old fellows completely darkened. They gritted their teeth, and their faces were filled with resentment and unwillingness. It was one thing for the supreme ancient of the ancients to be looked down upon by the master of the magic hall, but now, a random existence that they didn't even know the name of was being treated in such a manner as well. This made them feel extremely sullen. Not to mention, this fellow had just said that his body was tired from rushing all the way. Now, he turned around and said that he wanted to make an example out of him. Just take it as stretching his muscles. The arrogance and despotism of his arrogance simply made one's hair stand on end. I've never heard of such an arrogant person. Even the master of the magic hall is more arrogant than him. Screech. Screech. Ruthless, ruthless, ruthless. Right at this moment, in the distant void in front of them, in the area where the luxurious lawn carriage was located, 9 shocking howls suddenly sounded out, everyone's gazes were drawn over, and they gasped one after another. Their faces were filled with shock, and they couldn't even let out a cry of surprise. At this moment, Xian used all his strength to activate the inner field of the demonic dragon imperial carriage. The 9 black dragons that had been incomparably quiet all this time suddenly moved. Although these 9 black dragons had fallen countless years ago, after being refined into the demonic dragon imperial carriage by Xian and the 9 dragons azure lawn carriage, they were equivalent to puppets. As long as the inner field of the demonic dragon imperial carriage was activated, they would be turned into puppets. Like puppets, they would be activated and rush out to kill the enemy. In the past, Xian was limited by his own cultivation base and strength, so he was unable to display the true combat strength of these 9 demonic dragons. But now, this problem no longer existed. At this moment, along with the earth-shattering roar, the Luanji chariot shaft that was bound to their bodies instantly retracted. The 9 black dragons that were no longer bound instantly soared into the sky. Their figures, which were originally only 1,000 feet tall, quickly flew at a speed visible to the naked eye. Their figures rapidly expanded. Boom! Rumble! The void resonated because of this, and an incomparably deep rumbling sound was heard. In less than half a breath, the 9 black dragons had already reached 100 million feet in size. Each of them raised their heads and roared, instantly scattering in all directions, charging towards the human army that was 1 billion miles away. At the same time, Corpse Ancestor, Drought Demon, and the other 7 primordial grade experts, all of whom were at the 7th stage of the primordial era, also soared into the air. They seemed to have formed an incomparably profound joint attack formation. Even though they were nearly 1 billion miles away, their auras had already locked onto them in an instant. The 9 primordial grade experts in front of the Human Federation army. At the same time, an incomparably cold and delicate voice came out from their mouths as they soared into the air. Listen up, all unrelated people, retreat immediately. Our opponents are the 9 Supremes, the others don't have the qualifications to do so. Those who still stay at the front line within 3 breaths will be killed without mercy. You'd better not escape. Your auras have been locked onto. If anyone makes any strange movements, the 7 of us sisters will instantly lock onto him and kill him. Ruthless. Ruthless, ruthless, ruthless. Before the 7 of them could finish their delicate voices, among the group of higher-ups in front of the Human Federation army, everyone whose cultivation base was below that of a great expert, had already turned pale. They quickly retreated. At the same time, the 9 black demonic dragons once again raised their heads and roared ruthlessly. Their bodies were like streaks of black lightning, and with extreme speed, they surrounded the 9 great experts of the Human Federation army in the blink of an eye. However, they did not attack because Xian's order was for the 9 black dragons to form a second encirclement around them to prevent anyone from escaping. Of course, he did not intend to kill the 6 supreme experts of the 2 human camps. The order he gave to the 7 gorgeous cultivators was the same. However, the 2 ferocious beasts at the headquarters of the myriad Luo Federation army had to die. To Yi Xian, those were 2 ferocious beasts' blood essences. As for the other one, who was also from the Senate of the Human Federation army, Yi Xian did not care at all whether she was dead or alive. It all depended on how the 7 gorgeous cultivators dealt with her. At this moment, as the ruthless roars shook the heavens, the 9 black demonic dragons, each of which was 100 million feet in size, had already formed a layer of encirclement around them. The void within the encirclement was as large as 500 million miles. Obviously, this vast area of 500 million miles was the place where the bloody battle between the 7 gorgeous cultivators and the 9 powerful figures of the Human Federation took place. Such a large area was enough even if it was a chaotic battle. After all, it was only a battle between great experts. There was still a certain gap between them and the supreme experts of the Ancients' army. "You've gone too far, Screech." At this moment, the 9 great experts of the Human Federation army finally realized that something was wrong. The strongest among them, the Python supremacy of the Federation army, who had reached the half-step desolate supremacy realm, raised his head and roared. His body instantly expanded, and in the blink of an eye, he was 100 million feet in size, revealing his bloodline true body. His body was actually a red and green venomous starry sky python. Following closely behind was another ferocious beast supremacy from the Federation army. He also revealed his bloodline true body with a roar. His body was also 100 million feet tall, but he was a black-spotted tiger. Although he was powerful, the cultivation aura emitted from his body was only at the first level of the Great Expert realm. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile reading website, Roar. Screech, at this moment, with the appearance of their bloodline true forms, the venomous starry serpent and the black-spotted tiger raised their heads and roared at the same time. They ignored the 9 black dragons that were trapped in the void hundreds of millions of miles away and rushed toward the 7 gorgeous cultivators. The 9 black dragons surrounded them and stood in the void with a certain aura of the great Tao. Obviously, it was a kind of array. Besides, the black dragons had extremely strong physical bodies. Therefore, if there were no accidents, even the Human Federation and the 9 primordial era powerful figures would need some time to break through the trap array formed by the 9 black dragons. During this process, the 7 gorgeous cultivators in the trap array could attack them at any time. It was too dangerous. The best way to deal with it was to kill the 7 gorgeous cultivators who were also trapped in the trap array first. Even if they couldn't kill them, they had to injure them severely. At least, they had to make them lose the ability to fight temporarily. Among the 9 primordial era powerful figures of the Human Federation, the venomous python from the Federation Senate was a half-step desolate supremacy at the peak of the 9th rank. It was possible for him to deal with the 7 gorgeous cultivators as long as he found an opportunity to kill them one by one. Yes, because of this, the venomous python and the black-spotted tiger who had revealed their bloodline true forms immediately rushed forward. After exchanging glances, the other 7 primordial era powerful figures also activated the power in their bodies and shot toward the 7 gorgeous cultivators. "Sisters, get into formation, ignore the other 7 old guys for now. Let's gather our strength and kill the black-spotted tiger first. Then, we'll kill the venomous starry serpent." Whoosh! Whoosh! Rumble, along with the chilly voice, the 7 gorgeous cultivators immediately moved. They were originally creatures in the early primordial era. Even if their cultivation hadn't reached the primordial era supreme realm in their previous lives, they still had a wide range of vision. After their rebirth in this life, the 7 sisters were reunited. Especially after seeing the appearance of their previous life's enemy, Xing Bo, they secretly suppressed a surge of energy and chose a killing array that was most suitable for them to refine from the various primordial killing arrays they knew in their previous lives. Because he had always been secretly studying and refining. With the support of this killing array, even if they had only recovered to Desolate Antiquity rank 7, with the activation of the killing array, it would not be difficult for them to kill a half-step Desolate Venerable who was at the great perfection of rank 9. As for an early-stage mighty figure like the black-spotted tiger, the 7 gorgeous cultivators would be able to deal with it in the blink of an eye. Buzz, a low buzzing sound rang out and instantly became louder. At this moment, the figures of the 7 gorgeous cultivators turned into 7 streaks of light, moving quickly in the void. Their figures were as fast as lightning, and in an instant, the power of this powerful killing formation was displayed. A large amount of blood-colored murderous mist rose from the battlefield, shrouding the figures of the people within. They became indistinct and could not be seen clearly. Rumble, bang. Sure enough, as the power of the killing array was activated to the extreme and locked onto the black-spotted tiger, this fellow could not resist at all. Corpse ancestor Hamba took the opportunity to flash behind him and struck out with his palm. Amidst the earth-shattering rumbling sound, a loud sound was heard. The black-spotted tiger's huge body instantly exploded, turning into a cloud of blood mist that spread out. Swish, without hesitation, Corpse ancestor Hamba immediately made his move. With a wave of his hand, an invisible strength chi surged out, instantly wrapping around the blood mist that had just spread out, compressing it into a blood bead that was about 10 feet in diameter, and keeping it into his body. This was specially instructed by Yixian. When he turned it over, it would be equivalent to having an extra blood essence of a mighty figure, or even a level 29 desolate venerable pellet. Its significance was definitely not small. All of this took a long time to describe, but in fact, it happened in a flash. In less than 3 breaths of time, an early-stage desolate antiquity great expert had already fallen. Such a terrifying power of the killing array scared the other 7 human clan supreme experts who were rushing over. Their expressions changed drastically, and as if it was a conditioned reflex, their bodies came to an abrupt halt in the air. Although they immediately realized it and rushed over again after blushing, their speed was a lot slower than before. Furthermore, they didn't directly rush into the center of the killing formation formed by the 7 great alluring cultivators. This was clearly a bit of slacking. The smell was gone. After all, the most powerful existence among the 7 of them was only at the peak of the middle stage of the desolate antiquity stage, not even at the late stage. On the other hand, the 7 gorgeous cultivators were all at the late stage of the 7th stage of the desolate antiquity stage. Their opponents. Right now, the 7 of them had formed a killing array together, and it seemed that the killing power was extremely terrifying. If they entered, they would definitely be like the black-spotted tiger, and would directly die. Under such circumstances, they could only let Venerable Python stand in front of them. It was as if they were roaming around, observing the situation from all directions. Although it was a bit embarrassing, there was nothing they could do about it. Who asked them to not have the strength of Venerable Python? At the moment of life and death, they could not be the least bit impulsive. The 7 of them were all old monsters, and they still had this bit of shrewdness and calmness. Therefore, unknowingly, the 7 of them stayed at the edge of the killing array formed by the 7 gorgeous cultivators. Only the half-step desolate Venerable Python was trapped in the middle of the 7 gorgeous cultivators. Although it was not in danger for a short period of time, it was obvious that it could not withstand the attack. It had been too long. At this moment, as the black-spotted tiger was killed due to its carelessness, the 7 gorgeous cultivators were immediately energized. Their eyes flashed, and a series of feminine voices were heard again. "Sisters, that spotted dog is done for." The other 7 fellows seem to be scared and do not dare to rashly rush into the killing array. Now, there is only one big loach left in the killing array. Completely lock on and wait for the opportunity to attack. Use the fastest speed and the shortest time to destroy it. Screech. Ruthless. At the end of their words, the 7 gorgeous cultivators' figures did not change. They still turned into streaks of light, and like lightning, they moved in the air at an extremely fast speed. However, an incomparably sharp and ruthless howl came out from their mouths. This was precisely one of the changes in the might of this primordial slaughter formation. Along with this extremely sharp and vicious howl resounding out, the venomous starry python that was trapped at the center of the slaughter formation was disturbed, and it ceaselessly flicked its tongue while its figure wriggled, and it was extremely uneasy. Mental state. Gradually, it became chaotic. From this moment on, the power of the killing array's domain, due to the support of the evil roar, once again rose. The blood-colored killing mist that had originally enveloped a large portion of the void of the universe suddenly expanded, like a mist that never dissipated in the deep mountains and great lakes all year round. All of this fell into the eyes of the experts from the various camps in the distant void. In an instant, it caused a large number of gasps. After a short moment of silence, a wave of shocked exclamations rose like a tidal wave. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. In the void, where the battle was taking place, the 9 desolate antiquity black demonic dragons were still hovering in the void, forming an outer trapping formation, trapping the 8 desolate antiquity mighty figures and the 7 gorgeous cultivators of the human federation in the middle. In the inner area, the 7 gorgeous cultivators, including Ancestor Shur and Hamba, formed a second killing circle, besieging Lord Python of the Human Federation. The other 7 desolate antiquity mighty figures of the Human Federation were wandering in the area between the 2 large trapping circles, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Only a few minutes had passed since the start of the battle, but now, after the 7 gorgeous cultivators killed the black-spotted tiger with thunderous means, they were now fighting against 1 desolate venerable python, who was a half-step desolate venerable, Screech. At this very moment, the figures of the 7 gorgeous cultivators did not change. Just like before, they turned into streaks of light and moved through the void at a speed so fast that it made one's hair stand on end. At the same time, extremely sharp and vicious howls came out from their mouths, and it shook one's soul. These screeches were one of the power changes of the desolate antiquity killing formation. With the sharp screeches, the venomous python of the starry sky, who was trapped in the center of the killing formation, was disturbed and kept flicking his tongue. His body twisted, extremely uneasy, and his state of mind gradually became chaotic. In less than 30 seconds, he had been hit several times by the 7 gorgeous cultivators, and was already covered in wounds. Although Lord Python's cultivation had reached the peak of the desolate antiquity 9th stage, which was a half-step desolate venerable. But at this moment, he was trapped in this mysterious desolate antiquity killing formation, and his mind was disturbed by the screeches from the 7 gorgeous cultivators. Under this confusion, he could only exert about 80% of his battle strength. On the other hand, although the 7 gorgeous cultivators were only at the late stage of the desolate antiquity 7th stage, they had the advantage in numbers. There were 7 of them, and they were almost telepathic with each other, so their cooperation was perfect. In addition to the support of the desolate antiquity killing formation, the 7 of them could almost exert 120% of their battle strength. Under this situation, Lord Python, who was stronger but not much stronger, fell into a disadvantageous position in such a short time, and was almost crushed. It was only natural. Rumble, bang. At this moment, the best opportunity had arrived. A cold light flashed in the eyes of Hamba, the corpse ancestor, and she immediately communicated with the other sisters. The power of the killing formation was pushed to the limit and locked onto Venerated Python. Venerated Python wouldn't be able to resist in an instant. The 7 sisters did not hesitate at all. Taking advantage of this opportunity, they appeared around him and struck out with their palms at the same time. Amidst the earth-shattering roar, Venerable Python's huge body instantly exploded, turning into a cloud of blood mist that spread out. Swoosh! Corpse ancestor Hamba heaved a sigh of relief when his attack succeeded, and he acted at the first possible moment. In the blink of an eye, a strand of invisible force surged out, and it swept up the bloody mist that had just spread out and compressed it into a blood pearl that was around 3 m in diameter before he absorbed it into his body. At this point, the number of blood essences that Yi Xian used to refine the level 29 Desolate Supreme Treasure Pill had reached a total of 15. The one he had obtained earlier was of the highest quality, and one was equivalent to 2. It was the same for the one he had just obtained. In other words, among the 15 blood essences of Almighties, there were 2 of the highest grade. Previously, he only had 13 blood essences in his hands. If there were no accidents, once Yi Xian started refining, he could basically guarantee that there would be 10 Desolate Supreme pellets. As for the probability of getting 11, it was only 30% to 40%, but it was not completely impossible. However, now that the black-spotted tiger and the Python Lord had been killed in such a short period of time, he would have 2 more blood essences in his possession. There were a total of 15 blood essences in his hands, and 2 of them were of the highest grade. Even the unknown existence in the ferocious beast army that he had killed earlier had only obtained the blood essence of a late-stage 7th order mighty figure. With this calculation, with Yi Xian's current attainments in the Tao of Alchemy, according to his calculations, once he opened the furnace, refining 13 level 29 Desolate Sovereign pellets was already a foregone conclusion. There was no longer any suspense. There was even a chance of 14 pills being produced. Although it was not high, it was at least around 40%. In fact, even if it was only 13 batches, it was already a huge surprise for Xian. After all, before this, his original minimum goal was only 10 pills. It could be said that with the death of the Python Lord, for Xian, this time, he had basically completed the task of obtaining the blood essence of the Almighty ahead of time. Even if he wanted more, it was no longer possible. Originally, there were only 12 Desolate Era experts in the Great Five Alliance army. Among them, Xian had killed 2 of them before, and now 2 of them had been killed by the 7 beautiful cultivators. Of the remaining 8 Desolate Era experts, 7 of them were human race experts of the Human Race Federation, and 1 of them was a gray-robed expert of the Survivors Alliance. Even if he were to kill them all, the amount of blood essence in Xian's hands wouldn't be able to increase. The blood mist formed by the explosion of the bodies of the human clan and the remnant experts was simply unable to condense the blood essence of the fierce beasts. However, although the bodies were useless, and Xian did not intend to kill the 8 powerful beings of the Human Race Federation and the Survivors Alliance, he could avoid the death penalty, but he could not escape punishment. Teaching them a lesson was absolutely necessary. With the death of Venerable Python, the 7 primordial beings of the Human Federation were no longer a match for the 7 gorgeous cultivators. Even if they removed the primordial killing array, the 7 gorgeous cultivators could easily beat them up in a head-to-head battle. What was more, there were 9 extremely powerful black demonic dragons hovering in the distance, waiting for them. It could be said that there was no need for Xian to worry about the situation on this side. In fact, the instant Venerable Python was killed, Xian withdrew his spiritual sense that was paying attention to this side. He immediately swept his gaze towards the 9-headed blood-fled dragon, the azure sky rock, and the grey-robed remnants that were still in shock and uncertainty in the other side of the void. In the void on both sides of the void, the bloody unicorn and the 9 hell demon crocodile were fighting Xian's flesh doppelganger and skeleton doppelganger, and now they were at a disadvantage. Among the core members of the Great Five Alliance present, only the 9-headed blood dragon, the cyan sky rock, and the grey-robed expert were above the cultivation level of the powerful beings of the primordial era. These 3 old guys were not good people. Although Xian was not sure that he could kill them, after all, the real powerful beings of the primordial era were not so easy to kill. However, it was entirely possible for him to take advantage of this opportunity to give them a good beating, beat them into submission, and successfully establish his authority in front of the Great Five Alliance. Rumble, as these thoughts flashed through his mind, an invisible aura swept out from the demonic dragon floating in the void. In the blink of an eye, it had locked onto the 9-headed blood dragon and the cyan sky rock. What? Even the Human Federation's Venerable Python has fallen? This is a powerful half-step desolate supremacy. It is said that this Venerable Python and Venerable Yak, who was killed by the Master of the Magic Hall, were both supreme beings from the Thousand Luo Federation Senate. Who would have thought that they would fall one after another before the battle even started? It's understandable that Venerable Yak died. After all, it was the Master of the Magic Hall who attacked. He was a powerful mid-stage desolate supremacy. It's understandable that Venerable Yak, who was only a half-step desolate supremacy, was killed in one blow. However, the Python supremacy who had just fallen is really too sullen. He was a half-step desolate supremacy who was at the peak of rank 9, but he was actually killed by 7 rank 7 late-stage experts. This is simply too shocking. Who exactly is the existence inside that mysterious Luan chariot? Not only does the Master of the Magic Hall treat him with respect, but even his 7 personal maidservants have such terrifying battle strength. When they join forces, even a half-step desolate supremacy is no match for them. It seems that there is no suspense in the outcome of this battle. The Great Five Alliance will definitely lose. It's just the beginning, and they have already lost 4 powerful beings. It's a crushing defeat. Now, the only thing that can't be determined is whether the 5 Great Alliance will have more Almighties or even desolate supremacies fall in this battle. They are already powerless to change the overall situation. The only thing they can do is to minimize the losses. Look over there, the mysterious man in the luxurious carriage is about to attack. A terrifying divine sense spread out and locked on to the 9-headed blood dragon, the azure sky rock, and the grey-robed remnant beings nearly 1 billion miles away. Hiss. Sure enough, the cultivation strength of this mysterious existence is the same as the master of the magic hall. He has already reached the rank 5 desolate supremacy. He is only one step away from reaching the peak of the mid-stage desolate supremacy. Rumble. Following these exclamations, the gazes of countless experts in the void gathered on the demonic dragon carriage that was suspended in the void. At this time, there was clearly an invisible aura that swept out from the carriage. In the blink of an eye, it was a billion miles away and locked onto the trio. It was the terrifying pressure of a rank 5 desolate supremacy. As this pressure instantly shrouded and locked onto them, the 9-headed blood-flood dragon, the azure sky rock, and the mighty figures in grey robes who were in a state of shock trembled. They directly trembled a few times as if they were conditioned reflexes. Immediately afterward, the three of them subconsciously turned their heads and looked at the luxurious carriage in the void nearly a billion miles away. Their expressions changed drastically, and their scalps went numb. Previously, the three of them were attracted by the fierce battle between the 7 gorgeous cultivators and the 9 primordial great beings of the Human Federation. Without waiting for it to come back to its senses, the 7 gorgeous cultivators had already used lightning-quick methods to kill the black-spotted tiger in one fell swoop. This was absolutely shocking. A Grand Almighty was actually killed in just a few breaths of time. Even the three of them felt their hearts beating wildly, as if they were scared out of their wits. Then, they turned their attention to the bloody battlefield. In less than 40 breaths of time, Python Supremacy, who had reached the great perfection of the Desolate Antiquity Stage 9 and was a half-step Desolate Supremacy, had been killed in an instant. Wave after wave of shocking changes were all incomparably shocking. Even for the three of them, for a moment, their minds were rumbling, and they were completely unable to react. At this time, the mysterious existence in the luxurious carriage had already spread out his divine sense and locked on to the three of them. This was clearly the rhythm of his attack. Only now did the three of them recover from the extreme shock from before, with their minds trembling violently. Especially when they sensed that the divine sense that locked onto them was as powerful as a 5th-order desolate supremacy, the three of them were even more shocked. An extremely bad feeling instantly shrouded their hearts. Needless to say, the grey-robed remnant elder had the powerful combat strength of a 1st-order desolate supremacy, but after all, he had to pay a huge price and use the secret method of his clan to barely obtain it. Furthermore, it had a certain amount of time. At most, it would last for another 4 hours. If a fierce battle broke out, this time limit would shrink again, and he wouldn't be able to hold on for more than 2 hours. What's more, once the time limit was up, he would fall into a period of weakness for at least 10 days because of the backlash of the secret method. During this period, the grey-robed remnant elder couldn't even hope to reach the late 7th-order desolate supremacy. Although he wouldn't directly fall out of the desolate supremacy realm, at most, he would only be left with the early 1st-order or 2nd-order desolate supremacy. Under such circumstances, facing the crushing pressure of a powerful 5th-order venerable Huang, his fate could be imagined. He would definitely be killed on the spot by a single finger of the other party. As these thoughts flashed in his mind, the grey-robed remnant elder's face turned pale. After subconsciously shrinking his neck, he immediately turned his head to look at the 9-headed blood dragon and the azure sky rock in the distant void. He secretly sent a message with divine sense: "2 friends, my desolate supremacy cultivation is improved by a secret method. If there is a fierce battle and I face the existence in the carriage head-on, I'm afraid I can only hold on for half an hour at most, and then I will fall to the great master realm. At that time, we only have 2 desolate supremacies left, which is very disadvantageous, so, if the existence in the carriage attacks, it's best for the 2 of you to fight in front, and I will wander around and wait for the opportunity." In this way, the desolate supremacy cultivation that is improved by a secret method can at least hold on for 2 hours. As long as the 2 of you can completely restrain him, this old man will definitely be able to find an opportunity to attack in 4 hours. It is impossible to kill him, but if I attack with all my strength at the critical moment, it is not completely impossible to injure him. Speaking of this, the grey-robed remnant elder's eyes flashed. This is the best way to deal with it, and it is also our only chance. Do you agree or not, 2 friends? Please decide quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, the 9-headed blood dragon and the azure sky rock in the high void on the side had already turned their heads and exchanged a look. In less than half a breath, the 2 had already made a decision. They each raised their heads and let out a shocking roar. screech, with the last roar, the nine-headed blood dragon and the azure sky rock rushed out at the same time. In an instant, they turned into two rays of light. Their speed was faster than lightning, and they blasted toward the luxurious carriage in the void nearly 1 billion miles away. Seeing this scene, the gray-robed remnant elder immediately breathed a sigh of relief, and the nervous expression on his face was obviously eased a lot. Without hesitation, he immediately channeled the power in his body to the extreme. His entire figure also turned into a ray of light, following behind the nine-headed blood dragon and the azure sky rock at an extremely fast speed. Boom! Rumble, in the void, a thunderous roar sounded. The nine-headed blood dragon and the cyan rock rushed out almost at the same time, shooting toward the luxurious carriage nearly 1 billion miles away. Both of them had shown their bloodline real bodies, which were nearly 1 billion feet long. At this time, they were moving extremely fast, and the pressure of the supreme master of the remote antiquity in their bodies was pushed to the extreme, which even shook the void. This scene made the powerful figure in the gray robe feel relieved, and the tension on his face was obviously relieved. Without any hesitation, he pushed the power in his body to the extreme at the first time. His whole body also turned into a ray of light, and followed behind the nine-headed blood dragon and the cyan rock at an extremely fast speed. In an instant, the last three supreme masters of the remote antiquity on the side of the Big Five Alliance moved at the same time, two in front and one behind, and rushed toward the opposite side. Obviously, they took the initiative to fight with the mysterious man in the luxurious carriage. In this battle, four powerful figures of the remote antiquity were involved. Except for the battle between the Master of the Magic Hall and the Scarlet Unicorn, the nine-headed blood dragon and the cyan rock more than 3 months ago, there had never been such a scene in the void of the fragment of the remote antiquity world. Countless experts in the void all widened their eyes, opened their mouths slightly, and subconsciously held their breaths. With horror and shock, they looked at each other. I really didn't expect that the three of you are quite brave. In this case, as you wish, I will help you loosen your bones and exercise your muscles and bones. Whoosh, almost at the same time, in the void of the universe that was nearly 1 billion kilometers away, Xianxia's lazy and disdainful voice once again sounded out from within the extremely luxurious carriage. Of course, it was still deliberately disguised, so it didn't sound very clear. Therefore, even the three girls, Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha and Zhao Chanru, couldn't recognize his voice for a while. As the voice of the divine sense sounded out, Xian's figure moved as well. He transformed into a ray of light and rushed out from the demon dragon imperial carriage. His speed was even faster than lightning, and in the blink of an eye, he had already traversed 200 million kilometers. He was already not far away from the nine-headed blood-fled dragon, the azure sky rock, and the gray-robed survivors. At this moment, when he rushed out of the carriage, everyone in the void felt their hearts in their throats. Their eyes slightly narrowed, and they didn't even blink. Everyone had always been curious about what kind of mysterious existence was inside this luxurious carriage that made people's hair stand on end. But now, they were disappointed, because Xian, who had rushed out of the carriage, his whole body was shrouded in a nine-colored light. Only his figure could be vaguely seen, and nothing else could be seen. Whoosh, boom. Rumble, Xian attacked at lightning speed, and 2 consecutive punches landed on the chests of the cyan rock and the nine-headed blood dragon on both sides. Puff. Puff, after the shocking bang, 2 muffled puffs sounded. The cyan rock and the nine-headed blood dragon couldn't resist at all. They opened their mouths and spat out a mouthful of blood, and their bodies flew backward at an extremely fast speed. They looked extremely miserable. After blowing these 2 guys away with one blow, Xian didn't stop there. He felt that he hadn't had enough. After grinning, the 9-colored light that enveloped his body suddenly burned, and his speed instantly doubled. He chased after the azure sky rock and the nine-headed blood dragon that were flying backward. This was clearly the rhythm of continuing to be abused, and it didn't end there. In the blink of an eye, the battle situation had already been revealed. In the distance, whether it was the Scarlet Unicorn or the 9-Hell Demon Crocodile, they were all being beaten up by the 2 Blood Sea clones of the Master of the Magic Hall. The Cyan Rock and the 9-Headed Blood Dragon were no exception. As soon as they met, they fell into the situation of being beaten up by the mysterious man in the Phoenix carriage. These were 4 powerful primordial sovereigns. A few months ago, they were beaten up by the Master of the Magic Hall alone. Now, the master of the magic hall had left a clone to guard the black magic hall, but he had invited a mysterious man to help him. In the end, the result was still the same. This scene was simply a replica of the battle a few months ago. The Scarlet Unicorn and the 9 Hell Demon Crocodile on both sides were still fine. The aura of the battle was shocking, and it shrouded the miserable state of their bodies, making it difficult to see clearly. However, the 9-headed blood dragon and the cyan rock were really a little miserable, making people shudder. In an instant, the experts, countless ferocious beasts, and the survivors of the primordial era who were watching the battle from afar were all dumbfounded. Whoosh, bang. Bang, the speed of the 9-colored light ball was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived in front of them. The existence in the light ball attacked and punched out 2 more times. With 2 simple punches, the 9-headed blood dragon and the cyan rock had not yet stabilized their bodies and could not dodge at all. Both of them were hit solid. Puff. Puff. After a loud bang, the 2 old guys opened their mouths almost at the same time and spat out a mouthful of blood. Their bodies even took advantage of the momentum to fly backward for nearly 100 million miles. After being hit by 2 punches in a row, they finally had a deep understanding of the terrifying power of this suspected human race master in the 9-colored light ball. This was not a human race master. This was simply a human-shaped ferocious beast. In terms of strength, it was definitely not weaker than the violent ape. It was simply outrageous. If they really continued to be beaten up like this, although the 2 of them would not die, there would definitely not be many bones in their bodies left intact. They did not even see what the other party looked like, and their bones were broken. This was really too sullen. More importantly, judging from the current situation, there was no hope for this battle. If they continued to stay here, what if the violent ape in the black magic hall in front could not hold back and also attacked? At that time, it would be impossible for them to escape in a one-on-one battle. They would definitely end up seriously injured even if they did not die. It was better to take advantage of the fact that the situation had not deteriorated to the point of no return and escape as early as possible. Thinking of this, the 9-headed blood dragon and the cyan rock suddenly trembled in their hearts. After turning their heads and exchanging a look, they raised their heads and roared, "Screech! Screech!" With the roar, both of them activated the bloodline power in their bodies to the extreme and used their strongest escape techniques at all costs. Rumble, crack. Crack, 2 crisp sounds of ripping silk rang out, and a void crack appeared above their heads. In the blink of an eye, the 9-headed blood dragon and the cyan rock turned into 2 streaks of light, one red and one green. They tore through the void, shot away, and disappeared. Seeing this scene, all the masters in the void were dumbfounded on the spot. Especially in the Star Alliance army of the 5 alliances, countless masters were so shocked that their eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. The powerful man in a gray robe who was wandering outside the battle circle spat out a mouthful of blood. With a face full of grief and indignation, he roared like thunder, "Damn it! This old man is so blind." Rumble, Kacha. Kacha, 2 crisp ripping sounds rang out, and a spatial rift appeared above each of their heads. The huge bodies of the 9-headed blood dragon and the cyan sky rock shrank and turned into 2 streaks of light, one red and one green. In the blink of an eye, they drilled into the void and disappeared. The powerful figure in gray robes who was wandering outside the battle circle was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. Holy sh*t. They ran away just like that? This old man must be blind. This scene happened too suddenly. No one had expected that the 9-headed blood dragon and the cyan sky rock, the 2 powerful supreme masters of the remote antiquity, could only hold on for 2 rounds before they turned around and fled. They were so quick to run away. It was obvious that they were used to it. Such an unexpected scene made all the experts in the surrounding void dumbfounded on the spot. Especially in the Star Alliance army of the 5 alliances, countless experts were so shocked that their eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. After a short moment of dead silence, an earth-shattering cry of astonishment suddenly rang out like a tide, causing the entire space to be in an uproar. What? The 9-headed blood dragon and the cyan sky rock ran away? This old man is not hallucinating, right? What bullshit Huangzun. He is simply too shameless. He only took 2 punches and he couldn't take it anymore. He didn't even say anything and turned around to run. Look at his quick movements, it seems that he often practiced. No wonder he could escape from the hands of the master of the magic hall. I guess he has practiced this kind of thing many times. The powerful figure in grey robes of the Survivors Alliance is so aggrieved. He dug out the reserve heart in his right chest and swallowed it. He paid such a heavy price in exchange for the combat power of Desolate Master, but in the blink of an eye, it lost its meaning. He was cheated. Those two old guys are too unkind. They should have at least said hello. Now he has to stay here alone. It is really embarrassing. What else can he do? Nine-headed bloodrakes and Xianpungs are different. There are no bloodrakes or Xianpungs in the Star Alliance's army. They can leave at any time. But the grey-robed Almighty is different. The entire Alliance's army is made up of his people. We're screwed this time, awoo. Before the uproar in the surrounding void had subsided, the powerful figure in a grey robe raised his head and let out a long howl of incomparable grief and indignation. The dignified late-stage Great Master of the Survivors Alliance was so angry that he howled like a wolf. One could imagine the anger in his heart. However, Xian didn't care so much. For him, this was the best time to try and see if he could beat the Survivors Alliance into submission in one fell swoop. What are you howling for? I haven't even made a move yet. With these thoughts flashing through his mind, Xian's eyes flashed with a cold light. With a thought, the 9-color light cluster that enveloped his body instantly blazed, and its speed suddenly doubled. With a swoosh, it had arrived in front of the grey-robed survivor in the blink of an eye. Boom. Rumble, bang. Without hesitation, Xian attacked as soon as he got close. He still didn't use any treasures and just simply punched. This punch was so fast that it hit the grey-robed Great Master's chest. An earth-shattering boom came out, and the grey-robed Great Master opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His figure flew backward, whoosh. Just as he flew a million miles away, the 9-color light cluster caught up with him again and directly overtook him, blocking his path of retreat. Boom! This time, Xian didn't use his fist, but raised his right leg and kicked out. Along with the earth-shattering roar, the mighty figure in the grey robe, who had not lost his momentum, curled up due to the excruciating pain. He was like a rubber ball, and was directly kicked back. This scene shocked everyone. A dignified late-stage Great Master had paid a heavy price to temporarily obtain the powerful combat power of a First-Order Remote Antiquity Supreme. But now, in the face of this mysterious young man in the luxurious carriage, he didn't even have the slightest resistance. First, he was blown away by a punch, and then he was kicked back halfway. This was simply too tragic. After a short period of deathly silence, cries of alarm once again resounded like a tide, covering the sky and covering the earth. It's too tragic. Is this still a late-stage Great Master? The dignified leader of the Survivors Alliance, the one who carries the cauldron, was kicked around like a rubber ball in public. This is simply... Is the existence in the light cluster really playing with him? Obviously, he didn't take him seriously. The contrast of strength is too big. The mysterious existence in the light cluster is indeed just playing with him. Otherwise, if he wanted to, he could have blown up the grey-robed Great Master of the Survivors Alliance with that initial punch. That's right. He did hold back. After all, the grey-robed mighty figure relied on a mystic technique to raise his desolate supremacy cultivation level. His foundation is lacking. If the existence in the blob of light had the intention, it would have been difficult for him to withstand a punch. The reason why the 9-headed blood Wyrm and Azure Sky Rock fled after 2 rounds was clearly not without reason. Those are 2 old foxes. After taking 2 punches, they were able to see that the situation was hopeless. They are truly decisive. The poor grey-robed Great Master of the Survivors Alliance was actually left to carry the bag. Looking at the situation in front of him, it is clear that he is going to be killed on the spot. It's really a pity. If he dies, everything will be in vain. No matter how angry he is, he can't do anything. He won't have a chance to avenge himself. Awoo. The last sentence seemed to have touched a sore spot in the grey-robed Great Master's heart. At this moment, his body was kicked away by Xian. Although he was still in the middle of flying, he clearly did not suffer another blow, but he raised his head in grief and indignation and let out a miserable howl. Looking at the expression on his face, he was extremely sad and indignant, as if he was crazy. Although he was miserably abused, to be honest, he did not resent Xian in his heart. The Starry Sky blood battle was like this. If one's skill was inferior, one had to accept defeat. What's more, although the other party was playing with him in public, he did not say any humiliating words, which more or less gave him some face. After all, he was just a great master of the remote antiquity. It was not too shameful to be abused by a powerful rank 5 desolate venerable. At least the other party showed mercy and did not take his life after 2 consecutive attacks. At this time, the reason why he raised his head and held miserably was that the grief and indignation in his heart was too fierce. And the target of this resentment, except for the 9-headed blood dragon and the azure sky rock, could not be anyone else. When he thought that he would fall here today, die here, and have no chance to avenge the monstrous hatred, the grey-robed great master's eyes suddenly turned blood red. At this moment, his heart suddenly surged with an extreme unwillingness. He turned his head and looked at Xian, who was chasing behind him and had already arrived in front of him. He said with his divine sense, "I am unwilling to die like this. I am willing to make a Dao oath to follow you. At least I will have the chance to personally kill those 2 shameless old men. I don't want to die like this." In endless grief and indignation, the powerful figure in the grey robe suddenly felt extremely unwilling. He turned his head and looked at Xian, who was chasing behind him. With a hopeful look on his face, he said, "I am willing to make a Dao oath to follow you. At least I will have the opportunity to kill those 2 shameless old men personally. Yes or no, just give me a word. If it doesn't work, I will explode myself and turn into a ferocious ghost. I will never let those 2 old men go. At least you have a little backbone. Just for this, I will do as you wish." This was precisely the result that Xian wanted. His eyes flashed as he immediately used his divine sense to send a sound transmission. However, this matter is temporarily inconvenient to be made public. That way, it will be beneficial to you as well. The Survivors Alliance's stall is too big, and if they really go back on their word, the other 4 alliances will probably not let you off. Listen to me slowly. In the process, I am afraid you will have to take a few more punches. But I promise here today, everything is worth it. Rumble, bang. Before the voice of the divine sense fell, the 9-colored light ball had arrived in front of him. Without any delay, Xian immediately punched out and hit the back of the powerful figure in the grey robe. An earth-shattering explosion came out, and the figure of the mighty figure in the grey robe flew forward again. However, at this moment, there was a clear flash of ecstasy in the depths of his eyes, revealing a strong sense of disbelief that could not be dispersed. Just now, taking advantage of the moment when the punch hit his back, the existence in the 9-colored light ball clearly took the opportunity to send a storage magic treasure into his body. At this time, just as his figure was flying forward, the voice of the other party came again in his ears. In the storage magic treasure, there are 10,000 cubic meters of 9-colored divine medicine. Yes, it is the legendary 9-colored divine medicine, which was refined by me not long ago. It is enough for you to improve your cultivation strength to the peak stage 9 of the ancients in a short time. When the time comes, you can come to the magic hall to look for the demon lord. He has a level 29 Desolation Supreme Elixir for you. This elixir will allow you to break through to the Supreme Desolation realm in a short period of time without any suspense. As for the Dao Oath, I don't need it. If you dare to go against me, not only you, but all the survivors of the primordial era in this primordial fragment, excluding those in the magic hall, will be slaughtered. That's all I have to say. You're on your own now. This is the last strike. Grit your teeth and bear with it. Rumble, bang. When the last divine sense voice came to an end, Xian's eyes flashed with a dark light. The speed of the 9-colored ball of light suddenly doubled. In the blink of an eye, it was already in front of Xian. It was still a simple punch, a woo. After the earth-shattering noise, an incomparably shrill howl sounded, and the figure of the grey-robed mighty figure shot far away in the blink of an eye. However, no one noticed that this last miserable howl faintly revealed a wisp of obscure joy. It was indeed joy. He originally thought that he was going to die, but he did not expect that it would be a blessing in disguise. Not only did he easily obtain 10,000 cubic meters of 9-colored divine medicine, He could even come to the forbidden land of rising sun to ask the master of the magic hall for a so-called level 29 Desolation Supreme Elixir when his cultivation level was raised to the 9th stage of the primordial era. Although he did not know what the hell this level 29 Desolation Supreme Elixir was, he firmly believed the words of the mysterious man in the 9-colored ball of light. There was no need for the other party to lie to him. As a 5th stage Desolation Supreme, it was beneath him to do so. What's more, he said that he could make a Tao oath, but the other party did not need it at all. He even gave him 10,000 cubic meters of 9-colored divine medicine on the spot. That was a 9-colored divine medicine. Even in the distant primordial era, it was a legendary supreme resource. Even the primordial era supremes would go crazy for it. However, the other party casually threw 10,000 cubic meters to him. This clearly showed that he could refine it himself. If he could not refine it himself, who would be so generous with such a supreme resource, not to mention that he still had to take revenge for the 2 shameless old fellows, the 9-headed blood dragon and the azure sky rock. Even without this, just the 10,000 cubic meters of 9-colored divine medicine was enough to move him and make him submit to the other party. Boring. After this attack, Xian didn't continue his pursuit. 31. The 9-colored ball of light stopped abruptly in the void. Immediately after, Xian's languid voice came out from it. He was clearly disgusted, weak. You're really too weak, and I don't dare to use too much strength, for fear of exploding with a punch. If you continue to fight like this, I'm afraid you won't be able to move your muscles and bones even after half a day. It's really boring. If it was before, such words would most likely make the powerful man in a gray robe vomit blood on the spot. But now, when such words entered his ears, it gave him a pleasing feeling. No matter how he listened to it, it was pleasing to the ear. However, no matter how happy he was, he could not show it. The mysterious master he had just acknowledged had just said that this matter was not suitable for the time being. Moreover, the other party was also thinking for him and the Survivors' Alliance. Otherwise, with the powerful strength of a rank 5 desolate venerable, what was there to be afraid of? Was there a need to be so secretive? Thinking of this, the powerful man in a gray robe suddenly felt a strong surge of emotion. This time, he was really lucky to have met such a benevolent master. This point, whether it was from the other party's consideration for him and the Survivors' Alliance from the beginning, or the generous gift of 10,000 cubic meters of 9-colored divine medicine, it was enough to prove it. Thinking of this, the powerful man in a gray robe immediately looked solemn. Since the other party was so kind to him, he must not let him down. In any case, he must cooperate well and must not let anyone see any clues. Puff, as this thought flashed through his mind, he immediately urged the power in his body and directly forced out a mouthful of blood. At this time, the figure in front of him happened to be in front of the army of the Survivors' Alliance. At this moment, it was the best opportunity to withdraw with the army under his command and return to the Alliance Star Field. In this battle, this old man admits defeat. Starfield Alliance, you just wait, today's matter is not over. The army of the Survivors' Alliance, listen to my order, leave no one behind, all retreat. As the last sentence was spoken, the powerful man in a gray robe's figure flickered, and in an instant, he rushed into a giant battleship in the army of the Survivors' Alliance and disappeared. Boom! Rumble, almost in the next moment. Countless battleships of various sizes in the army of the Survivors' Alliance hummed in unison and directly turned around in the void. Without any hesitation, they sped toward the rear. This was clearly the rhythm of withdrawing from this battle and retreating from the star field where the forbidden land of rising sun was located. This scene instantly made the high-ranking commanders of the other 4 allied armies change their expressions wildly. But now, whether it was the Scarlet Unicorn, the 9 secret demon crocodile, or the remaining 7 powerful figures of the Human Federation, they were all being abused. No one in the 4 allied armies was a match for the powerful man in a gray robe, so who dared to stand up and stop or persuade him? They could only watch the battleship army of the Survivors' Alliance gradually move away. Then, the powerful figure in the gray robe scuttled into a giant battleship in the middle of the army and issued an order for the entire army of the survivors to evacuate from this place as soon as possible. The expressions of all the experts in the surrounding void changed as they fell into silence. After a few breaths of time, various sounds of discussion covered the heavens and the earth once again resounded out like a tide. Alas, there is no suspense in this battle. One of the 5 allied armies has already withdrawn, and the remaining 4 allied armies are unlikely to make a difference. The morale of the conventional forces has long been slackened, and in terms of high-end forces, the late-stage powerful figure of the Beast Alliance has died, and the army of the survivors has retreated. The remaining 8 powerful figures of the Human Alliance are being abused. Even the 2 desolate venerable commanders of the Alliance of 10,000 races, the Scarlet Unicorn and the 9 secret Demon Crocodile, are in the same situation. The Star Alliance is in the most awkward position. The 9-headed Blood Dragon and the Cyan Sky Rock, the highest commanders of the Alliance, have abandoned them and fled directly. The second-level commanders of the Alliance army are probably urgently discussing countermeasures. It's so embarrassing. The Magic Hall in the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun has won this battle. Everything has changed because of one person. The existence in the mysterious light ball is really enviable. He is so powerful and domineering that he even thinks that the powerful figure in the gray robe is too weak. It's boring to blow him up with one punch, and he can't move his muscles and bones when he retracts his strength. No one but him can do this. Screech. Boring, boring. As the gray-robed supreme expert left with the entire army of the survivors, Yi Xian's heart relaxed. He raised his head and let out a violent howl. Although he was overjoyed in his heart, the words that came out of his mouth were filled with depression. Halfway through his words, he seemed to have thought of something and turned his head to look at the void in the distance. Then, he looked back at the Black Magic Hall high above the 4 armies of the Magic Hall in the Forbidden Land of Rising Sunday. The voice of his divine sense rang out and could be heard clearly throughout the void. You were the one who called me here today, so how could you let me not have enough fun? I won't say anything else, I'll just use these 2 big guys to loosen up my muscles. Swish. After he finished speaking, without waiting for a response from the master of the Black Magic Hall, the 9-colored light ball was instantly activated by him and shot towards the void to the left at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, it had already entered the chaotic aura, making it impossible to see the exact situation of the battle. Thunderous booms continuously resounded in the air as the great battle continued. In the space to the left, a fierce battle was taking place between Bloody Unicorn and one of Yi Xian's 3 Blood Sea avatars. It was the Space Berserk Ape. At this moment, he activated the 9-colored ball of light that enveloped his body and charged into the battlefield in the blink of an eye. Moreover, he even said those words before he left. Even a fool could guess his objective. The void fell into a dead silence once again. All the powerhouses were dumbfounded. Only after a few breaths did a tidal wave of exclamations resound in the air once again. That's too cruel. This mysterious existence seems to have a violent temper as well. He's not much worse than the master of the Magic Hall. We can't provoke him, he's too casual. He doesn't play by the rules at all. While the other side is having a good one-on-one battle, he wants to interfere whenever he feels like it. He doesn't even care about the gossip of the one-on-one battle. What's so good about it? The master of the Magic Hall didn't say anything and kept silent. It's obvious that he's giving tacit consent. That's true. The master of the Magic Hall doesn't have to care about this kind of thing. It's not like he didn't have a precedent of fighting 1 against 4. He has already proven his strength. Even if it's a one-on-one battle, no one will say anything. This person's background is definitely not small. Otherwise, why would anyone else try the same thing? With that violent ape's temper, it would be strange if he didn't turn hostile on the spot. That's right. Even the master of the Magic Hall is so tolerant. Just this point alone is enough to prove that the mysterious existence in the ball of light has a shocking background. However, it seems that he doesn't need to use his background to support himself. He can destroy the void with just his own strength. With such a peerless strength, there's probably no one else in the void apart from the master of the Magic Hall. These 2 are domineering existences. Both of them have the unparalleled grace of ruling over this world. Furthermore, they are close friends. If this is the case, how can the higher-ups of the other powerhouses live? They can only try to survive with their tails between their legs. Otherwise, they will definitely be suppressed. Let's not talk about the others for now. I'm afraid the Blood Qilin is going to suffer a tragedy this time. Back then, when the Demon Hall Master's cultivation was only at the 4th Order Ancient Desolate Realm, a Blood Sea Avatar was already enough to beat him to the point of running away. Now, the Demon Hall Master's cultivation has increased by another level, reaching the same level as the Blood Qilin, the 5th Order Desolate Venerable. In addition to the boundless vitality in his huge body, he clearly has the battle strength of a 6th Order Desolate Venerable. In a one-on-one battle, the Blood Unicorn was already being tortured to the point of howling miserably. Now, another terrifying existence that isn't any weaker than the Master of the Magic Hall has rushed into the battlefield. This is clearly the rhythm of being tortured to the point of exploding. Even if the Blood Unicorn doesn't die, I'm afraid it won't be able to escape from being heavily injured. Rumble, boom. Ka-cha-cha, pft. In the surrounding void, before the earth-shattering cries of alarm could be heard, an earth-shattering explosion suddenly came from the bloody battlefield billions of miles to the left. There was clearly the sound of bones cracking, and in the end, there was even a muffled puffing sound. In an instant, the extremely chaotic void was faintly covered with a faint layer of blood mist. This was clearly the rhythm of a certain existence being beaten to the point where his bones were shattered and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Currently, there were only 3 existences in that area. The Blood Unicorn, the starry sky berserk ape, and the mysterious man in the 9-colored ball of light. Furthermore, the 2 of them were in cahoots. With 2 against 1, other than the Blood Unicorn, the one who spat out blood was naturally no one else. And that was indeed the case. This time, the reason why Yi Xian had rushed into the battle at the last moment and also used his flesh and blood clone, which was the starry sky berserk ape, to beat up the Blood Unicorn was to make this old fellow suffer a little and remember this lesson. As for killing him, that was obviously not possible, unless Yi Xian used the heaven-falling bow. However, that was completely unnecessary. It wasn't because he was worried about exposing his identity. In this regard, he had already made arrangements. The most important thing was that he didn't want to expose this horribly powerful divine ability in the void of the primitive world's fragment so that it wouldn't attract unnecessary attention. At this moment, he took out the big-headed black stick that was transformed from the godly medicinal pestle and smashed it on the head of the blood-colored Qilin. The Qilin was smashed into the void, and its head cracked open, emitting strands of precious light. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Boom. Ka-cha-cha, pft. In the distance to the left, where the bloody battle was taking place billions of miles away, an earth-shattering explosion suddenly rang out. Amidst this, there was clearly the sound of bones cracking. In the end, there was even a muffled puff sound. In an instant, the extremely chaotic void was faintly covered with a faint layer of blood mist. Yi Xian, who had just rushed into the battlefield, made his move. He directly took out the big-headed black cudgel, which was transformed from the divine medicine pestle, and smashed it on the head of the scarlet unicorn, knocking him flat in the void. His head cracked open, and rays of light shot out. This blow was too vicious. His head was blasted open, and it quickly swelled up. Rays of light shot out, and the scarlet unicorn was caught off guard. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Although he had fought with Yi Xian before, Yi Xian's Blood Sea doppelganger did not take out the big-headed black cudgel. Therefore, he did not have any doubts when this ferocious big-headed black cudgel smashed his head open. However, his expression changed in an instant. He turned to look at Yi Xian, who was shrouded in a 9-colored light. Enduring the pain, he exclaimed in shock and doubt, "Who are you? This is clearly a primordial treasure. Where did you come from?" If it was the Shengnong pestle, he would naturally be able to recognize it. However, Yi Xian had turned it into a big-headed black cudgel. Even the aura of the field it emitted had been deliberately changed. Therefore, the scarlet unicorn could not recognize the origin of this big-headed black cudgel. However, through its terrifying field power, it was enough to determine its grade. It was definitely a primordial treasure. Although there were many primordial supremes in the primordial age, almost every one of them was a famous existence. The scarlet unicorn was an old monster who had lived from the primordial age to the present. He basically knew which primordial treasures he had. Li Manqinger, however, he didn't have any impression of this black cudgel in his opponent's hand. In fact, he had never even heard of such a black cudgel among the primordial era's supreme treasures. This puzzled him, so at this moment, in the midst of his bewilderment, he subconsciously blurted out such a question. Unfortunately, it was a waste of time to ask. It was impossible for Yi Xian to tell the truth about this matter. Why do you care who I am? Why are you so long-winded in a fight? Don't tell me you want to run away too? Boom. Rumble, within the nine-colored light, Yi Xian rolled his eyes. Before he could finish his words, the big-headed black cudgel in his right hand, he had already smashed Black Cudgel. He still used his full strength in this attack without holding back at all. With a swing of the cudgel, the originally chaotic chi in the air became even more chaotic, and the sound of thunder resounded incessantly. The speed was too fast, and the big-headed black cudgel once again smashed down on his head. The blood-colored unicorn instantly changed color. He didn't expect this person to be even more direct than Bao Yuan, swinging his cudgel on the spot. Just now, his head had already been smashed open. Although it couldn't be considered a serious injury, it was still painful enough to make him grit his teeth and grit his teeth. If this hit the same place again, his brain would probably burst open on the spot. He wouldn't die, but he would most likely be seriously injured. Such an outcome was definitely not something he could accept. At the level of Supreme Desolate Ancient, even if it was only a serious injury, it would take a lot of top-grade cultivation resources to recover. If he didn't have any, he could only use time to recover. That kind of prolonged recovery had already left a psychological shadow in his heart, and he didn't want to experience it again. As for the existence in the nine-colored light in front of him, he was clearly incomparably black-bellied. This second strike was aimed straight at the center of his head that had just been blasted open. This was the rhythm of wanting to mash his brain into mush and severely injure him on the spot. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, the blood-colored unicorn immediately felt hatred in his heart. An incomparably burning resentment flashed through the depths of his eyes, but he didn't dare to stop in the slightest. He gritted his teeth and moved to the side, barely dodging the black cudgel that was aimed at the old wound on his head. Son, unfortunately, although he had avoided the old injury on his head, the big-headed black cudgel's momentum was too fierce. In a split second, it directly landed on his right shoulder, bam! Crack crack crack, at the same time an earth-shattering sound was heard, followed by an incomparably clear sound of bones cracking, which made one's hair stand on end. Although this blow missed, it still smashed a porcelain solid. The blood-colored unicorn's right shoulder was hit, and his entire right shoulder blade drooped down. For him, this was still not a serious injury, but it was still a light injury. The key point was that the pain was excruciating, causing him to instantly. As if it was a conditioned reflex, he raised his head and let out an incomparably mournful howl, bam! Awoo! Puff! Almost in the next moment, the flesh and blood doppelganger, who had been silent since Yi Xian joined the battle, finally found an opportunity to attack. Taking advantage of the moment when the blood-colored unicorn's mind was in chaos, he flashed his shoulder and appeared behind him. The Bao ape was known for its physical strength, and its strength was extraordinary. It did not use any battle weapons or battle treasures. It was just a simple punch. Although it was not fancy, it was solid. It directly hit the back of the blood-colored unicorn, breaking several of his vertebrae in an instant. After a loud bang, the blood-colored unicorn felt pain and subconsciously raised his head to howl again. Before he could finish howling, he felt a tightness in his chest. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, walala. At this time, his body was hundreds of millions of feet tall. Even if it was only a mouthful of old blood from his mouth, it was like a heavy rain outside. The void was instantly filled with an incomparably strong smell of blood, and a faint layer of blood mist rose. F***ck, after spitting out a mouthful of blood, the blood-colored unicorn finally felt a little better, but the anger and unwillingness in his chest became more and more intense. He raised his head and let out an angry roar. Earlier, he wasn't a match for Bao Yuan in a one-on-one battle. Now, another existence that wasn't the slightest bit weaker than him had arrived. This battle couldn't continue, otherwise, he would surely fall to the end of being heavily injured and awaiting death. Although his heart was filled with grief and indignation, he was not an impulsive person. Besides, although it was embarrassing to turn around and flee in this kind of battle, it was not the first time anyway, so there was nothing to be embarrassed about. Thinking of this, the blood-colored unicorn, who raised his head and howled, immediately lost the will to fight. His four limbs paused in the void, and with a slight shake of his shoulders, his whole body instantly turned into a blood-colored light and fled to the left. I knew you were going to King run away. Stop, I promise I won't beat you, Xian was furious. He dragged the big-headed black cudgel behind him and chased after the blood-colored light. At this moment, although his body was still enveloped by the nine-colored light, more than half of the big-headed black cudgel in his right hand was exposed and could be seen clearly. Almost in the next moment, in the Skyriver sector army behind the 4 Magic Hall legions, a scream suddenly rang out, "Big-headed black cudgel? Heavens, he is Xian." Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. To provide you with a wonderful novel to read. In fact, Xian had deliberately revealed a large portion of the big-headed black rod from the nine-colored light. Only in this way would his previous actions not arouse suspicion. Otherwise, if he had concealed his figure and deliberately revealed his true appearance later, it would inevitably cause people to think too much. At this moment, as the screams rang out from behind the 4 armies in the Magic Hall, all the powerhouses in the surrounding void were stunned. Then, all kinds of exclamations rang out like a tide. What? Xian? Is that the legendary Skyriver Star Master? It is said that this person is known as the #1 genius of the younger generation in the 3 outer universes. It is a pity that he has never shown his face. Today, as soon as he appears, it is so shocking. Hiss. The mysterious existence in the luxurious carriage is actually him? How is this possible? It can't be wrong. The big-headed black rod is Xian's famous murderous weapon. How could it fall into the hands of others so easily? Moreover, don't you think that this luxurious carriage is a little familiar? That's right. Back in the Shadow Devil galaxy of the second universe, this guy pretended to be the bloodline ancestor of the Een Demon clan and swindled a 9-dragon Luan Phoenix carriage from the Een Demon clan. It is clearly the prototype of this luxurious carriage that he has refined, and the way he acts today is clearly the same as the Huan Ting ancestor who caused an uproar in the 3 outer universes. It is definitely him. Rumble, bang. Oh woo, before the waves of exclamations in the surrounding void had subsided, an earth-shattering roar came again from the battlefield billions of miles ahead. Following that, there was an incomparably shrill howl, and those who heard it wept. Hiss. Before the howl had died down, there was suddenly a clear sound of cloth tearing in the distance. A crack was torn in the void, and the blood-red unicorn, whose head had been blown open and whose terrifying body was over 100 million feet long, was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. During this process, he suddenly changed his direction and headed straight for the crack in the void high up in the void. He was clearly trying to escape. However, no one was surprised. Previously, just the physical clone of the Magic Hall Master had been able to suppress him. Now that Xian, the Star Lord of the Heavenly River who was no weaker than the Master of the Magic Hall Master, had joined in as well, there was no way for him to defend against the two of them. In a short period of time, his head was blasted open. If he really gritted his teeth and endured, even if he didn't die, it was only a matter of time before he was seriously injured. Moreover, there wasn't the slightest bit of hope in this battle, so there was no point in staying any longer. Leaving was the wisest choice. You're Xian, aren't you? And the master of the Magic Hall. Just you wait, today's matters are far from over. Just as the blood-red unicorn's figure rushed into the crack in the void, an extremely sinister voice filled with endless resentment was heard. The entire vast void could be heard clearly. Old and new grudges, I will take revenge in the future. When I return to the peak of my previous life's cultivation, it will be the time of your downfall. Roar. Finally, the blood-red unicorn, who had rushed into the crack in the void, let out a shocking roar, and disappeared in the next instant. Seeing this scene, Xian and his flesh and blood clone exchanged glances. Both of them had a trace of disappointment in their eyes. This time, Xian had even taken out the big-head black rod. Moreover, he had attacked together with his flesh and blood clone. At the last moment, he had smashed towards the blood Qilin. He had originally hoped to heavily injure it before plotting to kill it. If they had succeeded, Xian would have once again obtained a precious desolate sovereign blood essence, which was extremely significant. Unfortunately, it was too difficult to kill an existence that had truly stepped into the desolate ancient supreme realm. In the previous joint attack, the blood-red unicorn had not even been seriously injured. At most, it could be considered a light injury that would recover in a short time. However, Xian didn't take the ruthless words he said before he left to heart at all. He didn't care at all. This old man's current cultivation strength was at the 5th order desolate ancient supreme realm, but in fact, his peak battle strength was at the late stage of the desolate ancient supreme realm, which was the 7th order desolate ancient supreme realm. From the 5th order desolate ancient supreme realm to the 7th order, it seemed that there were only 2 more orders to break through, but he did not have any chaos medicine, nor did he have any 9-colored divine medicine or purple gold treasure medicine. If he wanted to recover these 2 orders and return to his peak state, it was obviously not something that could be done in a year and a half. With this amount of time, Xian would have broken through many times. At that time it would be fine if he did not appear, but if he really had the guts to come, he might really be able to kill him in one fell swoop. It was indeed difficult to kill a desolate ancient supreme realm, but for a peak desolate ancient supreme realm, which was a half-step heavenly Tao realm existence, this was obviously not the case. For example, the old void giant tortoise had been hibernating on the 2 sides of the chaos void, secretly searching for a desolate ancient supreme realm expert and launching a hunt. If he really had a few years, Xian might be able to reach that level. Even if his real cultivation realm could not reach that level, under the state of the 9 devil ape transformation bloodline divine ability, there was absolutely no problem. These thoughts flashed through Xian's mind, and in an instant, a faint light flashed in his eyes. Taking a deep breath, he turned around and shot towards the rising sun forbidden land with his flesh avatar. At this time, the void was once again filled with an uproar of exclamations. The scarlet unicorn had run away again, and before he left, he suffered a few heavy blows. Even if it was not a serious injury, it was really embarrassing and cowardly. And with his departure, there was finally no suspense in this battle. With the help of the Sky River Star Master Xian, the Magic Hall was bound to win a complete victory. Amidst the waves of exclamations, Xian and his flesh avatar had already shot billions of miles away, arriving at the edge of the rising sun forbidden land, where the 2 armies were facing off in the void. The flesh avatar did not say anything, and immediately looked towards the void in the distance to the right. Xian, on the other hand, twitched his face and turned his head to look at the Star Alliance, the alliance of 10,000 races and the Human Race Federation of the 5 Great Alliances. These 3 alliances came from the 3 main starry sky planes, and at this time, there were many familiar faces among the high-ranking officers in front of the army. For example, Long Kuei was one of them. At this time, these people saw Xian up close, and after confirming that it was really him, they looked as if they had seen a ghost, and their bodies began to tremble. Seeing this scene, Xian's eyes flashed with a cold light, and a cold smile appeared on his face. "Long time no see, fellow cultivators. How have you been?" These words sounded like a greeting, but Xian's voice was filled with endless coldness. Thinking of his supreme ferocity when he had just beaten up the Scarlet Unicorn, the high-ranking officers in front of the 3 armies suddenly felt uncomfortable, and their bodies began to tremble subconsciously. Want to talk about the super devouring system with more like-minded people? Follow excellent reading literature on WeChat. Talk about life, find a confidant, providing you with a wonderful novel to read. In front of the armies of the 3 alliances, the Star Alliance, the Myriad Races Alliance, and the Human Federation, there were many unfamiliar faces among the higher-ups, but to Xian, there were also many familiar faces, more or less. They had come into contact with Xian a few decades ago. The Human Federation had the most people, such as Long Huai, the former Federation's Overwatch Council, Zhang Wuzi, Crown Prince Zhang Lingfeng, the monarch of Tianchen, Crown Prince Su Biqing, and so on. There was also Long Ziwen, the elder of the imperial dynasty who had a conflict with Xian in the Death Star Field, as well as Huaidong Zi and Tianqian Zi from the 10 Absolute Sky Palace. There were also Gongwu Xian, Wuchen Zi, Chou Doufu, Yuxian Long, and the other young talents from the 2 human camps, who were all undying emperors. It was obvious that since entering the void fragment of the ancient universe, the races and powers of the 3 main planes of the universe had gained a lot. They attacked the forbidden lands of the universe, hunted ferocious beasts, and attacked the remnant starfield to rob all kinds of resources. They might have even learned the secret methods of making medicines. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for these fellows to improve their cultivation so quickly in just a few decades. Oh, by the way, there was another factor. As the doomsday of the untainted world was approaching, the bloodline ancestors of the major clans and forces who had been sleeping were waking up one after another. With their guidance and support, the cultivation strength of the younger generation was obviously much more advanced than before. On the Human Federation side, Yi Xian even saw fallen demon Zi, Zhao Lingyang, unfettered Zi, and fairy Xianxia. Now, they had all become universe knights. No wonder they had the same devouring system as Yi Xian. However, the four of them had lost to Yi Xian in the system competition task, and the devouring system in their bodies had become a vassal of the devouring system in Yi Xian's body. Although Yi Xian had never used this ability to force them to do anything, it was because he simply didn't want to. He had already disdained it back then, and now it was even more of a joke. However, at this moment, when these four fellows saw Yi Xian's gaze sweep past them, perhaps because of their guilty conscience, they shrank back in fear as if they had agreed to it beforehand. They looked pitiful. Where was the look of a universe knight? Yi Xian smiled. Decades had passed in the blink of an eye. Although these four fellows had been suppressed by Yi Xian, at least they still had the strength to fight him. But now, Yi Xian didn't even bother to attack them. If he really wanted to, all he had to do was blow them up. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian immediately sighed with emotion. His state of mind had invisibly improved a little. The next moment, he smiled and shifted his gaze away from these four fellows. From now on, they would never be able to enter his eyes because they were no longer qualified. At this moment, Yi Xian's eyes didn't reveal the slightest bit of disdain or contempt. However, the moment he shifted his gaze away, fallen demon prince, Zhao Lingyang, unfettered master, and fairy Xianxia understood, and their faces turned pale in an instant. It was only now that they finally realized the gap between them and Yi Xian. To say that it was a gap between heaven and earth was an exaggeration, because there was simply no comparison. Yi Xian shifted his gaze, and his gaze swept past the Star Alliance and the Alliance of Myriad Races. In front of the armies of these two alliances, among the higher-ups of the alliance standing in the void space, there were many familiar faces. In the Star Alliance, the Blood Dragon Clan, Cyan Rock Clan, Battle Lion Clan, Inji Clan, Barbarian Bull Clan, Golden Eagle Clan, Colorful Python Clan, Greedy Wolf Clan, and Tree Spirit Clan were the leaders of the 9 original top 10 clans of the Second Universe. Of course, there were no higher-ups of the Blood Dragon Clan, Cyan Rock Clan, and Battle Lion Clan in the Star Alliance, because they had all been captured and were now an important part of one of the 4 major armies of the Magic Hall. However, among the higher-ups of the other 6 clans, Yi Xian had seen many of them before. On the other side, the Alliance of Myriad Races was formed by the original slave clans of the First Universe. There were many familiar faces on this side, including Big Tooth Jean from the Space Rat Clan, Old Monster Ishuacheong from the Hell Ant Clan, and an old guy from the Giant Ferocious Clan, who had even allied with Yi Xian before, was the Golden Elder of the Nameless Alliance. At this moment, as Yi Xian's gaze swept over them, the expressions on the faces of these old guys were extremely interesting. Sometimes they were red, sometimes they were green, and sometimes they were embarrassed. However, Yi Xian didn't pay attention to them. Back then, that was back then, but now. Even if these old fellows brought the entire clan behind them to request for an alliance with Yi Xian and become allies, it would be absolutely impossible. They weren't qualified at all. With a faint smile, Yi Xian's gaze continued to sweep slowly. Soon, among the higher-ups of the Star Alliance in front of the army of the Star Alliance, he saw Lang Ganglai, Ji Jinghong, Jin Haoyan, Jiao Ri Tian, Medusa, and Lion Ba Dao. The 6 of them had extraordinary talent, not to mention the cultivation resources that Yi Xian had gifted them back then. In addition to the gains they'd made in the void fragments of the great desolate world over the years, all of them had become universe knights without exception. Yi Xian didn't have any ill feelings toward these 6 guys, because they had returned to their clans under Yi Xian's instructions to go back and be spies. However, this arrangement was meaningless now. At Yi Xian's level, it was no longer necessary. However, at this moment, as his gaze swept over them, these 6 guys were so excited that their faces flushed red, and their breathing quickened. It was obvious that they were extremely excited. From this point alone, it was enough to show that they weren't at odds with Yixian. Of course, whether they were at odds with him or not, Yixian didn't care. However, since they had always been loyal and devoted, it was obviously no different from a stroke of good fortune for them. Ayaya, so it's Star Master Yi. This is really like a flood rushing against the Dragon King's temple. Misunderstanding, a huge misunderstanding, Yixian's gaze swept over slowly. He had just finished looking at all the familiar faces when Long Huai cupped his fists and greeted Yixian with a face full of smiles. He was extremely enthusiastic. This was completely different from his personality. However, it was normal. After all, the height that Yixian currently stood at had long since reached a level that he couldn't even look up to. No matter how much resentment Long Huai had towards him, no matter how proud and arrogant he was, he could only do this when faced with Yixian. After all, there was quite a bit of enmity between him and Yixian back then. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he had always been at odds with Yixian. In this current situation, even if he put down his pride and bowed, he still felt that it wasn't enough. He didn't have the slightest confidence that he could save his life. At this moment, the reason he was so thick-skinned and shameless to take the initiative to greet Yixian and say such words that even made him blush in disgust was entirely for the sake of seeking that slim chance of survival that perhaps didn't even exist. If you want to talk about the super devouring system with more like-minded people, you can follow excellent reading literature on WeChat. Talk about life, find confidence. Do you have the right to speak in front of me, the Star Master? Upon hearing this, Yixian turned around and glanced at Long Huai, who had a fawning expression on his face. He curled his lips and continued with disdain, if you want to establish a friendship or have a conversation with me, you have to call DR over. As for you, who do you think you are? Swish, pong, as soon as he finished speaking, Yixian retracted his gaze with a look of disgust. He raised his hand and pointed at Long Huai from a distance of hundreds of millions of miles in the void. After an incomparably sharp sound of something breaking through the air, it was closely followed by a loud explosion. Long Huai did not even have the chance to make another sound. His entire body directly exploded, and his body and soul were annihilated. A powerful universe supreme being was annihilated just like that. However, Yixian merely extended a finger and pointed it at him from a distance of hundreds of millions of miles in the void of the universe from a distance of hundreds of millions of miles in the void of the universe. This scene frightened everyone. Countless gasps resounded in the void, but no one dared to cry out in alarm. No matter how shocked they were, they kept their mouths tightly shut, for fear of angering this demon god and causing him to point his finger in their direction and pointed at them. With Yixian's current level, it was obvious that he had long since lost interest in killing Long Huai. However, this old fellow had always been at odds with him back then, and the grudge between them was too deep. What happened back then ultimately needed to be settled. It was not a bad idea to point a finger and point it at him, and it could be considered as ending everything that happened back then. Moreover, he was also the commander-in-chief of the fleet that led the Human Federation's army of 10 million fortresses to attack the Sky River sector previously. In that battle, even Xuechan, who was a supreme being of the primordial era, had fallen. The entire army of 10 million fortresses of the Human Federation had been captured, and only Long Huai alone had managed to escape. Now that he had killed him with a single finger, it could be considered as Yixian's declaration and explanation to his subordinates and old friends in the Sky River sector. All of this seemed to take a long time to describe, but in reality, it had only happened in a short span of a few breaths. Roar. Just as Yixian's gaze swept past the higher-ups in front of the Three Great Alliances camp, and at the same time he effortlessly killed Long Huai with a finger from several 100 million kilometers away, his flesh and blood clone that had returned to the center of the battlefield from several billion kilometers to the left, which was also the violent star ape, had already raised its head and let out a furious roar before pouncing several billion kilometers to the right. On the other side, one of the 3 Blood Sea clones of the Master of Magic Hall was still fighting fiercely with the 9 Phantom Demon Crocodile. Of course, the battle here was almost exactly the same as the battle on the other side of the void billions of kilometers to the left. Although the skeleton avatar's cultivation was also at the 5th order desolate venerable realm, its massive body contained boundless vitality that boosted its strength by 1 order. Its true battle strength was comparable to a 6th-order Desolate Venerable Realm expert. The 9 Serenity Demon Alligator had only recovered to rank 5 Desolate Venerable. Naturally, it was no match for the 9 Serenity Demon Alligator. Until now, it had fallen into an absolute disadvantage. However, on one hand, it was because the distance was too far. On the other hand, it was because the aura in the battlefield was too chaotic. Those inside couldn't see what was happening outside, and those outside couldn't see what was happening inside. In addition, the 9 Serenity Demon Alligator was at an absolute disadvantage and didn't have the time to care about anything else. Therefore, he didn't know that on the other side of the void battlefield, the Blood Unicorn had already torn through the void and escaped. At this time, the Starry Sky Violent Ape pounced in that direction in order to join forces with the Skeleton Avatar to see if they could seriously injure the 9 Serenity Demon Alligator and then kill it. Of course, Xianxia, who was formed by the Black Mist Avatar, couldn't stay out of this. Just as the demon ape pretended to raise its head and roar to remind him, he had already turned his head to look at the void to the left. With a shake of his shoulders, his figure turned into a weak light and instantly shot out. Boom! Ka-cha-cha, puff. In the distance to the right, in the bloody battlefield billions of miles away, the moment the huge Starry Sky Violent Ape and the inconspicuous Xianxia rushed into the chaotic battlefield, there was an earth-shattering explosion. At the same time, there was also the clear sound of bones cracking, and finally, there was a muffled puff sound. This was clearly the rhythm of the 9 Serenity Demon Alligator being hit and opening its mouth to spit out a blood arrow, which directly caused the chaotic void to be covered with a faint layer of blood mist in an instant. In fact, this was indeed the case. Xianxia, who had just rushed into the battlefield, had already made his move. With a flip of his hand, he took out the big-headed black stick transformed from the Divine Medicine Pestle and smashed it on the back of the Blood Unicorn. Not only was the Blood Demon Alligator smashed into the void on the spot, but there was also a huge crack in the middle of its back, with blood bursting out. This attack was too ruthless. The 9 Serenity Demon Alligator's back was covered in scales, which could be said to be incomparably thick. However, it was still blasted open, and the surroundings quickly swelled up. Strands of blood light shot out, and it was a ghastly sight. This old fellow did not know that the Violent Ape and Xianxia had already finished their battle and rushed over. He did not even know that the master of the magic hall had invited Xianxia as a helper. At this moment, he was suddenly injured. Enduring the pain, he immediately roared in bewilderment, "Human race? You're actually a rank 5 Desolate Supremacy? Who exactly are you? Why do you all like to ask this kind of question? If you want to fight, so be it. Why do you care so much? Could it be that you don't need to be beaten up if you know who I am? I've never seen someone so close to you." Boom. Rumble. As he spoke, Xianxia rolled his eyes. Before he finished speaking, the big-headed black stick in his right hand had already struck out once again. He still used all of his strength in this attack, and did not hold back at all. With a swing of the staff, the originally chaotic chi in the air became even more chaotic, and the sound of thunder resounded incessantly. Pfft! Before the staff could reach him, the 9 Serenity Demon Alligator opened his mouth and spat out another mouthful of blood. This time, it was because of anger. Xianxia's words were simply too hurtful. Even the dead could be angered to life. What did he mean by saying that he had never seen someone so close to him? This was simply outrageous. This was too hateful. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, the 9 Serenity Demon Alligator's heart was filled with hatred. An incomparably burning resentment flashed through the depths of his eyes, but he did not dare to stop for even a moment. He gritted his teeth and moved sideways, barely dodging the black stick that was flying towards him once again. This big-headed black stick was too ferocious. It was heavy and powerful. It was unknown how this fellow, who looked like an ordinary human, was able to hold it in his hands. Such a huge black stick was like an ant swinging a huge tree in his hands. However, it was incomparably light, as if it was weightless. It was simply infuriating. Unfortunately, although he had avoided the attack on his head, the momentum of the big-headed black stick was too ferocious. In a split second, it directly landed on his thick crocodile tail. Bam! Crack, crack, crack. At the same time, an earth-shattering sound rang out, followed closely by the clear sound of bones cracking, causing one's hair to stand on end. Although this blow missed, it still hit the nine-hell demon crocodile. The thick tail of the nine-hell demon crocodile was almost broken in half. The pain was so excruciating that it immediately reacted as if it was a conditioned reflex. It raised its head and let out an incomparably miserable howl. Bang! Bang! Awoo! Poof! Before he could finish howling, he was hit twice more. Since Xianxia joined the battle, the flesh doppelganger and the skeleton doppelganger, who had been silent, finally found an opportunity to attack. While the nine demon crocodile was dodging Xianxia's big-headed black stick, they rushed to the left and right at the same time and attacked. On the left, the flesh doppelganger threw a punch, which was extremely solid. It directly hit the back of the nine demon crocodile, breaking several of his vertebrae in an instant. After a loud bang, he subconsciously raised his head and howled again in pain. On the right, the skeleton clone punched the back of the nine netherworld demon alligator's head. The latter's head swelled up like a small hill, which was painful to look at. These two heavy punches were too ruthless. Before the nine demon crocodile could finish his first howl, he felt a tightness in his chest and opened his mouth to spit out another arrow of blood. Walala, dense splashes sounded. At this time, his body was hundreds of millions of feet tall. Just a mouthful of old blood from his mouth was like a heavy rain outside. The void was instantly filled with an extremely strong smell of blood, and a faint layer of blood mist rose. 3 against 1, you are going too far. After spitting out the second arrow of blood, the nine demon crocodile's injury was close to serious injury. Although the anger and unwillingness in his chest were surging, he did not dare to continue fighting. If it dragged on for too long, he would definitely die here. Xiao, with a face full of grief and indignation, he raised his head and let out a roar. After roaring, he no longer hesitated and immediately activated the bloodline's secret technique with all his strength. His body instantly shrank, turning into a black light, and escaped hundreds of millions of miles away in the blink of an eye. Xian had already expected this, but there was nothing he could do. This old guy was the same as the bloody unicorn. After all, he had lived from the early days of the ancient times to the present. Back then, he was even a late-stage 7th-stage desolate master. How could an existence at this level not have a life-saving trump card? Now that he was going all out, even Xian wasn't able to stop him for a moment. Unless he used a supreme secret technique like the heaven-falling bow, there was no way he could stop the other party. The reason why he decided to make a move earlier was merely because he was unwilling to give up and wanted to give it a try. Hiss, the nine demon crocodile instantly disappeared with a miserable howl. Before his voice faded away, there was a clear sound of tearing silk hundreds of millions of miles away in this direction. Just like the blood-colored Qilin, this guy wanted to run away. He tore a crack in the void and changed his direction abruptly. He headed straight for the crack in the void high up in the void. 3 against 1, Master of the Magic Hall, you are truly shameless. Just you wait, my cultivation will return to normal one day. I will definitely avenge today's grievances. Just as the 9 netherworld demon alligator rushed into the void crack, a divine sense voice filled with endless resentment was heard clearly in the vast void. Roar. But even then, he still seemed to be unwilling to give up. At the same instant that his figure charged into the spatial rift, he let out a shocking roar of rage and his figure vanished. Seeing this scene, Xian, the flesh doppelganger, and the skeleton doppelganger shook their heads and sighed. They turned their heads and exchanged a look. Their eyes were filled with strong disappointment. This time, Xian not only took out the big-headed black stick, but also the flesh doppelganger and the skeleton doppelganger. At the last moment, the 3 of them joined forces to attack the 9 demon crocodile. Even so, this old guy still escaped in the end. This battle was still a failure. It was a pity. These existences who had truly stepped into the primordial supreme realm, especially the old monsters who had lived from the untainted age to the present, were really too difficult to kill. However, under the joint attack of the 3 of them, although the 9 demon crocodile was not seriously injured, it was definitely not as simple as a light injury. If the scarlet unicorn who had escaped before could recover soon, then the 9 demon crocodile would take at least a year and a half to recover the battle strength of a 5th order desolate master before this battle. As for the peak state of the 7th order in the untainted age, it would not be possible to become a reality in a short period of time. It was the same for the scarlet unicorn. In other words, at least for a short period of time, Xian did not have to worry about these two old guys. After suffering such a big loss twice in a row, they would definitely not dare to appear easily again. They would definitely find a place to heal their injuries first. Whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, Xian, at this time, at the edge of the rising sun forbidden land, billions of miles behind them, there was suddenly a sharp and weak sound of something breaking through the air. It seemed that there was someone shouting, and it was Xian's name. Xian transformed from the black fog doppelganger, the skeleton doppelganger, and the flesh doppelganger trembled at the same time, because they were all the same person, Xian. In their line of sight, Old Devil Mosquito Butcher, Naples, Demon King Mo Wen Tian, the Demon Uncle, the clan leader of the Dark Turtle Tribe, Mingjiu, the Mad Mosquito Emperor, and the other high-level members of various forces in the Sky River sector. Including Old Man Xianyuan, Old Man Duanmu, Abbess Bodhi, and other high-level members of small idol forces and families, they all left the flagship star fortress of the Sky River Army and rushed out of the rising sun forbidden land by crossing the void with their physical bodies. Dozens of figures, without exception, were all Xian's old acquaintances, and they were the kind of people who had a good relationship with each other. There was no doubt that at the front of the dozens of people were the three girls, Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Chanru. However, Old Devil Mosquito Butcher, Naples, and the others were flushed with excitement. These three girls, however, were full of anger, and it felt like they were roaring like lions from Hedong. They were clearly going to settle accounts with Xian. All this time, they had been worried about Xian, and they didn't even know whether he was dead or alive. Today, they saw him suddenly appear, and he was so powerful that he could stand shoulder to shoulder with the master of the magic hall. He was so strong that it made their hair stand on end. The three girls were very relieved about this, and it could even be said that they were so happy that they almost burst into tears. They had been worried for so long, and they had been uneasy all this time. Now that the stone in their hearts had finally fallen to the ground, it was only natural that they would cry tears of joy. However, at this time, the three girls obviously couldn't cry. At least, they definitely didn't have the intention to cry tears of joy. Because they were all very angry. They had been on tenterhooks for so long, but this guy had been living a carefree life outside. His cultivation was so strong, but he had never returned to the Sky River sector to take a look. Even when the Human Federation launched a crusade against the Sky River sector, he didn't appear. At most, he used the name of the Void Giant Tortoise to ask the master of the Magic Hall to help. This was obviously a guilty conscience. He had 7 peerless beauties accompanying him, so of course he would be so happy that he didn't want to go home. Thinking of this, the three girls became even angrier, and they even wanted to strangle him on the spot. Xian, stop right there. If you don't explain yourself clearly, I'm not done with you. It doesn't matter whether you play or not. Not to mention Ziying and Sister Chanru, even Xiao Cha, who is usually the most considerate, can't help you this time. You've gone too far. In the distance, at the edge of the forbidden land of the rising sun, the three girls, the Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Chanru, rushed out from the forbidden land of the rising sun. Their expressions were very unfriendly, and they were roaring like lions from the east. Behind the three girls were the Mosquito Butcher, Naples, the Demon King Mo Wen Tian, the Imperial Uncle of the Demon, the clan leader of the Dark Turtle Tribe, Mingjiu, the Mad Mosquito King, and the other high-level members of various forces in the Sky River sector. The senior members of the small forces and families in the Sky River sector, including Old Man Xianyuan, Old Man Duanmu, Master Bodhi, and the others, all had bitter smiles on their faces, but none of them dared to step forward to stop them. This time everyone could see that the three girls had been stepped on. No matter who they were, if they dared to stop them, they would definitely be dragged down with them. This scene made countless experts in the void around them dumbfounded. No one had expected that Xian, the lord of the Sky River sector, who had been so powerful just now, could only run away with his tail between his legs. Even the Scarlet Unicorn and the Nine-Hell Demon Crocodile had been so powerful that they could only run away with their tails between their legs. Now, they had encountered such a scene. Moreover, in the face of Xianyuan Ziying and the other two's flirtatious attacks, he seemed to be feeling rather guilty and had subconsciously shrunk his neck. This was simply shocking, and they could not believe it. Roar. Screech. At the same time, the Starry Sky Violent Ape and the Skeleton Avatar raised their heads and roared. Then, with a shake of their shoulders, their entire bodies turned into a ray of light and directly shot into the black magic hall in the sky above the forbidden land of Rising Sunday. She had no intention of staying behind to be a peacemaker. Seeing that the situation was bad, even the two Blood Sea clones of the Magic Hall Master had fled. At this moment, everyone was completely convinced by the terrifying power of the three purplish warbler girls. Who said that this void belonged to the master of the Magic Hall, Xian? At the end of the day, he was afraid that it would still belong to these three girls, at the very least, whether it was the Star of Heavenly River, Xian, or the Master of Magic Hall, none of them dared to provoke them. On the other side, the two Blood Sea clones of the Master of Magic Hall Master had already seen that the situation was bad and fled. On the other side, the Star of Heavenly River, Xian's face was even more miserable. He turned around and greeted the 7 gorgeous cultivators who were still madly torturing the 7 powerful beings of the primordial era. All right, you're all a bunch of old bones, and there are 1 or 2 old acquaintances among you. That's all for today. Don't accidentally kill them, and they won't die. Waving his hand, Xian immediately pointed to the demonic dragon chariot not far from his right. The situation is not good, quickly go back. This Star of Heavenly River still has some matters to attend to, so I'll be back soon. Whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, roar. As soon as Xian finished speaking, the 7 gorgeous cultivators stopped attacking at the same time. They turned around and coldly glanced at the 7 powerful beings of the primordial era who were beaten black and blue by them. They snorted coldly and turned around to return to the demonic dragon chariot not far away. Even the 9 black demonic dragons roaming around in the surrounding space raised their heads and let loose a long roar before instantly shrinking back to their original sizes. They then returned to their original sizes, each of which was around 1,000 feet tall, and stood by the demonic dragon's side, awaiting orders. There was 1 demonic dragon on each side, 1 at the back, and 6 demonic dragons in front. It was obvious that they were ready to escape at any time. Suddenly regaining their freedom, the 7 powerful beings of the primordial era felt as if they had been given a new lease on life. Their faces were all bruised and swollen, and they looked embarrassed. After exchanging glances, they turned around and fled back to the primordial era battleship army of the Human Federation. They didn't dare to show their faces outside and directly returned to their respective flagship star fortresses. However, they didn't dare to order the army to retreat. If they really did so, not to mention Xian of the Heavenly River Federation, at least the Master of the Magic Hall would definitely do something about it. Everyone, it's been a long time. At this time, Xian had turned around and looked at the dozens of figures who had rushed out of the Heavenly River sector. His expression was awkward and helpless. Shaking his head, his eyes finally fell on the front of the dozens of people who were rushing toward him angrily, the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Chanru. With a bitter smile, he continued, "It's really hard to explain what happened all these years. Anyway, I didn't mean to hide from you. It's a long story, besides, even now, I don't have much time left. I'm going to leave soon, but we should be able to meet again soon, Xiao." At this point, Xian suddenly waved his hand, and a ray of light instantly shot out. At the same time, Xian's voice rang out again. "These are some cultivation resources I prepared for you. If there are no accidents, I dare not say for the others, but just the hundreds of you should all be able to become Universe Supremes within a few years." This was the key. Originally, Xian didn't plan on showing himself so early. The reason he made such a decision this time was actually to hand over the batch of cultivation resources that he had already prepared to Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher, Naples, and the others. Although he could have passed them to Old Devil Mosquito Butcher through the Master of the Magic Hall, that would obviously arouse unnecessary suspicion. It wasn't that Xian didn't want to reunite with his old subordinates and old friends from Skyriver sector immediately, but they were still too weak at the moment. It wasn't a good thing to bring them over too early to be with him. What the major forces and legions of the Skyriver Star Field needed the most was bloody battles and tempering. In order to help them grow as quickly as possible, the only thing Xian could do was to provide them with all kinds of top-notch resources that they needed to improve their cultivation. In fact, he could do more. At least, the Magic Hall in the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun was a big backing for Skyriver sector. Now that the Magic Hall's relationship with Xian was made public, there were probably not many powers who dared to go against Skyriver sector. At this moment, In the batch of resources that Yi Xian had sent out, there were purple gold elixirs, 9-colored divine elixirs, and chaos elixirs. As for elixirs of various levels, there were quite a few of them, ranging from level 24 Emperor elixirs to level 27 Supreme elixirs. There were even 10 level 28 Supreme elixirs. All of these were stored in a storage magic treasure. At this moment, he waved his hand and sent them out, shooting them toward Old Devil Mosquito Butcher. Then, Old Devil Mosquito Butcher distributed them. Regarding this matter, Yi Xian had long since instructed him to leave a jade slip in his storage magic treasure. There were some instructions within it. It could be said that Yi Xian had given a lot of thought to these old friends and subordinates of Skyriver Sector. At this moment, as his words spread out, the various experts in the surrounding void who clearly heard him were first stunned, then they all gasped in unison. Their faces were all filled with dense envy that couldn't be dispelled. Whoosh! I still have some important matters to attend to. Time is almost up, so I won't stay any longer. Everyone, let's catch up later. Following an incomparably sharp sound of something tearing through the air, the voice of the Heavenly River Star Master, Yi Xian, rang out. The entire vast and boundless universe was clearly visible. 3-1 Of course, everyone knew that his words were directed at the nearly 100 high-level members of the various forces of the Sky River Star region who were rushing out of the forbidden land of Rising Sunday. Even the reason Yi Xian had left was because of the hundreds of high-level members of the Sky River Star region. To be precise, it was because of the 3 girls who were rushing at the forefront of the hundreds of high-level members. With this voice, Yi Xian's figure also turned into a ray of light. With a speed faster than lightning, he rushed into the front yard of the luxurious carriage hanging in the distance in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! Almost at the same time his figure rushed in, the fog-like curtain in the front yard of the luxurious carriage fell down, completely covering it. Moreover, it was no longer like before, where one could still faintly see the hazy figure inside. This time, nothing could be seen. Even if one extended their divine senses, the result would most likely be the same. Roar! Roar! The moment the fog-like curtain was put down, although the 3 black demonic dragons on the left, right, and rear of the luxurious carriage did not move, the 6 demonic dragons at the front raised their heads and let out a long roar at the first moment. At this moment, the power in the 6 demonic dragons was pushed to the extreme. 6 powerful auras of ancient mighty figures spread out. The void trembled slightly with a low buzzing sound, which made people not dare to look at it directly. Then, in front of everyone's eyes, the 6 black demonic dragons exerted force at the same time and rushed forward. In an instant, they took the entire carriage and turned into a ray of extremely fast black light, disappearing into the end of the void in front of them. This scene made Old Demon Mosquito Butcher, Naples, Demon Emperor Mo Wen Tian, the Demon Emperor Uncle, the clan leader of the Dark Turtle Tribe, Mingjiu, the Mad Mosquito Emperor, and other high-level members of the various forces of the Sky River Star region. Old Man Xianyuan, Old Man Duanmu, Abbess Bodhi, and the rest of the higher-ups of the smaller forces and clans all had a helpless expression on their faces. Their figures that were originally shooting over also came to an abrupt halt in midair. Since Yi Xian had already left, there was no point in them rushing over. The purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Chanru were furious and flew into a rage. It was fine that they had not met Yi Xian since they had arrived at the Eldritch World Fragment. Now that they had met, he was still acting like this. He was clearly looking for an excuse to sneak away. This was driving them crazy. Damned guy, he's too bad, too fickle. How long has it been, and his heart has been stolen by those 7 vixens. The next time I see him, I can't let him escape. I'll catch him, bring him home, and keep him in a cage. Let's see if he can escape again, yes or no. We have to castrate him. Extremely furious, the 3 girls stood in midair, gritting their teeth and waving their fists. The words they said made one's hair stand on end. Not only Old Man Mosquito Butcher, Naples, Demon King Mo Wen Tian, Imperial Uncle Mo Ren, Clan Leader Mingjiu of the Netherworld Turtle Tribe, Mad Mosquito Emperor, and the other higher-ups of the various forces in the Sky River domain, but they were also terrified. Old Man Xianyuan, Old Man Duanmu, Abbess Bodhi, and the rest of the higher-ups of the smaller forces and clans all turned pale with fright. Countless experts of the various alliances and idle forces in the surrounding void subconsciously clamped their legs together, and a look of extreme dread appeared on their faces. They naturally could tell that the Sky River Star Master had only found an excuse before he left. In fact, he was simply afraid of the three girls, so he had hurriedly fled. This was really not an ordinary kind of ferocity. Even the Supreme Master of the Ancients was so scared that he fled. This showed how terrifying the three girls were. At this moment, all the higher-ups of the various large alliances and idol powers in the surroundings had inwardly added Xianyuan Ziying, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru into the list of danger. They were existences that they couldn't rashly offend no matter what. After shouting for a while, the three girls also felt bored. Although they were still angry, the Yixian people had already fled, so it was useless to shout and shout. Soon, they met up with Old Man Mosquito Butcher, Naples, Demon King Mo Wen Tian, Imperial Uncle Mo Ren, Clan Leader Mingjiao of the Netherworld Turtle Tribe, Mad Mosquito Emperor, and the other higher-ups of the various forces in the Sky River domain. Under the persuasion of Old Man Xianyuan, Old Man Duanmu, Abbess Bodhi, and the rest of the higher-ups of the small forces and clans, they returned to the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun and entered the main flagship of the Sky River Domain Army. With their departure, the 1 billion square kilometers of cosmic void outside the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun between the two armies instantly became empty again. On the opposite side, the hearts of all the experts of the four alliances once again rose to their throats at this moment, and the eyes of countless experts of the four major armies of the Magic Hall also pressed forward at this moment. In the blink of an eye, the atmosphere in the void once again became heavy and oppressive. An incomparably tense atmosphere invisibly shrouded the entire cosmic void. By now, this battle could basically be considered to have ended early. The four powerful supreme masters of the ancients, the Scarlet Unicorn, the 9 secret demon crocodile, the 9-headed blood dragon, and the Cyan Sky Rock, had all fled. The late-stage 7th Order powerhouse of the Beast Alliance had also fallen. As for the Survivors Alliance, although the late-stage 7th Order expert had managed to escape, and even took the opportunity to slip away with the entire army of the Survivors Alliance. However, he had been seriously injured, and it would be difficult for him to recover in a short period of time. The Human Race Alliance suffered the most. Of the 10 great beings of the ancients, 3 of them had fallen and were completely blown up. The remaining 7 were all badly battered and were too ashamed to see anyone, so they directly fled back to their respective flagship star fortresses. Of the 5 major armies, only 4 were still here, and none of the commanders above the level of a great being of the ancients were left. Except for the 7 fellows of the Human Federation, who had been beaten to a pulp, the strongest among the other 3 alliances was only at the level of Universe Supreme. This level of strength was simply not enough for the Master of the Magic Hall to casually torment them. Only one of the 3 bloody sea bodies would be needed to annihilate them in a short period of time, and they would all be wiped out. It could be said that this time, the army of the 5 alliances had absolutely suffered a crushing defeat. However, although the high-end combat power of the army had either died or fled, and now they could not be counted on at all, there were still 4 enormous armies of the alliance. No one knew how the Master of the Magic Hall would deal with the mess that followed. Therefore, at this moment, no matter who it was, they all felt uneasy and did not even dare to make the slightest move, fearing that they would infuriate the Master of the Magic Hall and bring the disaster of death upon them. All of you. Will you fight or surrender? Just at this moment, while countless great beings in the void space were terrified and completely uncertain, an extremely low voice suddenly came from the black magic hall that was suspended above the 4 armies of the Magic Hall in the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun billions of miles away. It was the voice of the Master of the Magic Hall. You. Are you going to fight or surrender? Just as the great beings in the void space were terrified and uncertain, the voice of the Master of the Magic Hall suddenly came from the Black Magic Hall, which was suspended above the 4 armies of the Magic Hall in the Forbidden Land of Rising Sunday. All the experts in the army of the 4 great alliances shuddered, and the higher-ups of the various idol forces who were watching from afar in the void were also trembling. At this moment, their intestines were green with regret. If they had known this would happen, they would have entered the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun earlier, just like the army of the Sky River Star Sector had done. Now, the result was still the same. They still had to submit to the Master of the Magic Hall, but now, they submitted because they were intimidated by his supreme power. The meaning was different, and the treatment in the future would definitely be different. We are willing to surrender. From now on, the Ferocious Beast Alliance will never invade the Magic Hall again. Hell. Hell, hell, hell. As soon as the voice of the Master of the Magic Hall faded away, a Universe Supreme at the later stage in the army of ferocious beasts on the left side expressed his stance. As his voice spread out, a large number of ferocious beasts in the army of ferocious beasts also roared in low voices, revealing a strong sense of unwillingness and fear. Immediately after, the hundreds of millions of ferocious beasts in the army slowly retreated under the voice of this Universe Supreme. This was clearly the rhythm of leaving the forbidden land of Rising Sunday. In his opinion, when the powerful remnant people left with the entire army of the Alliance, the Master of the Magic Hall also didn't stop them. Moreover, now that he had expressed his submission on behalf of the Ferocious Beast Alliance, he would never invade the Magic Hall again in the future. Since he had expressed his stance, there should be no problem for him to leave now. Did I allow you to leave? Almost at the same time, the voice of the Master of the Magic Hall was heard again from the Black Magic Hall. It was extremely low, but there was not much anger in it. For him, the most powerful being in this army of ferocious beasts was only a Universe Supreme at the later stage. It was simply an ant, and it was not qualified to make him attack. Humph. At this moment, the six-headed blood dragon rushed out. It didn't say anything, but it turned around and glanced at the 4 legions in the Magic Hall. This was clearly the rhythm of punishing the ferocious beast army. Realizing this, the hearts of everyone in the void rose to their throats. Among the army of ferocious beasts that had begun to retreat, roars and howls rang out. The speed of the ferocious beasts' retreat suddenly increased. This kind of thing should be left to the war army of the demon kin. Right at this moment, Old Devil Mosquito Butcher and the Devil Emperor Mo Wen Tian dashed out of the flagship star fortress of the Heavenly River Star Cluster. As Mo Wen Tian waved his hand, 100,000 blood-red battle towers with a diameter of 300,000 meters rushed out of the army of the Heavenly River Star Cluster. Over the years, the Devil race had been inspired by Xianxia. They gave up their original Starry Sky battleships and developed their own space battle towers, forming an assembly line. The Spirit War talismans they produced were all guarded by the Devil Cultivator and were able to launch the Devil Cultivator's mental attacks. Although their power was far inferior to the Spirit War talisman in Yixian's hands, they were much stronger than ordinary strongholds. Yixian, who was guarding the Magic Hall, had already seen this before. He was quite looking forward to it. At this moment, seeing that the Devil Emperor Mo Wen Tian had taken the initiative to show up, it was obvious that he wanted to take this opportunity to establish the prestige of the Heavenly River Star Cluster army. After all, they had been developing in the Heavenly River Star Cluster all this time and basically did not go out for expeditions. The outside world really did not know the battle strength of the Heavenly River Star Cluster army. This appearance could be regarded as a small deterrent. With this in mind, Yixian immediately transmitted a message to the six-headed blood dragon. The latter glanced at Old Devil Mosquito Butcher and the Devil Emperor Mo Wen Tian and did not say anything more. He turned around and returned to the fortress battleship that he was guarding. Boom. Boom, in the void. Soon, this army of 100,000 spiritual battle towers, which were 300,000 meters in diameter, rushed out of the forbidden land of Rising Sunday. The huge mouths of all the battle towers slowly turned and aimed at the retreating army of the Fierce Beast Alliance across the void of the universe billions of miles away. At this moment, countless experts in the void had their hearts in their throats. Many people even had suspicious looks in their eyes. Obviously, they did not understand the actions of the Devil Race army of the Heavenly River Star Cluster. It should be known that in the rapidly retreating army of the Fierce Beast Alliance, there were hundreds of millions of fierce beasts. However, the Devil Race army only sent out 100,000 scarlet battle towers. Although they all looked quite amazing, and the mouths of the battle towers were 300,000 meters in diameter, the number was too small. 100,000 against hundreds of millions. What kind of deterrent force could this form? Of course, those who had this idea were those who had not seen the power of the demon race spiritual battle towers with their own eyes. Almost none of the experts in the 3 main starry sky planes would think so. Soon, as the current generation Devil Emperor Mo Wen Tian roared in anger and gave the order, the 100,000 huge spiritual battle towers suddenly stopped. Thousands of honeycomb nodes slowly lit up, and energy was transmitted through the densely packed connecting pipes. In the thousands of honeycomb node battleships of the spiritual battle towers, there were a large number of demon race experts. In each honeycomb node, there would be a high priest of the demon race or a high-level member of the royal family who was proficient in spiritual power secret techniques. If they were divided up, there would be tens of thousands of demonic dweller powerhouses in each 3,000-meter diameter beehive-shaped node battleship. Under the command of the high priest or royal demonic dweller powerhouses in the node battleship, they would fully activate the demonic cores in their heads and unleash their mental powers. In the end, all the spiritual power would gather together and turn into a powerful spiritual power pulse. It would go through the huge tube-shaped objects made of special materials and converge towards the smallest inner circle of the trumpet. After everything was completed, all of the spiritual power pulses gathered from the thousands of nodes would be blasted out by the 9 royal demon experts sitting in the smallest inner circle of the horn, the 9 nodes of the beehive. The moment this invisible spiritual power wave rushed out, it would be enlarged by the 9 layers of the trumpet and turn into a terrifying and invisible starry sky-level spiritual hurricane, which would destroy the enemy battleships in the opposite camp. This was definitely a great killing weapon, although the Demonkin army had only mobilized 100,000 spiritual battle trolls this time. Each of them could kill a large number of Demonkin soldiers. Moreover, the spiritual battle trolls that were launched were invisible and intangible. There was no way to defend against them. Even the energy shields of the battleships, fortresses were useless against them. At this moment, the 100,000 spiritual battle towers finally let out a shocking roar. In the thousands of honeycomb nodes, thousands of spiritual power streams flowed through the pipes and rushed to the core node of the core circle. Like a tsunami, they all rushed out in an instant. Roar. The terrifying sound waves were deafening, and an invisible tidal wave like the sea of stars suddenly leaked out from the core node. The 9 outer rings of the spiritual war claws continued to expand, and finally turned into an invisible force that could topple mountains and overturn seas, and suddenly blasted out in an instant. Whoosh, boom. Rumble. In an instant, a large number of dense and clear tearing sounds like rain rang out in front of them, covering the sky and the earth. The void hundreds of millions of miles away was torn inch by inch, and a large amount of void turbulence was shot out. This kind of power, if it was the spiritual war claws of the past, would definitely not be able to do it. At least the effective attack range would definitely not reach the level of hundreds of millions of miles. This was also the reason why Yi Xian was curious and decided to let the demon army have a try. The spiritual war claws in his hand had been modified time and time again, so its power was naturally terrifying. But the demon race had been developing the spiritual war claws for decades, and just from the appearance, these 100,000 spiritual war claws were very different from before, but he was not sure about the specific effect. But at this moment, after seeing this kind of power, Yi Xian was quite pleased. Although it was still not comparable to the spiritual war claws that he personally modified, compared to a large fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters, it was at a completely different level, and its power was absolutely terrifying. It was only a single volley, but the void of the universe hundreds of millions of miles away crumbled inch by inch. In some of the larger void cracks, a large amount of void turbulence even formed a void vortex that looked like a black hole. With the sudden appearance of these void vortexes, an invisible and terrifying suction force spread out in an instant, and in the blink of an eye, a large number of space beasts that were retreating at high speed were swallowed up, fell into the void turbulence, and were completely exiled, and completely disappeared. Not long after, the demon army's spiritual war claws showed its power again, and with just one attack, tens of millions of space beasts of the enemy camp were destroyed. Although the overall battle strength was not affected much, the key was that the army's morale was shaken. If it was in the past, once the spirit battle cry was activated, the demon dwellers would have to pay a heavy price. Under a full-force attack, the tens of millions of demon dweller experts, who were the driving force of the battle cry, had almost all of the mental energy in their bodies depleted. Under such circumstances, the spirit warriors had to retreat immediately after unleashing a powerful spirit storm. However, this didn't happen this time. In less than 3 minutes, the Devil King Mo Wen Tian, who was standing at the back of the army, waved his hand again. Buzz, 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 buzz. A series of low buzzing sounds rang out as the 100,000 spiritual battle towers suspended in midair began to recharge once again. It was clear that they could continue to launch attacks in unison. Seeing this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up in surprise. There were only two possibilities for such a situation. Either that the demon dwellers in the beehive nodes of the battle cry were divided into two or more groups, so they could take turns to attack. Or that the demon dwellers had made some important changes to the battle cry in the past few decades, which solved the drawback of needing a large amount of mental energy, so the demon dwellers in the beehive nodes of the battle cry didn't pour all of their mental energy into the battle cry every time they launched attacks. That was why they could launch the battle cry twice in a row, or even multiple times. No matter what the result was, it was gratifying. At least the facts in front of them couldn't be changed, and the battle cry army of the demon dwellers could indeed launch attacks many times. This was only the 100,000 spiritual battle cry army. If there were more, 1,000,000 spiritual battle cry army would launch attacks at the same time. That kind of scene would be so shocking that even Yi Xian would be shocked. Roar! Demon dwellers, please have mercy. At this moment, in the army of the ferocious beast alliance that was retreating quickly 1 billion miles ahead, a 7th-level universe supreme star beast suddenly transmitted his voice with his divine consciousness. Demon Master, I was reckless just now. I didn't mean to do anything else. As his divine consciousness transmitted, the entire army of the ferocious beast alliance stopped and didn't dare to make any moves. Just now, the battle cry army of the demon dwellers had only launched one attack, but it had already caused such a heavy loss to the ferocious beast alliance. It was hard to imagine that such a powerful attack could be launched from 100,000 strange star boats that looked like trumpets. It could be said that although it was only one attack, the name of the Skyriver sector and the demon dwellers' army would definitely resound throughout the entire fragment of the untainted land. The other alliances wouldn't dare to attack them again. After all, in addition to their own strength, they had the support of Yi Xian, the master of the Skyriver sector, who was as strong as the master of the magic hall and seemed to be even more ferocious. Although Yi Xian wasn't stationed in the Skyriver sector for a long time, at least he was wandering in the fragment of the untainted land. If any power dared to cause trouble in the Skyriver sector, he would probably jump out to protect them. Then, what about you? As the army of the ferocious beast alliance stopped and didn't dare to make any moves, the master of the magic hall slowly transmitted his divine consciousness from the Black Palace. Vaguely, there seemed to be an invisible but terrifying force locking on the three armies of the Star Alliance, the Alliance of 10,000 Races, and the Federation of the Human Race. These words were clearly directed at them. Weng, Hung Long Long, as the master of the magic hall transmitted his divine consciousness, the 100,000 spirit battle cry army of the demon dwellers slowly turned around and aimed their trumpets at the armies of the three alliances. Clearly, they were going to launch an attack at the slightest disagreement. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. In the next moment, the higher-ups of the armies of the three alliances all rushed out. In the Star Alliance, except for the Blood Dragon tribe, the Cyan Rock tribe, and the Warrior Lion tribe, the higher-ups of the other 6 tribes, including the Inji tribe, the Barbarian Bull tribe, the Golden Eagle tribe, the Colorful Python tribe, the Greedy Wolf tribe, and the Tree Spirit tribe, all showed up. On the other side of the alliance of 10,000 races, the higher-ups of the former slave tribes of the First Universe also showed up. There were many familiar faces, such as Big Tooth Jean of the Space Rat tribe, Old Monster Ishuacheong of the Hell Ant tribe, and an old guy of the Giant Ferocious tribe. They were all Yi Xian's acquaintances. On the side of the Human Federation, there were the fallen Demon Prince, Zhao Lingyang, Xiaoyao Zi, and Xianxia Fairy, Emperor Yuan of the Heavenly Battle Empire, Zhan Wuzi, Crown Prince Zhan Lingfeng, and the monarch of the Heavenly Qin Empire, Crown Prince Su Biqing. Long Ziwen of the Imperial Dynasty, who had a conflict with Yi Xian in the Death Star Field, Huai Dongzi, Tian Xianzi of the 10 Ultimates Celestial Palace, Gong Wuxin, Wu Chenzi, Chou Doufu, and Yu Xianlong all showed up. Only the 7 higher-ups of the Human Federation who had been humiliated to the point of being too ashamed to show up still didn't show up. However, they had already secretly expressed their stance. At this moment, the 4 alliances all showed their allegiance. The master of the magic hall had the momentum to rule the world in this eldritch world fragment, and no one could stop him. Boom! Rumble, swish, swish, swish. In the distant void, smaller battleships, and ferocious beasts were converging without exception. These guys were all the idle tribes and forces in the untainted land, except for the Big 5 Alliance and the Milky Way star area. Initially, he wanted to be an opportunist and stay in the distant void and watch from afar. But now, seeing that the four alliances including the Human Federation had surrendered, he dared not delay any longer and hurried over as soon as possible. Although they were all small forces and clans, and the scale of each troop was not large, there were too many of these small forces. At this moment, they had all gathered together, and instantly surrounded the rear of the army of the four alliances. They were so densely packed that not even a drop of water could pass through. As the battleships came to a halt in midair, one figure after another charged out of the battleships, including the beasts. Every one of them was at least at the level of an emperor or above. Among them, there were many universe knights, universe masters, and universe supremes. These idle powers were weak to begin with. If they didn't have one or two universe knights in charge, they wouldn't have been able to survive until now. Hence, this was understandable. As these fellows charged out and arrived in front of the forbidden land of the rising sun, figures began to appear from within the armies of the four great alliances. Similarly, they were all above the emperor level. Those below the emperor level didn't even have the right to greet the magic hall leader. 31 In the blink of an eye, a large number of figures darted out of the vast void with a radius of 1 billion miles. The aura in their bodies was very strong, but all of them were like eggplants that had been hit by frost. Their heads were drooping, and they looked listless and pitiful. In the end, even the 7 powerful figures from the remote antiquity era who had been hiding in their flagship fortresses also showed up in a bashful manner and worshipped the head of the demon palace together with all the others. At this moment, countless heavenly emperors and above congratulated in unison. The master of the magic hall had officially descended upon the chaos fragment, to rule the world. From now on, the 5 alliances will be under the jurisdiction of the magic hall. Normally, the magic hall will not interfere with the internal affairs of your alliances. However, during critical moments, you will have to accept the command. When the large group of emperors and above were done with their worship, the magic hall master's voice resounded once more from the Black Palace ahead. From now on, every year, the Big 5 Alliance and all the other small forces and races will have to pay their annual tribute to the magic hall. The 6-headed blood dragon will send the specific list to the various races and forces later. In addition, as members of the 5 foreign alliances under the magic hall, you can also enjoy the benefits of being a direct subordinate of the magic hall. However, the merit points you need to exchange for resources and elixirs must be doubled. The specific exchange standards will be announced together with the annual payment list. As for today's matter, since you dared to disobey my summons, you will naturally be punished. All races and forces will leave behind 10% of their battleships as compensation. As for the beast army, leave behind 10% of them and keep them within the magic hall. Hong. The moment the voice was heard, the Black Palace that towered above the 4 armies of the magic hall suddenly flew up and disappeared into the depths of the forbidden ground in the blink of an eye. Seeing the master of the magic hall leave with the Black Palace, the countless great beings in the vast battlefield in front of them all let out a sigh of relief. Although giving up 10% of their battleships as compensation was painful, it wasn't completely unacceptable. At least, they wouldn't be like the Blood Dragon, Green Rock, and Battle Lion armies who were all captured and forced to stay in the forbidden ground of the rising sun for eternity. In addition, although the 5 alliances would become one of the 5 foreign alliances under the magic hall from now on, they had to accept the orders of the magic hall at critical times and accept the unified dispatch. However, at least on normal days, the magic hall wouldn't interfere with the internal affairs of their alliances. As for the annual payment, it might be a heavy burden, but now that they were under someone else's roof, they had no choice but to lower their heads. At least they had won some time and opportunity for peaceful development. As for the so-called exchange of merit points for all kinds of top-grade cultivation resources and elixirs of various levels from the magic hall, although they had heard about it, they didn't take it to heart at all. These guys were just temporarily accommodating. Don't forget that in their ancestral lands, there were still a large number of core ancestors who hadn't awakened. Apart from the Primordial Age, there were also Primordial Age Supreme Masters. Moreover, the Bloody Unicorn, the 9-Hell Demon Crocodile, the 9-Headed Blood Dragon, and the Azure Sky Rock had only retreated temporarily and hadn't died yet. Today, the 4 Primordial Age Supreme Masters and the 12 Primordial Age Supreme Masters couldn't defeat the combined forces of the Master of the Magic Hall and the Sky River Star Master, Xian. However, this didn't mean that in the future, when the Primordial Age Supreme Masters of their respective tribes woke up one after another, they wouldn't be a match for them either. If the 4 Primordial Age Supreme Masters and the 12 Primordial Age Supreme Masters weren't a match for them, then they would double, triple. One day, they would be able to overthrow the Magic Hall. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the various high-ranking officials in the Void Battleground exchanged glances and gave orders one after another. According to the Master of the Magic Hall's request, they would circumcise themselves as a form of apology. Then, the leaders of the 3 alliances and all the other small and idle forces and races returned to their respective flagship fortresses, and the armies left one after another. In just one day, this Void Battleground was empty. Even the 4 major armies of the Magic Hall had retreated to the Forbidden Land of Rising Sunday. After that, the 6-headed Blood Dragon and the other high-ranking officials and generals of the Magic Hall still had to follow the Demon Master's instructions and prepare the annual payment list of the 5 foreign forces and the other small and idle factions and tribes, as well as the various data lists of the top-level resources that were exchanged for merits. After the 5 foreign forces and the other small and idle factions were sent out, they were finally done with their work. They could calm down and begin to cultivate in seclusion to improve their cultivation and strength. At this moment, as the various forces left, the 4 major armies of the Magic Hall also returned. Under the leadership of Old Demon Mosquito Butcher, Naples, and the other high-ranking officials, the army of the Sky River Star Zone slowly moved out of the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun and toward the Sky River Star Zone. In the center of the army, there was a 1,000,000-meter-wide flagship main control hall. Old Devil Mosquito Butcher, Naples, Devil King Mo Wintian, Demon King Imperial Uncle, Dark Tortoise Clan Leader Mingjiu, Mad Mosquito Emperor, Old Man Xianyuan, Old Man Duanmu, Abbess Bodhi, and other higher-ups of small forces and families. The 3 girls, Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Chanru, were also present. The Sky River Army slowly drove out of the Forbidden Land of Rising and headed towards Sky River Star Zone. At this time, in the center of the army, in the flagship control hall of a superstar fortress with a diameter of 1,000,000 meters, all the higher-ups were gathered. This included Old Devil Mosquito Butcher, Naples, Devil King Mo Wintian, Demon King Imperial Uncle, Dark Turtle Clan Leader Mingjiu, Mad Mosquito Emperor, Old Man Xianyuan, Old Man Duanmu, Abbess Bodhi, and other higher-ups of small sects and clans. Of course, there were also Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Chanru. The atmosphere in the hall was somewhat stifling and oppressive, because there were still some traces of anger on the faces of the 3 girls. Obviously, they had not yet vented their anger. Old Devil Mosquito Butcher, Naples, Old Man Xianyuan, Old Man Duanmu, and the other higher-ups looked at each other and shook their heads with bitter smiles. That's enough, girls. Xian is not that kind of person. He must have his reasons for doing this. Don't you believe him? That's right. That guy's cultivation has reached the Supreme Master of the remote antiquity realm, which is shocking. He must have had a very different experience. Naturally, he can't stay in the Sky River Star area all the time. You have to understand this. Besides, didn't he just explain it himself? He has important things to do, so he can't leave now. The most important thing is that he is fine. That is the most important thing. Although he left immediately after showing his face, since he has reached such a high level, he should be able to return soon. Even if you have many questions in your hearts, you can just interrogate him when the time comes. Is there a need to be so angry now? As the others tried to persuade them, the 3 girls gradually calmed down, and the atmosphere in the hall relaxed a bit. Everyone then remembered what they had to do and turned to look at Old Devil Mosquito Butcher. They were gathered here because of the training resources that Xian had given to Old Devil Mosquito Butcher before he left. There were close to 100 upper echelons present, and all of them were on good terms with Xian. Before he left, he actually said that he could help these close to 100 people break through to the level of Universe Supreme within a short period of time. This was simply shocking, and it also aroused everyone's curiosity. This time, Xian had left behind a batch of resources for Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher. There were purple gold medicines, 9-colored medicines, and chaos medicines. As for the various grades of treasure pills, from the 24th grade Emperor Sealing Treasure Pill to the 27th grade Supreme Treasure Pill, there were quite a few of them. There were even 10 level 28 Supreme Elixir pellets. All of this was stored in a storage Dharma treasure. He waved his hand and handed it over to Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher, meaning that Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher would distribute it. Besides, regarding this matter, Xian had other instructions. He had specially left a jade scroll in the storage Dharma treasure with some instructions. Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher had already taken this jade scroll, but he had not checked it yet. Now that everyone was gathered here, he wanted to take out the various resources that Xian had given him in public and verify them together. Xiao, with a wave of his hand, this storage Dharma treasure was taken out by Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher, and it hung in the middle of the hall. He did not take out everything inside, because even a fool would know that there would be a huge amount of things inside. Although this hall was spacious, it might not be able to accommodate all of them. Besides, the storage Dharma treasure had not been refined at all. Anyone could extend their spirit consciousness into it and instantly find out what was inside. Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher had obviously already checked it. At this moment, his expression was extremely strange. He turned around and looked at everyone, then pointed at the storage Dharma treasure hanging in the middle of the hall. There was no doubt about what he meant. Everyone looked at each other, and there was a look of anticipation on their faces. Then, one after another, they extended their spirit consciousness into the storage Dharma treasure and began to investigate. Almost in the next moment, there was a loud gasp. Everyone's expression changed greatly, and there was a wave of horrified exclamations. They had been in this fragment of the untainted land for decades and had come into contact with fierce beasts and survivors. Therefore, they had obviously heard of the purple gold elixir and the 9-colored divine elixir. Of course, they had only heard of them. After all, in this fragment of the untainted land, these things originally belonged to the legends. What? Purple crystal elixir? There are so many of them. That's nothing. Didn't you see the 9-colored divine elixir? No wonder that guy's cultivation improved so quickly. He actually has this legendary top-level resource. We're really rich this time. What's that gray thing? It doesn't disperse much energy, and it gives people a feeling of returning to nature. It seems to be of a higher level than the 9-colored divine elixir. This is something that doesn't even exist in legends. Treasure elixir, so many treasure elixirs. They all emit different auras. There are untainted emperors, universe knights, universe masters, and universe supremes. There are even 10 elixirs that emit strong ancient auras. Will these treasure elixirs have the same effect as the gene cultivation fluid? One elixir can make an existence at the pinnacle of the 9th level enter the next realm in a short time? That guy is known as the 3 masters of medicine, weapon, and array. Only he can make such things. My God, even a powerful being in the ancient era can achieve success with just one treasure elixir. This is unbelievable. Seclusion. After we go back, the entire Skyriver sector will enter seclusion. We must improve our cultivation in a short time. Screech, Xian didn't know what was happening in the outside world. Now, he had returned to the cave star and was sitting in the magic hall. Xian, who was transformed by the black fog body, had also returned. The 7 gorgeous cultivators had entered seclusion again. After putting away the demonic dragon imperial carriage, the black fog body had also returned to its original body. Xian was going to enter seclusion again. After so many battles, he had fully integrated what he had gained from the last breakthrough into his body and spirit. The opportunity for another breakthrough had arrived. Long. After making the decision, Xian waved his hand and took out the Shennon cauldron. It floated behind the giant mountain where the magic hall was located. Then he stepped into the mouth of the cauldron, which was shrouded in 9-colored fog. After entering the space inside the cauldron, he sat cross-legged above the central region volcano in the space inside the cauldron. Xiao. Then, a large number of faint sounds of something breaking through the air rang out. Rays of light shot out from Xian's body and hovered in front of him. This included the all-evil origin liquid, the 9-colored divine medicine, and so on. There was also a pot of chaos-grade herbs, which were all cultivation resources he had taken out from the undying world in his body for this breakthrough, After all this was done, Yi Xian immediately activated the power of the Shen known cauldron's field and compressed all the cultivation resources to the size of a nascent soul fist. With a wave of his hand, Yi Xian swallowed the nascent soul fist-sized round bead, which quickly dissolved. Hua! Hong long long, all of the cultivation resources melted as soon as they entered his mouth. Yi Xian's body instantly emitted the sound of chains and thunder that covered the sky and earth. In less than half a breath of time, all of the resources that he had swallowed earlier had turned into a large river of energy that was filled with boundless power. Everything that followed was a walk in the park. Yi Xian focused and fully activated the river of energy that had formed in his body. It continued to circulate in his meridians until it was completely refined. Not long after, as the river of energy disappeared, it had completely integrated into his godly soul and body. Yi Xian had only gathered his strength to launch a single attack before the shackles snapped. The anticipated system notification soon sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to host for breaking through the realm of the ancient cave void technique. Current realm, Primordial Age Level 5. Ding! Congratulations to host for breaking through the realm of blood energy. Current realm, Primordial Age Level 5. Primordial Age Level 5. Previously, Yi Xian's original body's cultivation level was at the Primordial Age Level 4. After activating the power of the ancient demon ape bloodline in his body, he could instantly reach the Primordial Age Level 5. Using the 9 transformations of the demonic ape and reaching the 9th transformation, his battle power would immediately soar to the Primordial Age Level 5. If the majestic blood energy in his body was added to his cultivation level, his actual battle power would be comparable to a Desolate Master Level 6, and this time, with his successful breakthrough, Yi Xian would instantly possess the strength of a Primordial Age Level 6 after activating the ancient demon ape bloodline in his body. Once he used the 9 transformations of the demonic ape bloodline and entered the 9th transformation, his peak battle power would be comparable to a Primordial Age Level 6 Universe Supreme. If he was in the form of a 60 million miles long fleshly body, the overwhelming power of blood essence would add another level to his actual combat prowess. At that time, the strongest battle power he could display would be comparable to a Primordial Age Level 7 Desolate Master. Primordial Age Level 7, this was the late Desolate Master level. Under normal circumstances, Yi Xian would be invincible under the late Desolate Master level. Even if he had the Blood Sea Secret Technique, once he activated the Blood Sea Secret Technique's clone power, he would be able to condense 3 Blood Sea clones in an instant. All of them possessed terrifying battle power that was comparable to a rank 6 Desolate Supremacy. In a situation where it was 3 against 1, even if it was a 9th rank Desolate Venerable, they would be able to fight him. Of course, it would at most be a draw. However, if he used the Heaven Falling Bow, even the peak Desolate Supremacy of the 9th rank Perfection, which was also a half-step way of heaven like the Void Giant Tortoise, would be killed by his arrow if it was caught off guard. Thus, it would perish. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian's heart surged like never before. 5th rank Almighty. After the breakthrough was completed, Yi Xian suddenly opened his eyes. Deep in his eyes, a bright light flashed and disappeared. He murmured softly, "There are only 4 small breakthroughs away from the Desolate Antiquity Great Perfection Stage 9 that is required to take a Level 29 Desolate Supreme Treasure Pill. From the looks of it, the refinement of the Level 29 Desolate Sovereign Treasure Pill is becoming more and more urgent. Furthermore, I have also obtained a large amount of Almighty Blood Essence this time, but no matter what, the refinement of the Level 29 Desolate Supreme Treasure Pill cannot be delayed any longer. It must be started immediately." At this point, his eyes flashed. Yi Xian immediately made a decision. He would not delay any longer. Taking advantage of the current situation, he would first refine the Level 29 Desolate Supreme Treasure Pill that would be used to officially break through to the Supreme Desolate Antiquity realm in the future. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh, with a wave of his hand, the almighty blood essence that had already been condensed appeared in the palm of his right hand. After the previous battle, the number of almighty blood essences that Yi Xian used to refine the Level 29 Desolate Supreme Treasure Pill had reached a huge amount of 15. Furthermore, among these 15 almighty blood essences, there were actually 2 supreme grade items. It was almost as if one was equivalent to 2 supreme grade items. Including the 2 supreme grade items, there were a total of 15 almighty blood essences in his hands. According to his calculations, with Yixian's current attainments in alchemy, once he opened the furnace, refining 13 level 29 desolate supreme treasure pills was already a foregone conclusion. There was no longer any suspense. Even the probability of producing 14 pills was not completely zero. Although it was not high, it was at least around 40%. If not for this, he would not have decided to start the refinement now. The level 29 treasure pill was also known as the Desolate Supreme Treasure Pill. Just one pill would allow the existence of the Great Perfection Stage 9 of the Desolate Antiquity realm to smoothly break through the bottleneck of the Great Perfection Stage 9 in a short period of time. Right now, Yixian's own cultivation base had already reached the 5th stage of the Desolate Antiquity realm. In other words, he only needed to break through 4 small stages before he could consume a level 29 Desolate Supreme Treasure Pill. And with this, it was time to become a true Desolate Supreme. To him, this was extremely important. Therefore, this pill could not be delayed any longer. It had to be refined as soon as possible. However, as for how many Desolate Supreme Treasure Pills could be produced in this furnace, it was still unknown. However, one thing was certain. 13 pills was the minimum guarantee, but there was a possibility of 14 or even 15 pills being produced. It was just that the probability was relatively small. As for more than 16 pills, that was basically impossible. It was an unrealistic wish. Right now, the 15 almighty blood essences in his hands would be used together with a large number of other top-grade treasures and treasured bodies of desolate antiquity creatures as the basic ingredients for Yixian's refinement of the level 29 Desolate Supreme Treasure Pill. Of course, in addition to these 2 most important basic ingredients, Yixian would also add in some of the all-evil origin liquid, as well as the top-grade resources he found in the primordial chaos void. After finishing all the preparations for the refinement, Yixian suddenly waved his hand and took out all the resources and top-grade treasures required for the formula. Then, he closed his eyes, Xianxia cauldron, inside the flame pool at the bottom of the central domain volcano. Swish! Swish, 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 the sound of something breaking through the air rang out one after another. Densely packed lights of various colors shot out from the mouth of the cauldron above the central domain volcano and directly appeared above the flame pool at the bottom of the volcano. All the lights suddenly paused for a moment. These were the top-grade materials and cultivation resources that Yixian had prepared for the refinement of the level 29 Desolate Supreme Treasure Pill. Whoosh! Then, a sound like the howling of the wind rang out. Almost in the next instant, a majestic Xianxia 9-colored flame whizzed up from the flame pool at the bottom of the central domain volcano. In the blink of an eye, the 9-colored flame pool condensed into a 9-colored cauldron. It was small and simple, and it exuded an extraordinary aura. In the next instant, the almighty blood essences and other materials and resources that had been prepared flew up automatically and entered this small flame cauldron. At this moment, the refinement of the level 29 Desolate Supreme Treasure Pill in Yixian's hands officially began. A level 29 Desolate Supreme Treasure Pill, just one pill was enough to make a Desolation Supreme Treasure Pill a Desolation Supreme Treasure Pill become a Desolation Supreme Treasure in an instant. Just based on this point, its importance and preciousness could be imagined. Now, it was Yixian's first time refining a level 29 Desolate Supreme Treasure Pill. The raw materials used were all blood essence of a powerful Desolation Supreme Treasure Pill. Each pill represented a powerful Desolation Supreme Treasure. It was too precious. If it failed, the loss would be so heavy that he didn't dare to imagine it. Therefore, this time he didn't dare to take it lightly at all. He wholeheartedly controlled everything and focused on it like never before. Soon, as he chanted, a series of alchemy techniques were formed in Yixian's hands. The speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they turned into obscure mysterious runes and went into the 9-color cauldron at the bottom of the central territory volcano. From this moment on, the refinement of this cauldron of level 29 Desolate Supreme Treasure Pills officially began. Unknowingly, a month passed in the blink of an eye. But Yixian didn't feel it at all. His whole mind had been immersed in the refining of this Desolate Supreme Treasure Pill, completely forgetting the existence of time. Boom! It was at this moment, above the flame pool at the bottom of the central territory volcano in the cauldron space, a huge roar sounded. As the rumble descended, the cauldron formed purely from the Shenong 9-colored flames instantly dissipated, and the river of 9-colored flames roared back into the fire pool below. And what was left above the flame pool were 15 round beads the size of nascent soul fists. These 15 round beads were all purple in color. The surface was full of dense 9-color mist, and there was a layer of dreamy halo, revealing a simple and heavy aura. It was the level 29 Desolate Supreme Treasure Pill. Just one of them was enough to make a peak level 9 cultivator of the Desolation Supreme Realm break through to level 29 of the Supreme Realm of the Desolation Supreme in a short period of time. It was the Desolation Supreme Treasure Pill. There are actually 15 pills? After the refinement was completed, Xian opened his eyes. When he saw the 16 supreme pellets floating in front of him that emitted a dense aura of the Desolate Sovereign, his face froze for a moment before he sucked in a breath of cold air. This time, Xian only had a total of 15 supreme being blood essences that were used to refine the Desolate Sovereign's treasure pill. Although 2 of them were of the highest quality, they were used to kill the half-step Desolate Sovereign of the Primordial Era, who was at the Great Perfection Stage 9, and obtain the boundless blood and chi from his body after his body exploded. It was condensed. But before this, 13 pills of level 29 Desolation Supreme Treasure Pill was the minimum guarantee according to Xian's calculation. Although there was a possibility of 14 or even 15 pills, the probability was very small. As for obtaining more than 16, that was basically impossible. It was an unrealistic wish. He didn't expect that this 30% chance would become a reality. It could only be said that his luck was too good. It was simply good luck. After a moment of joy, Xian suddenly thought of the 7 girls. His face froze, and he immediately shook his head and smiled bitterly. The 15 level 29 Desolate Sovereign pellets he obtained this time seemed to be quite a lot, but to Xian, it was far from enough. Aside from the one he kept for himself, there were only 14 left. Among them, the 7 girls, Corpse Ancestor Hamba, definitely had one each. After all, they were already mid-stage almighty beings, and breaking through to the peak of the 9th step in his previous life was simply impossible. It wouldn't take long. The next time they woke up, they would definitely reach it. Previously, when their cultivation strength was constantly rising, even if they were to cross a large realm, they didn't need to use the various levels of treasure pills. That was because they had already reached the Desolation Supreme Treasure Pill of the 9th level in their previous life. However, in this life, after reaching the Primordial Great Perfection Stage 9, if they wanted to make another breakthrough and become a Desolate Supremacy expert, they had to consume a level 29 Desolate Supremacy Treasure Pill. Otherwise, if they had to rely on themselves, they would have to wait for an extremely long time. As a result, there were only 7 Desolation Supreme Treasure Pills left. However, Xian had a lot of trusted subordinates. For example, the old pig spirit, the 6-headed blood dragon, the elephant fox ferret, Ying Tai, the flying centipede, the old monster Ying Ji, the 3-clawed flood dragon, Longshan Tang, as well as Elder Sang Ji, Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei, the green ox and Yu Ling Long, the dragon centipede, Gong Jun, the black wind tiger, the howling moon mastiff, and the others. There was also the immemorial porcupine and the immemorial turtle that had yet to arrive. There was also the mosquito butcher, Naples, the demon emperor Mo Wen Tian, the demon uncle, the dark turtle clan's patriarch Mingjiu, the mad mosquito emperor, the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, Zhao Chanru, and so on. Don't be fooled by the fact that the cultivation levels of these fellows were uneven. However, that was only in the past. As Xian gradually gathered the great beings from the various camps and armies under his command, large amounts of purple gold treasured medicines, 9-colored godly medicines, and even chaos great medicines and treasured pills of various levels were poured into them. Their cultivation levels, which were now very different from each other, would become closer and closer to each other. This was what it was supposed to be. The lower one's cultivation level, the faster one's cultivation level would rise after using these top-notch cultivation resources. In the future, Xian would most likely have a large number of universe supreme beings and even powerful beings from the primordial era under his command. Just based on the 7 level 29 Desolation Supreme Treasure Pills in his hands, it would not be good to give them to anyone. Moreover, Yi Xian had already promised one to the powerful being in a grey robe from the alliance of the survivors under his command not long ago. In this way, there were actually only 6 level 29 Desolation Supreme Treasure pills left in his hands. Sigh. It seems that I still have to continue hunting the space beasts of the powerful beings from the primordial era. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian immediately sighed and shook his head with a bitter smile. Without a doubt, he still had to continue hunting the space beasts of the powerful beings from the primordial era. However, this was not urgent. After all, these fellows still needed some time to grow up. As for Yi Xian himself, there was another matter that was more important and urgent. That was the derivation of the perfect level 30 Heavenly Path Treasure Pill formula. After the derivation of the level 29 Desolation Supreme Treasure Pill the last time, Yi Xian immediately issued an order to the devouring system in his body to fully derive the level 30 Heavenly Path Treasure Pill formula. The derivation of the perfect level 30 Heavenly Path Treasure Pill formula obviously required more time. If the Great Wilderness Era were to fully descend, Yi Xian would have to deal with many things at that time. He was afraid that he would not be able to take the time to concentrate on deriving the pill formula. Therefore, this matter had to be completed now. The level 30 Heavenly Path Treasure Pill was extremely important to him. If this pill was refined, Yi Xian would be able to guarantee that he would enter the Heavenly Dao realm. When that happened, even if he were to encounter the Heavenly Dao's Eye or that old fogey, Xingbua, he would not be afraid. These two fellows had long become two thorns in Yi Xian's heart. He would have to face them sooner or later. Regarding this, he did not wish to avoid it, nor would he avoid it. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Although he still had the 9 transformations Devil 8 bloodline ability, according to past practice, even if he was only at the desolate venerable realm, he would still have the cultivation of the Heavenly Dao realm. However, the Heavenly Dao realm was different. Whether the 9 transformations Devil 8 bloodline ability could reach that level, Yi Xian had no idea. Therefore, the level 30 Heavenly Dao treasure pill had to be refined successfully no matter what. What he had to do now was to deduce the perfect pill formula. With that in mind, he no longer hesitated. Yi Xian instantly executed the 9th transformation of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape's bloodline ability. At the same time, he also executed the Blood Sea secret technique. Therefore, his cross-legged figure at the mouth of the farmer god cauldron did not change. He was still about 3 meters tall, but his cultivation had already reached the 6th order desolate venerable realm. The 6th order desolate venerable realm was already the peak of the initial stage. One more step and he would enter the late-stage desolate venerable realm. His divine sense could be said to be extremely powerful. In addition to the full cooperation of the system's calculation ability, according to Yi Xian's deduction, it was very likely that he would reach level 30 this time. The perfect pill formula of the Heavenly Dao treasure pill had been deduced in one go. However, he had no idea how long it would take. After all, it was the Heavenly Dao treasure pill. One pill could allow a 9th order desolate venerable realm existence to enter the Heavenly Dao realm. It was definitely not an ordinary pill. Naturally, one could imagine how difficult it would be. With this kind of expectation, Yi Xian adjusted his state of mind and quickly collected his thoughts. He combined with the devouring system in his body and pushed the system's calculation and deduction ability to the limit. Then, with the help of the 6th order desolate venerable divine sense, he began to deduce the perfect pill formula of the level 30 Heavenly Dao treasure pill. Not long ago, he had spent more than half a year to deduce the perfect pill formula of the level 29 desolate venerable realm treasure pill. But this time, on one hand, Yi Xian's cultivation had reached the 6th order desolate venerable realm, and his divine sense was much more powerful. Too much. On the other hand, because of the perfect pill formula of the level 30 Heavenly Dao treasure pill, he had already instructed the devouring system in his body to deduce it at full speed. It was more or less a prototype, therefore, even though the Heavenly Path treasure pill was no small matter, Yi Xian only used 2 years to successfully complete everything. 2 years later, Yi Xian opened his eyes. His eyes glowed with excitement. Phew, level 30 Heavenly Dao treasure pill. Finally, we've successfully completed it. At this moment, Yi Xian muttered softly as he heaved a long sigh of relief, and his heart suddenly relaxed. Moreover, his voice even carried a form of excitement and happiness that couldn't be concealed. Boom. Rumble. Just as Xian was rejoicing in his heart, in the universe void outside the cave star under his feet, there was an earth-shattering sound of thunder in an instant, and a large number of black tribulation clouds surged over. When he turned around to look, he saw dense and pitch-black tribulation clouds gathering at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than half a breath of time, there was already an area of over 100 million kilometers high in the sky that was completely filled with pitch-black tribulation clouds. This scene caused Xian to be stunned, and confusion surfaced in his heart. Even in the desolate ancient great expert realm, if it was only a small breakthrough, there would definitely not be a lightning tribulation, unless it was a breakthrough of a large realm, but now, Xian didn't even cultivate at all. Although he had refined a batch of desolate sovereign pellets, he didn't take them out and instead left them in the Shinong cauldron. The chi of heaven and earth was isolated, so the pill tribulation that should have arrived was definitely pushed back. Only when he took out this batch of desolate supreme treasure pills in the future would the desolate supreme pill tribulation come. After all, it was the desolate supreme pellet. Just one pellet was enough to allow a desolate supreme realm cultivator to break through to the supreme realm of the ancients in a short period of time after swallowing it. It would be strange if there was no pill tribulation. The reason why Xian didn't take it out now was because he was worried that it would attract unnecessary trouble. After all, it was too eye-catching. That was all. Logically speaking, it was impossible for a desolate supreme treasure pill to descend without taking out the Shinong furnace. Furthermore, it had been 2 years since Xian refined this batch of desolate supreme treasure pills. If there really was a desolate supreme treasure pill, it wouldn't have waited until now. Could it be? As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Xian's heart suddenly stirred, and his expression instantly changed. At that moment, he instantly understood everything. What attracted the heavenly tribulation was not the 15 desolate supreme treasure pills that he had left in the Shinong furnace after refining, but the perfect pill formula for the level 30 heavenly Tao treasure pill that he had just deduced. After all, it was the heavenly Tao treasure pill. A single pill could allow a desolate supreme treasure pill to step into the heavenly Tao realm. It was definitely not an ordinary item. However, Xian had yet to refine the heavenly Tao treasure pill. Just by deducing the perfect pill formula, it caused a desolate supreme treasure pill to descend. Attracting the arrival of the heavenly tribulation, this really made people speechless. It's normal when you think about it. The heavenly Tao represents the profound meaning of the great Tao that operates in the world. A single treasure pill can allow one to step into this realm. Naturally, it's heaven-defying. It's inevitable that the heavens will be jealous. After a moment of depression, a bitter smile appeared on Xian's face as he muttered softly, although the heavenly Tao treasure pill has yet to be refined, the perfect pill formula for the treasure pill was deduced by me. Therefore, if there are no accidents, the target of this wave of heavenly tribulation is me. At this point, a bright light flashed in his eyes. With a wave of his hand, he put away the Shinong furnace. His figure flashed and instantly disappeared. At this moment, with the sudden appearance of the terrifying tribulation clouds in the void, the huge forbidden land of rising sun was already in an uproar. The green ox, the six-headed blood-fled dragon, Zhao Dong, and the other upper echelons all walked out of seclusion with a look of surprise on their faces. Color. However, when they saw that the center of all the tribulation clouds was the Demon Master's cave star, they heaved a long sigh of relief, and joy appeared on their faces. This was clearly the rhythm of the Demon Master's breakthrough. With his powerful cultivation of the Sixth Order Remote Ancient Supreme, how could he be afraid of this small heavenly tribulation? At this moment, a ray of light rushed out from inside the star at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, it left the forbidden land of rising Sunday. The vast tribulation clouds that originally enveloped the cave star followed like a shadow and chased after it. The green ox, the six-headed blood-fled dragon, Zhao Dong, and the others understood that the Demon Master did not want to undergo heavenly tribulation in the forbidden land of rising sun to avoid being implicated. Immediately, they flew together with the other upper echelons of the magic hall and followed the vast tribulation clouds. Behind them, looking from afar, whoosh! Rumble. After a short while, Xian came to a remote void nearly 10 billion miles away from the forbidden land of rising Sunday. Behind him, the vast tribulation clouds that covered a radius of 1 billion miles followed closely behind, and astonishing rumbling sounds were constantly heard. After all, this was a strange heavenly tribulation triggered by the heavenly Tao treasure pill formula. It was no small matter, so the number of tribulation clouds was outrageous. Although Xian was completely fearless, he had to consider the safety of his subordinates. Now that the tribulation clouds had been lured away, he was completely relieved. To him, the next wave of heavenly tribulation was just a baptism of heavenly tribulation. In the face of the heavenly tribulation that made cultivators pale, he had never taken it seriously. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Hong Long Long, Kacha. At this moment, as Xian's figure abruptly stopped in this secluded void, the vast tribulation cloud that had been following behind him once again enveloped the sky above his head, and at the first moment, a purple-gold lightning bolt descended. It was too thick, at least 30,000 meters in size. Judging from its power, even an ordinary star would be split apart with one strike. Roar. However, Xian did not take it to heart. At this moment, he was still in the form of a violent ape that was about 3 meters tall. He raised his head and let out a violent roar. The aura in his body was completely activated, and his entire person was like the most blazing small star. Within the body of the violent ape that was only about 3 meters tall, endless treasure light seemed to erupt in an instant, bursting out through the 1.08 billion pores on the surface of his body. Kacha. An ear-piercing crisp sound was heard, and the tribulation cloud in the sky surged even more violently in an instant. After a short breath, an incomparably thick purple-gold lightning bolt had already struck down. Rai seal. Almost at the same time, Xian softly called out, and the Rai seal that was suspended above the sea of consciousness in his mind shot out. Screech. The moment it was released, the Rai seal immediately flew up, and an incomparably high-pitched screech resounded from within the Emperor's seal. This was the Emperor's seal thunder spirit rejoicing. To it, this kind of tribulation lightning was the best opportunity for it to temper itself. The thunder spirit within the Emperor's seal had long since broken through to the universe master level during Xian's tribulation. And after this period of nurturing and absorbing, the moment it appeared, its body was filled with a strong pressure of a universe supreme master. Aura. And this time, after sensing the powerful aura of the tribulation lightning, the Emperor's seal thunder spirit rejoiced again, because this tribulation lightning was not only an opportunity for Xian, it was also an opportunity for itself. After the baptism of the tribulation lightning, the Rai seal would become even more powerful, and the Emperor's seal thunder spirit would most likely break through to the primordial master level. This was a great opportunity, so naturally, it was extremely excited, and it had a feeling that it could not hold back long ago. The feeling of coming. It has actually reached the universe supreme level. Seeing the appearance of the thunder spirit, Xian was stunned for a moment, then a faint smile appeared on his face, and he said with certainty, "This wave of tribulation lightning is a little special. I wonder how many bolts of lightning will descend. Let's stick to the rules from before. I'll let you swallow the first 2 bolts, and whether you can take this opportunity to break through to the primordial master level will depend on your luck." Just as he finished speaking, the first wave of tribulation lightning above his head smashed down. Although it descended towards Xian's head, it didn't leak out at all and was completely absorbed by the Thunder Emperor seal. Screech. Immediately, the Thunder Spirit's cheers came from the Emperor seal again. This time, it was very satisfied. After all, this was a special tribulation lightning attracted by the Heavenly Path treasure pill, and the tribulation lightning contained a special kind of energy that was very beneficial to the Thunder Spirit. However, no matter how powerful the tribulation lightning was, it would not cause any harm to the Thunder Spirit. It was the Thunder Spirit, and it had always been nurtured in the Rai seal, which was the origin of all the lightning in the world. Rumble. Kacha. The Thunder Spirit's cheers had just ended when the second loud crack came from the sky above. This time, a thicker bolt of purple gold lightning, reaching a height of 20,000 feet, suddenly rushed over. Facing this wave of tribulation lightning, Xian still did not do anything. He put his hands behind his back and let the Rai seal above his head absorb the second bolt of lightning. Almost at the next moment, an even more cheerful and violent sound came from the Emperor's seal, revealing an even more powerful aura. It was the primordial master. "Your luck is not bad, you actually really stepped into the realm of Supreme Expert." Feeling the powerful aura emitted from the Rai seal, Yi Xian nodded in satisfaction, and a look of joy appeared on his face. This time, the thunder spirit of the Emperor's seal had a great fortune. Even though it was only at the first stage of the primordial era, it possessed the lightning spirit body, granting it fearsome battle prowess. Most likely, even a mid-4th stage cultivator would be no match for it. If they were to encounter it, they would have no choice but to flee in fear. Swish, overjoyed, Yi Xian waved his hand, and the Rai seal hanging above his head instantly disappeared. It turned into a purple-gold light that entered between his eyebrows, and once again hung above his sea of consciousness. The thunder spirit had only absorbed the energy of the 2 terrifying waves of tribulation lightning just now. Now that it was quietly nurturing it, it should be able to increase its strength by a few small levels. Crack! On this side, just as the Rai seal was put away by Yi Xian, an incomparably clear explosive sound came from the void above his head once again. In his line of sight, the vast tribulation cloud surged even more violently in an instant. In a short breath of time, an incomparably thick purple-gold lightning bolt smashed down. Its might had actually increased explosively by several times compared to before. The diameter of the tribulation lightning had reached 300,000 meters. Moreover, as this bolt of lightning struck down, the jet-black tribulation cloud that enveloped an area of 1 billion kilometers in the sky instantly dissipated. It could be seen that all the power in the tribulation cloud had gathered in this bolt of tribulation lightning, and its might was so strong that it made one's hair stand on end. It was stronger than any of the lightning tribulations that Yi Xian had passed in the past. There was no comparison at all. It emitted an endless aura that could destroy the heavens and the earth. However, Yi Xian was still fearless in the face of this. He currently had the terrifying strength of a 6th-order desolate elder, and his physical body had always been strong. Even if it was a terrifying tribulation lightning with a diameter of 100,000 feet, it would at most temper his physical body. After curling his lips, his figure flashed, and he directly rushed towards the terrifying tribulation cloud that covered the endless void above his head. Screech! At this moment, under the agitation of his emotions, the violent ape let out a long howl. It did not dodge, but instead, its figure shot out amidst the howl. In the blink of an eye, it entered the tribulation lightning and was completely submerged. Rumble! The next scene that occurred was too shocking. Within the extremely vast violet gold tribulation cloud, numerous terrifying rumbling and explosions resounded incessantly from the beginning until the end. A lightning bolt with a diameter of 100,000 feet exploded. A vast expanse of space within billions of miles was enveloped by a sea of purple-gold lightning. The space trembled slightly, as if it could collapse at any moment. Although this was only a single bolt of lightning, it raged for dozens of breaths. Then, this vast sea of lightning that covered billions of miles of space completely disappeared. The vast expanse of space was thus cleared. Whoosh! As the entire sea of lightning disappeared, a faint sound of something breaking through the air was quickly heard. In the next moment, the violent ape walked out of the void high in the sky. There was not a single wound on its precious body. It was shining brightly, and it emitted an endless aura of an eternity lord. Its might spread in all directions. This wave of tribulation lightning made him feel extremely happy, unprecedentedly comfortable. Moreover, the gains from the previous breakthrough had been completely digested and integrated into his physical body and divine soul. In other words, if Yi Xian was willing, he could immediately start a new round of seclusion to break through again. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Xiao. As the tribulation clouds dispersed, the violet gold sea of lightning that raged in the void and enveloped a vast area of several billion kilometers disappeared as well. Bao Yuan's figure flashed, and he instantly shot over from afar, arriving at the edge of the forbidden land of sunrise. Within his line of sight were the 6-headed blood Wyrm, Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, Li Bei, Elder Sang Ji, the Azure Ox, Yu Linglong, Long Ao, Gong Jun, the Black Wind Tiger, the Howling Moon Mastiff, the 3-clawed Flood Dragon, Long Shan Tang, the Blood Wyrm Ancestor, and the Azure Rock Ancestor. Blood Dragon, Green Rock, and Battle Lion were all emperors. There were a total of 1,000 figures, all of whom were emperors or above. They were all the higher-ups of the magic hall of the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun, and they were all gathered here, now, 2 years had passed. In these 2 years, everyone's cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. Six-headed blood dragon was still a universe supreme, but he had reached the late stage of that level. Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, Li Bei, the four beasts, Blood Dragon Ancestor, and Green Rock Ancestor were all universe knights, but now they had all become universe masters. Even Green Cow, Yuling Long, Dragon Centipede, Gong Jun, Black Wind Tiger, Howling Moon Mastiff, Three-Clawed Dragon, Long Shan Tang, and the elders of the Xianxia remnant race, who were originally only undying emperors, had now become universe knights. Other than that, there were many new faces amongst the emperors. They must have broken through from emperor level to emperor level in the past 2 years, leaping into the upper echelon of emperor level. It could be said that in the past 2 years, all the higher-ups of the magic hall of the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun had improved by a huge level, which was a joyous occasion. The reason why they were all gathered here was because of the huge commotion caused by the Thunder Trial. Some of them were in seclusion, but they were all alarmed and rushed over to watch from the edge of the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun. The scale and might of this wave of lightning tribulation were terrifying. They had never seen anything like it before in their lives. Shock appeared on their faces as they were guessing in their hearts what level Xianxia's cultivation had reached after transcending the tribulation. This was to be expected. If he hadn't broken through, the heavenly tribulation wouldn't have come for no reason. Besides, the Lord Devil Lord's talent was amazing. In the past 2 years, their cultivation had increased by a large realm. Even if the Lord Devil Lord's cultivation was too high and it was impossible for him to increase his strength by such a large margin, he could still make 1 or 2 small breakthroughs. But it was still very possible. 2 years ago, he was already a rank 5 Desolate Venerable. If he were to break through another 2 small ranks, he would be a rank 7 Desolate Venerable. He would only be 2 ranks away from the half-step Heavenly Way. Furthermore, the heavenly tribulation from before was so astounding that many of them were guessing if Yixian had broken through to the heavenly Tao realm in one fell swoop. This was not surprising. Generally speaking, the breakthrough of a small realm would not cause heavenly tribulation to descend. Heavenly tribulation would only descend when breaking through a large realm. In their impression, Yixian was already a late-stage Desolate Venerable. If he broke through a large realm, he would naturally be in the heavenly Tao realm. However, at this moment, Yixian, in the form of a violent ape, shot over from afar and arrived in front of them in the blink of an eye. The cultivation aura emitted from his body was clearly only a rank 1 Desolate Venerable. Everyone was stunned, and a dull expression appeared on their faces. In 2 years, he had only broken through a small realm. Moreover, it was only a small realm breakthrough, yet it attracted such a terrifying heavenly tribulation. What should they say? Was he a monstrous talent or something else? It was really hard to judge. Disperse. Those who should be in seclusion continue. It's just a small heavenly tribulation, what's there to watch? Yixian grinned. He understood what these fellows were muttering in their hearts, so he didn't delay any longer. After he finished speaking, his figure flashed and he directly headed towards the cave star. This lightning tribulation allowed him to fully integrate the gains he had gained from his breakthrough 2 years ago into his body and soul. The opportunity for another breakthrough had arrived. Yixian naturally would not let it go. He decided to return to the cave-dwelling star and begin another seclusion to break through again. At the same time, hundreds of billions of miles away from the Rising Sun Forbidden Land, in a secluded star field near the star field where the Fierce Beast Alliance was located, this star field was extremely remote, and there were no races or forces stationed here. This was because there was not a single life star in the vast universe void that spanned tens of billions of miles. All of them were worthless abandoned stars. There was not even a single plant on them, only some barren minerals. Even the fierce beasts of the starry sky hated them. However, the Fierce Beast Alliance of the Great Five Alliances was not far from the right side of this star field. The edge was only a little more than 20 billion miles away. Because it was too barren, there were only some minerals, and there was not even a single life star that grew plants. Therefore, in this remote star field, there were basically no starry sky powerhouses, unless they were deliberately looking for such an area to find a place for seclusion. Hiss, at this moment, in the deepest part of such a desolate and remote star field without any life, there was suddenly a clear sound of ripping silk, and the movement was not small at all. Looking carefully, in the depths of the universe void of this remote star field, a huge void crack had been torn open at this moment. It was thousands of miles long from top to bottom and hundreds of miles in diameter. It was like a vertical eye in the void, and it was horrifying. Boom. Rumble, this void crack was not the end, and everything was just the beginning. Almost in the next instant, rumbling sounds of thunder came from this crack in the void. It continued without end, causing one's heart to tremble in fear. And with these muffled sounds of thunder, this void crack that suddenly appeared was obviously expanding in all directions. Although the speed was very slow, it continued without stopping for a moment. At a glance, it was as if a small hole had been broken in the void, and then, an invisible force was spreading out from this small hole, making it bigger and bigger. This scene was too strange, and the commotion caused by it wasn't small at all. If it was any other stellar region and not this remote stellar region where it was usually difficult to find, then it would have probably alarmed countless powers and experts from all over by now. But now, no one was aware of all of this. And this void crack, which was originally only 1,000 miles long and only about 100 miles in diameter, was constantly expanding amidst the rumbling sound of thunder, growing larger and larger. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, half a day had passed. At this time, the void crack that was originally 1,000 miles long had turned into a huge black hole. It was oval in shape, about 1,000,000 miles in diameter, and was about the size of a star. However, this huge black hole that had just been formed was obviously not as simple as an ordinary black hole. The aura emitted from the black hole was vaguely similar to the planar level wormholes that connected the three main planes of space. Similar. Unknowingly, a stable wormhole had appeared in this void fragment of the primordial world. No one knew what this meant, and no one could judge. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website, in less than half a day, the void crack, which was only about 1,000 miles long, expanded into a huge black hole. It was oval-shaped, with a diameter of about 1,000,000 miles. It was about the size of a star. The aura emitted from the black hole was vaguely similar to the plane-level wormhole that connected the three main planes of the starry sky. At this point, the black hole finally stopped expanding outward and completely stabilized. The low rumbling that had been going on for a long time had also disappeared. This originally extremely remote part of the universe had completely fallen into a deathly silence. It was exactly the same as it had been half a day ago. However, this deathly silence didn't last for long. In merely the time it took to eat a meal, it was shattered by the world-shaking roar of a ferocious beast that revealed boundless joy. Humph, roar. Look, a black hole suddenly appeared in front of us. It seems to be emitting the aura of a wormhole, extremely stable. Old pig, this turtle suddenly has a very strange intuition. There seems to be a voice in the black hole, calling me. Could it be my ancestor of the archaic turtle clan? I finally opened my eyes. The opportunity has come, I must not miss it. Come on, what ancestor opened his eyes? Could it be that your ancestor is buried in the same place as this pig's ancestor? This pig also felt the call. No matter what, let's go in first. Anyway, we have no way to go with this group of people behind us. I don't know if that kid surnamed G ran away or not, but we can't find his shadow. That's right, we have been searching for so many years. This is already the 17th fragment void that we have descended to, and we haven't found anything. Maybe there is really some opportunity in this black hole. Little ones, cheer up, there is a fat sheep in front, follow closely, roar. Roar, screech. As soon as the two voices finished speaking, there were overwhelming roars and howls of fierce beasts coming from the black hole. There were too many to count, and all of them revealed endless ferocity in their excitement. Only just by hearing the roars of these fierce beasts, one could judge that the army of fierce beasts on the other side of the wormhole was definitely fierce and cruel. Swoosh, in the next moment, with a faint sound of breaking through the air, a figure rushed out of the wormhole. To be precise, there were two figures, but it seemed that there was only one. It was a black boar and a green turtle. The black boar was enormous, over 1,000 zhang long. However, the green-haired tortoise on its back was only the size of a palm. It looked like a silhouette, more like a green-haired tortoise riding a huge black boar. But, in fact, this possibility was almost impossible, because the cultivation strength of the two was basically equal. No, whether it was the enormous black boar or the palm-sized green-haired tortoise, the aura emanating from their bodies was at the first level of the desolation era. These two guys were the archaic turtle and the archaic porcupine, not long after the cage star field, which was connected to the ancestral land of the demon kin in the demon emperor star, replaced the demon emperor star field and arrived in the first universe. The primordial turtle and the primordial porcupine led the army of ferocious beasts from the source of all evil star field into the cage star field. In the cage star field, there were a large number of bloodline descendants of ancient creatures, and from time to time, there would be some bloodline atavism. For many fierce beasts in the source of all evil star field, this was the best delicacy. The fierce beasts in the starry sky originally relied on devouring each other to improve their bloodline and cultivation strength. In order to quickly improve the cultivation of the fierce beasts they led from the source of all evil star field, the archaic turtle and the archaic porcupine finally all entered the cage star field. From after that, they never saw Xian again. Even when Xian had left the third universe and entered the second universe, he had gone through the enormous spatial rift in the Shadow Devil star region and entered the void of this fragment of the great desolate world. The primordial porcupine, the primordial turtle, and the entire army of evil beasts under their command were still trapped in the cage star region and had yet to come out. Calculating the time, that was something that happened almost 100 years ago. In fact, as early as 20 years ago, the primordial tortoise and the primordial porcupine had already led their army of ferocious beasts out of the forbidden land of confinement. First, in the past few decades, the army of fierce beasts had unified the cage star field, and almost all the fierce beasts in the cage star field were eaten. Therefore, the strength of all the fierce beasts in the army of fierce beasts was greatly improved, not much slower than that of Xian. After all, these fierce beasts had devoured a large number of descendants of primordial creatures, and the bloodlines in their bodies had been undergoing transformation and evolution time and time again. Originally, there was a doppelganger of the green eyes of the Way of Heaven in the untainted land, guarding all the ferocious beasts in the cage starfield. However, more than 20 years ago, something happened to the green eyes of the Way of Heaven in the untainted land, or there was a different arrangement. Unexpectedly, the doppelganger of the primeval heaven's eye that was guarding the cage star field was suddenly summoned away. Taking advantage of that opportunity, the archaic porcupine and the archaic turtle led the entire army of fierce beasts out of the cage star field. Following that, after that, they went to the Shadow Devil star field in the second universe, and entered a wormhole that connected to the void fragment of the chaos star field. Unfortunately, although the wormhole was connected to the void fragment of the untainted land, it was rather winding. As a result, the army of ferocious beasts had passed through more than a dozen void fragments of various sizes in the following 20 years. Among them, some of the void fragments were barren, and there was not a single strand of hair. However, there were also some fragments of void fragments with the remains of primordial creatures. It was these remains of primordial creatures that allowed the strength of the entire army of fierce beasts to rise to another level. More than 20 years ago, when archaic porcupine and archaic porcupine led the army of fierce beasts out of the cage star field, they were only universe supreme beings. However, after more than 20 years, their strength had skyrocketed to the level of supreme beings in the chaos star field. In addition, the army of fierce beasts led by the two of them still had more than a dozen universe supreme beasts, close to 100 universe masters, hundreds of universe knights, and thousands of undying emperors. Their overall strength was absolutely terrifying. However, as the primordial porcupine and the primordial tortoise charged out of the wormhole that had suddenly appeared, the massive and powerful army of 10,000 ferocious beasts under their command would not be left behind. If nothing unexpected happened, they would soon be following closely behind the two of them, swarming over like a swarm that would cover the sky and cover the earth. The army of ferocious beasts that had walked out of the star area, the source of all evil, was finally going to descend on this fragment of the untainted land. Moreover, all the ferocious beasts that had survived in the army were far more powerful than before. They were extremely violent. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website, roar. Roar, screech. Rumble. In the void, the wormhole that looked like a gap in the void still existed, and it was extremely stable. As the primordial porcupine and primordial tortoise shot out of the wormhole, there was a brief silence in the wormhole, and in an instant, there was an earth-shattering roar, and rumbling sound. A small part of the void was in an uproar, and the void was slightly trembling because the aura from the wormhole was too majestic. There were countless ferocious beasts in the entire all-evil legion, and every one of them was extremely powerful. At this moment, as they passed through the wormhole, the aura in their bodies surged to the extreme, and the aura gathered together to form this incomparably terrifying aura that even made the void tremble. Soon, some figures of ferocious beasts appeared in the wormhole. They were of different races, different bloodlines, and even their sizes were different. But without exception, the aura emitted from every ferocious beast revealed an incomparably fierce and ruthless intent of blood and iron. This army of ferocious beasts had already experienced endless slaughter in the depths of the source of all evil star region. Later, when they entered the Cage Star region, which replaced the Demon Emperor Star region, they killed endlessly and devoured the countless caged ferocious beasts in the entire Cage Star region. Then, after leaving the Cage Star region, this army of ferocious beasts wandered in the void fragments of different sizes, experiencing countless dangers and victories, and had long been tempered into a true iron-blooded army. In the distance, the primordial porcupine and primordial tortoise had retreated hundreds of millions of miles away, and they turned around to look. In the wormhole, ferocious beasts roared and rushed out, and gathered in the void of the universe outside the wormhole. This scene lasted for an entire day. A day later, the wormhole was still as stable as before, but there were no more ferocious beasts rushing out from it. All the ferocious beasts in the entire all-evil legion had finally gathered. As far as the eye could see, there was a large black mass spread out in the void, and the total number was at least hundreds of millions of ferocious beasts. This number was far less than the Big Five Alliance's Ferocious Beast Alliance. After all, the ferocious beasts in the Ferocious Beast Alliance had reached billions. However, the entire army of evil was superior in terms of its elites. Everywhere that met the eye, the aura of every single ferocious beast within the army was extremely violent, ferocious, and oppressive, of which, there were more than a dozen universe supreme beasts, close to 100 universe masters, hundreds of universe knights, and over 1,000 emperors. Their overall strength was terrifying. Putting aside the core combat strength of the primordial age almighties and above, just the ordinary combat strength of the almighties and below was definitely not weaker than any of the Great Five Alliances. Even the demonic palace couldn't compare to it. Roar. Screech. As the army gathered, the primordial porcupine and the primordial hairy tortoise raised their heads and let out a ferocious roar. Shortly after, a voice was transmitted through the spirit consciousness, and it spread throughout a small part of the void. All the ferocious beasts in the entire all-evil legion could hear it clearly. Little ones, this void is very lively, and there are countless energies. It's not like the fragments of the void we encountered before. After so long, we've finally come to an end. There's a large amount of life energy in the void on the right in front of us. I've already detected it. Little ones, it's time to hunt. When the locusts pass through, leave nothing behind. When the locusts pass through, leave nothing behind. Little ones, sing the battle song. It's time to eat. The last sentence came out of the primordial hairy tortoise's mouth. It was extremely sharp, and there was endless excitement in it. It was as if this damn tortoise had just been injected with chicken blood. As soon as the shriek ended, it immediately took the lead in singing the battle song of the all-evil legion. We are pests. We are pests. On this side, as one of the two commanders of the legion, primordial hairy tortoise, had already started singing. Naturally, the hundreds of millions of ferocious beasts in the void in front of them were not willing to be left behind. Besides, this so-called battle song of the legion had been practiced countless times, and they had great chemistry with each other. Almost in the next instant, the battle song resounded in this part of the void. We are pests, hong, long, long. As the battle song continued to resound, the entire all-evil legion instantly moved. Under the leadership of the primordial porcupine and the primordial hairy tortoise, they rumbled through the void toward the void on the right where the life energy was coming from, Luokuan Star area. This was originally a senior forbidden land, and the most powerful being in charge of this forbidden land of ferocious beasts was a Luokuan at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Universe Supreme, which was also a half-step supreme being. This Luokuan had the bloodline of the Luo demon and the Kuan fish in his body, and he was extremely powerful. Even when the various races and powers of the three main planes of the universe invaded this void fragment of the universe several times, Luo Kuan star area did not fall into enemy hands. Later on, when the magic hall appeared, under pressure, Luo Kuan, who was in charge of this place, had no choice but to form the Ferocious Beasts Alliance with the other remaining Ferocious Beasts Forbidden Lands. Since then, Luo Kuan star area had become a member of the Ferocious Beasts Alliance, and Luo Kuan, who was a half-step supreme being, had become one of the representatives of the Ferocious Beasts Alliance. This time, in the Battle of the Magic Hall, the only 7th-level supreme being of the Ferocious Beasts Alliance had been killed, and now, like the other 4 alliances, they had become an external power of the Magic Hall. All of this was infuriating. Luo Kuan was unwilling, but there was nothing he could do. After returning from the Forbidden Land of Rising where the Magic Hall was located, he went straight to the Lair Star in the depths of Luo Kuan Forbidden Land. Originally, he wanted to go into seclusion and try to break through to the primordial great power in one fell swoop. However, just as he prepared everything and was about to go into seclusion, an earth-shattering roar suddenly came from the outer void of Luo Kuan star area, accompanied by the earth-shattering roar of thunder. There was also an extremely strange, ballad-like roar of ferocious beasts. "We are pests, we are pests." Luo Kuan was stunned. It was clearly the roar of ferocious beasts, so why did it call itself a pests? Then, his expression changed dramatically, because at this moment, 2 extremely powerful auras passed through the atmosphere of the star area and descended with a boom. They instantly locked onto him, and his aura was firmly locked on. Primordial great power? There are actually 2 of them? What is going on? Luo Kuan suddenly exclaimed in shock. Without any hesitation, his shoulders shook, and he immediately rushed out of the Lair Star under his feet and came to the outer void of the universe. As far as the eye could see, a huge army of ferocious beasts was swarming in from outside Luo Kuan star area. The leader was clearly a pitch-black space porcupine, and on its back was a palm-sized green-haired turtle. "Who are you?" Seeing the army of ferocious beasts swarming into the star field with terrifying killing intent, the first thing they did was to start a frenzied slaughter. As for himself, his aura was locked onto by the space porcupine and the green-haired tortoise, who both had terrifying cultivation at the level of a great being from the primordial era. An incomparably shocked expression immediately appeared on Yu Kuan's face. The voice of his divine sense was transmitted out, revealing a deep sense of confusion. "I didn't see any of you in the army of the Demon Palace, even in the void space of this fragment of the universe. I've never heard of such a group of ferocious beasts. Where are you from?" "You're all ferocious beasts from Forbidden Lands. Why are you slaughtering my Ikuan star field?" "Hell. You talk too much. A mere half-step great being is not qualified to talk to me like that, Li. Old pig, swallow him." The moment Ikuan's voice was heard, the primordial porcupine let out a furious roar, and the primordial tortoise on its back let out a shrill shriek. The next moment, the primordial porcupine's body expanded to 100 million feet in the blink of an eye. It opened its bloody mouth and swallowed Ikuan, whose expression had changed drastically, into its belly. After a round of chewing, blood splattered everywhere. Ikuan, a half-step great being at the level of a 9th-level universe supreme being, was caught off guard and didn't even have the chance to escape. Within a few breaths of time, he was reduced to a pile of crushed bones and flesh, which was swallowed by the primordial porcupine. Li. This scene was too bloody. Countless ferocious beasts from Rock Stellar region witnessed this scene with their own eyes, and all of them were terrified to the point of trembling. They instinctively raised their heads and howled fiercely while revealing boundless terror. Apart from this half-step great being Ikuan, there were several other ferocious beasts at the level of Universe Supreme level in this star field, including some Universe Masters and Universe Knights. However, almost all of them were targeted. After all, apart from the 2 supreme beings, the primordial porcupine and the primordial tortoise, there were many Universe Supreme beings and Universe Masters in the all-evil army. The higher-ups of the ferocious beasts in Luo Kuan star area were the main targets of their attention, and their auras were locked down immediately. Other than a few Universe Masters who were the furthest away, the rest were all targeted and caught in a bloody battle. The entire Kuan star area used to be extraordinarily powerful. They had more than 200 million beasts, which was more than the 10,000 Evil Legion. However, their individual strength was far weaker than the Kuan star area, and their ferocious chi couldn't be compared to the Yingkuan star area. A fierce battle broke out in an instant. The entire Yongkuan galaxy was transformed into an underworld because of this. Space was filled with various kinds of ferocious beasts of different bloodlines. It was impossible to tell which side they belonged to. Only they knew that a bloody battle had broken out. Primordial porcupine and primordial hairy tortoise only attacked occasionally, and they spent most of their time searching for treasures within the giant stars. Even though the most powerful beings within Luokuan's star field were only a few universe supremes, they were still extremely powerful. However, this fragment of space was extremely vast, and it was rich in all kinds of resources. Primordial porcupine and primordial hairy tortoise had been to a dozen smaller fragments of space that were relatively barren, so they didn't have enough resources at hand. Hence, at this moment, even though they were great beings of the primordial era, they still couldn't be satisfied. They raised their heads and roared excitedly. The fierce battle lasted for 2 whole days. Only about 10% of the over 200 million ferocious beasts of the Yukuan Forbidden Land managed to escape. The remaining 90% were all killed and eaten by the brutal ferocious beasts of the all-evil army on the spot. More than 200 million ferocious beasts sounded like a lot, but there were nearly 100 million ferocious beasts in the 10,000 Evil Legion. On average, each ferocious beast ate less than 2 ferocious beasts, so it wasn't full at all. At this level, they didn't feel hungry, but the feeling of hunger was even more torturous. After devouring the remains of the nearly 200 million ferocious beasts, the 10,000 Evil Legion's ferocious beast army ransacked all the life stars in Yingkuan Galaxy. Whether it was the flesh and blood resources, all kinds of precious materials, or other treasures, without exception, they took everything and kept it for themselves. 2 days later, when the primordial porcupine and primordial hairy tortoise led the rest of the 10,000 Evil Legion and set off again, the entire vast Yingkuan galaxy had been completely transformed into a desolate dead zone. Even if the real Space Locust clan army had passed through, they probably wouldn't have been able to do this. On the surface of countless life stars, there wasn't a single bit of green left. All the plants had been eaten up. This was really an army of pests. Wherever they went, the place turned into a barren land. In the core star of the Human Clan Federation where D-Air was in charge, at this time, D-Air and the other 8 primordial great powers of the Human Clan Federation, a total of 9 high-level great powers, were gathered together. Their expressions were extremely solemn and revealed a hint of confusion. The change in Yingkuan Galaxy was immediately known to the 5 alliances. Now, D-Air had summoned the other 8 primordial great powers of the Human Clan Federation precisely because of this. In the past 2 years, whether it was the Human Clan Federation or the other 4 alliances, they had been extremely quiet and didn't continue to jump out. On the surface, it seemed that they were really willing to submit to the Magic Hall and become its subordinates. But in fact, this was obviously impossible. Whether it was the Human Clan Federation or the other 4 alliances, they all had their own plans. Among them, the Beast Alliance and the Survivors Alliance had already made arrangements to try to summon the Great Powers' ancestors who were still in hibernation in their respective ancestral lands, and even the desolate Venerable Ancestor. The major clans and forces of the Star Alliance, the Alliance of 10,000 Races, and the Human Clan Federation all had their ancestral lands in the 3 main star planes. There were also many great powers and even desolate venerable bloodline ancestors who were in hibernation in their ancestral lands. Almost all of the major clans and forces of the 3 alliances had used secret methods to send messages to their respective ancestral lands, requesting the higher-ups of the clans to stay in their ancestral lands to try to awaken the great powers and even the desolate venerable ancestors. However, it was obvious that this level of existence couldn't be awakened at any time. That would cause accidents. Therefore, 2 years had passed, and the major clans and forces of the 5 alliances hadn't had a single desolate venerable ancestor descend. But calculating the time, it should be soon. If there are no accidents, the desolate venerable ancestor of the Human Clan and the Senate of the Federation will descend here within a year. Turning his head to look at the other 8 great powers of the ancients, a cold light flashed in D-Air's eyes. He then said, but in the past 2 years, the Master of the Magic Hall and the Master of the Sky River Star, Yi Xian, have been quiet and haven't made any moves. This isn't a good thing. It makes people uneasy. Now that this beast army has appeared, we can use them to test the Master of the Magic Hall's current cultivation and state. Hearing this, the eyes of the 8 human powerhouses lit up at the same time. Dong Zhaotian from the Federation Senate nodded and said, "This is a good idea. It's killing 2 birds with 1 stone." According to the latest report, the strongest beings in this army of beasts are a space porcupine and a green-furred tortoise. They're both primordial rank 1 almighties, do you still remember? Back in the origin of all Evil Star region, when that Yi guy transformed into the primordial little ape demon, he had a primordial porcupine and a primordial tortoise with him. Later on, those 2 fellows led the entire army of evil into the Cage Star region of the first universe. If I'm not mistaken, this army of beasts that suddenly appeared should be the army of evil that entered the Cage Star region of the first universe. In other words, this army of beasts is in cahoots with that Yi guy. But now, that Yi guy is hiding somewhere and enjoying himself. This army of evil doesn't know what happened before, and they don't know that the master of the magic hall and that Yi guy are in cahoots. If we can lure them to the magic hall and start a fight with the 4 armies under the magic hall, hee. At this point, a ferocious look appeared on Dong Zhaotian's face. He paused for a moment before continuing, "In that case, not only has there been no news of the master of the magic hall for the past 2 years, but we also don't know what his current cultivation base and condition is. It's even very likely that he'll fall out with the master of the Sky River planet, Yixian. After all, back in the origin of all Evil Star region, the master of the Sky River planet, Yixian, the primordial porcupine and the primordial tortoise had an unusual relationship. Moreover, this person is very protective of his own people." At this point, Dong Zhaotian stopped talking and turned to look at Dr and the rest. It had to be said that this plan was perfect. Although the bad idea was originally from Dr, he had only mentioned it briefly. The rest of the plan was thoroughly deduced by Dong Zhaotian. Everyone looked at each other, exchanged glances, and nodded in agreement. The host's plan is indeed perfect. Seeing this, Dr immediately nodded and glanced at Dong Zhaotian. "In that case, I'll leave the task of luring this army of evil to the magic hall to fellow cultivator Dong. After all, you didn't show your face in the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun battle. Even if you're exposed, don't worry about the Human Federation." "Of course, I didn't show my face. But, I can't be in the Federation headquarters." But. Is. Ja. There were 7 great beings from both sides of the human tribe. They were in a disadvantageous position. Even if they raised their hands to vote, it wouldn't change anything. Thinking of this, Dong Zhaotian glanced at Dr and did not say anything else. He snorted coldly and immediately stood up, whoosh. Dong Zhaotian merely shook his shoulders before his figure disappeared, disappearing without a trace. Roar. Screech, we're pests, we're pests. In the void, a huge army of ferocious beasts was advancing slowly. From time to time, roars and howls could be heard. The army's battle song was even more ridiculous. The tragedy in the Inkuan galaxy had spread throughout half of the Eldritch universe fragment. Therefore, all the great beings in the surrounding galaxies hid their auras in fear. They were afraid of being detected by this army of ferocious beasts, which was like a swarm of ferocious beasts. Coincidentally, the all-evil army was advancing in the direction of the Forbidden Land of Rising Sunday. This was because the Inkuan galaxy was not too far away from the Forbidden Land of Rising Sunday. They were in the same galaxy. However, Dong Zhaotian was still worried. After leaving the Human Tribe Federation, he used his great power to capture a large number of ferocious beasts from the ferocious beasts he passed by. There were more than 10 million of them. Although their cultivation was weak, they were all ferocious beasts with vigorous vitality and rich qi. These 10 million weak but vigorous ferocious beasts were the bait that Dong Zhaotian had prepared for the all-evil army. He had imprisoned all the ferocious beasts in a storage Dharma treasure. However, Dong Zhaotian could change the power field of the storage Dharma treasure at any time. He could magnify the qi and blood of these 10 million ferocious beasts and spread it out. The all-evil army was a powerful ferocious beast army. Since they were ferocious beasts, they were very sensitive to the qi and blood of various ferocious beasts. They were eager to devour the ferocious beasts because this was the main way to improve their bloodline and cultivation. Although the 2 commanders of the all-evil army, the primordial porcupine and the primordial tortoise, were extremely powerful and were also primordial great beings, they were only rank 1 great beings. However, Dong Zhaotian was a rank 8 great being. He was only one step away from becoming a complete rank 9 great being and a half-step desolate supremacy. In addition, he had deliberately made ample preparations and used the 10 million ferocious beasts as bait to lure the primordial porcupine, the primordial tortoise, and the entire all-evil army to the edge of the forbidden land of Rising Sunday. It was not difficult at all. In fact, everything was progressing smoothly. Dong Zhaotian first concealed himself. After restraining the qi and blood in his body, he waited in the void in front of the all-evil army. When the entire army was a certain distance away, he suddenly activated the storage magic treasure in his body and changed the power field of the storage magic treasure. He magnified the vigorous qi and blood of the 10 million ferocious beasts and spread it out. Although it did not last long, only a few breaths, it was enough for the countless ferocious beasts of the all-evil army to sense it. Roar. Screech. In the void in the distance, the primordial porcupine and the primordial tortoise raised their heads and let out an angry roar and a violent howl respectively. Then, their divine sense voices were transmitted, revealing a strong sense of joy and brutality. Over there, to the right and front, there is a large amount of ferocious beasts. The qi and blood are too vigorous. There must be a powerful forbidden land in this direction. I'm afraid its scale is not inferior to the one that was just massacred. Little ones, a new hunt is about to begin. Cheer, full speed ahead, roar. Roar. Screech, screech, screech. Almost in the next moment, the cheers and howls of the ferocious beasts that covered the sky and earth sounded one after another. Under the leadership of the primordial porcupine and the primordial tortoise, the entire all-evil army instantly accelerated. All the ferocious beasts seemed to have been injected with chicken blood as they roared excitedly and set off toward the forbidden land of Rising Sun where the magic hall was located. Roar. Roar. Roar, roar, roar. For 2 whole days, the void was filled with the roars and cries of the ferocious beasts. Under the leadership of the primordial porcupine and primordial tortoise, the entire army of evil sped up in these 2 days. All the ferocious beasts seemed to have been given a shot of adrenaline as they roared excitedly and charged toward the forbidden land of Rising Sun where the magic hall was located. Far in front of them, Dong Zhaotian had been concealing himself. From time to time, he would activate the storage treasure in his body to change the power field of this storage treasure. He would amplify the vigorous aura of the ferocious beasts and spread it out to attract the ferocious beasts behind him. The primordial porcupine and primordial tortoise were not idiots. They had vaguely sensed that something was amiss, but because their cultivation base was too weak compared to Dong Zhaotian's, they were unable to find out the truth in a short period of time no matter how attentive they were. This ignited the flames of anger in their hearts. Almost all the ferocious beasts in the army of evil felt the same way. After 2 days of rapid attacks, all the ferocious beasts' patience had been worn thin. They had been excited for so long, but they had not seen a single prey. However, the dense aura of the ferocious beasts in front of them would occasionally spread out. This made them go crazy. As the ferocious beasts of the stars, the ferocious beasts in the army of evil, including the primordial porcupine and primordial tortoise, were on the verge of going berserk. At this moment, if an army appeared in front of them, whether it was ferocious beasts, humans, or other star races, the army of evil would definitely charge forward and tear it to pieces. At this moment, after 2 days of rapid attacks, the primordial porcupine and primordial tortoise, as well as the army of evil behind them, were only 10 billion miles away from the edge of the forbidden land of Rising Sunday. Whoosh. Whoosh, 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 just 10 billion miles away. The roars of the ferocious beasts of the army of evil were loud enough for the powerhouses in the magic hall in the forbidden land of Rising Sun to hear. At this moment, with the faint sound of breaking through the air, several figures shot out from the edge of the forbidden land of Rising Sunday. For the past 2 years, Yi Xian had been deducing the perfect pill formula for the level 30 Heavenly Path pellet. Half a month ago, he had just completed the terrifying heavenly tribulation triggered by the pill formula. The higher-ups of the 4 armies in the magic hall were all in seclusion and did not come out at all. It was as if the entire magic hall was sealed off from the world. Therefore, the higher-ups in the magic hall were unaware of the happenings in the outside world over the past few days. At this moment, the figures that rushed out of the forbidden land of Rising Sun were the higher-ups of the magic hall who had just been alarmed by the commotion caused by Yi Xian's heavenly tribulation half a month ago and hadn't had the time to enter seclusion again. In his line of sight were the six-headed blood dragon, Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, Li Bei, Elder Sang Ji, and the other survivors. There were also Green Cow, Yu Linglong, Long Xiao, Gong Jun, Black Wind Tiger, Howling Moon Mastiff, Three-Clawed Dragon, Long Shan Tang, Blood Dragon Ancestor, and Green Rock Ancestor. There were also the Blood Dragon Ancestor, Green Rock Ancestor, and the Battle Lion Ancestor. There were a total of more than 1,000 figures, and all of them were at least emperors. They were also the higher-ups of the Magic Hall in the Forbidden Land of Rising Sunday. They were all alarmed by the commotion caused by the commotion 10 billion miles away. At this moment, after the higher-ups of the Devil Halls rushed out of the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun, they immediately looked towards the direction where the evil army was rumbling towards. Their faces were filled with a wisp of dense suspicion that couldn't be dispelled. For the past 2 years, the entire void space of this vast fragment of the universe had been peaceful. The Magic Hall was a powerful force, and it had the Skyriver Sector as its ally. Behind the Skyriver Sector, there was the Skyriver Sector Master, Yi Xian, whose battle strength was not weaker than the Master of the Magic Hall. Under the alliance of these powerful forces, the Magic Hall and the Skyriver Sector had become existences that no one dared to provoke in this fragment of the universe. At least until the powerful beings of the ancestral lands and the desolate venerables of the 5 alliances woke up from their deep slumber and gathered here one after another. Under such circumstances, for the past 2 years, the Magic Hall seemed to have closed itself off from the outside world. All the subordinates of the Magic Hall, from top to bottom, were trying their best to improve their cultivation. 3.1 Quick update. But now, the peace that had persisted for 2 years had been broken. In the distant void of the universe 10 billion kilometers away, there was actually an army of ferocious beasts with extremely violent auras and monstrous baleful auras that were charging over here. There were close to 100 million ferocious beasts in the entire army, and they were all roaring and roaring. They were in a frenzied state, and their auras were bloodthirsty and violent. This was clearly the sign of a new battle in the Forbidden Land of the Rising Sun, but where did this army of ferocious beasts come from? Who gave them the guts to come to the Magic Hall, which had long ruled the world, and behave atrociously at such a time? As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the six-headed blood dragon, Green Ox, Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, Li Bei, and the other higher-ups of the Magic Hall were all dumbfounded. When they turned to look at each other, they were all extremely confused. Then, all kinds of soft exclamations and discussions rang out like a tide. What happened? Where did this army of ferocious beasts come from? It's definitely not the Ferocious Beast Alliance. Those guys definitely don't have such a fierce aura. Although this army of ferocious beasts is not large, only about 100 million of them, every ferocious beast in the army is as if they have just crawled out of the blood sea of hell. Their auras are so violent that it makes one's hair stand on end. What's the use of having a violent aura? Combat power is what gives confidence. The 2 existences at the front of this army of ferocious beasts are clearly only stage 1 mighty figures. They have just entered this realm, but they dare to be so arrogant and bring an army of 100 million ferocious beasts to suppress the Magic Hall. Are these 2 fellows crazy? Eh? These 2 fellows are a starry sky porcupine and a starry sky hairy turtle. This combination seems a little familiar. Have I seen them somewhere before? Let's not care about this. No matter whether we've seen them before or not, since they dare to suppress the Forbidden Land of the Rising Sun, they are the enemies of the Magic Hall. Now that the Demon Master is still in seclusion, there's no need to alarm him. Although the 2 stage 1 mighty figures are more troublesome, the reputation of the Magic Hall is not just for show. That's right. Mobilize all 4 armies and kill all the invading ferocious beasts. These 2 stage 1 mighty figures might not dare to continue acting presumptuously in fear. At this point, the higher-ups of the Magic Hall did not hesitate any longer. They immediately used their divine senses to convey the order for the army to assemble. Boom! Rumble, roar. Violent, 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 almost in the next instant, from the depths of the Forbidden Land of the Rising Sun behind everyone, the rumbling of thunder could be heard. There was also the sound of a large number of ferocious beasts roaring and roaring. The Forbidden Land of the Rising Sun had been peaceful for 2 years. Now that an army of ferocious beasts dared to invade, all the subordinates of the Magic Hall were enraged. The four armies quickly assembled and prepared for battle. Hong. Hong long long, hell. Ruthless ruthless ruthless, deep within the forbidden land of rising sun, the rumbling of thunder resounded, and a large number of ferocious beasts roared and howled, following the orders of the higher-ups of the magic hall, including six-headed blood dragon, green ox, Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei. The four armies of the magic hall were fully assembled. As far as the eye could see, countless battleships, and massive beasts could be seen everywhere in the vast void of the Forbidden Land. Everything was tense but orderly. All the subordinates of the Demon Hall were brimming with fighting spirit. The ferocious beast army was the first to assemble, and with a shocking roar, a huge army of ferocious beasts rushed out from the right side of the Forbidden Land of Rising Sunday. This army of ferocious beasts was made up of ferocious beasts that had been living in the space fragment of this desolate land, including the ferocious beast army of the original space nomadic army and the space beasts of the Forbidden Land of Rising Sunday. The current commanders were Green Ox, Yu Ling Long, Dragon Centipede, Gong Jun, Black Wind Tiger, Howling Moon Mastiff, and a few other emperors of the Forbidden Land of Rising Sunday. There were a total of 40 of them. As for the space beasts of different levels within the army, there were about 100 million of them. At this moment, as the army arrived, Green Ox, Yu Ling Long, and the other higher-ups of the ferocious beast army immediately flew out and stood in front of the army. Hong long long. In less than half an incense's time, the second army arrived, and its aura was extraordinary, causing the space to tremble slightly. This time, it was the remnant army of the four armies of the Magic Hall, and it was made up of the Xianxia tribe and the remnant tribes of the Forbidden Land of Rising Sunday. The commanders of the army were Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, Li Bei, and the other 3 universe knights, as well as the over 20 undying emperors of the Xianxia tribe. The total number of the remnant tribes in the army was also about 100 million, but there were only about 10 million battleships. However, all of them were extremely huge, with a volume of over 300,000 feet. As the army of battleships arrived, the elders of the Xianxia tribe immediately flew up and rushed into their flagship battleships. As for Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei, they stayed behind and stood in the space before the 2 legions. Half an hour later, the last 2 legions of the Magic Hall arrived at the same time, one on the left and one on the right. The size of the legion was even larger, and as far as the eye could see, endless battleships of all kinds stretched as far as the eye could see. These 2 armies were the nomadic army and the captive army under the Magic Hall. The composition of the members of the 2 armies was very mixed. All of them were experts from the 3 main planes of the current universe. There were humans, the second universe, and even some of the servant races from the first universe, as well as experts from the original Wanluo Federation. The current commanders of the nomadic army were the 3-clawed dragon, Long Shan Tang, and the other representatives of the council who had been captured. They had all become universe knights. The number of soldiers in the army was shocking, with a total of more than 1 billion. The battleships were all huge fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters. Originally, there were only 50 million of them, but now, there were more than 100 million of them, covering a large area of space. As for the captive army, although it was only made up of captives from the Blood Dragon, Green Rock, and Battle Lion races, it was the largest army in the Magic Hall. However, their total military strength was the largest among the 4 Demon Hall's armies, numbering more than 20 billion. They had all kinds of battleships and fortresses of various sizes, as well as small fortresses of 50,000 meters in length. The current commanders were Blood Dragon Ancestor, Green Rock Ancestor, and hundreds of undying emperors from the 3 races, as well as a small number of universe knights. Hong long long. At this moment, with the arrival of the 2 battleships, the entire space was in an uproar. More than 1 billion battleships of all kinds started to charge their cannons at the same time. The rumbling sound of thunder shook the space slightly. Within the time it took to eat a meal, the 4 battleships under the command of the Magic Hall had all assembled and arrived at the edge of the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun. They lined up in a row and were ready for battle. In the space opposite them, the all-evil army, which was still close to 10 billion miles away, had rushed forward at an extremely fast speed during this period of time. Now, it was already more than 1 billion miles away. The atmosphere in the space immediately froze, and it was incomparably heavy. An earth-shattering battle in space was about to break out at any moment. One had to admit that, in terms of the scale of the battle, the 4 battleships of the Magic Hall were indeed much larger than the All-Evil Army. The All-Evil Army only had close to 100 million ferocious beasts in total. However, in the 4 battleships of the Magic Hall, which were lined up in a row at the edge of the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun, there were more than 100 million ferocious beasts, more than 10 million gigantic battleships, and more than 100 million fortresses with diameters of more than 100,000 meters. Even the smaller fortresses with diameters of 50,000 meters and the smaller fortresses and star-level battleships with diameters of less than 10,000 meters were more than 1 billion, the ferocious beasts, the battleships of the survivors, and the 2 battleship armies of different levels. Their attack patterns were all different, but their advantages complemented each other. Now that they were lined up in a row and coordinated with each other, their battle power was definitely not to be underestimated. As for the high-end battle power, the higher-ups of the Magic Hall army were far from what they used to be. Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, Li Bei, and the 4 ferocious beasts, as well as Blood Dragon Ancestor and Green Rock Ancestor, were originally only Universe Knights, but now they had all become Universe Masters. Even Green Cow, Yuling Long, Dragon Centipede, Gong Jun, Black Wind Tiger, Howling Moon Mastiff, Three-Clawed Flood Dragon, Long Shan Tang, and the elders of the Xianxia remnant race were originally only Undying Emperors, but now they had all become Universe Knights. With the addition of close to 1,000 Undying Emperors, it could be said that the high-end battle power of these 3 levels was almost negligible compared to the ferocious beast army. Only at the high-end level of the Universe Supreme Beings and the Great Beings of the Primordial Era, the Magic Hall army was still in an awkward position. There was not a single Great Being of the Primordial Era, but the All-Evil Army had Primordial Porcupine and Primordial Hairy Tortoise, 2 Great Beings of the first stage. As for the level of Universe Supreme Beings, the 4 armies of the Magic Hall army only had 6-headed Blood Dragon, who had reached the late stage of this level. However, the All-Evil Army had dozens of ferocious beasts with supreme level battle power, hence, 6-headed Blood Dragon, Green Cow, Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, Li Bei, and the rest of the higher-ups of the Magic Hall army would definitely not give the top-tier battle power of the enemy a chance to make a move. Although the All-Evil Army had 2 Great Beings, they were only at the first stage of this level. In addition, there were dozens of Universe Supreme Masters. Although their combat power was terrifying, their numbers were of little significance in such a large-scale battle in the starry sky. More than 1 billion battleships, big and small, launched their attacks at the same time. Countless battleships roared, and the energy light beams intertwined to form a net. Even the void space of the universe was about to be torn apart, inch by inch. The dozens of Universe Supreme Beings and the 2 Great Beings of the first stage definitely did not dare to recklessly take the attack head-on. They could only retreat temporarily. At this moment, the last to arrive was the Nomadic Army and the Captive Army. The cannons of more than 1 billion battleships of various types had clearly been fully charged. Hell! Hell, 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 screech, the army's camp is not bad. I didn't expect there to be a battleship army from the 3 main planes. It's a pity that there's only one Universe Supreme Being in such a large force, and it's the 6-headed Blood Dragon from the Blood Dragon clan. Since that's the case, all of you will die here today. Little ones, it's time to hunt. Devour all of you. Leave nothing behind. We're pests, we are pests. With the roar of the ferocious beasts, the Primordial Porcupine and the Primordial Hairy Tortoise's voice came out. Through the warship fleet in front of them, they had basically guessed who their opponent was this time, and the strongest person in the front of the opposite camp. Their opponent was clearly a 6-headed Blood Dragon. Hence, Immemorial Porcupine and Immemorial Tortoise were certain that this huge enemy force was most likely related to the top 10 races of the Second Universe. Previously, Yi Xian had been on bad terms with the Blood Dragon, Green Rock, and Battle Lion races. When they were in the origin of All Evil Star Field, Immemorial Porcupine and Immemorial Tortoise led the ferocious beasts in the depths of the origin of all evil to engage in fierce battles with various powers. They had fought many battles with the Blood Dragon clan. Hence, at this moment, old hatred welled up in their hearts, causing their killing intent to become even stronger. They immediately issued the order to annihilate all the enemies. As their godly consciousness transmitted their voices, almost in the next instant, the ferocious beasts in the entire all-evil army roared the battle song of the all-evil army at the same time. Their aura was too brutal, and the degree of their iron-bloodedness was terrifying. In the blink of an eye, this army of ferocious beasts, which was so dense that it was almost impossible to disperse, had once again traveled hundreds of millions of miles and arrived at the four great armies of the Magic Hall, which were arrayed at the edge of the forbidden land of Rising Sunday. In the void space about 300 to 400 million miles away, this was considered to be within the shooting range of the large and small fortresses and the giant star ships. Although the cannons on the stellar-level battleships with a diameter of 3,000 meters and the large and small fortresses with a diameter of 5,000 meters and 10,000 meters couldn't reach this shooting range, the aura of this army of ferocious beasts was too brutal. They couldn't let them get too close. A safe distance. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, a cold light flashed in the eyes of the six-headed blood dragon. The voice of his divine sense was immediately transmitted: ferocious beast army, captive army, stand by. Nomadic army, remnant army, fire the first wave. Boom. Boom. Rumble. As soon as the last word was roared out, an earth-shattering explosion rang out in the void. More than 10 million giant battleships of the remnant army, each with a diameter of more than 100,000 meters, and more than 100 million nomadic army, each with a diameter of more than 100,000 meters. At this moment, all the cannons on the ships were activated at the same time. As they fired, countless energy light pillars whizzed out, weaving into a net in the void. In an instant, the momentum of the army of evil, which was hundreds of millions of miles away, stagnated, and they all dodged, roaring furiously. Xiao, in the depths of the forbidden land of the rising sun, inside Yi Xian's abode star. Rumble. With a wave of his hand, Yi Xian instantly took out the Shenong cauldron. It hung behind the giant peak where the magic hall was located, floating in midair. Then, with a flash of his body, he stepped into the mouth of the cauldron, which was enshrouded in 9-colored fog. After entering the space inside the cauldron, he sat down cross-legged above the central region volcano in the space inside the cauldron. In the past 2 years, he had been deducing the perfect elixir formula of the level 30 Heavenly Path treasure pill. During this process, his state of mind had unknowingly reached perfection. Moreover, he had just experienced a strange and shocking lightning tribulation. Although his physical body had not directly broken through under the baptism of the last terrifying lightning tribulation, he was not far away. This was the best time to take the opportunity to go into seclusion and start a breakthrough. Whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With a wave of his hand, a large number of faint air-breaking sounds could be heard. Rays of light shot out from Yi Xian's body and hovered in front of him. This included the all-evil origin liquid, the 9-colored divine medicine, and various other top-grade cultivation resources. There was even a large canopy of grey chaos herbs. They were the cultivation resources that he had taken out from the undying world in his body to start this breakthrough. Immediately after, Yi Xian activated the power of the Shenong Cauldron's domain and compressed all the cultivation resources to the size of a nascent soul fist. With a wave of his hand, Yi Xian swallowed this nascent soul fist-sized round pearl into his stomach and rapidly dissolved. Whoosh! Rumble. Almost in the next instant, the sound of chains rattling could be heard from his body. All the cultivation resources melted in his mouth and gathered into a majestic river of energy. Accompanied by the sound of thunder, it continued to circulate in the 100 meridians of his body until it was completely refined. When the great river of energy disappeared and completely fused with his soul and body, Yi Xian had only accumulated enough energy to launch a single attack before the shackles snapped. The anticipated system notification soon sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to host for breaking through the realm of the ancient Dongxi mantra. Current realm, 6th Order Primordial God. Ding! Congratulations to host for breaking through the realm of the ancient Dongxi mantra. Current realm, 6th Order Primordial God. 6th Order Primordial God. Before this breakthrough, Yi Xian's original body was at the first level of the primordial era. After activating the power of the ancient demon ape's bloodline in his body, he was able to instantly rise to the 6th level of the primordial era. After using the 9 transformations of the ancient demon ape and reaching the 9th transformation, his battle strength would immediately soar to the 6th Order Primordial God level. Only with the addition of his physical body's boundless qi and blood to his cultivation level, could his true battle strength reach the level of a 7th-rank desolate supremacy. This time, with the arrival of a new breakthrough, Xian would instantly have the strength of a 7th-order primordial god level after activating the ancient demon ape bloodline in his body. Once he used the 9 transformations of the ancient demon ape bloodline power and entered the 9th transformation, his peak battle strength would instantly reach the 7th-order universe supremacy level. If he was in the form of a 60 million miles long fleshly body, the tremendous power of blood essence would add another level to his actual combat prowess. At that time, the strongest battle strength he could display would reach the unprecedented level of a 8th-order desolate master, and he still had the Blood Sea secret technique. If he used the Blood Sea secret technique's power of clones, he could instantly condense 3 Blood Sea clones, all of which had terrifying battle strength comparable to a 8th-order desolate master. In the situation of 3 against 1, even a 9th-order desolate master would be able to fight head-on. Although there was almost no chance of winning, it would not be a loss. However, if he were to use the Fallen Sky Bow and other ultimate abilities and trump cards, even the peak desolate supremacy of the 9th rank, which was the Void Tortoise, who was a half-step heavenly path existence, could be killed by his arrow if it was caught off guard. Just like that, he would fall. These thoughts flashed through Xian's mind. At this moment, he was unprecedentedly agitated. There are only 3 small levels of breakthrough away from the 9th-order Desolate Master level required to consume the level 29 Desolate Master level treasure pill. Muttering softly, Xian suddenly opened his eyes. Deep in the depths of his eyes, there was a flash of light. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. This closed-door training only took 17 days. It's not too long. It must be because of the baptism of the lightning tribulation earlier. I'm not far from the edge of the breakthrough. After calming down, Xian let out a long sigh and murmured softly. Now, ever since he finished refining the level 29 Desolate Supreme Treasure Pill and even successfully deduced the perfect pill formula of the level 30 Heavenly Path Treasure Pill, his heart that had been tense all this time suddenly relaxed by half. Now that he had broken through again, there were only 3 small breakthroughs left before he swallowed a level 29 Desolate Supreme Treasure Pill and officially stepped into the Primordial Supreme Realm. Therefore, his mood could be said to be incomparably happy. However, although 3 small breakthroughs did not sound like much, this was the Primordial Supreme Realm after all, and it was the late stage of this realm. Previously, because of the baptism of the lightning tribulation, he was already close to breaking through, so it would be difficult to easily break through after a short period of closed-door training. If there were no accidents, the last 3 small breakthroughs before swallowing the level 29 Desolate Supreme Treasure Pill would not be achieved in the near future. It was very likely that it was only a small breakthrough, and the time it would take to calculate in years. After all, from the 7th level onwards, one would enter the late stage of the Primordial Supreme Realm. It was far from the middle stage of the Primordial Supreme Realm. Boom. Rumble. Just as Xian was thinking, an earth-shattering roar suddenly came from outside the star, resounding endlessly. Not only was the movement loud, but it also seemed to be endless. It seemed to be coming from the edge of the void outside the rising sun forbidden land. Could it be that the ancestors of the various clans in the Great Five Alliance have descended again, so they have formed a group to invade again? As he frowned and whispered, Xian's eyes flashed with a cold light, and his body was instantly filled with a thick killing intent. This is just right. I can kill some more powerful beasts, and I can go back and refine some more desolate supreme treasure pills. In addition, the perfect pill formula of the level 30 Heavenly Path Treasure Pill has been successfully deduced. Although the refining materials required for the level 30 Heavenly Path Treasure Pill are more complicated than the previous level of treasure pills, the blood essence of the Desolate Supreme is still a necessary item. I hope that this time, there will be a few more powerful beasts of the Primordial Supreme Realm. Swish. Show. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly waved his hand and stored the Farmer God's cauldron into his body. With a shake of his shoulders, his figure instantly disappeared from the spot, at the edge of the forbidden land of rising sun. Boom. Rumble, roar. Roar, screech, as the 6-headed blood dragon gave the order, the more than 10 million battleships of the Magic Hall's remnant army, each with a diameter of more than 300,000 meters, and the large fortresses of the nomadic army, each with a diameter of more than 100,000 meters, instantly moved. At this moment, all the cannons of the two legions were activated at the same time. Countless energy beams whizzed out and interweaved into a net in the void. In an instant, the 100 million ferocious beasts in the army of evil that were hundreds of millions of kilometers away froze in their tracks, and they dodged while roaring furiously. The giant battleships of the remnant army were extremely large, more than 300,000 meters in size. They were about the same size as the superstar fortresses of 1 million meters in diameter that the Human Federation and the Skyriver sector had developed in recent years and had achieved mass production. Under the activation of the power of the domain, even if it was just a single energy beam, it was tens of thousands of feet in diameter. If a small star was hit by it, it would instantly turn into nothingness and turn into ashes. The remnant army had a total of 10 million such giant battleships, each with 10 main cannons. When they fired at the same time, 100 million energy beams whizzed out. The black antimatter energy beams fired by the large fortresses of the nomadic army were only about 30,000 to 40,000 meters in diameter, and each large fortress only had one of these giant main cannons. However, the large fortresses of the nomadic army had the advantage of more than 100 million of them. At this moment, more than 100 million energy beams were fired at the same time, and all of them were terrifyingly powerful black antimatter energy beams. Even if the mighty beings of the Desolation era were hit, although they would not be seriously injured, they would still cry out in pain. Under such circumstances, the roaring all-evil army that was roaring in the void hundreds of millions of kilometers away naturally did not dare to face them head-on. At this moment, with a series of earth-shattering roars and howls, the nearly 100 million ferocious beasts in the all-evil army all moved and dodged. As ferocious beasts in space, this was where they had the most advantage in a large-scale space battle. In the face of the energy beams fired by countless enemy battleships at the same time, it was basically very difficult for a spaceship to dodge. They could only activate void jump or activate their energy shields to resist the energy beams. However, the ferocious beasts were different. They directly exposed their physical bodies to battle in space, so in the face of the interweaving energy beams of the battleships, they were naturally very agile in dodging. Even so, when the first wave of more than 200 million energy beams of the battleship's cannons reached them, many ferocious beasts still failed to dodge in time. It was too dense, and the speed was too fast. Such a result was expected. In a short period of time, hundreds of thousands of ferocious beasts were hit. Although most of them were only injured, more than 200,000 ferocious beasts died because of this. Seeing this scene, the various upper echelons in the Magic Hall's Array Palace were immediately invigorated. This was only the first wave of fire, and it had already caused the invading enemy to panic. It seemed that as long as a few more waves of fire were fired, they would be utterly defeated. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, a cold light flashed in the eyes of the six-headed blood-flood dragon. The voice of his divine sense immediately sounded again, the ferocious beast army, the captive army, still on standby. The nomadic army, the remnant army, all members bombard, the second wave of fire. Boom. Boom. Rumble. As soon as the voice of the divine sense fell, an earth-shattering roar once again sounded in the void. More than 10 million giant battleships of the remnant army, as well as the hundreds of millions of large fortresses in the nomadic army, once again fired hundreds of millions of cannons in unison. More than 200 beams of energy poured out, interweaving into an incomparably dazzling energy light net in the void, whoosh. Almost at the same time, in the cosmic void above the four legions of the forbidden land of rising sun, a faint sound of breaking through the air suddenly came. Under the flash of a dim light, a figure appeared. It was Xianxia in the form of a violent ape. As soon as Xianxia descended, he subconsciously turned his head to look at the void in the distance opposite the forbidden land of rising Sunday. At this moment, an extremely familiar army of ferocious beasts entered his line of sight. There were clearly two figures at the front. They were the primordial porcupine and the primordial tortoise that he had not seen for a long time. Suddenly seeing these two fellows, Xianxia was caught off guard and immediately froze. Then his expression suddenly changed. He rolled his eyes and cursed softly, "A bunch of idiots." Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Originally, Xianxia thought that it would be the Great Five Alliance that would invade this time. He was even prepared to kill a few more powerful beasts of the Desolate era or even the Desolate Supremacy level. However, he never expected that what would appear in front of him at this moment was actually such a scene. The army of evil beasts that had entered the cage star field had actually come out and came to this void fragment of the desolate world. Furthermore, when he was in seclusion, they invaded the forbidden land of rising sun and fought with the 4 legions of the magic hall. What the hell was going on? Xian did not know whether to laugh or cry. However, now was clearly not the time to be depressed and entangled. The battle between the two sides was already in full swing. If he did not stop it, the losses and casualties would only increase. With this thought in mind, Xian immediately sent a voice transmission to the 6-headed blood dragon, asking him to retreat. The 4 legions of the magic hall, as well as all the higher-ups, were to retreat to the forbidden land of rising Sunday. It was not until he heard the voice of his divine sense that the 6-headed blood dragon realized that the demon master had come out of seclusion. He subconsciously turned his head to look and was stunned. Although he was puzzled, he did not dare to disobey. He immediately ordered all the troops to retreat. The order to return to the camp, boom. Rumble, in the void, an earth-shattering roar instantly sounded. The 4 legions moved together. All the beasts, the battleships of the survivors, and all kinds of star ships, without exception, began to retreat in an orderly manner, heading toward the forbidden land of rising sun behind them. Even the higher-ups of the magic hall, such as the 6-headed blood dragon, did not stay any longer after exchanging glances. They all turned around and followed the army back to the base camp. Roar. Roar. In the void hundreds of millions of miles ahead, the nearly 100 million beasts in the entire evil army were still roaring like thunder. The vast void of the universe trembled slightly because of this, and their ferocity was monstrous. This second wave of attacks caused the all-evil army to lose another 200,000 vicious beasts. Although this amount of damage was nothing compared to the army of nearly 100 million, it had been a long time since they had suffered such a loss. Now, the ferocity in their hearts had been ignited. Aroused, all the ferocious beasts only wanted to choose a person to devour. Right at this moment, the primordial porcupine and primordial tortoise raised their heads and let out a few angry roars. They turned their heads and looked over, just in time to witness the scene of the 4 magic hall legions retreating. The 2 old fellows instantly became ferocious, and their eyes burst out with a blazing bloody light that seemed to have materialized. We've only fired 2 volleys in a row, and that's it? Leaving after firing 2 shots? What do you think Grandpa Turtle's and Grandpa Pig's beast army is? Little ones, it's time for a bloody massacre. Kill them all. Don't let a single one of them escape. What are we? We are pests, we are pests. In an instant, along with the angry roars of the primordial porcupine and primordial tortoise, the nearly 100 million beasts in the evil army all roared loudly, roaring the war song of the evil army. The void was horrified, and the ferocious aura was too fierce. Murderous aura soared into the sky. Hearing this war song, Xian, who was in the distance in the void because his figure was only about 10 feet tall and he had deliberately restrained the aura in his body, looked extremely inconspicuous. For a moment, he was not noticed by the primordial porcupine and primordial tortoise at all. He almost fell into the void. After stabilizing his body with great difficulty, when he looked at the 2 old fellows again, the expression on his face was already incomparably strange, revealing a helpless expression. These 2 old fellows were really too good at tormenting people. These 2 old fellows actually came up with such a shocking battle song. When he heard it suddenly, he almost flipped over on the spot. Shaking his head with a wry smile, Xian immediately said through divine sense, "All right, stop tormenting people. We're all family, so who do you want to kill?" Although he was now in the form of the violent star ape, and the primordial porcupine and primordial tortoise could not recognize him, they could still recognize his voice. And the truth was indeed so. As Xian's divine sense voice entered their ears, the 2 old fellows who were about to leap over trembled, and their expressions changed drastically in an instant. Subconsciously, their gazes followed Xian's voice at the same time, and their eyes widened so much that they almost fell out of their sockets. "Stop howling, this Star Master doesn't want to reveal his identity yet." Seeing that the 2 old fellows seemed to be about to speak, Xian immediately said through divine sense again, "If there's anything you want to ask, just use divine sense again. In addition, tell those fellows behind you to stop howling, they're so noisy." "It's really you, kid? Holy shit. You scourge, you're actually still alive. As soon as his voice fell, the primordial porcupine and primordial tortoise's divine sense voice had already been transmitted, revealing a strong sense of surprise that couldn't be dispersed. At the same time, they had obviously also issued orders to the higher-ups of the legions under their command. The nearly 100 million beasts that were roaring in the void behind them all quieted down. Although they were all confused and didn't know what was going on, they were quiet. In the void behind the primordial porcupine and primordial tortoise, they gradually gathered, your cultivation, hiss. Seventh Order Desolate Venerable? This is impossible. In the next moment, the two old fellows' divine sense voice sounded again. They finally noticed Yi Xian's cultivation, and their expressions changed wildly as they gasped at the same time. Although Yi Xian concealed his cultivation, he didn't deliberately do so. Now he was in the 9th state of the 9 changes of the demonic ape, and he just used the Blood Sea secret technique to shrink his body size. The primordial porcupine and primordial tortoise were now first-order mighty figures. Even if they were hundreds of millions of miles away in the void of the universe, they could clearly sense it. It's not that scary. My real cultivation is only 6th-order mighty figure. It's just that I used some kind of bloodline ability to forcibly raise my cultivation by a large realm. Yi Xian casually explained, in addition, my current identity is now the master of the Magic Hall, and the Forbidden Land of Rising behind me is the headquarters of the Magic Hall. The ones who were fighting with you just now were the 4 legions under the Magic Hall, and now I've ordered them to withdraw. By the way, when did the two of you come to this piece of void of the Chaos World fragment? Why haven't I heard anything about you before? In addition, speaking of this, Yi Xian's eyes flashed, and the topic of discussion suddenly changed. What's going on with the battle just now? Why did the two of you suddenly fight? Hearing this, the primordial porcupine and primordial tortoise turned their heads and exchanged a look, and the divine sense voice instantly transmitted, how would we know that you're the boss of this magic hall? It hasn't even been a month since the entire ferocious beast army entered this void. They were originally in another area, but then they were lured here. It seems that there's a mastermind behind this matter. Who did you offend? Someone actually wants to trick you. Someone deliberately lured you here? Hearing this, Yi Xian was surprised, and then his face sank. His eyes were as gloomy as water, and the terrifying divine sense of the 7th Order Desolate Supremacy surged and quickly extended to the surroundings. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website, Dong Zhaotian did not go far. After successfully luring the all-evil army to a void more than 20 billion miles away from the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun, he quietly retreated to the right side of the void. From a distance of 40 to 50 billion miles, he secretly paid attention to the progress of the battle on this side. His mission this time was not as simple as just luring this army of ferocious beasts to the Forbidden Land of Rising Sunday. Although this army of 100 million ferocious beasts was extremely ferocious, it was not enough to cause any substantial trouble to the Magic Hall in the Forbidden Land of Rising Sunday. The commanders of the army were only 2 first-stage supreme beings. As long as the master of the Magic Hall appeared, he would be able to blow them up on the spot. This was exactly what Dong Zhaotian wanted to see. Calculating the time, it had been 2 years since the master of the Magic Hall last appeared. In these 2 years, the 4 armies of the Magic Hall in the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun did not appear much outside. The master of the Magic Hall seemed to have disappeared without a trace and was hibernating in the depths of the Forbidden Land of Rising Sunday. However, according to the news received by the Human Federation, half a month ago, in the void not far from the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun, there was a shocking heavenly tribulation. No one knew who was going through the heavenly tribulation. Today, the Demon Hall had long ruled the world in this fragment of the primordial world. Even the 5 major alliances had been forced to submit 2 years ago, becoming an external force under the Demon Hall. The 4 extremely powerful primordial supreme beings, the Scarlet Unicorn, the 9 Hell Demon Crocodile, the 9-headed Blood Dragon, and the Azure Sky Rock, completely disappeared after the battle 2 years ago and never appeared again. If there were no accidents, they should be hiding in a secluded place, recuperating, or cultivating. In short, the Magic Hall was now the dominant force and no one dared to provoke it. Therefore, in the past 2 years, the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun where the Magic Hall was located was basically the border of the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun, and no external forces or idle starry sky powerhouses dared to set foot in it. In this way, the truth of the shocking lightning tribulation that occurred in this star region more than half a month ago was unknown to the outside world, and they even had no way to guess. However, there was one thing that he was certain of. That lightning tribulation was most likely related to the master of the magic hall. 2 years ago, his cultivation had already reached the sixth order desolate venerable. If this astonishing lightning tribulation was truly because of him, then, the Demon Palace Master's cultivation had most likely already broken through to the sixth order. In other words, it was extremely likely that the Demon Palace Master's cultivation had already broken through to the sixth order. He successfully stepped into the heavenly Tao realm, that was definitely not an existence to be trifled with. Even if all the slumbering bloodline ancestors in the ancestral lands of the various races and forces of the Great Five Alliance were to awaken, they would probably still not be a match for him. If that was the case, they could only give up on the idea of rebellion and submit to him. However, if not, some of the slumbering bloodline ancestors in the ancestral lands of the various races and forces would awaken and descend upon this star region. Then it would be time for the Great Five Alliance to rebel against the Magic Hall and overthrow it in one fell swoop. The reason why Dong Zhaotian stayed behind was to wait for the master of the Magic Hall to appear. He wanted to see what kind of cultivation level the master of the Magic Hall had reached. This goal was completely achievable because the 4 major armies under the Magic Hall were definitely not a match for the 2 first-order powerhouses of the evil army. If the master of the Magic Hall did not make a move, then the 4 major armies under his command would most likely be wiped out. Although it was indeed too dangerous to stay behind to see the true situation of the Demon Hall Master, Dong Zhaotian was confident in his powerful cultivation of the 8th order. Under the circumstances of deliberately concealing his aura, and the distance of 40 to 50 billion kilometers in the void, he just had to be careful. However, it was still quite safe to leave immediately after obtaining the information that he wanted. However, what he didn't expect was that although the master of the Magic Hall had appeared as he expected, what happened next was completely out of his expectations. It was so strange that he couldn't understand it. Both parties were about to start fighting, but at the most crucial moment, the 4 armies of the Demon Palace suddenly stopped. Before he could react, all of them retreated into the Rising Sun Forbidden Land. Immediately after that, even the beast army that was roaring endlessly stopped. They no longer charged forward but gathered behind the 2 almighty beast commanders. Everything was strange. Everyone knew that something must have happened. With this kind of bewilderment, Dong Zhaotian subconsciously extended his divine sense and immediately captured a faint fluctuation of divine sense in the void. At the same time, he finally saw a figure that was only about 3 meters tall and completely unremarkable in the Magic Hall. Master. It was only then that Dong Zhaotian finally realized that this was all because of the master of the Magic Hall. He seemed to be communicating with the 2 almighty beast commanders through divine sense. Furthermore, he was deliberately hiding it. This was clearly not something that could be seen. At this moment, Dong Zhaotian suddenly understood. He had a strong intuition that the master of the Magic Hall and the 2 almighty beast commanders were most likely old acquaintances. They knew each other. Only this could explain everything that had just happened. Thinking of this, his breathing immediately quickened. Although the master of the Magic Hall's cultivation aura wasn't too strong when he appeared, he could vaguely confirm that he wasn't at the heavenly Tao realm. It was most likely that he had only broken through a small realm. He had only attracted the shocking lightning tribulation from before. To Dong Zhaotian, this was the result of his investigation. His mission was considered complete. Moreover, they had received even more shocking news. The Demon Hall Master and the 2 almighty realm ferocious beast commanders in this ferocious beast army were most likely old acquaintances. If that was the case, it would not be long before he could deduce the origin of the Hall Master of the Demon Hall. As these thoughts flashed through Dong Zhaotian's mind, he immediately wanted to leave. He no longer hesitated and had no intention of staying. After withdrawing his extended divine sense, his figure flashed, and he instantly turned into a ray of light as he sped away at full speed. He was heading in the direction of the Human Federation's star sector. Rip, rumble. At this moment, a clear sound of ripping cloth suddenly came from 100 million miles ahead of him. A small crack was torn in the void. Accompanied by the rumbling of thunder, a figure walked out of the crack. It was the master of the magic hall. How dare you do such a thing behind my back? Are the upper echelons of the Human Federation tired of living? Yi Xian guessed Dong Xiaotian's identity the moment he saw him. This guy wasn't a remnant. His body had the aura of the three main dimensions of the universe. This meant that he must be from the Human Federation. The master of the magic hall? Dong Xiaotian's body shook violently. His expression changed drastically as he gasped and exclaimed in shock, "I don't understand what you're saying. I'm just passing by, please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of this book. Do you think I'm retarded?" Bang! Rumble, a cold light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. Before he could finish his words, he had already disappeared from his original spot. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Dong Xiaotian. Without saying a word, he punched out. A shocking explosion was heard. Dong Xiaotian's expression changed drastically once again. He opened his mouth as if he wanted to explain, but before he could say anything, his entire body was hit by a terrifying force. He exploded into a cloud of blood mist and spread out. Whoosh! Yi Xian acted as if he had just done something trivial. With a casual wave of his hand, he gathered the blood mist from Dong Xiaotian's body and compressed it into a blood ball, which he kept into his body. Although he was not a ferocious beast, and the blood mist that exploded from his body could not be used to condense ferocious beast blood essence, it was almost useless to Yi Xian. However, to ferocious beasts, even the flesh and blood of humans were food. After all, Dong Xiaotian was a rank 8 mighty figure. He was only one step away from entering the half-step desolate venerable realm. This blood ball would be of great help to the primordial porcupine and primordial hairy tortoise. This was what he deserved. Previously, he had schemed against the primordial porcupine and primordial hairy tortoise. Now, he had ended up in the stomach of a ferocious beast. Hiss! After doing all of this, Yi Xian waved his hand, and another spatial crack was instantly torn open in the sky above his head. His eyes flashed with a light as he stepped into it, and his figure disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already at the edge of the forbidden land of Rising Sun in front of the army of all evil. Whoosh! With a wave of his hand, the compressed blood ball was sent out by Yi Xian. It shot toward the primordial porcupine and primordial hairy tortoise. At the same time, his voice was heard, "This is the guy. He should be an old monster from the Federation Senate. He has a rank 8 cultivation base. His flesh and blood will be of some benefit to you. Just eat it." He was destroyed so quickly? That's a rank 8 almighty. You killed him instantly with a wave of your hand. You brat, I haven't seen you for a few decades, but you've become so strong. You're a freak. Shock appeared on the faces of the primordial porcupine and the primordial hairy tortoise. They looked at Yi Xian strangely, but didn't hold back. With a wave of the primordial hairy tortoise's hand, the ball of blood that shot out was instantly split into two. The two of them directly opened their mouths and swallowed it. Their spirits were suddenly lifted. Alright, now that we've dealt with this tale, there are no more outsiders within an area of 100 billion kilometers, so there's no need to communicate via divine sense anymore. As he spoke, Yi Xian pointed at the forbidden land of the rising sun and grinned. That is the forbidden land of the rising sun. It is also where the magic hall is located. Now that I am the master of the magic hall, this place will naturally be your headquarters in the future. After that, Yi Xian didn't stay any longer. With a shake of his shoulders, his entire figure instantly turned into a ray of light and blasted away in the blink of an eye. Roar! Screech! Seeing this scene, the primordial porcupine and the primordial hairy tortoise raised their heads and let out a wild roar. The voice of divine sense also instantly spread out, "Little ones, go home." Roar! Roar! In the void behind them, countless star beasts in the army of evil raised their heads and roared wildly, revealing endless joy. Although Yi Xian didn't communicate with them via divine sense just now, and he wasn't in the form of the primordial little demon ape, nor was he in his original human form, they instantly guessed the identity of the starry sky beast just now from the words of the primordial porcupine and the primordial hairy tortoise. The identity of the violent ape. The entire army of vicious beasts was originally led by the primordial porcupine, the primordial hairy tortoise, and the primordial little demon ape. Together with the demonic ape, they were brought out of the source of all evil star field. In the eyes of all the vicious beasts, there were only 3 of them. However, the primordial porcupine and the primordial hairy tortoise had always been with them. Only the primordial little demon ape was not by their side. Now that they were going home, it was enough to explain everything. Rumble. Boom, we are pests, we are pests. Amidst the endless roars, the entire vicious beast army marched forward under the leadership of the primordial porcupine and the primordial hairy tortoise while singing the battle song of the army of evil. Soon, they entered the forbidden land of rising sun. Inside the forbidden land of rising sun, in the void, there was silence. But as far as the eye could see, the scene was extremely majestic, giving people a strong sense of pressure. Although the 4 major armies under the command of the Magic Hall withdrew from the edge of the forbidden land of rising sun under the command of Xianxia, they did not disperse. Now, the 4 major armies were all in the void inside the forbidden land of rising Sunday. Among the 4 major armies, the vicious beast army of more than 100 million star beasts was hibernating on the left side of the starry sky, quiet and silent. Next to them was a giant star ship with a diameter of more than 10 million feet, which was more than 1,000,000 meters. As for the right side, more than 1 billion battleships of the nomadic army and the captive army were spread across the void, so vast that there was no end in sight. And in front of the 4 Magic Hall armies were 6-headed blood dragon, Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, Li Bei, Elder Sang Ji and the other survivors. Along with Green Cow and Yu Ling Long, Dragon Centipede, Gong Jun, Black Wind Tiger, Howling Moon Mastiff, 3-clawed Fled Dragon, Long Shan Tang, Blood Dragon Ancestor, Green Rock Ancestor, as well as the emperors of the 3 races, a vast amount of over 1,000 figures, all of whom were emperors and above, and all of whom were the upper echelons of the Magic Hall. Without exception, they were all gathered here. At this moment, everyone saw Xianxia bring this incomparably ruthless army of vicious beasts into the forbidden area from outside the forbidden area. As for the 2 supreme expert-level beasts in this army of beasts, they were clearly following behind Xianxia. They seemed to be extremely familiar with each other. The expressions on everyone's faces instantly became even more strange. They were completely baffled by Xianxia's order just now, not knowing why it was like this. After all, both sides had already started fighting. The nomadic army and the remnant army had already launched 2 waves of attacks at each other from their hundreds of millions of fortresses and tens of millions of gigantic battleships. Under such circumstances, even if the Demon Hall wanted to stop the battle, the invading army of ferocious beasts would definitely not give up so easily. All the ferocious space beasts in this army were extremely violent and ferocious. They were not easy to fool at all. But now, they had just retreated to the forbidden land of rising sun, and less than half an hour had passed, and the demon master had returned with the entire army of ferocious beasts. He seemed to be enjoying himself. This was simply incomprehensible. Xianxia didn't pay attention to all of this. He turned around and looked at the 6-headed blood dragon and the rest of the upper echelons of the demon palace. He immediately said, "From this moment onwards, they are the 5th army under the demon palace." The 5th army? The all-evil army? The upper echelons of the Magic Hall, including the 6-headed blood dragon, were stunned when they heard this. Then, they were enlightened. Since they were called the all-evil army, they were obviously the vicious beast army that had walked out from the source of all evil star field. They were very close to the Sky River Star Master, Xianxia, so it was no wonder that they were so close to the Magic Hall. In the previous battle, it was clear that the flood had hit the Dragon King Temple. Thinking of this, the 6-headed blood dragon, the green ox, the 3-clawed dragon, Long Shan Tang, and the others looked at each other and shook their heads with bitter smiles. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. This time, the Magic Hall had gained a lot. With the addition of the All-Evil Legion, the original 4 legions of the Magic Hall would become 5 legions from now on. The 5th legion was the All-Evil Legion, and its commanders, Primordial Porcupine and Primordial Turtle, were first-stage supreme beings. Apart from them, there were dozens of Universe Supremes, hundreds of Universe Masters, and 200 to 300 Universe Knights. As for Undying Emperors, there were more than 1,000. It was definitely the most powerful legion among the 5 legions of the Magic Hall. All this made the higher-ups of the Magic Hall, including 6-headed blood dragon and green cow, extremely happy. Because, before this, other than the master of the magic hall, who was extremely powerful, the most powerful being in the magic hall was six-headed blood dragon. However, even he was only a late-stage universe supreme. In the entire magic hall, there was not a single powerful being from the primordial era. Even universe supremes were so few that they could not be brought out. This made six-headed blood dragon and the other higher-ups of the magic hall feel extremely pressured and embarrassed. However, now that everything was finally resolved, they let out a long sigh of relief. The stone that had been weighing on their hearts instantly disappeared. Soon, the higher-ups of the 5 legions were familiar with each other. Xian did not stay there for long. He ordered six-headed blood dragon to arrange a place for the All-Evil Legion to set up camp and assign them a life star. Then, after that, he brought Primordial Porcupine and Primordial Turtle back to the cave-dwelling star. Swoosh, swoosh. Swoosh, after entering the atmosphere of the star, Xian led the 2 old guys directly to the magic hall. After taking a seat, he told them about his experiences over the past few years. He told them about the Hongmeng Star Domain, the Milky Way Star Domain, and the base camp of the Source Nest Star Domain. Xian did not hide anything from them. After all, these 2 old guys were still reliable, so there was no need to hide anything from them. I did not expect you to experience so much over the past few years, even so, he didn't die. He's really lucky. After listening to Xian, the Primordial Porcupine and Primordial Hairy Tortoise immediately sighed. However, these 2 old fellows had always had bad mouths, so their words were not pleasant to the ears. Xian rolled his eyes. While feeling depressed, he suddenly thought of Old Boar, and his spirits were instantly lifted. He turned to look at Primordial Porcupine, and a mysterious smile appeared on his face. Old Boar, if we didn't mention this, I would have almost forgotten that I prepared a huge surprise for you in the Primordial Starfield Source Nest Starfield's base camp. What the hell? The Primordial Porcupine immediately became vigilant. Its eyes flickered with vigilance as it stared at Xian and sized him up. You're smiling so slyly, you're definitely up to no good. Tell me the truth, since it's a surprise, there's no point in saying it out loud. Xian immediately shook his head, and his expression was extremely firm. Don't even think about it. I won't tell you. You'll naturally understand once you get there. Whoosh. Whoosh, as soon as he finished speaking, Xian suddenly waved his hand. In an instant, 2 rays of light shot out and stopped abruptly in front of Primordial Porcupine and Primordial Hairy Tortoise, quietly hovering. The 2 old fellows were startled. They subconsciously extended their divine sense into it. In an instant, their expressions changed drastically as they gasped. The 2 rays of light were 2 storage magic treasures. They contained a large number of cultivation resources, including 9 colored divine medicines and chaos great medicines. However, there was no purple gold treasure medicine. After all, with the cultivation level of these 2 fellows, if it wasn't the best, it really wouldn't be of much use to them. Of course, in addition to these, there was also a level 29 Desolate Sovereign Treasure Pill in each of the 2 storage magic treasures. These 2 fellows were now First Order Almighties. They would need it sooner or later, so it was better to give it to them now. The Great Medicine is a Chaos Great Medicine. Its medicinal effect is better than the 9-colored Divine Medicine. It's best to consume it at the moment of breakthrough. Forget about it during normal cultivation. After nodding his head, Xian continued, as for that medicinal pill, it is a level 29 Desolate Sovereign Treasure Pill. Consume it after reaching the 9th Order Great Perfection. It will allow you to smoothly break through to the Desolate Sovereign Realm in a short period of time. Previously, Xian had only refined a total of 15 level 29 Desolate Sovereign pellets. Such as, today, he gave 1 to Primordial Porcupine and 1 to Primordial Hairy Tortoise. There were only 13 level 29 Desolate Sovereign Treasure Pills left in his hands. Thinking of this, Xian immediately shook his head and smiled bitterly. As for Primordial Porcupine and Primordial Hairy Tortoise, after hearing his words, they were immediately dumbfounded. For a moment, they were completely speechless. It was obvious that they were thunderstruck. He They never expected that after not seeing each other for decades, Xian had already refined a supreme resource like the Desolate Sovereign Treasure Pill that could allow one to break through to the Desolate Sovereign Realm in a short period of time. At this moment, a familiar throbbing came from Xian's body. It was the movement of the Yen Luo, which made his heart skip a beat. A look of surprise appeared on his face. Soon, Primordial Porcupine and Primordial Hairy Tortoise hurriedly left. They had not tasted the 9-colored divine medicine and the chaos great medicine, so they could not wait. After they left, Xian waved his hand and directly took out the Yen Luo. Swoosh! With a faint sound of breaking through the air, Bao Luo whistled out and expanded in the wind. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a pink silk cloth that was 100 feet in size. It slowly rose and fell in the void in front of Xian, revealing an extremely powerful and mysterious aura. Well, the moment Bao Luo was taken out, Corpse Ancestor Ho Qing's voice sounded, revealing a strong sense of joy. Master, we are awake. Before entering hibernation this time, the cultivation of the 7 beautiful cultivators had already reached the 6th stage of the Desolate Era. They were only 3 stages away from the peak of their previous life. Again, before entering hibernation this time, the cultivation resources that Xian provided them were no longer the 9-colored divine medicine, but the chaos great medicine. Its medicinal effect was obviously far superior to the 9-colored divine medicine. It could even be said that there was no comparison at all. They were not on the same level. At that time, Xian was already certain that after ending this hibernation, the 7 girls would definitely step into the peak of the 9th stage of the Desolate Era. However, he did not expect that the 7 girls would wake up again in just over 2 years. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh! Just as his heart was surging, a faint sound of breaking through the air rang out continuously. 7 figures rushed out from the Yen Luo fluttering in the wind in front of him. In the void in front of Xian, there was a row of 7 beautiful cultivators, including Corpse Ancestor Ho Qing, who were in hibernation in the Bao Luo. They were all existences whose names shook the Desolate Era. No matter which one it was, they were all people with outstanding appearances and figures. Greetings, Master. After their figures appeared, the 7 beautiful cultivators smiled and bowed to Xian at the same time. They called out Master softly and laughed continuously. It was obvious that they were in a good mood. And the cultivation aura that emanated from their bodies was just as Xian had guessed. They had reached the peak of the 9th stage of the Desolate Era in his previous life. In other words, half-step desolate supremacy. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile reading website, Whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. With a weak sound of breaking through the air, Xian waved his hand and sent out 7 rays of light. They stopped abruptly in front of Shizhu and Hanba and turned into 7 balls of light. Light in the balls, other than the 9-colored divine medicine and the chaos medicine, there was also a level 29 desolate supreme pill. As a result, there were only 6 level 29 desolate sovereign pellets left in Xian's hands. Other than the one he had, there were at most 5 that he could distribute to his subordinates. It was truly a bit of a case of too many monks and too little porridge. In addition, there were not many 9-colored divine medicine and chaos medicine left. He had to find time to refine a few more batches. In the balls of light, other than the 9-colored divine medicine and the chaos medicine, there is also a level 29 desolate supreme pill. The 7 girls habitually waved their hands and put away the ball of light in front of them. Xian faintly smiled, then continued, now, your cultivations have recovered to the peak of the 9th step of the supreme expert realm from your previous life. The next step is to break through to the desolate sovereign realm. As it is no longer recovering your previous life's cultivation, you will definitely need a level 29 desolate supreme pill, and this matter cannot be rushed. You have just completed a closed-door training. If you rush for quick success, you will not achieve it. It is better to rest for a while and adjust your state of mind. When everything is ready, you can start the breakthrough. Once you succeed, you'll become true primordial sovereigns. Even if you encounter that old geezer Xingbo, you'll definitely be able to protect yourself if the 7 of you work together. So, this might be the last time I'll provide you with cultivation resources. In the future, you will have to rely on yourselves. Thank you, Master. The 7 girls' eyes were filled with tears, and their voices were choked. Thinking back to the time that Xian had accompanied them, their hearts were already filled with emotions. Master, we plan to go out and travel, but we will not go too far. We will walk in the surrounding star fields. Master, can you accompany us all the way? Or, you can send a clone to accompany us. One of the clones said. After lamenting for a while, the 7 girls slowly calmed down and proposed the idea of going out for a walk. This was Xianxia's idea. They had just finished a closed-door training, so they should go out for a walk and stabilize their state of mind. I still have to go into seclusion to make a breakthrough, so I'm afraid I don't have time to accompany you guys for a stroll. Xiao, nodding, Xian suddenly waved his hand as he spoke. In an instant, a ray of light shot out. It was none other than the demon dragon mount. After that, he continued, when traveling outside, it's inconvenient for female cultivators. The demonic dragon imperial chariot is yours to carry. During this period of time, you can use it as a means of transportation. In this way, if I need to contact you, I can send a message through the carriage immediately. After all, this is a primordial treasure that I made myself. With my current level of cultivation, as long as it is in the void of this primordial world fragment, I can sense it at any time. Thank you, Master. When the 7 girls heard this, they were overjoyed and immediately thanked Xian again. Then, they quietly left with the demonic dragon, Xiao. After the 7 girls left, Xian walked out of the magic hall and arrived at the valley behind the giant mountain. This time, he was not going into closed-door training, but to make medicine. He did not have much purple gold medicine, 9-colored godly medicine, and chaos medicine left. Taking advantage of this breakthrough, he was going to make more of these 3 medicines as backup. Rumble. Xiao, Xiao, Xiao. After entering the valley, Xian waved his hand and took out the shrunken Shenong treasured cauldron. Then, with a thought, he took out the remains of 108 primordial creatures from the sealed cave at the bottom of the volcano in the central region of the space inside the cauldron. The remains of these primordial creatures were the main ingredients he was going to use to refine the great medicine. However, at the same time, he also took out a large amount of top-grade precious medicines of all kinds. There were too many to count. The first thing he needed to refine was the chaos medicine. Therefore, the remains of the treasured bodies of primordial creatures he took out were not weak. There were 108 of them, and all of them were at least universe supreme beings. Among them, 18 of them were treasured bodies of ferocious beasts. Similarly, the spring water used to make medicine was also extravagant this time. He took out a mixture of innatine cold liquid and dark furnace lotion as a substitute. Rumble. Rumble, Xiao. After everything was ready, accompanied by the sound of breaking air, all the materials that were floating on one side of the void automatically flew into the cauldron. In the blink of an eye, they melted under the temperature of the 9-colored flame and mixed together. Xiao. Xiao, Xiao, Xiao. After taking a deep breath, Xian's hands danced like butterflies, and obscure runes of different colors and shapes fell from his hands like rain. Straight after entering the Shenong treasured cauldron, the runes covered the sky and covered the earth, densely packed. The refinement of this cauldron of chaos medicine began. At the same time, at the edge of the void of this fragment of the universe, rip, in the originally tranquil space of the universe, the extremely clear sound of ripping suddenly resounded. An enormous black rift was torn open in the horizon, and then a figure flashed out from this rift. It was a ferocious beast, a ferocious lion that was over 10,000 feet in size. Its entire body was as red as blood, and its aura was ferocious. Its aura had reached the 7th order of the Desolate Era. This blood-colored lion was the bloodline ancestor of the Lion clan, which ranked 3rd among the top 10 clans in the Second Universe, the blood-devouring lion. In the desolation at the very beginning of the ancient era, there was a blood-slaughter lion in the camp of the Green Eyes of the Heavens. Its 9 transformation of the Berserk lion was incomparably powerful and had once shone brilliantly in the battle of the Primordial Era. It was a bloodline divine ability called the 9 changes of the Berserk lion. It was no less powerful than the sky-falling bow, the most powerful divine ability of the Desolate Era Xianxia. Every one change could make the body size soar by 10 times, and the strength of one's cultivation increased by 1 level. After 9 changes, the strength of one's cultivation increased by 1 level. Hong, In the early stages of the Desolate Era, even though the Blood Slaughter Lion was only a third-order sovereign, when he executed the 9 changes of the Berserk Lion, even the Void Tortoise, Golden Divine Dragon, and Desolate Ancient Xianxia, who were all at the perfection stage of the 9th-order sovereign realm, were afraid of him. Once they fought, unless they used the Sky-Falling Bow, they were almost no match for him. The Blood-Devouring Lion was the bloodline descendant of the Blood-Devouring Lion. At the end of the Primordial Era War, the Blood-Devouring Lion also belonged to the camp of the Green Eyes of the Heavenly Way. He had fought side by side with the 9-headed Blood-Devouring Dragon and the Azure Sky Rock. After the battle, the 3 of them were seriously injured and went into hibernation to recover from their injuries. Back then, the Blood-Devouring War Lion was the weakest among the 3 of them. The 9-headed Blood Dragon and the Azure Sky Rock were already half-step Desolate Supremes at the peak of rank 9. While the Blood-Devouring War Lion was merely a rank 1. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. But in fact, his actual combat power was the strongest among the 3. There was no doubt about that. Even the 9-headed Blood Dragon and the Azure Sky Rock could not compare to him and could only admit defeat. This was because the bloodline of the Blood-Devouring Lion came from the Blood Ferocious Lion. Slaughter the Blood Ferocious Lion was the same as the Blood Sea Devil Dragon and the Kuan Pung. It was a powerful primordial supreme, and its combat power was extraordinary. It was in existence on the same level as the Void Tortoise, the Golden Divine Dragon, and the Primordial Xianxia. No, like the Blood Sea Devil Dragon and the Kuan Pung, the Blood Ferocious Lion had disappeared before the end of the Primordial War. No one knew whether it was dead or alive. Until now, no one knew whether it was dead or alive. But the Blood Ferocious Lion's 9 changes of the Berserk Lion was continued by its direct descendant, the Blood-Devouring Lion. After countless years of reproduction, the Battle Lion clan of the Second Universe was born. Not long ago, the Blood Dragon clan and the Azure Sky Rock clan's first-generation ancestors, the 9-headed Blood Dragon and the Azure Sky Rock, had successfully broken through to the Primordial Supreme Realm. They left the ancestral land immediately and went to the Primordial World Fragment Void together. But the Battle Lion clan's first-generation ancestor, the Blood-Devouring Lion, stayed behind. In the past 2 years, the Blood-Devouring Lion's injuries from the battle at the end of the Primordial War had finally recovered completely. Moreover, it had improved even more, breaking through to the current Primordial Supreme 6th stage in one fell swoop. Although it was only a 6th stage mighty figure, on the surface, it was inferior to the 9-headed Blood Dragon and the Azure Sky Rock, who were already 1st stage Baron Supremes. In fact, even if the 9-headed Blood Dragon and the Azure Sky Rock joined forces, they were far from being a match for the Blood-Devouring Lion. Since as the first-generation descendant of the Blood Ferocious Lion, who was able to contend with the Golden Divine Dragon, the Void Tortoise, and the Primordial Xianxia, and was the first-generation ancestor of the Battle Lion clan, the Blood-Devouring Lion had obviously completely comprehended the 9 changes of the Berserk Lion bloodline. In other words, as long as he was willing, he could enter the 9th transformation of the Berserk Lion at any time. Under the state of the 9th transformation, the Blood-Devouring War Lion was the same as Xianxia. His cultivation level would increase by a large realm. Now that he was already a 6th rank mighty, once he entered the 9th transformation of the Berserk Lion, he would instantly become a 7th rank Desolate Supremacy. This was a late-stage Desolate Supremacy. Even the current Xianxia's strongest combat power was not comparable to this. It was enough to show how powerful the Blood-Devouring War Lion was, and this time, he clearly didn't come alone. Here at this moment, his body, which was only 100,000 feet tall, rushed out of the spatial rift. Immediately after, all kinds of battleships appeared one after another. Previously, when the 9-headed Blood Flood Dragon and the Cyan Rock left, they had already told the 2 clan leaders in the ancestral land that the Blood Flood Dragon clan, the Cyan Rock clan, and the Warrior Lion clan would migrate together under the leadership of the Blood-Devouring War Lion. This time, when the Blood-Devouring War Lion left the Second Universe and arrived at the void fragment of the Chaos Land, other than himself, all the members of the Blood Flood Dragon clan, the Cyan Rock clan, and the Warrior Lion clan were all mobilized to migrate. In the ancestral land of the 3 clans, there were still some bloodline ancestors whose cultivation levels ranged from the Universe Supreme level to the Primordial Supreme level and even the Primordial Supreme level who were in deep sleep. But this time, these hibernating higher-ups of the three clans were also kept in a special storage treasure and migrated together. Hong. Hong long long, the earth-shattering roar continued to resound and did not stop for even a moment. Here at this time, the blood-devouring war lion had already retreated hundreds of millions of miles away. Its body was suspended in the void space. Its expression was calm, but there was a dim light in its eyes. Obviously, it was not in a hurry. It was quietly waiting for the armies of the three clans to gather behind it. All of this lasted for 3 whole days. During this process, the spatial rift that was torn open slowly closed several times. However, every time, the blood-devouring war lion would attack and tear it open again. After 3 days, no more battleships rushed out from the huge spatial rift and it began to close slowly. But, in the universe void space in front of the spatial rift, there were already 3 enormous battleship armies gathered. The 3 armies were gathered in clans. They belonged to the Blood Flood Dragon clan, the Green Rock clan, and the Battle Lion clan. Among the major clans and powers of the 3 main planes of the universe, these 3 clans were the only ones who had migrated to this fragment of the universe. From now on, the second plane of the universe, and even the 3 main planes of the universe, had nothing to do with them. Since the clans had migrated, everything in the past would become history. To these 3 clans, such a decision was tantamount to cutting off all means of retreat. If they did not succeed, they would die trying. If they were unable to gain a foothold in this primordial world fragment, the Blood Flood Dragon clan, the Green Rock clan, and the Battle Lion clan would most likely completely decline, drifting everywhere like rootless duckweed. Because of this, all the clansmen of the 3 clans were filled with the solemn and heroic feeling of a hero severing his arm, and when all of this converged together, it imperceptibly transformed into an indescribably solemn aura that suppressed the entire expanse of space. As far as the eye could see, each of the 3 armies had more than 5 billion battleships of various types. Combined, the total number of battleships was close to 20 billion. They were spread out in the void, and there was no end to them at all. In terms of high-end battle strength, aside from the blood-devouring war lion, there were 7 or 8 figures in front of each of the 3 battleship armies. All of them were powerful figures of the primordial era and above. Plus together, the Blood Flood Dragon clan, the Green Rock clan, and the Battle Lion clan had already awakened and migrated here. There were a total of 25 powerful figures of the primordial era. This, although the 25 powerful figures of the 3 clans had not reached the supreme master of the primordial era, it was not impossible for them to have the battle strength of a desolate master for a short period of time if they used some kind of secret bloodline technique at all costs. 2. 10 billion battleships, 25 powerful figures of the primordial era, and the blood-devouring war lion, whose strongest battle strength could reach the 7th rank desolate master realm. The battle strength of this newly arrived army was absolutely shocking and incomparably powerful. Roar! The blood-devouring war lion looked up and let out a shocking roar as it scanned the 3 armies gathered in the void space ahead. At the same time, it activated a secret technique that only it, the 9-headed blood flood dragon, and the green sky rock knew. Through this secret technique, the blood-devouring war lion could keenly sense the divine sense imprint left by the 9-headed blood flood dragon and the green sky rock even from a long distance away. The 3 old fellows had fought side by side since the end of the primordial era. In this aspect, they had a tacit understanding. Roar! Soon, as the secret technique was activated, the blood-devouring war lion immediately sensed it and let out a roar. Its body turned into a ray of light and shot toward the void space on the right side. Boom! 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 In an instant, an earth-shattering roar filled the air. The battleships of the 3 clans behind all activated their kinetic energy cabins and followed the blood-devouring war lion as they sped forward. In this direction, they were heading straight for the Star Alliance's star sector. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version website. The Star Alliance was made up of the races of the Second Universe, one of the 3 main planes of the universe. Among the top 10 races of the Second Universe, the Dark Turtle clan had always been a lone wolf. After entering the void fragment of the universe, they broke away from the other races of the Second Universe and joined the Milky Way sector. Therefore, in fact, there were only 9 of the top 10 races in the Star Alliance. They were the Blood Dragon Clan, the Green Rock Clan, the Warrior Lion Clan, the Xianxia Clan, the Raging Bull Clan, the Golden Eagle Clan, the Colorful Python Clan, the Greedy Wolf Clan, and the Tree Spirit Clan. This, the Blood Dragon Clan, the Green Rock Clan, and the Warrior Lion Clan, which were the top 3 of the top 10 races, had all been captured and became captives of the Magic Hall. They had always thought that the 9-headed Blood Dragon Clan and the Xianxia Rock Clan were the only commanders in the Star Alliance. As for the other 3 races, although they would come later, there was no sign of them. Now, after the last battle against the Magic Hall, the 9-headed Blood Dragon Clan and the Xianxia Rock Clan were nowhere to be seen. The entire Star Alliance only had a few Universe Supreme Beings to keep up appearances. Their days were extremely awkward, and they had to tuck their tails between their legs and behave themselves. During this period of time, the races of the second universe of the Star Alliance had been holed up in the star sector that the Alliance occupied. Almost no one dared to leave the star sector and show themselves outside. If they ran into the subordinates of the Magic Hall, they would definitely be bullied and could only swallow their anger. There was no need for that. The 6 Universe Supreme Beings of the Xianxia Clan, the Raging Bull Clan, the Golden Eagle Clan, the Colorful Python Clan, the Greedy Wolf Clan, and the Tree Spirit Clan were gathered in the palace of the Alliance headquarters. Since, after being forced to submit to the Magic Hall, the frequency of these meetings had become less and less. Previously, they had only met once every 3 to 5 days. After, they only met once every 10 days. Now, the 6 Universe Supreme Beings only came once a month to gather in the palace of the Alliance headquarters. The committee, it's too awkward to meet, and no matter how much we discuss, it's pointless. That's why this situation is so natural. Alas, it's been 2 years. What a cowardly life. The voice belonged to a middle-aged man in a silver robe. Of course, this was his human form. Basically, every race in the second universe had the bloodline of a dire beast, but it was more convenient for them to transform into humans. This is the middle-aged man in the silver robe was named Ji Tao, and he was an elder of the Xianxia clan. He was at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Universe Supreme realm. Among the 6 Universe Supremes present, he was the most powerful. With the 9-headed Bloodrakes and the Azure Rock in seclusion, the entire Star Alliance was under his control. But just as he said, Ji Tao's life has not been easy. Ever since the Big Five Alliance was forced to submit to the Magic Hall, their lives have been extremely miserable. Even he, a 9th Order Universe Supreme and a half-step Supreme being at the pinnacle of the Alliance, could only hole up in the star sector occupied by the Alliance. Normally, he wouldn't even dare to go out. It's so depressing that it makes one speechless. Counting the time, the army of our races left in the second universe will be here soon. He sighed. After a sigh, the Universe Supreme of the Barbarian Bull Clan took over the conversation and said with anticipation, "This will be the last batch of battle power of our races to arrive. All the races will migrate one after another, including the bloodline ancestor who is still sleeping in the ancestral land. Let's not talk about the others. Just my Barbarian Bull Clan alone has 1 Primordial Ancient Supreme and more than 10 Primordial Ancient Supreme Beings. Basically, the top 10 races in the second universe are all like this. All of them have bloodline ancestors at the level of Primordial Ancient Supreme." Not bad. When the Barbarian Bull Clan ancestor finished speaking, the Universe Supreme of the Colored Python Clan took over the conversation, and a cold light flashed in his eyes from time to time. Even his tone was extremely cold. "Let's not talk about the Dark Turtle Clan. There are 9 of the top 10 races in the second universe. Among the 9 races, there are Primordial Ancient Supreme Beings in hibernation. Previously, the ancestors didn't know the situation, so they didn't wake up easily, but now, it's different. Which of our races doesn't have a long history? Now that we've formed an alliance, we're being suppressed by the Magic Hall of the Raging Ape. Even if we can tolerate this grievance, the bloodline ancestors in our races who are still in hibernation won't be able to tolerate it." That's what it should be. The Universe Supreme of the Greedy Wolf Clan was excited to hear this, and a fierce aura burst out of his body. He gritted his teeth and said, "It's about time. We just need to wait for the last batch of our army to arrive in the space fragment of the ancient universe. Then, we'll definitely wake up the ancestors in our races." Humph. Although that violent ape is powerful, with just its own strength, It can already fight against the 4 powerful desolate supremes, the Blood Qilin, the 9 Demon Crocodile, the 9-headed Blood Dragon and the Azure Sky Rock, and that Sky River Star Master Yixian. I don't know what kind of luck he has. In just a few decades, his combat power has increased to such a terrifying level, and he's even colluding with the Master of the Magic Hall. However, even if the two of them were to join forces, they would at most be able to deal with 8 primordial sovereigns, or even fewer. After all, the Heavenly River Star Lord, Yixian, doesn't have the secret blood technique of the Demon Palace Master, so he can condense 2 Blood Sea clones with the same battle prowess. Under such circumstances, we only need to wake up at least 5 barbarian saints. Then, with the help of 9 Phantom Demon Crocodile and Bloody Unicorn, we'll be able to crush the high-end combat power of the Magic Hall. This is our only hope. Beside him, the tree spirit ancestor nodded, and this time, there won't be any more accidents. Don't forget, other than our Star Alliance, the other alliances also have their own primordial ancient supreme beings, and even the supreme primordial ancient supreme is still in hibernation. We're not the only ones who want to get out of the Demon Hall. The other 4 alliances won't stay out of this either. This time, the Demon Hall will definitely be annihilated. It's only a matter of time before this day comes. Boom. Rumble. His words made everyone present nod repeatedly. The haze that originally shrouded their hearts seemed to have dissipated by quite a bit. The expressions on everyone's faces became much better, and their eyes revealed the light of hope. Suddenly, without warning, an earth-shattering rumble erupted from the atmosphere of the planet where the Star Alliance's headquarters was located. Their auras were too shocking. Even the entire planet beneath their feet trembled slightly. Just by releasing their suppressive auras and not officially launching an attack, it was already so shocking. The existences that suddenly descended from outside the planet were definitely at the level of a desolate supremacy. Brain as these thoughts flashed through their minds, Ji Tao and the others' faces suddenly changed. Their bodies shook violently, and they stood up in shock, gasping in horror. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of this book. Hong Long Long. Outside the atmosphere of the star where the headquarters of the Star Alliance was located, an earth-shattering rumble could be heard without any warning. The power was too shocking, even the entire star under their feet trembled slightly. Ji Tao and the other 5 Universe Supremes who were in the middle of a discussion suddenly changed their expressions. Their bodies trembled violently as they stood up in shock, exclaiming softly, "A desolate master? Not good, it must be the master of the Magic Hall. We're done for, we're done for. We were too arrogant. We actually thought that by hiding in our own nest, we could talk about a powerful desolate venerable. From the looks of it now, we were clearly discovered by him and he came in anger, with the temper of that raging ape. I'm afraid he won't let us off easily. We were too careless and forgot our place for a moment, inviting a fatal disaster. Everyone, should we escape immediately, or should we go out and admit our mistakes and beg for mercy? Where there's life, there's hope. From what I see, we should go out and admit our mistakes to the Demon Master. He's a magnanimous person, he won't be too calculated with ants like us. At most, he'll punish us, and we'll just grit our teeth and bear with it. Alright. Hong Long Long, a bunch of trash, listen to what you're saying? With such virtue, such cowardice, do you still deserve to be the elders of the top 10 races? Where's the Blood Dragon? Where's the Green Rock? Where are they? Why did you leave them alone? Hell, without waiting for Ji Tao and the others to finish their words, outside the atmosphere of the star, another rumble could be heard, accompanied by angry roars and roars. This was clearly the sound of the blood-devouring war lion, the elder of the war lion race. That's right, it must be him. Damn it, we made a mistake. What a disgrace. The one who came is not that raging ape, but the elder of the war lion race. He's as famous as the 9-headed blood dragon and the Cyan Sky Rock. Another powerful desolate supremacy has descended? I wonder if the army of the tree spirit race has come along with the war lion race. Fellow Taoists, we've been stifled for so long. The days of vexation are finally here. Our Star Alliance will soon be able to hold our heads high. Let's go out and welcome Patriarch War Lion. From the sound of his divine sense just now, it seems like he's not close yet. He's most likely just arrived at the edge of the star field. Roar. roar, roar, roar. At the end of their speech, all 6 of them looked agitated. They leaped into the air and dashed out of the great hall of the headquarters of the Star Alliance. Around them, several Universe Knights and Universe Masters came forward to greet them. They followed them as they made their way toward the star sector controlled by the Star Alliance. At the edge of the cliff, he sped away. After a short while, the 6 of them led the elite troops behind them and rushed to the edge of the star field. Outside of the Star Alliance's territory, 3 massive fleets were rumbling toward them. Each of the fleets had more than 5 billion warships of all types and types. The total number of warships in the 3 fleets was close to 20 billion. They were spread out in the void space, and there was no end in sight. In terms of high-end combat power, aside from the blood-devouring war lion, there were still 7 or 8 figures in front of the fleets. All of them were at least as powerful as the primordial era. This time, the blood dragon, the green rock, and the war lion race had awakened and migrated to the star field. There were a total of 25 powerful beings from the primordial era, and all of them were in front of the 3 fleets. Although there were only 25 powerful beings from the primordial era, and their combat power had yet to reach the level of a primordial era supreme, it was not impossible for them to have the combat power of a desolate master for a short period of time if they performed some kind of bloodline technique at all costs. However, the combat power of a desolate master was obviously not comparable to that of a primordial era supreme. It was basically equivalent to a half-step desolate master. The scene was too shocking. 20 billion warships, 25 powerful beings from the primordial era, and the blood-devouring war lion, whose combat power could reach the 7th-rank desolate master, the entire army spread out in the void, and stretched as far as the eyes could see. The overall strength of this army was absolutely shocking. It was incomparably powerful, and made Ji Tao and the others tremble slightly. They were really too excited, roar. At this time, as the 3 fleets gathered in the void space in front of them, the blood-devouring war lion, who had maintained a distance of 10,000 feet, raised its head and let out an earth-shattering roar. At the same time, the blood-devouring war lion's voice rumbled through, frightening Ji Tao and the rest of the Star Alliance's higher-ups and experts. "A bunch of trash, what did you just say? Where is the blood dragon? Where is the green rock? Where are they? Why did you ignore this? You are a disgrace to the top 10 clans." Roar. At the end of the sentence, the blood-devouring war lion roared again, his anger soaring to the sky. Compared to the 9-headed blood dragon and the azure sky rock, his temper was the most violent. The words he heard just now were unbearable, and he was already infuriated. After roaring violently, he immediately continued, "Where is the violent ape that you mentioned just now? What bullshit T master of the magic hall, I will go and destroy him immediately." Hearing this, Ji Tao and the others trembled in fear. Their expressions changed drastically, and they immediately tried to persuade the blood-devouring war lion ancestor, "We should consider this matter at length. Yes, 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 that violent ape is too strong. The blood unicorn, the 9-headed demon crocodile, the 9-headed demon ancestor, and the azure rock ancestor were not his match even when they joined forces. They have already been defeated twice by him, there is no way they can contend against him. It's not only the master of the magic hall, but the Sky River Star Master, Xianxia, is also a supreme primordial. His battle strength is not weaker than the violent apes. With the 2 of them joining forces, they are now ruling over the Chaos Fragment. It's not only the Star Alliance formed by the clans of the Second Universe, but also the Myriad Race Alliance formed by the slave clans of the First Universe, the Human Race Federation formed by the 2 human camps and the original Thousand Luo Federation's Senate. As well as the Ferocious Beast Alliance and the Survivors Alliance that originally existed in this fragment of space, all 5 alliances have now submitted to the Magic Hall. Even if the 5 alliances join forces, the 4th Supreme Primordial and the 12th Supreme Primordial are not Magic Hall's opponents. That's right, both the Violent Ape and the Sky River Star Master, Xianxia, are too strong. Now, the other Desolate Supremes have not yet arrived, and the 9-headed demon ancestor and the azure rock ancestor are still recovering in seclusion. The matter of overturning the Magic Hall can only be considered at length. Consider. Blood-devouring war lion ancestor, please calm down for now. This is a serious matter, so please don't be rash. Impulse is the devil, what? Even the combined forces of the blood dragon, the green roc, the blood unicorn, and the nine-headed demon crocodile are not a match for that violent ape? Could it be that he is at the peak of the 9th rank? These words caused the blood-devouring war lion's expression to change drastically. It raised its head and let out a shocking roar. Please remember the domain name of this book. The mobile version of this book. Up in the air, Ji Tao and the other leaders of the Star Alliance looked at each other. Bitter smiles appeared on their faces, then they sighed. Finally, one after another, they began to speak. Of course not. But that ape possesses the Blood Sea secret art. Xianxia muttered to himself. Once he uses it, he can form 3 Blood Sea avatars in an instant. Each one has the same combat strength, and he is now a late-stage 7th stage Baron Master. In this way, once the violent ape uses the Blood Sea secret technique, it is equivalent to splitting into 3, becoming 3 late-stage desolate venerables of the 7th order. What is even more outrageous is that this secret technique seems to have been completely comprehended by him, and he has not been able to use it in 2 consecutive battles. At the very least, even if the 9-headed ancestor Green Roc, the Blood Qilin, and the 9 Hell Devil Alligator worked together, they would never be able to force him to the end of the secret technique's time limit. Every time Bao Yuan's 3 Blood Sea clones were still breathing fiercely, the 4 of them would be beaten up. They ran away. When he spoke up to hear, Ji Tao and the others turned their heads once more and exchanged glances with each other. After that, they didn't make another sound, and their faces revealed aggrieved and indignant expressions as they shook their heads and sighed without end. A late-stage 7th stage Baron Master? This kind of strength is not weak, but it's only on par with me. And I haven't heard of him in the primordial age. He must have cultivated to this level in later generations. Since he's a late-stage Baron Master, he naturally doesn't have the primordial fortune from the beginning of heaven and earth. This causes him to be congenitally weak. Even if his strength is on par with mine, I can definitely kill him under normal circumstances. At this time, the blood-devouring war lion had also calmed down, and a proud expression appeared on its face. It nodded and said, however, that's only under normal circumstances. Since Bao Yuan has the Blood Sea secret technique, it's not fair. Although I'm not afraid of him, I have to admit that if all 3 Blood Sea avatars were to attack at the same time, I wouldn't be a match for Bao Yuan alone. In that case, I can't be too impulsive. That's tantamount to giving Bao Yuan a chance to defeat us one by one. That would be too easy for him. However, this kind of method is no different from cheating. I'm really shameless. When the blood-devouring war lion said those words, its face was filled with pride and righteousness. He made it sound as though although his strongest battle power could reach the 7th rank desolate venerable realm, it was not achieved by using a secret technique. Across from them, Ji Tao and the other Star Alliance leaders exchanged glances. The corners of their mouths twitched as they realized what had happened. They were embarrassed. Roar. Since that's the case, why don't you first lead the 3 clans' army into the star field and distribute the life stars and settle them down first? After raising its head and roaring, the blood-devouring war lion turned around and shot towards the void to the right. Its figure disappeared in the blink of an eye, but its voice still echoed in the void. As for this senior, I'll go find the 9-headed beast and the azure pung first. These fellows must have been waiting for this moment for quite some time. Boom. Rumble. As the blood-devouring war lion left, the countless battleships of the 3 clans, which had been hovering in the void, once again opened their kinetic engines. Amidst the thunderous rumbles, they slowly made their way towards the star field occupied by the Star Alliance. With the addition of 20 billion battleships, the Star Alliance's combat power had increased tremendously. Besides the blood-devouring war lion, the 3 battleships alone had 25 powerful beings from the primordial era in front of them, including universe supreme beings. There were more than 100 supreme beings, all of whom were as strong as Ji Tao and the other Star Alliance leaders. Besides, the 3 battleships also had powerful beings from the Blood Dragon, the Azure Pung, and the War Lion race who were still in hibernation. There were even desolate venerables. The Star Alliance did not dare to be careless. At the same time, on the other side of the Chaos Fragment, on the left side of the vast star field occupied by the alliance of 10,000 races, for the past 2 years, the leaders of the former slaves of the first universe in the alliance, like the Star Alliance, had not dared to show their faces outside. The Magic Hall was the dominant force in this part of the world. They were powerless to resist. Even if they encountered the wandering battleships of the Magic Hall, they could only avoid them and take a detour, rip. At the edge of the star field, there was a sudden and clear sound of ripping silk. The sound was loud and clear. When one looked closely, one could see a gigantic crack in the void of the universe. It spanned over 1,000 miles from top to bottom and had a diameter of over 100 miles. It was also 100 miles wide, and it was like a vertical eye in the void, causing people to feel a sense of horror. Boom. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Almost in the next instant, a thunderous rumble came from the spatial crack. It continued without end, causing one's heart to tremble. The spatial crack that suddenly appeared also began to expand in all directions from this moment on, although its speed was very slow. However, it continued to expand without stopping for a moment. It was as if a small hole had been torn open in the void, and an invisible force was spreading out from the inside of this small hole, making it bigger and bigger. It was extremely strange, and the commotion was not small at all. Not far away was the alliance of 10,000 races formed by the races of the first universe. Now that such a change had happened near the star sector, a large number of battleships and high-level members of the alliance rushed out from the star sector occupied by the alliance of 10,000 races. More and more experts and battleships gathered, and this void crack, which was originally only 1,000 miles long and 100 miles in diameter, kept expanding with low rumbling sounds. Time passed slowly, and after half a day, the void crack that was originally 1,000 miles long had become a huge black hole. It was oval-shaped and about 1,000,000 miles in diameter. It was like a star that had appeared in that remote star area, causing tens of thousands of people to fall. The crack in the void where the army of evil had arrived was exactly the same as the one in the star field. Moreover, this huge black hole that had just been formed was obviously not as simple as an ordinary black hole. The aura emitted from the black hole vaguely revealed the strong aura of a plane-level space wormhole. At this moment, the continuous low rumble finally disappeared. At this time, in the cosmic void not far from the black hole, the experts from the alliance of 10,000 races had already surrounded it. Everyone had a look of horror on their faces, but they did not make a sound. The entire void had completely fallen into a dead silence. Boom. Rumble, roar. Roar. The dead silence in the void did not last long. In less than half a meal's time, from the depths of this huge mysterious black hole, there was an earth-shattering rumble of thunder. There were also endless roars of beasts. Their auras were very powerful, as if they were all ancient mighty figures. There was even the aura of desolate supremacy mixed in. Every roar of the beasts revealed endless joy. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Hong, hong, long, long, howl, 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 howl. There was a dead silence in the void space, but it didn't last for long. After about half a meal, from the depths of this mysterious black hole that suddenly descended and condensed, there were earth-shattering rumbling sounds of thunder coming out. In addition to the thunder, there were endless roars of beasts. Although they couldn't see their figures, the auras coming from the black hole were very powerful, as if they were all great beings from the primordial era. There was even the auras of desolate masters mixed in, and there were quite a few of them. However, the strange thing was that every roar that came out of the giant black hole seemed to be filled with endless joy. All of this was too unexpected and inexplicable. Not far away in the void space, countless great beings from the Myriad Races Alliance who had just come out of the base camp were stunned. All of them looked surprised and doubtful. They turned to look at each other, and there was suspicion in their eyes. The Myriad Races Alliance was formed by the original slave races of the first universe. As for the most powerful forces, they were the Bloody Unicorn and the 9-Phantom Demon Alligator. However, these two powerful primordial supreme beings had disappeared after the battle in the Magic Hall 2 years ago. No one knew where they were hiding to find a place to recover and cultivate. They didn't return to the Myriad Races Alliance. Because they had nothing to do with the slave races of the first universe to begin with, and after this unforeseen event, they had abandoned the Myriad Races Alliance. Therefore, from a certain point of view, the Myriad Races Alliance, the Blood Kirin, and the 9U Demon Crocodile were basically separated. It didn't matter. The Myriad Races Alliance was in the same situation as the Star Alliance. The most powerful beings in the base camp of the Myriad Races Alliance weren't even great beings from the primordial era. They were only Universe Supreme beings. In terms of numbers, there were now more than 20 Universe Supreme beings in the Myriad Races Alliance, and most of them were at the initial stage of this level. Only a few races, such as the Giant Ferocious race, the Hell Ant race, and the Space Rat race, had a few 7th level or 8th level Universe Supreme beings. A late-stage Supreme being. Now, these 20 Universe Supreme beings were all here, but they didn't dare to get too close. They were hundreds of millions of miles away from the giant black hole that suddenly formed. Their eyes were filled with suspicion as they watched everything with rapt attention. Hong, long, hell. Roar. Within the black hole, the earth-shattering roars continued without stopping for even a moment. Moreover, it was filled with a sense of welcome. This scene continued for about half an incense stick of time. The roars coming from the black hole became clearer and clearer. It was as if a large number of powerful existences were rushing out from the depths of the black hole, getting closer and closer. Suddenly, a figure rushed out of the black hole. It was huge, and its body was filled with an incomparably dense aura of a mighty figure. Moreover, it was not an ordinary early-stage mighty figure. This figure was actually at the peak of the late-stage 9th stage Great Perfection realm, which was half a step. Venerable Bu Huang, what was even more surprising was that this half-step desolate supremacy was clearly a gigantic spatial rat. 7th forefather? You've awoken from your slumber? The surprise came too quickly. In the void space far away from the giant black hole, the late-stage Universe Supreme Elder of the Space Mouse clan was stunned at first, then he cried out involuntarily. There was a strong sense of ecstasy in his words that could not be dispersed. Screech, hell. Almost in the next moment, without waiting for the late-stage Universe Supreme Elder of the Space Mouse clan to finish his words, more than 20 figures rushed out of the mysterious black hole hundreds of millions of miles away along with violent roars and howls. These figures, there were both ferocious beasts, hell ants, and all kinds of space beasts of different races, but without exception, they were all ancestors of the slave races of the first universe. In just a short time, a total of 24 figures rushed out of the mysterious giant black hole, including the space mouse at the beginning. Without exception, all of them were late-stage mighty figures. Ancestor. Hiss. What did I see? The 5th-generation ancestor of my slime clan has awoken from his slumber and descended. More than 20 ancestors of various races, all of whom are late-stage or even pinnacle mighty figures. This is clearly the rhythm of the prosperity of the various races. Our alliance is finally rising. As these 24 figures rushed out of the mysterious giant black hole one after another, the expressions of the great beings and the upper echelons of the various races of the alliance, who were hundreds of millions of miles away, changed again and again. Finally, it turned into an earth-shattering sound. The sound of exclamations filled the air. Because of this, the entire expanse of the void was thoroughly boiling. Hong. Rumble. Everything did not end there. As the 24 almighty patriarchs of the various races in the first universe descended, after a short period of silence in the giant black hole behind them, in just half an incense stick's worth of time, sounds came again in an instant. The rumbling sound of thunder was earth-shattering, and it was even louder than when the 24 great beings of the various races had arrived. Hiss, what's going on? Could it be that more ancestors of the various races have arrived? Judging from the sound, it seems to be the rumbling sound of battleships. Could it be that the ancestors did not come alone? Have all the clansmen left in the ancestral land of the first universe migrated here? It seems that the commotion is not small. At least tens of billions of battleships are rumbling here. Even if not all the races of the first universe migrated here, I'm afraid that at least half of the forces, or half of the races, have arrived. Xiao, xiao. Xiao. Along with the cries of surprise, a large number of battleships rushed out of the giant black hole. There were all kinds of battleships, and most of them were 5,000 meters and 10,000 meters in diameter. There were also quite a few of them that were 50,000 meters and 100,000 meters in diameter. This scene lasted for 2 full days. During these 2 days, a large number of battleships, fortresses, and fortresses of various types had been rushing out of the mysterious giant black hole without stopping for a moment. At first, the high-level officials of the various races of the Alliance of the 10,000 Races cheered excitedly, but later, they gradually became numb and ordered the army to retreat, because the vast void hundreds of millions of miles ahead of them was full of battleships and troops of various races. Half a day later, the mysterious giant black hole gradually came to a stop. No more battleships rushed out. At this moment, as far as the eye could see, the total number of battleships gathered in the void had actually reached a total of 350,000 battleships. There were around 40 billion ships, a terrifying number. Roar. Screech, roar. When the higher-ups of the Alliance thought that it was over, another 4 earth-shaking roars drifted from the depth of the mysterious black hole. Their chi was so powerful that it made people's hearts tremble. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website, Roar. Screech, roar. An earth-shattering roar sounded, and from the depths of the giant black hole in front of them, 4 figures rushed out. These 4 figures were not very large. Obviously, they had not fully displayed their bloodline true body, and were only about 10,000 feet tall. However, the cultivation aura emitted from their bodies was extremely powerful. They were all in the Supreme Desolation realm, and they had reached the mid-stage of this realm. All of them were at the 4th Order Supreme Desolation realm, a space rat, a hell ant, a giant ferocious, and a purple-gold evil spirit slime. This time, the original slave clans of the first universe that migrated from the first universe were only space rat, hell ant, giant ferocious, and evil spirit slime. For this migration, each of the 4 clans had awakened a mid-stage desolate venerable ancestor who was in a deep sleep and 6 late-stage desolate venerable ancestors. Now, all the clans of these 4 clans were resting in various types of battleships. The 4 clans had an army of 40 billion, and each battleship had countless clans. At this moment, as they arrived, the 4 powerful desolate venerables slowly swept their eyes across the crowd, and the voice of divine sense was instantly transmitted. I heard that the slave clans of the first universe are now united in this piece of the void of the Chaos World fragment, forming a myriad release alliance. Is this true? Now, the other clans have not migrated yet. Only our space rat, hell ant, giant ferocious, and evil spirit slime are here. From this moment on, the myriad release alliance will be temporarily led by our 4 clans. The other clans must listen to our orders unconditionally. Roar. Children, all of you, go to the base camp star field, and be assigned to your own star field. As for the senior clans of the original Myriad Release Alliance, gather at the Alliance headquarters immediately and report to us the battle situation. Before the voice fell, the 4 powerful mid-stage desolate venerables had already shot toward the depths of the star field where the Myriad Release Alliance was stationed. The 24 late-stage supreme venerables from the 4 clans also followed closely. Seeing this scene, the higher-ups of the various races of the Myriad Races Alliance were overjoyed. Without any delay, they hurriedly followed behind. They had to report everything related to the demonic palace to the 28 patriarchs of the 4 races, who were all almighties and above. Then, they would release the news that the Myriad Races Alliance would withdraw from the demonic palace and become independent again. In just a few days, the void of the primitive world fragment had undergone a drastic change. Of the 5 great alliances that had submitted to the demon palace, 2 of them had actually experienced a sudden surge in their combat strength. As for the Star Alliance, the Blood Wyrm, Green Rock, and Battle Lion clans had all migrated to the Star Alliance. The Alliance's military strength had increased by 20 billion battleships, 25 primordial era experts, and the blood-devouring War Lion, which could reach the 7th-rank Desolate Sovereign Realm when activated by a secret technique. As for the Alliance of 10,000 Races, the Space Rat, the Hell Ant, the Giant Ferocious, and the Evil Slime had all migrated to the Star Alliance. The Alliance's military strength had increased by 40 billion battleships, 24 late-stage Supreme Venerables, and 4 mid-stage Supreme Venerables. The commotion caused by this sudden change was simply too great. Just the sudden appearance of the 2 giant mysterious black holes was enough to alarm everyone in the surroundings. In fact, there were more than 2 such giant black holes. Including the one that first appeared and allowed the army of 10,000 evils to descend, there were actually 3 of them. These 3 giant black holes that had unexpectedly appeared did not dissipate or close up after they were formed. Instead, they continued to exist like stable wormholes in the void, In just a month or two, 3 mysterious giant black holes had appeared. All of them were extremely large and stable. They had condensed into wormholes that could be used to travel back and forth. All of this was obviously not simple. Although no one knew the cause of this change and how it was formed, one thing was certain, and that was that the void of the primitive world fragment had clearly started some unknown change. This change might be the prelude to the end of the primitive world. Although it was only a guess, it caused the various forces and countless experts to panic. The entire vast and boundless void strangely fell into silence. Even the magic hall, which had just been included in the army of 10,000 evils and had the Fifth Army under its command, remained silent and did not do anything even though they knew what was happening outside, within the Human Clan Federation and the Federation headquarters in the star, inside the Federation Hall at the peak of the towering mountain. Now, there were only 8 Human Federation experts sitting in the hall. Dong Zhaotian had been here not long ago, but now he had fallen and never returned. The various changes that had happened in the outside world these few days were immediately known by the 5 major alliances. Naturally, the Human Federation was no exception. Now, DR had gathered the other 7 Human Federation experts because of this. For the past 2 years, whether it was the Human Federation or the other 4 major alliances, they were extremely quiet. They did not continue to jump around outside. On the surface, it looked as if they were really willing to submit to the Magic Hall and become its subordinates. However, in reality, this was obviously impossible. It could be said that the 5 major alliances were temporarily dormant. Everyone was quietly waiting for an opportunity. They were quietly waiting for the core forces of their respective clans to descend before they could make changes. If there are no accidents, the desolate sovereign patriarch from the 2 camps of the Human Clan and the Federation Senate will descend here within a year. A cold light flashed in DR's eyes as he turned to look at the other 8 primordial experts. He continued, however, in the past 2 years, the Master of the Magic Hall and the Master of the Sky River Star, Yi Xian, have been quiet and have not made any moves. This is not a good thing, and it makes people uneasy. We originally thought that Dong Zhaotian could use the Beast Army to lure the Master of the Magic Hall out and even trigger a war between the Beast Army and the Magic Hall. It was not entirely impossible that the Master of the Magic Hall and the Master of the Sky River Star, Yi Xian, would turn against each other. Perhaps? But now, it seems that this plan has clearly failed. This time, not only did we not gain anything, we even lost an 8th level expert. And now, the Magic Hall has a 5th evil army. This is simply, DR's eyes flashed with hatred as he said this. He sighed unwillingly. Then, he changed the topic and continued, apart from this, I'm sure you have all received news of what has happened in the outside world during this time. The 5 major alliances were originally quietly waiting for reinforcements to arrive, but now, the Star Alliance and the Alliance of 10,000 races have finally arrived. As for the Star Alliance, the Blood Dragon Clan, the Azure Rock Clan, and the Battle Lion Clan have all migrated here. The Alliance's military strength has increased by 20 billion battleships, and as many as 25 primordial experts. Please remember the domain name of this book. The mobile version of this book. With the addition of the Blood Devouring Lion, which can reach the 7th rank Desolate Supremacy, the 9-headed Blood Dragon, and the Cyan Rock, the Star Alliance now has 3 powerful Desolate Supremacies. The Alliance of 10,000 Tribes has also made a lot of movements. The Space Rat, Hell Ant, Giant Ferocious, and Evil Spirit Slime have also migrated here. The Alliance's military strength has increased by 40 billion battleships, and 24 late-stage powerful figures have arrived, as well as 4 mid-stage Desolate Supremes. Speaking of this, DR's eyes flashed, revealing a touch of worry. Among the 5 alliances, the Star Alliance and the Alliance of 10,000 Tribes have suddenly increased their battle strength, and most of the other tribes in these 2 alliances are also migrating here. Gradually, their strength will become stronger and stronger, and it's only a matter of time before they surpass the current dominant Magic Hall. In addition, the Beast Alliance and the Survivors Alliance have also made changes. Although we can't speculate what it is, according to the intelligence, the Beast Alliance and the Survivors Alliance, who have always been enemies in the starry sky, have recently been communicating with each other. They are secretly communicating with each other. This is not a good sign. The Beast Alliance and the Survivors Alliance are not simple. In their respective ancestral lands, there are also powerful figures and desolate supremes in hibernation. If necessary, they can join the battle after paying a certain price. Now it seems that among the 5 alliances, only the Human Federation is still at a standstill. Although the follow-up reinforcements are expected to arrive soon, it's still unsettling that they haven't arrived yet. Therefore, after thinking for a long time, this old man has made a decision. Speaking of this, D'Air's eyes flashed. He took a deep breath and paused for a few breaths. Then he continued, as you all know, this old man is not a human, but a mechanical life created by the human technological pioneer Xingbo, like the leader of the Tianji clan, De. To be honest, this old man doesn't know the situation on De's side. After all, he was created by Xingbo first, and this old man is second, but on this old man's side, after Xingbo created this old man, he left layers of fields in my body. These fields are both potential and seals. Over the years, this old man has broken through layer by layer, and his cultivation has also increased. Now, I still have 3 domains left in my body, and my cultivation has reached the late stage of the primordial age. Therefore, according to this old man's prediction, if I can break through another layer of the seal, my strength will definitely increase tremendously. It shouldn't be a problem for me to break through to the early stage of Supreme Master of Desolation in a short period of time. Although the early stage of Supreme Master of Desolation is not very useful to the Human Race Federation in our current predicament and is far from being able to compete with the Magic Hall, I can use a secret technique to let the reinforcements of the Human Race Federation arrive at this void fragment faster. Nearly half a month ago, when the armies of the 3 clans of the Blood Dragon clan of the Starry Sky Federation arrived, this old man has already used a secret technique to pass through the void and send a message back to the immortal star. Over there, the 2 camps of the human race and the headquarters of the former Wanluo Federation have already made preparations. Once this old man breaks through this layer of seal and breaks through to the Supreme Master of Desolation, I can use the secret technique to take advantage of the upheaval in the void fragment that has already begun in this void fragment to open up a stable space around the star area where the Human Race Federation is located. Then, I can lock onto the coordinates of the immortal star and lead the reinforcements here. At this point, the dim light in D'Air's eyes appeared again. He looked around at the other 7 Federation's powerful figures, who had already been stunned by his words, and then stood up. Everyone, this time I will be in seclusion for about 3 days. During this time, the Human Race Federation will be in charge of everything. I will leave it to you. After he finished speaking, his shoulders shook and his entire figure disappeared from the spot in an instant. For the Starry Sky Masters, a short 3 days was negligible. In the blink of an eye, it would pass by. 3 days later, D'Air's figure flashed and reappeared in the main hall of the Human Race Federation. There was a smile on his face, and he was calm and composed. The cultivation aura in his body, which was originally at the late stage of the Almighty Realm, had now reached the 2nd order of the Ancients. Previously, he had said that there were 3 layers of seals in his body. Now, only 1 layer of the 3 seals had been broken, and he already had the cultivation of a 2nd order Desolate Venerable. It could be seen that if the remaining 2 layers of seals were broken, his cultivation strength was very likely to skyrocket to the late stage of the Desolate Venerable realm, or even the peak of the 9th order. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the 7 powerful figures of the Human Race Federation in the main hall turned pale with fright. When they looked at D'Air again, the look in their eyes changed instantly. Previously, they had only thought that D'Air was very mysterious, but they had never thought that his foundation would be so terrifying. Everyone, everything is ready. Next, we will open a stable wormhole at the edge of the star field occupied by the Human Race Federation. Let's bring in the reinforcements. With a faint smile, D'Air finished speaking and disappeared instantly. When he reappeared, he was already at the edge of the star field occupied by the Human Race Federation. The other 7 powerful figures of the Human Race Federation did not stop and quickly followed. However, they only stood in the void behind and did not approach. Whoosh, as a cold light flashed in his eyes, D'Air urged the power in his body and fully activated an unknown secret technique. With a shake of his hand, a fine light shot out. In the blink of an eye, it was hundreds of millions of miles away to the right. In an instant, there was a burst of light, hiss. In the next instant, as the fine light bloomed with endless light, there was suddenly a clear sound of silk ripping in that void. The movement was not small at all. Looking over, a huge crack in the void of the universe in the distance had been torn open. It was thousands of miles long from top to bottom and hundreds of miles in diameter. It was like a vertical eye in the void. It was horrifying. Boom, boom. Immediately after, from this crack in the void, there was a continuous rumbling sound of thunder, which made people tremble in fear. Moreover, as these muffled sounds of thunder continued, this crack in the void that had suddenly appeared was clearly expanding in all directions. It was expanding. Although the speed was very slow, it was continuous and did not stop for a moment. At a glance, it was as if a small hole had been opened in the void. Then, there was an invisible force that pushed out from this small hole, making it bigger and bigger. And this void crack, which was originally only thousands of miles long and hundreds of miles in diameter, continued to expand in the midst of the low rumbling sound of thunder, becoming bigger and bigger. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, half a day had passed. The void crack, which was originally thousands of miles long, had become a huge black hole. Its diameter was terrifying, and it was hundreds of millions of miles wide. It was far bigger than the 3 mysterious black holes that had appeared before. Please remember the domain name of the book. Mobile version of reading website. This piece of Eldritch World fragment void had already started some kind of unknown mysterious change. The 3 starry sky wormholes that were like giant black holes that had unexpectedly appeared one after another previously were proof of this. However, those 3 starry sky wormholes were naturally formed. And now, this starry sky wormhole that had appeared outside the star sector occupied by the Human Clan Federation was caused by Devouring, whose cultivation had already reached level 2 desolate supremacy, using some kind of secret method to make use of this piece of Eldritch World fragment void to start the change that had already started. Thus, it was artificially located and forcibly torn apart. Therefore, under the influence of human factors, its formation was obviously faster. After only half a day, this black hole no longer continued to expand outwards. Instead, it completely stabilized. The low rumbling that had been going on all this time also disappeared. This piece of Eldritch World void, which was originally extremely remote, completely fell into a dead silence. It was exactly the same as half a day ago. However, this huge black hole that had just formed was obviously not as simple as an ordinary black hole. The aura that was emitted from the black hole was not only extremely similar to the plane-level starry sky wormholes that connected the 3 main starry sky planes, but it was also extremely large. Even its diameter was extremely terrifying, reaching tens of millions of miles, close to 100 million miles. Even a giant star could pass through this starry sky wormhole. This scene was really too shocking. The other 7 almighty experts of the Human Clan Federation who were standing in the void far away were already stunned, their faces full of horror. They did not understand why Devouring had made this starry sky wormhole so vast that even stars could pass through it. It was simply speechless. However, there was one thing that they could be sure of. That was, even if Devouring had used some kind of power of law that had already started to change in this piece of Eldritch World fragment void, and he was now a level 2 desolate supremacy, but this one was so terrifying and stable. It was absolutely impossible for him to build such a starry sky wormhole with his own strength. Without a doubt, on the other side of the starry sky wormhole, there must be the Human Clan's technology camp, which was the upper echelons of the everlasting dynasty, helping. Moreover, the cultivation level of the person who helped was definitely not weaker than Devouring, or even stronger. There was more than one person. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the 7 almighty experts of the Human Federation were suddenly invigorated. They turned their heads and exchanged glances. Their eyes were filled with a strong sense of surprise. Now, the Human Federation already had Devouring, a second-order early Baron Master. If they could get 2 more Baron Masters, they wouldn't be any weaker than the Star Alliance or the Alliance of 10,000 Tribes. Furthermore, if the 3 alliances reached an agreement and joined forces, with the addition of the 4 desolate supremes, the Scarlet Unicorn, the 9 Netherworld Demon Crocodile, the 9-headed Blood Dragon, and the Azure Sky Rock, the pinnacle of the Magic Hall, suppressing the Master of Magic Hall and the Master of Sky River, Xianxia, would not be a problem. Boom. Rumble. Behind them, in the star area occupied by the Human Federation, a large number of battleships were sailing out. Some of the star area experts with high cultivation bases were crossing the void with their physical bodies. The commotion that happened outside the star area was too big. The experts of the Human Federation who were in the stars with life in the depths of the star area were alarmed. When they arrived, they saw the giant space wormhole standing in the void. After being stunned for a moment, a look of horror appeared on their faces as they exclaimed, "Oh my God, what happened? Why would such a vast space wormhole suddenly appear outside the star area? The diameter is close to 100 million miles, and the aura of the wormhole is extremely stable. This is obviously a giant plane passage that can even pass through a giant star." Hiss. Look, the State Preceptor's cultivation base, second order Supreme Ancient Master? How is that possible? In just a few days, the State Preceptor's cultivation base has increased by a few small levels. Is he now a early Baron Master? It's like a dream, so unreal. No matter what happened, at least the State Preceptor's cultivation base is real. The Human Federation finally has a Supreme Ancient Master. Compared to before, we have more confidence. And this space wormhole with a terrifying diameter. I heard that the Star Federation and the Alliance of 10,000 races have undergone great changes. Several large races left in the three main star areas have migrated here. Could it be that the reinforcements of the Human Federation have arrived? Boom. Rumble. Just as the edge of the star area behind them was filled with endless exclamations, an earth-shattering roar came from the giant space wormhole in front of them. This was clearly the rhythm of a large number of battleships coming from the other end of the wormhole. At this time, the 8 supreme experts of the Human Federation, including Dr. were all present. It seemed that they had been prepared for this. Perhaps the appearance of this giant space wormhole had something to do with them. Then, there was no need to guess which camp the battleships coming from the wormhole belonged to. It must be one of the two camps of the human clan, or the army under the jurisdiction of the former alliance of 10,000 races, which had always had a close relationship with the human clan. In addition to a large number of battleships, there must be many supreme experts and even supreme ancient masters among them. After all, both the Star Alliance and the Alliance of 10,000 races each had more than 20 primordial experts and several primordial supremes. The two human factions and the Council of Elders of the former Luo Federation were stronger than them. If they sent reinforcements, their overall strength would be greatly reduced. How could they be weaker than them? As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the experts of the Human Federation gathered at the edge of the star area behind them and watched from afar instantly became excited, their chests heaving up and down. Even the eyes of the other 7 powerful figures of the Federation, who were standing in the void far behind Dr., were blazing with brilliance. Their faces were filled with thick, undispersible anticipation, which was rapidly spreading. However, the roar of thunder in the giant black hole in front of them continued, and it was getting louder and louder. It was clear that the battleship army coming through the wormhole was getting closer and closer to the exit of the wormhole. However, even after waiting for 2 hours, all they could hear was the sound of the ship, but they couldn't see it. The giant black hole was empty. Not to mention a battleship, not even a single strand of hair could be seen floating out of it. Rumble. Just as the experts from all sides were beginning to feel a little impatient, the roar of thunder from the giant black hole in the void hundreds of millions of miles ahead suddenly became louder. Subsequently, a colossal figure that no one had expected charged out from within the enormous black hole. Even an enormous wormhole that was almost 50,000 kilometers in diameter was barely enough for it to pass through, and this clearly showed how enormous and terrifying its size was. At this moment, the void fell into a dead silence. Everyone opened their mouths wide and gasped, their eyes almost popping out of their sockets. After a few seconds, someone cried out in surprise, "What? This is the Immortal Star?" Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Rumble. With an earth-shattering boom, an unimaginable behemoth charged out of the gigantic black hole. It was so massive that it exceeded everyone's expectations. Even a gigantic wormhole with a diameter of nearly 50 million kilometers was barely enough for it to pass through. It was obvious how massive and terrifying its size was. The moment this behemoth rushed out of the giant wormhole, the entire vast void fell into a deathly silence. All the experts who saw this scene with their own eyes opened wide. At the same time, they sucked in a breath of cold air, and their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Their eyes widened. After a few seconds, someone cried out in surprise, "What? This is actually an immortal star?" Along with this exclamation breaking the silence, numerous exclamations of shock and astonishment instantly resounded in the sky, and they covered the heavens and the earth as they surged over like a furious tide. How is this possible? The science and technology faction actually teleported an immortal star over? It's no wonder they made the wormhole's diameter so terrifying. In fact, with a diameter of nearly 50 million kilometers, it's barely enough for an immortal star to pass through. If the wormhole was any smaller, it would be stuck inside, a miracle. This is definitely a miracle. Moving a gigantic planet and all the living beings on it from one starry sky realm to another starry sky realm. What kind of heaven-defying means is this? It would probably take at least a half-step heavenly Tao realm existence to do it. This is too shocking. It's amazing. It's definitely a big deal. The Human Federation can finally hold its head high. We don't have to suffer the humiliation of the demonic palace in this piece of the untainted world anymore, SSS. Quick, look behind the immortal star. Good, you still have other big guys. Boom. Rumble, along with the earth-shattering cries of astonishment, a second big guy rushed out of the giant wormhole that had just emerged from the undying star. This was also a star, but it was only slightly smaller than the immortal star. It was clearly one of the 9 satellites around the immortal star. This was still not the end, Rumble. After the first satellite charged out, in less than half an hour, the second satellite charged out of the gigantic wormhole and headed towards the immortal star that had already floated to the right of the wormhole. This scene was so shocking that it once again stunned the countless starry sky powerhouses in the surrounding void. Everyone's mouth was wide open, and once again, their eyes almost popped out of their sockets from staring. What happened next made everyone a little numb. The stars that rushed out of the giant wormhole were all familiar. They were the satellites that surrounded and protected the undying star. There were originally 8 such satellites around the immortal star. With the addition of the immortal star, there were exactly 8 satellites and 9 satellites. They stood in the space of the Third Universe's science and technology faction. Now, after the immortal star charged out, there were exactly 8 satellites that charged out of the gigantic wormhole. They were the 8 satellites that had stood around the immortal star in the space of the Third Universe's science and technology faction. It was not until 6 hours later that these 8 satellites all charged out of the gigantic wormhole and gathered around the immortal star that had descended first. Their formation and position in the space was exactly the same as before in the space of the Third Universe's science and technology faction. It was exactly the same in the void of the camp, showing a 3-dimensional 9 palaces. During this process, the entire vast void of the universe had completely fallen into a dead silence. Other than Dier, who had a faint smile on his face, even the other 7 powerful figures of the Federation who stood in the void behind him had the same expression. Their faces were full of shock. Let alone the other experts of the Human Race Federation further away, as the undying star's 9 palaces system fully descended and reappeared in the space to the right. The deathly stillness lasted for another half an incense stick's worth of time. Only then did the experts of the Human Federation wake up from their daze. Their bodies shook violently, and their expressions changed drastically. Like a wave of astonishment, they once again resounded throughout the space. Is this too much of a dream? In the space in front of us, there is clearly a familiar star with 8 satellites and 9 satellites. Could it be that we have returned to the science and technology faction of the Third Universe? What a terrifying method. He actually teleported the undying star and the 8 satellites around it into the void of this fragment of the untainted world through a giant wormhole. What a terrifying method. He teleported the undying star and the 8 satellites around it into this fragment of the untainted world. This is clearly the rhythm of the human race's science and technology faction's complete migration. Now that the Emperor Star has arrived first, will the next be the Emperor Stars of the 3 empires and the capital stars of the various superpowers under the empires? Hiss. That scene is simply terrifying. Even if it's just the human race's technological camp, the void territory it occupies is vast and boundless, with countless administrative planets. If all of them migrate here, what can a small demon palace amount to? No, listen, after a short silence in the gigantic wormhole in front of us, there is clearly another rumbling sound, and it is getting louder and louder. This is clearly the rhythm of things not over yet. Heavens, it won't be more stars descending one after another, will it? What kind of terrifying existence has awakened in our human race this time? This is simply too shocking, I can't imagine. Boom. Rumble. Sure enough, as the exclamations in the surrounding space resounded again, there was another rumbling sound from the gigantic wormhole that had just rushed out of the 9 gigantic stars. From the sound of it, it was clearly not any weaker than when the immortal stars 1 Master, 8 Satellites, and 9 Pallas had rushed out of the wormhole one after another. Soon, as the rumbling resounded, the surrounding space fell into a deathly silence once more. It wasn't just the countless champions of the Human Federation who were watching from the edge of the planetary system who did not show any unusual movements. Even the immortal star and 9 Pallas that had just arrived did not have a single figure rushing out of the wormhole. It was as if the champions of the immortal star already knew about it all, and were not in a hurry to rush out of the wormhole, and were instead waiting for it all to be over. Whoosh! Rumble, under the gazes of tens of thousands of people. As an earth-shattering rumble of thunder sounded, another behemoth rushed out from the giant wormhole in the void in front of them. But this time it was no longer a round planet. It was a continent, or to be precise, a gigantic palace that was not much smaller than the immortal star. It was entirely silver-white in color and emanated a searing radiance. The Temple of Glory? That's the Temple of Glory. That's actually it? Legend has it that the Council of Elders at the headquarters of the 10,000 Net Federation is a silver palace the size of a star. It is also known as the Temple of Glory, but no one has actually seen it before. Is it finally showing itself today? Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version, Whoosh. Rumble, with a thunderous rumble that shook heaven and earth, a behemoth rushed out of a giant wormhole in the distant void as everyone watched. And this time, the behemoth that rushed out was not a planet. Instead, it was a colossal palace that was not much smaller than an imperishable star. Like a colossal continent that stretched across the stars, it was entirely silver-white in color and emanated a searing radiance. After a brief silence, someone in the void quickly recognized the colossal palace, and exclamations of shock echoed like tidal waves. According to legend, the Council of Elders at the headquarters of the 10,000 Luo Federation was a silver palace that was as large as a planet. It was also known as the Temple of Glory, but no one had actually seen it before. In fact, it was said that it did not even exist. That was because there was no real conclusion all along, but now, with the arrival of this colossal palace that resembled a celestial continent, the legend was finally confirmed. The 10,000 Luo Federation was all but a name now, with the various races of the second universe no longer obeying their orders and withdrawing from the Federation. Now, only the 2 human factions were left amongst the various races and factions of the 10,000 Luo Federation. Be that as it may, the truth was that even the core leaders of the 2 human factions had never once underestimated the 10,000 Luo Federation or looked down on them. To the 2 human factions, they simply did not care about the so-called rallying power of the 10,000 Luo Federation in the second universe. What the leaders of the 2 human factions truly valued was the Council of Elders of the 10,000 Luo Federation, in other words, the silver-white palace that stretched across the void like a continent. The Temple of Glory was the Council of Elders of the 10,000 Luo Federation and the foundation of the 10,000 Luo Federation. As long as it existed, the 10,000 Luo Federation's true depth and foundation would not be weakened at all. Ever since the 10,000 Luo Federation was founded, the 2 human factions and the various races of the second universe had provided untold amounts of cultivation resources. These resources were all used by the myriad Luo Federation's Council of Elders to recruit wandering old monsters in the starry skies. They would sit in the Council of Elders and become the so-called elders of the Federation of different cultivation bases and levels. As time passed, no one knew how many celestial champions were slumbering within the silver-white Temple of Glory. Still, one thing was for sure, every elder of the Federation who had the right to stay in the Temple of Glory that resembled a colossal planet was at least above average immortal tier. The so-called sector overlords were existences that hadn't even reached the sempiternal realm. They didn't even have the qualifications to enter. As for the most powerful being slumbering in the depths of the Temple of Glory, it was said that there were no less than 3 paragons of the ancients, but they would not awaken so easily, even if it was just a temple. The Temple of Glory was exceedingly mysterious and had such shocking depth that no one would dare to underestimate it. At this moment, as it rushed out of the giant black hole and descended into the void of the primordial world fragment, the gazes of countless experts of the Human Federation gathered at the same time. They were all secretly guessing in their hearts. Inside this mysterious silver-white palace, now that it had awakened, what was the cultivation of the most powerful being that was guarding it? Rumble, right at this moment, in the giant black hole in the distance in the void in front of them, an earth-shattering rumble of thunder rang out again without any warning. Around the void, every Human Federation champion was taken aback. Then, their eyes lit up and their breathing quickened, and they turned expectantly towards the giant black hole in the distance. They were certainly looking forward to it, and it was certainly worth looking forward to. First, out of the giant wormhole that was almost 100 million miles wide, the immortal star was the leader of the 8 planets and 9 planets. In other words, the immortal star was the entire planetary system. Then, before anyone could react, the Temple of Glory, which had always been a legend in the 3 main planes of the stars for tens of thousands of years, and which no one had ever seen with their own eyes, came roaring out of the wormhole, descending with a rumble. The 2 behemoths that had rushed out before were beings of that level. And now, with another thunderous rumble echoing from the giant wormhole, how could the 3rd behemoth that was about to rush out be an exception? No matter how weak it would definitely be something extraordinary, that was certain. Everyone was guessing what the being that had rushed out of the giant black hole this time was. Only Dr. was still smiling faintly, clearly already knowing the result, and was confident. Whoosh, this time, the rumbling of thunder in the giant wormhole didn't last for too long. After only half an hour, a gray shadow rushed out of the giant wormhole with a sharp whistling sound. It did not go far, but stopped abruptly in front of the wormhole, standing side by side with the immortal 9 stars and the Temple of Glory. Everyone was left dumbstruck in that very moment. Their mouths were slowly hanging open, a look of astonishment appearing on their faces while their eyes were at a loss. This time, what was charging out of the wormhole was neither a planet like the 9 stars of eternity nor a colossal continent like the Temple of Glory. Even if it was as massive as a planet, there was no way to tell what it was at all, since it was just a canopy. It was just a blurry gray shadow, standing there like a gray black hole. Grandmaster, that is, after a brief moment of blankness, the 7 great beings of the Federation who were hovering in the void behind all turned to look at Dr. at the same time. One of them asked tentatively, the look of anticipation on his face thickening. They were all ancient great beings from both human factions, and yet they did not know what that blurry gray shadow that resembled a planet was. Realizing this, the great beings of the Federation who were hovering in the void suddenly became interested. They all held their breaths and listened attentively, wanting to know the truth and origin of that blurry gray shadow from Dr. Dr. smiled faintly. There's nothing else. Tianju Palace. Although the Tenju Celestial Palace was also a cultivation sect, its position was unique and transcendent. Although it was not like the Immortal Dynasty in name, which commanded the entire cultivation camp and had great authority, in reality, it was only one of the Tenju Celestial Palaces. Even if several other sects and countries joined forces, they were still far from being a match for it. Its position as the supreme overlord of the cultivator faction had already been established. The ancestral ground of the Tenju Celestial Palace was located in the First Palace, also known as the Sky Palace. The Palace Master of the Sky Palace was the highest leader of the entire Tenju Celestial Palace. The Second Palace was also known as the Sky Palace. The Palace Master of the Sky Palace was in charge of external affairs of the sect, and was in charge of communication with the Immortal Dynasty and the 10,000 Net Federation. The Third Palace was known as the Sky Palace. The Sky Palace Master of the Sky Palace was in charge of the punishment of the Tenju Celestial Palace. These 3 palaces were the most powerful and mysterious of the Tenju Celestial Palaces, and their positions were extraordinary. The Tenju Celestial Palaces were located in different environments. One was an incomparably huge celestial body, while the other was a boundless continent suspended in the void. The sky was round and the earth was round. However, the Sky Palace had never appeared in the eyes of the world. Who would have thought that it would actually appear this time? Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. In the void of space outside the Terran Federation's planetary system, following the arrival of the Sky Extinction Palace, which resembled a star but was actually a blurry gray shadow that resembled a gray black hole, the gigantic black hole in the void ahead finally quieted down. There were no more rumbling sounds, and no other beings rushed out. From the looks of it, the arrival of the Terran Federation's so-called reinforcements had finally come to an end. At the same time, in the void in front of the wormhole, 3 colossal objects were lined up in a row. The sight was shocking and eye-catching. On the left were the 9 immortal stars, with the main star at the center and 8 satellites surrounding it, forming a 3-dimensional 9-palace layout. On the right was the Temple of Glory, which resembled a gigantic continent. It was silvery white and dazzling, exuding a sacred and awe-inspiring presence that made people not dare to look at it directly. In the center was the most mysterious Sky Extinction Palace. It resembled a star, but was merely an almost circular blurry light. It was gray in color, and its interior was so dark that nothing could be seen. It was so mysterious that it gave rise to endless fanciful thoughts. The 3 colossal objects came from the 3 major factions of the Terran Federation, and were all core existences. From this, it could be seen that although the 2 major factions of the Terran race still had a large number of subordinates in the third universe, they had not migrated here. However, the general trend of the migration was basically set, and the subsequent migration would be carried out gradually. However, those were not the issues that the Terran Federation champions who were now in the void of the Chaos Fragment were concerned about. They were more concerned about the 9 immortal stars, the Temple of Glory, and the Sky Extinction Palace that had arrived here. They were curious about the cultivation level of the strongest individuals that were in charge, and how many of them there were. Over the last few years, they had been suppressed too much by the magic hall that had appeared out of nowhere in the void of the Chaos Fragment. Everyone's heart was filled with resentment, and they could not calm down. Moreover, the master of the magic hall and Xianxia, the Star Lord of the Sky River, were so powerful that even with the 2 of them working together, they only had a few barren supremacies fighting power. There was really no hope. Moreover, the Star Alliance and the Alliance of 10,000 races had recently risen as well. Whether it was the slave races of the first universe or the second universe, they were no match for the 2 major factions of the third universe. Now that the 2 major factions of the Terran race and the Temple of the Elders of the 10,000 Net Federation had arrived at the same time, it would be too disappointing if the peak existences in charge were too few and not enough to be brought out. Of course, no one doubted the number of superior beings and desolate supremes slumbering in the imperishable star, Sky and Palace, and the Temple of Glory. However, whether those pinnacle beings were still slumbering or had already awakened was completely different. It was impossible for all of them to have awakened. The only thing that the experts of the Human Federation in the surrounding void were hoping for was that the top existences that had already awakened could be as many as possible. They longed for the feeling of being able to hold their heads up high. These few short years of grievance and cowardice were simply like boom, rumble, just as all the experts of the Human Federation in the surrounding void were secretly pondering. There was another earth-shattering roar in the void in front of them. Be it the immortal 9 stars, the Sky Extinction Palace, or the Temple of Glory, all of them moved. Inside the immortal 9 stars, countless fortresses and fortresses of various sizes rushed out from the atmosphere of the 9 stars and spread out in the void ahead. In a short time, they occupied the void with a radius of nearly 100 million miles. There were countless battleships of all kinds. What rushed out of the Tianju Palace were starry battleships of various shapes and sizes. Without exception, they were all extremely large, and their number was also extremely shocking, more than 10 billion. As for the number of experts of the human clan in the battleships, the Tianju Palace was filled with them. It was easy to imagine. It was a sight that left everyone dumbstruck. The hazy gray shadow that represented the Sky Extinction Palace was only the size of a single star, and yet so many colossal starships had rushed out of it. From the looks of it, it would not be able to hold them all. Clearly, the insides of the mysterious, hazy gray shadow must have been like a real black hole, with a world of its own. Or perhaps, it was a mobile, independent world of its own. Aside from that, many warships and battleships were rushing out from the Temple of Glory on the right. Although they were few in number, numbering only 1 billion in total, every single one of them was a behemoth with a diameter of 1,000,000 feet. Like the Sky River star, every single one of them was a superstar of the same class. In less than half a day, 3 frightening legions had appeared in the void before them. The total number of warships and starships was around 40 billion, and would not lose out to the Star Alliance or the Alliance of 10,000 races. Still, that might not be all of them. Who knows, there might be more warships and starships in the immortal 9 stars, the Sky Extinction Palace, and the Temple of Glory. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. We haven't seen each other for a few decades, and I didn't expect you to be a mid-level desolate venerable already. Congratulations. With a faint sound of breaking through the air, more than 20 figures rushed out of the immortal star. The leader was the immortal emperor. He was walking in the void with a smile on his face, and he was already saluting the imperial advisor, Dr. congratulating him. The aura that emanated from his body had reached the 4th level of the primordial great beings, and he was a mid-level great being. But in fact, the immortal emperor was not the strongest existence among the 20 or so figures. Among them, more than half were universe supremes, and there were also 12 primordial great beings like the immortal emperor. The 2 human race elders who were walking at the back were emitting the terrifying aura of a middle-stage desolate supremacy. You are too kind, great emperor. Seeing the immortal emperor again after a few decades, Dr. showed a warm smile on his face. He waved his hand and replied politely, Great Emperor, you did not fall behind in your cultivation either. In the 3 main planes of the starry skies, you have also broken through to the mid-level great beings. Now that you've reached the intermediate almighty realm, you're even more worthy of celebration than me. As the 2 of them chatted, almost 30 figures rushed out from the Sky Absolute Palace and the Temple of Glory on the other side of the void. Their auras were so shocking that they attracted everyone's attention. As if they had agreed beforehand, the figures that rushed out from the Sky Absolute Palace and the Temple of Glory were 12 universe supremes, 12 primordial great beings, and 2 primordial great beings. When added together, the overall strength of the top leaders of the 3 factions of the Human Federation was simply shocking. There were a total of 36 universe supremes, 36 primordial great beings, and even 6 primordial great beings. Including Dr. who had just broken through to the desolate venerable level, the Human Federation now had a total of 7 desolate venerables. Force. Whether compared to the Star Alliance, the alliance of 10,000 races, or the Magic Hall in the Forbidden Land of the Rising Sun, the Human Federation was simply a force to be reckoned with. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile reading website, end of chapter 4789. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.